solutions for all levels of investors, from $1,000 to millions. And we partner with Bitcoin Magazine's #1 crypto trading fund in the world to maximize your returns. Plus, their team of IRA specialists is here to help you roll over your IRA and qualify for an account in the new world of cryptocurrency investments. So make this free call right now to set up your account and learn more. 800-404-1463. 800-404-1463. 800-404-1463.
August, September, through, we look at everything. Like, we're never going to eliminate one thing. We're never being so fixated, like a lot of people are, on one particular aspect of the game. So that's not how you build a team. So other sports, that's not how you build a team.
We need you to bring us the bare bones of that trailer, and we will make it like new for you. Even do both repair if needed. We have the largest ovens in the region. That's Oklahoma, Louisiana.
Look, and I've said this, you guys have heard me say this. The draft's a draft.
Summer's coming up. We like to be on the water here in the Houston area. So bring us your go kart. We do have marine coatings that will help protect it from all the elements that you have in the boat and all these things.
What these anchors for sure. What else?
Railing, ladders, the T-tops. We do have accessories that you put around the edge of the boat. So if it's metal, we got you.
All Robin and get your stuff. Houston Motor Club. 281-676.
Listen to your boss. She'd like you to have your camera on.
Shut up. About to die. I just couldn't fall asleep last night. It's terrible. I'm dying right now. Do you have a sound of? I heard Mel Kiper lost his shit. Embarrassing sad last night.
Well, I know he was stumping for Shador all broadcast.
Yeah, I didn't realize
But I didn't hear
on,
it.
but I heard it was really bad. My dad told me it was.
Started from the jump while Cam was getting picked.
I mean, it's so fucking bad with Cam. Now I really feel bad for Cam Ward. We talk nothing. Me and Bucky were talking about it. It's just ridiculous that Cam Ward gets nothing. I said this on Freddie Coleman's show. Like, we don't talk about this kid got the Shador stuff, and it's the national media, but
KFNC 97.9
it's lazy producers turned it. And now everyone thought he slid out of first, which he really didn't. He just wasn't really there, and so people are flipping out. Cam Ward gets nothing.
It's John and Lex.
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Good Friday morning, everybody. John
Thanks,
Lex along with Dell. Dell and I are here in Houston. Lance is in LA. With all kinds of draft stuff to talk this morning. He was in the middle of it all last night, and he was right. He was called an idiot. I'm not sure that he's not. This doesn't prove that he's not. It just proves that he was right about Shador Sanders and where he would go in the draft. And here we go. On an mostly all draft show with the preeminent draft expert in America, Lance Olaleye. So, I don't want to make this about a Shador. Actually, I would like to go through the entire draft and hear what you have to say.
Well, why don't you lead with just real quick? I shouldn't even be here because the Texans didn't make a pick, and contractually it says if the Texans don't pick, I don't have to do it.
No, you don't have that in your contract. And I think Del put it best on our thread. He said, "Well, you better talk to your boss, Sam." Okay.
Yeah, that's true.
So if Sam doesn't give you the day off, then you don't get the day off. The Texans did not take the
ESPN 97.5.
round. And okay, I want to go through it.
Okay.
We should probably start with the Texans and what they did. Did you like the trade?
It was the only thing you could do. To be honest with you, unless you were dying to have Matthew. Honestly, it was a worst case scenario for the Texans. And I told you during the show, I had a phone conversation during the show. came back and I don't know if you can tell, but I felt a lot less certain about the Texans getting the top, having the top 6 there for them. But I was a little bit concerned, a little more concerned. And it was just a conversation with somebody who helped me kind of piece
ESPN 97.5.
some pieces together. And it was when Tyler Booker went 12, and there were no, Shador, I'd heard.
No, let's just stay with the Texans. Just stay with the Texans.
Yeah, I'd heard that Shador was good.
I don't think I listen
Probably
to things.
So I'm like,
Sorry.
okay, there's one quarterback. Then Tyler Booker going 12 was a problem because now we start the run. That was not ideal. That was a big concern. Because I knew Gray Zabel would probably go in the middle rounds, and Donovan Jackson. So
Well, that was a bit of a surprise, though. The Vikings going right in front of the Texans picking Donovan Jackson.
well, I thought so too. I thought they were going to draft corner or safety, but got on with a friend of mine from another team who said he spoke with Kevin O'Connell, the head coach at the owner. Now, of course, I didn't know this at the time. This is after the draft, and I asked if he was surprised. He goes, I got off the phone. He said, I saw Kevin O'Connell at the owners' meetings, and he asked, what I thought the key was to sustaining an offensive line. And he said, you've got to, because he said they've got that issue with the Giants. He said, you have to protect the pocket from the interior. Your guard, center guard has to be able to protect the pocket. He said he said they spent about 10 minutes talking about why guard and center are so important. Because, and so many people neglect it, because protecting the pocket from the interior is like, you have to have that as a foundation. So he thought, this guy thought guard would be in play with Minnesota. I wish I would have known that before. And I wish the Texans would have known that before, because once the 18th pick, Seattle, they took Gray Zabel. And when you look at the board, I didn't see another guard. I didn't see another guard need that was, imminent. And I thought Max Harrison's on the board from Kentucky. I thought a lot of the picks, Will Johnson's on the board, even though he has a knee and a speed issue. And I thought, okay, Minnesota should go corner here. They could go safety, but they'll probably go corner. And when they had Donovan Jackson, the Texans like that traded back because they had been stuck.
Yeah.
And
so
they got
that just
stuck.
proved what you had said earlier, though, about Josh Simmons, too, that
Yeah.
they didn't like Josh Simmons.
Yeah,
Because,
and it's
because Josh Simmons is still there. Josh Simmons is thought to be a first rounder. Josh Simmons, but he doesn't have the swarm.
No. And look, I do this for a living. One of the things you have to do is you have to study how teams operate. And the Texans are getting to be kind of, I don't want to say easy to figure out, but they tell you who they are. And so it makes my job easier. It's a lot easier as long as you find out who these guys are. Now it's my job to talk to people who, know who these guys are. I can't do that from here. And then when I got the intel on Josh Simmons, and then of course there's the knee concern, which I found out was actually a bigger concern on some teams' boards. And then I just having a conversation with somebody in the know who said he's off of a lot of teams' boards.
Yeah.
And that I realized he could fall out of the first, or I mocked him twice to Kansas City. But yeah, Josh Simmons just was not on their board. He's not swarm.
Well, how about Josh Connerly? What about Josh Connerly? Why not him?
He's got, that's a good question. He's got a little, I think they didn't want to settle. I think they had him as a second rounder on their board, and they just didn't want to settle because he is a he would have been a possibility. They brought him in for a top 30 visit, but he needs at least a year, which, should be fine for the Texans. He needs at least a year. He's not the strongest guy, which is a concern. He's got to get stronger. He's very young. He needs more experience playing. He could end up being a guard. He has left tackle and guard experience. Josh Connerly could have been the pick. The fact they traded out immediately shows you they wanted a certain type of guy. Now, remember, I had this conversation with you on this show, John. I ask about the personalities of Gray Zabel, Josh Connerly, and Donovan Jackson. I asked two different scouts about him, and they said Gray Zabel's really nice. He's a really nice guy. Donovan Jackson's is tough. He said he's not going to start a bar fight. Remember I told you that?
Mhm.
Not going to start a bar fight, but he's tough. Don't worry about it. And Gray's-Abel's got some edge to him. Tyler Booker has a lot of edge to him. And both of them just said, nice kid, really nice guy, not really an ass kicker type. And so I think they're looking for a certain type of player in there, and they just obviously didn't see it with Gray's-Abel. This is not, I know this from talking to Chris Ballard in his first draft. He had a player that he really wanted taken right before him, and he said he just flipped out. He was so mad. And he said, just immediately trade it out. And because you're not set for, you got your heart set on a player, and you've only got one guy that you think has that value in that spot. Once he's gone, and you've been doing a lot of, taking a lot of phone calls, you already know who you can trade with, because there's a lot of phone calls going on during the draft and also before the draft to get a feel for who can move up where. And I also found out that the Texans were not the team that were trying to trade up to 22 or 23. There was a report on during the draft that I think it was either Schefter or Ian Rappaport. Somebody said that there was somebody trying to call that was calling and trying to trade up to 22 and then 23. And I thought, I bet you that's Nick Caserio. I bet you he's worried about Donovan Jackson going. And honestly, it probably should have been him. It probably should have been where you just, you look at what Philadelphia did. They went from 32 to 31 because they didn't want any chance of Kansas City trading the guy that they really wanted. And I can't remember who picked 31 for the Eagles was off the top of my head. I can't remember. Who it was.
Jihad.
Yeah, Jihad Campbell. They had a guy, we really want him. He's high on our board. We're not messing with it. We'll go from 32 to 31. Hindsight is, but you remember, no one would trade out of those spots. That's the problem. Is they were reporting that there were teams trying to get up to 22 and 23, but they didn't trade. 22 and 23 did not trade out of those spots. So, but I heard it was not Nick Caserio and it was not the Texans. I got that confirmed. So it's a tough scenario for the Texans. They miss out on all 6 offensive linemen that probably would have been on the board.
And then it falls off. I mean, so the next best offensive lineman, Arante Ursary, Jonah Savanea.
Yeah, he could be the target.
Jonah could be the target. Tell us about him.
And Tate Ratledge too. Actually, you know what? Tate Ratledge is the guy I would keep an eye on. Tate Ratledge plays a little bit upright. He's a brawler. He's got a mullet. There's something you need to know, a mullet and a mustache. So keep an eye on that. He is.
Oh yeah, the Texans are mullet kind of guys.
Yeah, I mean he looks like he plays football. Like he looks like he loves ball.
Oh,
Tate Ratledge,
that's
Georgia.
what they need. There's no drip there.
Oh no, I mean it actually fits, and I think I've heard they like him. The one I would be really concerned about is
from
Jared
Georgia,
Wilson.
by the way. He's a guard out of Georgia.
He's tall. He's like 6'6". He's pretty strong, very strong hands, but he's more of a brawler. It's not real pretty when he does it. But
I don't want my guard to be pretty.
Well, not pretty physically. It's not going to be real clean when he blocks. He's like in a phone booth, just grabbing and mauling, and it can be a little up and down. But he's a clear second rounder. He's one of the few clear second rounders to me at the guard position, and actually he fits what the Tech. And I think that, well, based on where they traded, Tate Ratledge should be there for the Texans, unless somebody sees Tate Ratledge and says, we also know the Texans need a guard. Yeah. And so we're going to trade ahead of the Texans, and so but I would watch Tate Ratledge. Please, Jesus, don't make it Jared Wilson, the center from Georgia. I do not want him. He's not strong enough. Jonah Savanea is a tackle turned guard who I think is more of a third rounder, but there's a lot of teams who think he's a second rounder, and we can get into him a little later during the show.
What about Ozzie Trapil?
I like Ozzie. That's Bill O'Brien's right tackle but he's a right tackle only. Can't play left tackle. Can't play guard. He's 6'8". He's an average bender. He's a good pass protector. He's a below average run blocker. I think my conversation I had yesterday, there's some people who think he comes off the board quickly in a second. His talent is more late second to early third. So that would be. I don't love that for the Texans. I don't think he is. They did have him come in. They visited with him in the top 30, and I think he's a pretty good player. He's interesting, worth talking about. Here's some wild cards offensively. Mason Taylor. I think if you want to just go best available, you don't really need a tight end though. But Mason Taylor could be on the board. He's a guy to keep an eye on. Tate Ratledge, I think, is definitely going to be in play. Arante Ursary can play left tackle, or he's a left tackle, so he's stiff when he plays, but he tests really well like he's an athlete, but you just don't see it on tape. I would be maybe a little bit surprised if it's him. They could go to defensive tackle. There's some pretty good defensive tackles on the board, but
TJ Sanders.
TJ Sanders, not sure if he swarmed.
Shamar Turner.
Shamar Turner's got a leg, has a leg issue that some people have a problem with. That he hasn't. They don't know that he recovered exactly the way they want, and he's a little undersized. He's like 289, 290
Omar
pounds.
Norman Lott.
Very good pass rusher.
How about Alfred Collins? We've seen. What about Alfred Collins?
Alfred Collins could be a fit. That's a little early for him.
No, but they've got 3rd-round picks now. I mean,
yeah. No, that's true. That's true. And day 3, but I think he goes day 2, but there's some teams who think he goes day 3. He's just gained so much weight over the last 2 years. There's a concern that maybe he's not, doing what he needs to stay in the best shape. He was a bad tester at the combine. It was a really disappointing process for Alfred Collins, but I'm just so focused on guard and offensive line. And you know what? Now that we're here, John, I'm not sure Gardner, let's go get a good player for the Texans.
Yeah.
You can't just fall into the trap of,
what
about a guard?
That's what D'Amico told us.
I haven't heard anything from the Texans.
So it couldn't have fallen worse for the Texans, but not moving up.
Worse.
It fell terribly. And so none of those 6 guys that you had been talking about, you knew a lot of those guys weren't going to last, but man, there was a run.
No.
And the Texans ended up. When the Vikings took Donovan Jackson, was just like, oh my gosh, that could not have been worse. That could not have been worse.
Yeah.
And
it's.
What did you think of the trade for the Texans, though?
What did I think of the trade for the Texans? I liked it. I thought it was fine. I thought they got, what they were going to get. I didn't mind it. I thought when we don't look at the trade value chart, but when Mike Yam called it out to us, I thought it was okay. Earlier in the day, Nick traded some 5th rounders. I thought this was a little strange. He traded some 5th rounders for some 6th rounders
with the Browns.
Yeah, gave himself more ammunition in this draft to either trade up in the later, on day 3 or, frankly, 6th, 7th round picks. On day 3, you can maybe trade up 2 spots to get your guy, and you give up a 7th, stuff like that. Because he had traded those away for Ed Ingram, and who was the other player that he traded? He got I think Ed was a 6th rounder, and there's another player that they brought in who they gave up a 7th rounder for. Was it Chauncey Gardner? Was it part of that trade? I think it was part of the trade swap there.
Yeah, they got it. They
replenished.
Browns. So I got a notification, or JT did, about a half hour before the Texans pick, and he goes, the Texans have traded. Well, it was a notification from our station that they had made that deal with the Browns in the late rounds. I was like, the Texans traded. What they trade? And then we get to the pick, and sure enough, they traded, but this time with the Giants. According to the chart, the Texans won the trade with the New York Giants. They got the Giants lost the trade as far as trade value, your trade value chart. The Texans won the trade. I don't know what that's worth, since we got to see who they pick. That's the most important thing. We will find that out tonight. 713-780-3776. What did you think of the draft? I want to go through with Lance every pick and see, what he thinks, and because there were some surprises. And of course, Shador is still sitting there, and ESPN is just tripping all over itself because of it.
Yeah, it's just I'm so embarrassed for them.
I'm
embarrassed at Cam Ward. You barely know he was even drafted.
I love what Nick Saban had to say, and we'll talk about that and a lot more right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We're talking about Doc Linville now. I got into it with a listener yesterday. It just was stupid. I had to mute him because it's ridiculous. Some of the things that it got into some ugly stuff, but I thought he was just joking around. It's not funny to joke about somebody's hair. It's just not funny unless it's like Jackie, who's completely bald, that he doesn't have any hair, so I'm not making fun of his hair. But here's the deal: is if you are somebody that is losing your hair, okay, when you get to the completely bald part, dude, you should have done something. And you don't want to be that guy that said, dude, I should have done something. You should do it now. Really should. If you're in your 20s and your 30s and you're seeing that hair thin, you can do something about it. You can stop that process. You really, really can. And the doc has different ways, not just the PRP or the neo-grafting. He's got ways. He knows hair and he knows how to save your hair. So don't be that guy that just went, I should have done something. No, you can do something. Do it. Do it. Do it now. Do it now by going to 975hair.com. You woke up this morning and you're looking at your hairline and you're going, oh, crap. Or you're looking at your bald spot. Well, you can do something about it, okay? And it's not cost prohibitive, okay? You can get this done, and you don't want to go the rest of your life bald. You don't? Then you go to 975hair.com, 975hair.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. So, okay, we got so much to talk about, and it's directly tied to the Texans. The division, I think, well, I'm not crazy about what the Jags did, but okay, so the Titans get Cam Ward. Okay. How much better are they today with Cam Ward?
Well, they're better than they were with Will Levis.
Yeah.
We'll see. I mean, same kind of arm talent for both players, but I think Cam Ward is he's a 5-year player, 2 years at Incarnate Word, 2 years at Washington State, 1 year at Miami. He clearly got better along the process, so he improved as you would expect. 5 years of starting experience. So I think that he steps on the field and he's less jittery. One of the concerns with Will Levis when he came out was that when adversity struck, he might not handle it very well. And I think that's the opposite.
He went
with
Tyler
Cam
Shuck
Ward.
and just threw the ball around. Just under. Yeah.
Yeah. And so
you saw that Tyler Shuck play, did you?
From the combine?
No. In a game, he threw one. Who was that against? Delhi just threw it up. I forget who they were playing. But
Tyler Shuck. Oh, yeah. Well, Cam's got some of those.
Stanford.
It was Stanford?
Yeah.
Against Stanford.
No, I've seen it just up in the air. Yeah, that's something like our boy Davis Mills would have done.
Yeah, a little bit.
We saw when Davis did that in a game, but yeah, Cam Ward gives him a better chance.
It's an Anthony Richardson, Will Levis, and now Tyler Shuck play. Okay, so they're better. They're better today.
Yeah.
I don't like what the Jags did. I just don't.
I don't, man. That's a lot.
That's a lot. So they give up the number 5 pick, right?
Mm-hmm.
And a 2000 and the 36th pick, and a 4th round pick, and a 1st rounder next year just to move up 3 spots.
It's wild for 180 something pound two-way player.
I mean,
it's who doesn't have an elite traits. Like he has an elite play set. Look, I love he's one of the best, some of the best ball skills I've ever seen in my life is Travis Hunter.
Well,
I like
elite
him a lot.
skills then, isn't it?
It's elite skills, not elite traits. Like he's got good speed, not great speed. He's not a 4.3 40 player. He's not, he's not 6'2", 200 pounds like Jalen Ramsey. That's elite traits. Traits is a lot of times measurables and things like that. He's got some elite play skills. He's got elite instincts, elite ball skills. You turn him into a wide receiver, which is a little safer position for him than cornerback in terms of physically, and you make him I don't see a difference between him and Devontae Smith. And I like Devontae Smith. I loved Devontae Smith, actually. But Devontae Smith is not somebody that you give up. Travis has got better size than Devontae Smith. He's in the 180s. Devontae was in the 170s. And, yeah, Travis can give you snaps both ways. But I really like Travis Hunter. Man, he's all ball. All he cares about is ball. But football and fishing.
Man, I just ain't giving all that up. I'm
with
Mason
you, John.
Graham. I got their pick
I'm
coming up.
They could have had Genty. They could have sat at 5 and had Genty.
1st rounder next year.
John, this is what it's going to look like. Here's what people are going to do. Ashton Genty was right there to be had at 5. And so what you're going to do now, but I had heard that they were moving. I probably didn't share it on this show. The word was they were looking to move from 5 to 2 and get Travis Hunter. The thought was the Browns would never do this. And the Browns were balking at it early on. And I'm sure what they did was wait, and got the best deal possible. This is a Cleveland team. This is a Cleveland team that panicked with Deshaun Watson. Now they have another team, I think, that panicked and ended up giving up too much to move up and get, just a first next year. Would have been the value to go from 5 to 2. Instead, this is what's going to be compared. You're always going to compare Ashton Genty, next year's 1st round pick, whoever it becomes, this year's 3rd round pick, and Travis Hunter. Like it's almost
this year's
I think it's
2nd
an
round
impossible. Pick. Oh yeah, I'm sorry, an early 2nd round.
Yeah,
pick.
36th.
That's right. So it seems almost impossible for the Jaguars to win this trade. Almost impossible.
I mean, he better be a Hall of Famer.
It's one thing if you were going to have to draft like a Mason Graham, who I don't think they loved, but you weren't. You were going to draft Ashton Genty. You were going to get a chance to draft Ashton Genty, and you didn't do it. And then the Browns didn't do it. Then the Browns passed. But
I had seen. Listen, I talked to somebody in the league that said Mason Graham is a top 5 pick.
Well,
Mason Graham.
It depended on the team because Mason's not built like a top five pick. He has short arms. He's not really. Most of the time, you don't see defensive tackles like him go in the top 5. You see him going to 20 somewhere. But he's a hard player. Good for him. I have a grade on him that's, a good grade. But in this year's draft, he's like top 8, top 9 for me also. So I'm fine with it. There are some teams who just thought you just don't take him over Ashton Genty.
Yeah,
Like,
right.
even if you don't fundamentally, the Browns, you don't fundamentally believe, and your analytics say don't take a running back in the first, Genty might be an outlier that you say,
if
we
Ashton
need
Genty is awesome, they
oh,
screwed
he's
up.
going to be awesome too.
Yeah.
He's
Yeah.
going to be awesome, and this is going to be. But Travis has a chance to be awesome too. It's just, even if both players are awesome, one guy's a running back who's got a chance to score a bunch of touchdowns.
Yep. All right, and then the other team in the division, I thought, stole the draft. How in the world the Bears pass on Tyler Warren for Colts? I mean,
Yeah, it was a close one, John. There's a lot of people who have.
I'm sorry.
I think it's
Tyler
close
Warren
between
is
those
going to
two.
be one of the best players in this draft.
Oh, I think the Colts getting him. I think the Colts getting
terrible.
him was that he just fell into their lap. But look, I love Colston Loveland. I think they would have drafted Colston Loveland had he been there. So
That's
the
great.
Colts would have,
Tyler Warren is going to be a difference maker in this draft.
I think Colston Loveland could too. I like them both. I can't hate on somebody for having a different flavor of ice cream, because I thought they're both. I think Tyler Warren is the 4th best player in the draft in my estimation, and Colston Loveland was 5th best in my ratings. Actually 6th. I had Walter Nolan there, and then I moved him down into a boom bust grade. But so I don't really hate it for the Bears. They think what, I'd say a majority of the league a small majority have Warren ahead of Colston Loveland, but it's close. But I'm with you. How does Tyler Warren last all the way to 14?
14.
That's a high football character player too. And the Colts, I don't think they were going to draft him earlier on in the process until they brought him in for a personal visit, and then everything changed.
Well,
and now Warren is in the division.
He's a better Dallas Clark, and Dallas Clark was an ass kicker. Dallas Clark was a pain in the ass for years for this team.
Look at their offense now. They've got Alec Pierce. They've got Michael Pittman. They got Josh Downs. They've got Jonathan Taylor, and now they got Tyler Warren.
They just don't have anybody that can get them the ball.
Well, that's what I'm saying. If Anthony Richardson can't succeed with all of that around him, then he's not going to. He's going to have a short leash. I mean, Daniel Jones at some point is probably going to become the starter, and if he doesn't become the starter, then we're in a lot of trouble in the division, because that means the Colts are pretty good.
Yep. All right, let's break. 713-7. We'll let you in now. 713-7. We had to get through some of it, but we're going to go through
let's go.
every pick in this draft at some point. So you keep on listening here to the preeminent draft expert on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Right now, we're talking about HRP, and I'm so mad. They have their crawfish boil today, and it's just the best damn crawfish boil you'll ever go to, and I can't get there. And I'm just so mad because and here's the deal with HRP. You're part of the family, and they want you there. All their clients there, they come and they celebrate and they talk and they see what's going on, and they talk business and they see what's going on with your business, and they try to make it better. But it's a family-like atmosphere. Everybody's having fun. They've got an acoustic guitar there that's playing music and it's a celebration of, it's like a family celebration, a get together. It's like a family reunion every year that they do out in the parking lot at H&P. And it's just great. You really, really feel like they care about you, because they do. They care about your business. They care about you succeeding. They want to see you succeed with all of the different problems that are posed out there in the business world, between your HR, between your payroll, between your taxes, between your benefits packages. All of these things are problems for you and your business. Not with HR&P. They handle it and they do it great. And you feel like they care, because they do. So if you're somebody that's looking for a great way to get all of this stuff to your company and get some crawfish on top of it, hrp.net, 281-880-6525 or hrp.net.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Let's get some calls in. You got some thoughts on what happened last night. Lance is here for you. Chris in the Woodlands is first up. What's up, Chris?
Hey, what's up, guys? Love the show. I called in earlier this week. I have a comment and a question. My comment is I hope Israel's listening and climbs out from under the rock that he's under to apologize to Lance for all this Shedeur Sanders talk is my comment. My question is, Lance, why do you think it is that so many ESPN people have it wrong with Shedeur? Is it the blowback they're afraid to get from Deion? Do they actually look at the film and think that he is a top 5 or 7 pick, or what do you think it is? And I'll hang up and listen. Thanks, guys.
Yes, a question. I think I do know for a fact there are people who are avoiding posting or broadcasting their true thoughts on Shedeur for fear of Deion. That's a real thing. It's a real thing. I've never seen this happen before, where I've heard from so many people who, when I put him 29th in my second mock draft, saying that I thought he could fall out of the first, I left the combine and nobody liked him. Like, none of the teams liked him. And it wasn't. What's happened is these narratives are developing that are just inaccurate. This stuff that, all it took is one person to come out. I don't remember who had it, that Shedeur rubbed people. I mean, do you know how often this happens at the combine where players rub teams the wrong way? It happens all the time. This is not unique to Shedeur. I think it's just ignorance of how the draft process works for a lot of people. It's a national narrative that developed unchecked, that Shedeur was somehow in the same conversation with Travis Hunter. It's the idea that quarterbacks, no matter what, get pushed up draft boards, no matter what, even though we've seen with the E.J. Manuel and Geno Smith fall in 2013, we've seen with the Kenny Pickett draft in 2022. It's not unusual. What happened last year was 6 quarterbacks in the top 10 or whatever it was. And we saw it happen in 2021 where we had a bunch of quarterbacks early. That's just not a lock. It's not a lock. I don't think they're watching. A lot of them just don't watch any tape, and there is some fear. Some people, it's fear of Deion and retribution from Deion, and being called out. It's not fun. Look, it's not fun. It's not fun being critical of certain quarterbacks. A lot of times, it's black quarterbacks, unfortunately, where there's people who come after you and say that it's a racist narrative or it's a racist mock draft or whatever. That's ridiculous. We just have jobs to do. I'm trying to give an opinion about what I think is going to happen in a mock draft. It has nothing to do with race. I want any and all of these guys to succeed. So, people just avoid that. They don't like that smoke from the blowback from the public. They definitely don't like the blowback from Deion, which I've never seen anything like that in my conversations. And I think a lot of it is people aren't watching tape. Most of these guys can't watch. They don't have time. They're covering the NFL. They just don't have time to watch all the players. I wrote Shedeur, and his grade never changed for me. It was a 6.30. That's like a bottom half of the second round grade. Now, I expected him to go on the first, and I would have been fine with him going on the first. I think he's definitely the second best quarterback in the draft. Cam Ward, for me, was a top half of the second round grade. Now, that's different than where I project him because he's a quarterback. Jackson Dart I have as a third round grade. And I said that on this show before. I said it on Coward the other day. I just, that's not where guys go. But I think the narrative just got way, way out of control. And we didn't really do that. Wasn't on NFL Network. We didn't do that. But on ESPN, it was, the narrative was built so out of control. And I was doing a broadcast. I heard Mel Kiper was freaking out. Look, if you do some homework behind the scenes, you'd know that 21 was the only spot. Once he got past 21, and once free agency ended, you knew, okay, the Raiders are now officially off the board. I had heard the Saints Shedeur was not a first-round consideration for them. I heard the Giants weren't a first-round consideration for them, that they liked Jackson Dart. And I said it, I think, on this show yesterday. But once you get past, you think about this. If you do this for a living, what you do is say, okay, where are the landing spots for quarterbacks? And when I did my second mock draft and I had Shedeur falling, I didn't expect him to fall that far. But I'm like, okay, I don't see him going here to 6. I don't see him going here 7 to the Jets. Now, this is even before free agency, so I was taking liberties based on what I'd heard from the combine. And then you keep going. You're like, well, 18. Once again, that's before Sam Darnold. Well, now you plug all these players in, Justin Fields at the Jets, Sam Darnold at 18, Geno Smith at 6 with the Raiders. You realize, holy crap, it gets to 21. I thought he was going 21 until I had a phone conversation a couple days ago that said, no, there's, that's kind of smoke that's out there that they're letting build, that the Steelers are letting build, but they're probably not going in that direction. I'm like, oh my gosh, if that's the case and he doesn't go 21, now there is no spot for any quarterback unless somebody trades in from the second round. And I expected the Giants and Saints to make a move for Jackson Dart. It was going to be a race to see who would go get him in the first round. And I think the Giants were the ones that were aggressively seeking to go to 22, then 23, and they ended up with the Texans at 25. I think that was the Giants making those phone calls, trying to get up there because they really wanted Jackson Dart. Once Jackson Dart was off the board, I knew Shedeur was cooked, and Tyler Shuck and anybody else.
Yeah.
And now when you look at it, John, you got the Saints and you've got the Saints and you got the Browns who have a desperate quarterback need. We'll really find out what their grades are on Shedeur Sanders and Tyler Shuck and Jalen Milroe. Milroe is a real wild card. There's some teams who supposedly really like him.
No, there's.
I swear to God,
Oh
I can't stop hearing this. And you
Well,
watch
then,
football
not
the
a
same way I
quarterback,
do.
though.
That's what I'm saying. If you watched him at quarterback, like he was really not great as a pocket quarterback. So, but there's some teams that really like him. I think it's because he's an explosive athlete and they'll figure it out. Kind of like in recruiting where you got a 5-star ATH, athlete, and you just want to get him in the building and you'll figure it out. That's kind of what it is. But
right,
I think the Raiders. I think Tom Brady and the Raiders.
This whole segment's been Shedeur.
That's fine. That's fine.
Fatigue. All right, let's get Ben in here. Hey, Ben.
Hey, how y'all doing? Hope y'all can hear me okay. Can I three things real quick? Monday I need to get to do the what did you learn for the weekend?
Yeah.
My kids were in the car. So I couldn't call. And but I just want to say my wife's speech cobbler is not as good as my mom.
Oh God.
Oh yeah, you can't say that in front of the kids.
I hope she's not listening.
Cannot say that in front of the
No.
kids.
No. My wife does not support sports like I do.
Good. Okay.
But anyway, also last night ESPN has this thing where they do on the app you can do like the draft tracker. So I know I'm a good GM because NFL 2K and Madden said I am.
Uh-huh.
So I know I'm good. So I won like 6 Super Bowls on there. So I know I'm good. So last night I made the first 2 picks and I was 2-0. And I said to my wife, I told you I'm a good GM, And so, but the next 12 picks, I went 0 for 12 and I fired myself. So I didn't pick any more after that. So instead, I was watching the OKC game and they were down 29 and I saw John Morant get knocked out the game. And I was like, they're losing by 29. My hand was on the remote. I was about to get out of that game. But I stayed with it. I stayed strong. And all of a sudden, I see them boys. I'm going to tell you this. Caruso should have been in the Defensive Player of the Year category because he locked up Jaren Jackson, and he may have stolen the ball from Zach Edey sometimes. But that boy is cold-blooded. I mean, I love his defense, and he can defend anybody.
Yeah.
And
I
just wanted to say that because.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
We got to move on. We appreciate it, Ben. That was a hell of a.
Can we talk about that? Like I did. Mason texted me.
Halftime.
Unbelievable. How do you lose a playoff game down 26? Bucky Brooks was sitting right next to me, paying attention to the scores. He goes, "Oh my God, Memphis is blowing it." I'm like, "What?" He goes, "They have a huge lead on the Thunder, and it's going away right now." I'm like, "What?"
Go up 26 on the Thunder, and secondly, how do you blow it? Holy
yeah.
crap.
And Ben, if hope you're still listening. One of the reasons why Alex Caruso wasn't available to win it because he didn't qualify. He only played 54 games. You got to play 65.
Yeah, you got to play 65.
So he wasn't eligible to even be voted on to win the award.
Yeah,
but he was great last night. Jaren Jackson Jr. had a tough time. late in that game. Grizzlies couldn't find offense, and the Thunder came back.
Yep. That was incredible. 713-780-3776 if you want to get in here. Let's break. We got phone calls. We got a lot of stuff to talk about. We're going through this entire draft this morning right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. But John Daspit first.
Well, yeah, and John Daspit is the personal injury lawyer who he actually was. I was on a text string with a bunch of people on there, and some of them that you guys listeners would definitely know the names. And he was talking about a guy he used to hang out with back in high school who was close to Cam Ward in high school, and said, what are these guys, way back when he was at high school, said, what are these guys not seeing Cam Ward? How's he going to Incarnate Word? Now it's the first pick of the draft. So, John's a huge sports fan, has been his whole life. He's from here in Houston. He's had all the ups and downs that we have from a sports standpoint, and still loves to follow sports religiously, listens to the show every day, all the segments. And he does that after he's done with all of his work for the day. So many times it doesn't happen at night. He works tirelessly day and night for people who have been who've been injured because of someone else's negligence. He fights for the injured. He pursues justice for the injured. And he's going to make sure that the insurance company doesn't squeeze you. There's so many people who don't deal with a John Daspit who end up getting crushed by insurance companies and not getting a fair settlement for their pain and suffering, not getting a fair settlement for their time missed from work. They don't even know that they're entitled to that. And they don't get what they should be getting for not just the medical bills, but they're not going to get the x-rays and MRIs and the things that they need to make sure they unearth any issues that you have that need to be corrected. And that's going to be covered by the insurance company. Don't be that person. Just call and let John Daspit handle it in his law firm. 713-CALL-NOW. That's 713-CALL-NOW. Or go to the website for more information at daspitlaw.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here. We got a lot of calls here, Lance, but let's try to get through these things quickly so we can get more people in, and we got to get a lot more stuff. So let's get through quickly. Whoever calls in here, Kim, let's get Kim in here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Hey, Kim.
Hey guys, how we doing this morning?
What's going on?
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Yeah, go ahead.
My question was about the Denver Broncos pick last night. I think a lot of us were confused why we didn't go with Hampton or Golden was sitting there as well. I guess my question is, was it more of a best player available, or was that just maybe thinking that tomorrow or tonight that maybe a running back will be there that we like better? I understand that it's a good pair with PS2, and our division is only getting tougher. Clearly, Hampton went right after us for the Chargers, so I guess I was just kind of wondering what that was about.
Yeah, I was surprised they didn't go Omarion Hampton. I'm trying to remember who the Broncos who did they have, John, in the first round. They skipped on who the Broncos take at 20. This is way too early for me to remember this kind of stuff.
The Broncos.
Let me see. Round 1.
The kid
Broncos
came up and got the.
Oh, it was Jahdae Barron. Yeah, I was a little surprised by that, but they do need cornerback. He can play safety. Jahdae Barron can play safety. He can play corner. Really, frankly, it's probably Sean Payton saying, you know what? We've got Justin Herbert in our division. We've got Patrick Mahomes in our division. We're trying to win at a high level in the AFC. I think from what I understand, they were really trying to move up for Colston Loveland. This is a team that made a lot of calls trying to move up for Colston Loveland. They couldn't get him, so I think they just pivoted and said, all right, let's get the highest guy on our board. And if you want to win in the AFC, you're going to have to deal with Mahomes. You have to deal with Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, Joe Burrow. At some point, your secondary has to be really good. So I love Pat Surtain. I think he's the best DB. He and Derek Stingley, best DBs in pro football. So I didn't mind it. That's a big position to need too. It's just so many people had plugged in Omarion Hampton, the running back, but it's a deep running back draft. So Denver can just go get a running back somewhere. That's not going to be a problem.
We got people calling in all the time. We'll get to more, but I want to tell you, Lance, we had one call who was very complimentary of your analysis, says he doesn't do a lot of draft stuff, so he's listening and he appreciates it. And then on the other end of the spectrum, we had someone call in and say, you look like Zordon from Mighty Morphin Power Rangers. You don't know?
Do I look like him?
How you're set up now,
Zordon
with the lighting, you look like the Zordon, which was the guy who put.
My God, I do look like Zordon right now.
So both ends of the spectrum for you today.
Yeah, because my lighting is not great in here. I mean, it's 5 something in the morning here. I'm trying not to wake up anybody on either side. I haven't gotten any complaints, but I don't want the light. Yeah, and I've got a black curtain behind me. I am Zordon. Here,
I don't even know what that means.
I don't either. I didn't know until just now, but I'm going to put the whole black curtain completely behind me.
It's a disembodied head.
Oh,
with bad lighting. That's what he looks like.
I can't. You got to include me on the.
No, someone called. I didn't send him a text.
I know, but I want to see the.
Zordon. Zordon.
Oh, yeah, it's pretty good.
I want you to put me on the threesome.
Hey, whoa. We all want to be put on threesomes, but that's not what we're talking about on this show.
I want to see the video, what we're doing.
Okay, I'll get you set up.
All right, who's next? We got a full board now. People just want to hear, but let's go through quickly. Who's up?
Yeah.
It is Jason. Jason, what's your thoughts on the draft last night?
Yeah, so 4 offensive linemen ended up going in the top 10. Has it been confirmed who exactly the Texans were trading up for? Was it Tyler Booker? Was it Kelvin Banks? Are we sure it wasn't an offensive player, kind of more of a big splash? And will it be confirmed if it hasn't already?
No, that was just a rumor. I checked in yesterday. The Texans didn't try to trade. Well, they weren't the ones trying to trade to 22 or 23. I think that was a Giants. So the Texans weren't trying to trade up. I think they were letting the board try to come to them. And as I mentioned earlier in the show, I'll keep repeating.
No, Nick came on last night and said he was trying to trade up.
Oh, okay. See, I haven't heard all that stuff.
Yeah.
So
as a matter of fact, we're going to play it right after this. So,
I'd like to hear that. I didn't get to hear D'Amico. I didn't get to hear Nick. I'll send you guys a text here in a second that you both will find interesting. But my guess is they were trying to trade up to land either, well, once Booker was off the board, either Zabel. My guess is it was Zabel or Donovan Jackson, either one. I would be shocked if it was anything other than that offensive lineman. I would be shocked.
Yeah.
And
No,
it sucks for them, man. I feel bad for the Texans. I feel bad we cover him here. Man, Donovan, we had him on the air, John.
Yeah.
Would you have been pumped if Donovan Jackson was a Texan? I would have been so pumped.
All right, we've got a few questions that we got to answer because I've seen it a few times. What about Luther or Jaden Higgins?
Jaden Higgins could be
Luther Burden or Jaden Higgins.
Luther Burden is, I think, the most talented wide receiver in the draft. I think people are just sleeping on him because of his production this year. His quarterback wasn't any good. Frankly, Brady Cook stunk. They used him with a bunch of hitch routes and stuff like that. Yeah, there's some talk about he's a little bit of a diva, but he's a wide receiver, whatever. He was a 5-star prospect coming out, really, really talented. I would like it from a football standpoint if he were a Texan. I think it's an immediate help for the offense. I don't know if he's the D'Amico kind of guy or not, but I would love it if he were the pick. And I think, to me, I have him ahead of Matthew Golden and Tet McMillan. I've got him way up there with a higher grade. Yeah, but I just, some teams didn't see it the same way, and I think they're sleeping on it. You got to go watch certain routes with him, and his ball skills and competitiveness are really good.
What about Trey Harris?
Fast. I like Trey Harris, but he's probably a third rounder. Yeah. He's probably he could be a late
second pick in the third. I mean, we're talking about that this is they got a couple of picks here. So
yeah, I later on in the show, let me pull some stuff up and I'll give you some targets that you can look for the Texans, because I think we know what their needs are, so I can really fine tune this. I need to pull my board up and we can do it later in the show, a little bit later in the show.
Okay, let's get Dave in here. Hey, Dave.
Hey, I know we don't want to talk about Shedeur, but it's more about the Steelers. I'm a lifelong Steeler fan, and we just been blowing drafts lately. We've been blowing drafts. You look at, and I'm not saying this in hindsight. I've been saying this since night one. You look at Lamar Jackson. He was on the board. They took a cornerback who was out of the league in 2 years. Next, Jalen Hurts come up. He was on the board. They took Claypool. Now Shedeur comes up. I don't know what's going on with that team. I'm taking a break from them. I'm full-fledged Texan fan now. Thank you. I'm out.
Welcome. Yeah. They've had some, and that Kenny Pickett pick was Mike Tomlin's pick, and Mike Tomlin supposedly loved Kenny Pickett's swagger when he came in. He came from Pitt. They'd seen him in the building. Mike Tomlin famously said, "Boy, he's got a lot of swagger, this, that, and the other." I think it was false confidence. He was a one-year wonder. That's the problem with those one-year wonders. And he missed on that. I thought they were going Shedeur. I think they had everyone fooled. I think Mike Tomlin does like him. But, the rumor on the Steelers is they're going to go after Kirk Cousins. So that's the rumor I heard yesterday, is that their plan might involve Kirk Cousins. And if that's the case, it would make some sense why they would pass on Shedeur, I guess, because whoever drafts Shedeur, the fans, everyone's going to be waiting for Shedeur to take over. There's going to be some conflict there, but the Steelers are the one team that are strong enough, and Mike Tomlin is strong enough to fade all the.
It ain't like they still can't get him. It ain't like
they could.
Yeah.
No, they could. They could. So, but Steelers have had some bad. He's not wrong though. No. Chase Claypool pick.
Yeah. Well. All right. 713-780-3776. Let's break. Stay on target. We will take your calls. Lance will answer them, and we got a lot more to do. 713-780-3776. You can also tweet us at John Granado, at Lance Erland, at DelV2. I'm talking right now about Game Day Men's Health. I'm talking about how you feel. I'm talking about, did you wake up this morning feeling great? Did you wake up this morning ready to go? Did you feel focused? Did you feel well rested? Because, that's another thing. They got peptides to help you sleep. They got peptides to help you wake up. They got peptide. I mean, it's not a bunch of drugs. It's a bunch of really good stuff that you put in your body to make you feel good, including testosterone. Now, get an evaluation of of where you're at, where they're going to take blood tests. They've got labs on sites, what the other guys don't. They have experts that are going to help you out. They've got peptides that will help you out. They've got ways to make you feel better in the morning, in the afternoon, at night, all of those things. They have, it's just going to make you better. Whatever your goals are, Game Day Men's Health will help you get there. It's what they do every single day. They got locations all over the city now. Go to GameDayMen'sHealth.com. It's just different. A free evaluation while the other guys are charging you. They're not going to charge you to find out whether or not you are going to be a client of theirs. That's just ridiculous. Do you pay somebody to give them more money? No, that's ridiculous. Game Day Men's Health is here for you. I love what they're doing. I've been doing testosterone a while, and I love the way Game Day Men's Health goes about it. GameDayMen'sHealth.com. All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776. Let's hear from Nick Caserio about trying to trade up, and it just wasn't happening.
There was really a consensus on a lot of grades. I mean, honest to God, if you look at some of these mocks, like where some of the guys are mocked and where they win, it wasn't even close. So again, like players come off the board when they come off the board. So it's all we can do is go through our information, try to figure out like where we think the best spot for us to take that player. So again, we made multiple calls, I would say, picking a lot higher than where we were. So teams aren't interested. They're not interested. Nothing we can do about it.
Yeah. He couldn't get up there. He was trying, Nick. I mean, and I predicted, I think yesterday or the day before, I said, I think that they'll trade back out of this thing. And they did. And they, but he's a trader up. He likes to trade up. He likes to get the players that he likes, and he ain't scared to do it. But right now, the Texans draft equity, they got 10 picks over the next couple of days. They are really, really loaded up. And not only that, they got a first, they got 2 seconds, 2 thirds next year, 2 fourths next year.
Yeah.
Nick's put in work. Now, I don't know if they're going to be able to protect CJ. I'm not sure how that's going to go this year. But so they got the 34th pick today with the Giants. They've got the 58th pick They've got the 79th pick from Washington. They got the 89th pick. They got the 99th from the Giants. They got the 179th from Cleveland. They got the 216th from Cleveland. They got 236 from Washington. And they got the 240, 241 and 255. So they got a lot of picks here.
They got ammunition to get some good players. It's a good.
Well,
it's what I've been saying. I mean,
they got 5 of them are 6th and 7th rounders. So.
Yeah, but they got plenty of ammunition right now to get good players in the middle rounds. This is a good draft from rounds 2 to 4, and in certain positions, not wide receiver, not a great wide receiver draft, but it's not a good tackle draft. It's an average guard draft. It's a below average center draft. Really good running back. Really good.
Well, you say
rusher.
that, but if they walk away in one of the 2 picks, 34 or 30 or 58, is Trey Harris or Luther Burden.
It wouldn't be Trey. Yeah, Luther Burden. Yeah. I mean, you're right. They could be. Look, you don't have to have a deep. You just have to get the right ones.
Right. Well, they might now that there's no great offensive lineman there. I wouldn't be surprised at all if they don't use the 34th pick on a wide receiver.
I think they just need to get best available at a position.
Yeah.
You do not do offensive unless it's Tate Ratledge. And frankly, I just would hate to draft Tate Ratledge over a guy like Luther Burden. Once again, Burden may not even be on their draft board. He may not be swarm enough for him, but I just right now, for me, if you're the Texans, man, just go get whoever you have who had a first round grade. There's somebody in the second round who's going to have might have a first round grade because a lot of the players went that I thought were going to go.
You watched a lot of tape on Luther Burden. There's one moment that just is. I told you about it. He was playing Texas A&M and he was wide open and they didn't throw it to him.
And he freaked out.
He not pouted. He just quit.
He was running a post route. I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah.
He's running a post route from the left side, and he just starts jumping up and down and flinging his hands.
And he went to the bench and he sat there and he was screaming and he cried, like it was like, oh my God. I don't think he had. I don't know. Got to look at his stats in that game, but I don't think he did anything.
Yeah, his quarterback was really bad, but you're right. That kind of body language, teams don't love it. They don't love trouble. They don't love problems. Teams just, we said it with Shador, the Deion stuff. That's extra stuff they don't want to have to deal with. The juice better be worth the squeeze. You better be elite if they're going to deal with extra crap. And they like to avoid that when possible in the NFL because the money's getting too high. The money's getting too high to be dealing with too much crap.
I don't draft problems. That's right. I don't recruit them. I don't draft them. LSU Brian is here. What's up, LSU Brian?
What's up, fellas? Hey, Lance, got a question. Thanks to Kelvin Banks at 9. Is that for them? Are you good with him going? I think he was the 3rd tackle, I believe.
Yep.
And also Emory Jones, maybe as a guard, was a tackle at LSU, but maybe as a guard in 3rd or 4th for the Texans. Just get your thoughts on those 2 guys.
Yep. I had him as the 3rd tackle on the board. I had Josh Simmons 4th, but only for, Josh Simmons is the most talented of the tackles. But I had it Armand Membo, then Will Campbell, just barely. He and Kelvin Banks were just neck and neck, basically. I thought that was a good pick for Kelvin Banks. I thought I don't want to call him safe, but Trevor Penning's been not good for the Saints, and don't move him over to the right side, Kelvin Banks. So I thought that was the right pick. Once Kelvin Banks was there, and I looked at the draft board, there had been talk about Mykel Williams from because the Saints need an edge player too, but this is a deep edge year. So I think, if I'm the Saints, I'm looking at Braden Swinson from LSU in the 3rd round, and or Savion Williams. Is it Savon? It's Savion. I think it's Savon Williams. Also in the 3rd round from LSU. Those are 2. Let's just keep it all LSU here. 2 LSU guys in the 3rd round they could look at. I was fine with Kelvin Banks. They don't have – Trevor Penning has not been good. Kelvin Banks was the best tackle on the board, and after Kelvin Banks and Josh Simmons are off the board, it falls off a cliff at tackle. So I was perfectly fine with that. And what was the other? Emory. Yeah, I think Emory goes into guard. I think eventually some teams see him as tackle, some see him as guard. I think he's 3rd round. I think the Texans could consider him. Yeah, they might consider him in like the 3rd round as a guard. That's a potential name to keep an eye on.
All right. And hey, listen, and you got Mason Taylor still on the board. He's going to go pretty early, I think, in the second round here. We'll see. So there's
Yeah.
your LSU update.
There's your LSU. Yeah.
DJ, what's going on, DJ?
Yo, man, I was just calling because I'm like the other caller. I have been a Saints fan since I was probably 9, 10 years old. And I think I'm just going to convert to being a Houston fan because I'm from Houston, but I'm just a Saints fan. I just feel like that was the worst pick ever. Like
Who'd you want?
We have Spencer Rattler and Derek Carr who can't throw the ball 13 yards down the field. Why would we pass on Shador? Why would we pass? It didn't even have to be Shador. It could have been Quinn Ewins. It could have been anybody. We need a quarterback.
Well, you still got a chance to get him.
Yeah, no.
Yeah,
Rest
we
easy.
Still have a draft pick. We still have a draft pick at 30. But I have a great mind because Cleveland has 2 picks in the first 5 picks in the second round.
Could be a concern.
Shador's not going to be on. He's not going to be on the board.
I
And
don't
that's
think
what I wanted.
so. I can tell you what I heard. The Saints don't have Shador that high. They had it. I think they had it Ward 1, Dart 2. I've heard it's Ewers 3, but I don't know if I believe that. So we'll see. We'll see if that's accurate. It could be Shuck, and it could be Shador. You just never know. Maybe a team changes. We'll see. I still think Shador. I still think the team. I had the Browns. I still think the Browns are the team to watch for Shador Sanders.
First pick or the fourth pick?
Yeah, possibly the first pick. Possibly the first pick. The first pick usually is also a valuable pick because teams like trading up. But if you're the Browns, you've already collected picks.
You got 2 in the first 4 tonight.
If I'm the Browns, I might take Mason Taylor and then see if Sanders is still on the board. If
because the Texans ain't taking him and the Titans ain't taking him.
Right. But, unless Nick trades out, which I don't think.
No, come on, start make a pick. Get some football players.
Pick. Give us something.
Hey, make a pick. Justin wants to talk jihad. What do you say, Justin?
Hey, good morning, fellas. Thanks for taking the call. Just wanted to get your thoughts, Lance. I'm a Philadelphia Eagles fan. I wanted to get your thoughts on what you thought about Campbell falling to them at the tail end of the draft and kind of get your thoughts on what you think about how he fits in with their scheme. I know I read your write-up on how he's super athletic. He's lacks maybe some of the instincts, so it makes up with some of his speed and kind of ball skills and stuff like that. And then on the second half of it, I wanted to kind of get the logic behind moving up 1 pick with Kansas City to trade. Like, did you think he fell that far where he was going to be the next one off the board? Because it kind of seemed like Kansas City needed offensive line, or if they were fielding calls from other people to move up. But
that's it.
Just wanted to get your thoughts there on the fit.
Yeah, so that's it. So what happened was, and Bucky Brooks and I talked about this on the broadcast. I want you guys to tune in and listen to us. We have a good time. I think our show is really good with me and Bucky and Mikey in, but I'll be on NFL at the NFL channel, which is on NFL.com. You can find it on the watch now. Just go to the top. And then we analyze every single pick, and also the NFL app. I think you can watch.
Are you a television Hall of Famer now on that show?
Well, not yet. I don't know.
So.
We got to do
I don't
the.
think so.
Well, we got to do
you'll
the.
ever get into the television Hall of Fame. Okay.
Well, right now it's up for grabs. It's up for grabs right now. But so Jihad Campbell is still learning from an instinct standpoint at linebacker. He's a really good rusher, really good in coverage. He's not the most physical player. Usually Nick Saban linebackers are these block take on guys who will crash headfirst in the blockers, and that's not really him. He's more finesse than physical, but he's a terrific athlete, and he's like what Zach Bond was supposed to be coming out of Wisconsin, kind of an off-ball linebacker who is better as a rusher. Zach Bond is kind of flipped. He's a better off-ball linebacker now than rusher, and they're on the same team, which I think is interesting. So the reason I think they traded up, because I was thinking the same thing, why are you trading up for Jihad Campbell? And I realized it's because the Rams need a linebacker. There's another team that's back there that needs linebacker. And I think Philadelphia, Howie Roseman just said, this is our guy. We don't want to take any chance that Kansas City trades out. Let's just flip and go up 1 spot to make sure no one scoops us, goes up there and gets him. There was a little bit, I think, of a knee consideration on his medical reports from what I heard, which is one of the reasons he may have fallen a little bit. So,
Jihad Campbell, 31st to the and listen, if Howie Roseman if Howie
He's
drafts
got a
him,
hit rate now.
he's on fire. Okay. Howie is on fire. All right. 713-780-3776. We got Lance talking draft here. Still 2 hours and an hour and 45 minutes left. So don't you go anywhere. Right now, though, he's talking about windows and siding.
Well, I'm talking about Allstate Windows and Siding. If you're listening here in the Houston area, you need to know the name Allstate Windows and Siding because their windows are made in Texas. You know how our weather is. Severe freezes we have now. Now we're known as a snow place. We're a place that gets a lot of snow, apparently now. We're a place that gets a lot of humidity, that's for sure. Wet can kind of change and alter the structure of houses when the ground shifts with the clay underneath. Sometimes it's going to get ridiculously hot. We know we'll have multiple 100-degree days, many times strung there in a row. Tremendous wind from hurricanes and the derecho, which was a brand new term. I'd never heard it this year until it knocked all the trees down. It did damage to homes. You want windows that are built in Texas for Texas weather with the best materials, and that's what they have. They have really strong windows, and you can even get hurricane strength windows if you need that. 30% off of each window, a minimum of 10 windows to get that discount. But guess what? On top of it, when you tell them that you heard about it from Lance Zierlein on ESPN 97.5, they're going to give you an additional discount. So don't miss out on this. They've got 12 months, no payments, and no interest, so they make it very, very easy for you to get those windows now and pay for it over the course of a year, and you don't have any interest rate. If you want, you don't have to pay for anything the full year, and then you just, obviously have an interest rate after that. 832-204-1936. And of course, their siding work is incredible. You'll never have to repair or paint your home again. 832-204-1936. It's allstatewindowsandsiding.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Lance, Melissa's in here and she's leaving for 12 days. She's going to Colombia for a festival.
What?
Yeah, she's just a party girl. Is all she is.
Look at
now.
that.
Yeah, she just
Wow.
parties. That's it.
She's all grossed up and doing
All
it.
grown up and partying. That's what she does now. Okay.
John's giving her the business. He did it throughout the entire break.
She doesn't.
He's been making
She
fun of
doesn't
her
like-
the entire
She
break.
doesn't like violence.
Why do you make fun of people? Why is that your default to just immediately make fun of people?
Making fun of anyone? She doesn't like football because it's violent. But her soccer players lay on the ground.
I can hear it in the background.
She said she couldn't get into it. She didn't say she doesn't like it. It's not what she can get into. She doesn't like so much direct physical contact. John's been doing this bit with her for 4 minutes straight.
And I don't like you saying direct physical contact with our listeners listening.
Well, that's what he said. That's what she said. Excuse me.
Okay. She's watching.
I hear her. Put her on the.
She
put
has
her on
to
the
go back
camera.
to work.
No, she's Melissa. Come get on the camera. Lance wants to see you.
No, I can't
Wow.
say that.
That's a bad way to put that.
Don't. Why is he the
Did you
worst?
text her? Say you up? No.
Why is he the worst? I don't have her number. Let's keep it that way.
He wanted to see you. Lance misses you. He wanted to see you.
Melissa, don't listen to
It's a
him.
little creepy. It's a little creepy. You're right.
Yeah, it's a lot creepy.
That's what she said. It's too creepy.
She didn't say that.
There
She
she
didn't
is. She's on there now.
She
Let
didn't
me
say.
see.
Thank you.
Hold on.
Lance, don't allow
too
this
late
man
now, Lance.
to do what he's doing to you. Don't worry about
Okay.
it.
Yeah.
713-780-3776. Now here's a topic, a caller. This makes sense. Giovanni, what's up, Giovanni? Let's talk a little golf.
Hey, good morning, fellas. I just wanted to see if y'all could talk a little bit about the Chevron Championship and your favorites and everything. Thank you.
What are your favorites? Who are your favorites for the Chevron?
Yeah, John.
We were out there yesterday. It was a good time.
It wasn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, well,
Nice.
obviously they went
You must
low.
have got fed.
Oh,
Nelly.
yeah. Well, the media lunch was good. They had pork shoulder.
Yeah, real good.
They had candied yams. I mean, it ain't your grandma's candy yams, but it was good.
It was good.
It was good. And I got to see Nelly Corda on hole 9. She approached the hole when I was in a break, so I want to take some photos because someone who I know loves Nelly Corda. So she got some.
What's that?
That's
Zordon.
Zordon. I sent you a link so you can see what's going
I
on.
know.
That's
Here, delete
Zordon.
that off of the screen.
Who did that?
That's what people. I just posted that. That's what people think I look like in the background with the Zordon.
Yeah, John.
Never even heard of this
We'll
guy.
leave it up until John sees it.
No, how do I get it off?
You put it up. I don't know. It's your doing.
Crap.
How'd you put it
crap.
up there?
How do I get? I don't know.
Look at what he's up to.
Remove
No,
there.
leave it there. You should have.
No,
I want to see
no.
it. Wait, I want to see it.
Took it off the screen.
Zordon.
But yeah, he looks like you're a disembodied Power Ranger hero.
Mm-hmm.
Lance Erline, otherwise known as Zordon.
So Nelly Corda just fell apart. A buddy of mine went and fouled. He got to her on hole 3. She bogeyed 3. She bogeyed 4. She bogeyed 5. Bogeyed 6. And so he left. And Nelly Corda, the best player in the world, my buddy David, is a jinx. Oh my God, what a mush.
She in danger of missing a cut?
Yeah, she's 5 over. Yeah, she better play her ass off today.
That's tough for the Chevron.
Yeah, I mean, because it was easy. It was actually easy out there. None of the afternoon players that I announced, there's the highest one is tied for 10th, Inji Chun. That's the highest one. The morning players had a huge advantage because
greens were
it
soft.
rained and then it was windy afterwards. So the morning, now let's see if the morning players this morning get, because the afternoon players now play this morning. We'll see if they don't get a little bit of an advantage. But Nelly Corda is way back.
Did you do your announcing of the player's name straightforward, or did you put your extra spice on it?
I did not go, once.
Okay.
Not once.
Oh, thank God.
No. And I had some Japanese players.
And you were able to.
And I was able to listen.
And I had some Japanese players, is what John just said.
I had some Japanese players, and not once did I go, oh.
You know, we have it's really my fault because I forgot, but we have a broader audience because Lance tweeted out the link because he told people he's doing draft analysis. So it's not our normal club of like about
Oh
400
no, it's
people.
a lot.
It's a lot.
Okay.
all over the country, including KBC.
Oh, nice. I love it. KBC, welcome. How you doing? Good to see you.
You're looking at the link. Zordon.
There's
I don't know if
Zordon.
that's how he sounds, but I don't watch Power Rangers. So I don't know.
There's Zordon. All right, let's get back to the draft.
Right.
And we okay, like I said, I want to go through every pick here this morning. We went through 1 and 2. Of course, it was no choice. I don't know how. We had a caller earlier that said he got 3, 4, 5, 6 wrong. I don't know how you couldn't get Abdul Carter at 3. Nice pick. I think the Giants, with what they did yesterday, Jackson Dart and Abdul Carter, they maybe improved themselves the most.
Maybe if you think Jackson Dart's good.
If you think Jackson Dart's good. He's got time, though, to be with Russell there.
Yeah,
He's
he
got
ended up
time
being
to
good.
develop. I think that's a good pick. I think that's a nice pick because you don't have to throw him to the Wolves right away.
Well, and what it does, it gives Joe Shane and the general manager and head coach Brian Daboll at least a small out where you can maybe argue, well, we got to see how Jackson Dart plays. I mean, they drafted Jackson Dart. Let's give these guys one more year to see how they do with Jackson Dart. So there's a chance that they get that as well.
Yeah. Apparently, Joe Shane was throwing a fit yesterday. I saw where he was throwing stuff around during the afternoon. He was
really,
yeah. I don't know. It was weird. It was weird. Will Campbell was not a surprise to the Patriots at 4. I thought they might trade out, but they didn't. Mason Graham was a little bit of a surprise to the Browns. Ashton Genty to the Raiders.
Mason Graham was it's a need, but it was a big. It was, I don't know. It shouldn't have been because an analytics director doesn't usually take running backs in the first. But man, I thought Genty was going to be the pick there.
Yep, Genty going to the Raiders. That's a nice pick for them. We'll see. They could be okay. The Raiders could actually be okay this year. They got the tight end, a great pick last year. Looks like they got a great pick this year. They picked up a quarterback they're leaning on for the next 3-4 years. Maybe with Tom Brady, they're starting to get a little bit more solid.
I mean, they had Ashton Genty fall in their laps. They had to be ecstatic when the Browns went Mason Graham. I can't imagine how excited Pete Carroll and that team were to get their own beast mode in there.
Yep.
They had to have been thrilled to pair him. Geno now has Brock Bowers and Ashton Genty, as you just mentioned. I mean, they have not good receivers, so I'd expect them to address that. But yeah, they had to be thrilled to see him fall.
Armand Membo to the Jets.
Needed a right tackle desperately. Aaron Glenn gets a guy who I think is the best right tackle in this draft easily, but the best tackle. I think he might end up being the best tackle in the draft. I like him a lot.
What do you think about McMillan to the Panthers?
That one was a surprise to me. I didn't expect that, but the problem was they were the hardest team for me to mock because there's no good, clean defensive end edge rusher, fits at number 8. So I was having a hard time. Like, man, this could be a trade out spot. I just can't. Like, there's not really. This is too early for some of these teams. And everyone was putting Jalen Walker there. Jalen Walker is built like a linebacker. So that's a problem. A lot of teams don't like 240-pound edge players. Tet McMillan gives them more help for their quarterback. And one thing we saw yesterday is everyone wants their quarterbacks to be their best. And so they're, Caleb Williams, they got Colston Loveland, an offensive threat. Geno Smith, obviously Ashton Genty. Now, he's not a young quarterback, obviously. But then you have Bryce Young. They're trying their best to get Bryce Young to be the best possible version of himself. So they give him another weapon. So I thought, I think that's good. He's got we'll see how he ends up playing, but he's got a lot of talent when the ball goes up in the air, man.
Back wide receiver.
Did you see his volleyball highlights yesterday on the draft?
No.
Oh my God. He was an indoor volleyball player. I think that was a high school. You want to talk about playing at a high level. This guy has unbelievable springs. Like, there's I would think he could be an Olympic caliber indoor volleyball player. He looked that good. Of course, the money's not in indoor volleyball. It's in football. But man, this guy is a sick athlete.
Are you talking about Tet or?
Yeah, Tet McMillan.
Oh, okay. I thought you meant Bryce. I was like, that little fella can play. Okay.
He could be a libero.
He could be a setter.
No. And I think is it Tet or Teta?
I think they
It's
shortened it to
Tetaroa.
Tet.
Ted
no,
McMillan.
Tetaroa.
I mean, it's
I think
Tetaroa.
Teta is better.
No,
It's not
a
that.
lot of people are watching.
Tetaroa.
Tetaroa.
Tet.
It's
Yes.
yeah, and Ted is the shortening of that.
Kelvin Banks to the Saints. We talked about that. We talked about Colston Loveland to the Bears. Michael Williams, the Georgia defensive end, going to San Francisco. I'll tell you what, the Cowboys taking Tyler Booker. This reminds me of the Zach Martin pick. There were a lot of prettier picks out there, but they went solid. This is I think Tyler Booker's a good pick there.
I had heard that that was the earliest he could go. His trainer, Duke Manyweather's up in Dallas. He used to work for the Dallas Cowboys, do some consulting, and he trained up there in Frisco. So Dallas is going to be well aware of Tyler Booker. And Tyler Booker, they look at him as a replacement for Zach Martin. He's a great leader. He's a really tough guy. Did you see the clip of him yesterday of Micah Parsons? Dell, let's find that. Micah Parsons, they're doing a Bleacher Report. There's now 15,000 draft shows, live streaming draft shows now. There's now 15,000 total.
Yeah.
And Micah Parsons is on one of them for Bleacher Report, and they had Tyler Booker on after the draft. I think it was after the draft. I don't think it was before. It may have been before. And he's talking about – no, it was before. And he's talking about how he likes to take the will to play football away from people and watch the love leave their eyes and stuff like that. And Micah Parsons got so excited. He's like, oh, he started freaking out. He gets so excited as Tyler Booker's saying this. And that's real, by the way. That's who he really is. You know, my son works over in Alabama's recruiting department. I talked to his offensive line coach, and he just said, man, if anything, he'll come to me and say, hey, you want me to, I'll get these guys to shut up and do right. Like, he is the enforcer on that team. And I think that's why my guess is the Texans really wanted him. I kind of heard that buzz. And I think that's the reason why they wanted that they wanted to go from Laramie Tunsil, whose laissez-faire attitude was rubbing, I think, the team the wrong way, to a guy who is like super leadership, tough guy.
That's great.
And unfortunately, he went 12,
the Cowboys had a chance for Johnny Manziel, and instead went Zach Martin, and it surprised everybody. I think he surprised people a little bit. They got a guy who's probably going to be there for 10, 12 years and be a leader in that locker room. Oh, that's a great pick. All right, we got a break. We'll continue this on the other side, but first we're talking Ownwell. We're talking about, I got a buddy yesterday says, hey, Fort Bend is just it's like a communist. It's like a communist nation now, with how much they want to grab out of your pocket for property taxes. And Ownwell is here to help you. They can't listen. If Ownwell comes to them and says, hey, look at this. Look at these houses in our neighborhood. Look at what you charged last time. There's only so much you could go up. And the government just keeps pushing and pushing and pushing and pushing the boundaries. Okay? And you got to fight back. Listen, there's a lot of protesting going on in this country. The only really good one is the one with Ownwell, because you protest your taxes and they win 86% of the time. And you got money put back in your pocket as opposed to giving it to the government. That's a great protest right there. That protest makes sense. And Ownwell you don't pay them unless you win, and then you only pay a fraction. And the other guys are charging, the other people that are doing this are charging a higher fraction. So watch out for that. So you're looking for the best way to fight your property taxes. You got to do it by May 15th. Ownwell. Takes 3 minutes to sign up. Fight your property taxes today. Ownwell.com. OWNWELL.com.
You're listening to Houston's longest running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Let's continue our talk with the draft here. We were just on pick 12 to the Cowboys. Kenneth Grant going to the Dolphins. Dell, you like the pick?
It was a move that needed to be made because of how they treated free agency. They didn't make a move to sign a interior defensive lineman, and when Calais Campbell decided he wanted to walk off in the sunset with the Cardinals, so he'll finish maybe his career there, they needed him. And from what I can tell, Kenneth Grant was a guy people liked. Big dude, but can run. We all saw the clip of him chasing down Kaytron Allen. And the Dolphins needed a guy who could play and play right away, and from accounts, he's that guy. So I mean,
Yeah,
they needed line help.
Dell put me on the Miami. I was like, when I was trying to figure out my mock draft, I remember Kenneth Grant was my last mock. I had Walter Nolan. I just had them taking a swing with Walter Nolan over Kenneth Grant just because he's more talented. But Grant is the one. Well, I think so. Actually, there's some teams who think Kenneth Grant's the best defensive tackle in this draft when it's all said and done. But that there were two teams that were desperate, and it was three teams. It was the Patriots were desperate at left tackle. And when you're desperate, there's nothing you can do. You're going to end up passing on good players because you have to draft a certain position. You never want to be in that position in the draft. Patriots were desperate. They had to take Will Campbell. The Dolphins, Dell said, just go look at their roster, who they have on the defensive line. It's like, oh my gosh, they have to draft this. Like they have to. And then the Texans. The Texans also apparently were desperate because as soon as the last of their offensive linemen, I think they would have drafted Igbuka if he were there, but he was gone. So, when you're two desperate, teams can target you and they can get ahead of you. But the Dolphins were in a spot where they were pretty insulated. The Patriots couldn't be touched. The Texans, no one traded ahead of them, but the team right before them took the last player on the board that they obviously were going to draft in the first round, Donovan Jackson. And as soon as he was gone, poof, they traded out of the first round.
Yeah. All right, moving on. We talked about Tyler Warren. I hate that pick for the Colts. I think he's going to be great. The Falcons at 15 take Jalen Walker. The linebacker, he looks like a beast, 243 pounds. He can play all three. He can play anywhere, it looks like. So that looks like a pretty good pick. Walter Nolan going to the Cardinals. And they talked about Calais Campbell going back there and maybe teaching him, because one of the problems with Walter Nolan has been maybe a little work ethic thing going on, attitude thing, and maybe Calais Campbell.
Well, they got the right guy.
Right.
No one says a bad thing about Calais.
No.
Ever.
Wasn't he a man of the year?
I think he's a man of the people.
I think he won the Walter Payton Award.
I think he has won it because I think I've seen him in the patch on his uniform. Yeah.
Yeah, I think he was a Walter Payton Man of the Year one year. Shamar Stewart, Lance, of the Bengals.
Ooh, well, I mean, he's a lot of potential. He's a lot of potential, and the Bengals are definitely taking their shots on defense. I mean, they needed somebody because they need somebody on the other side of Trey Hendrickson, and then maybe to become the guy when Trey Hendrickson's gone. But he's a player that doesn't have a lot of sack production. So all the traits in the world, big, explosive, fast, but he's got to learn how to rush the passer. He's not very skilled and very nuanced at rushing the passer. So that's going to take some time. But, he's one of those high ceiling, low floor players. Boom, bust. It'll be one or the other.
Yeah. Gray Zabel to the Seahawks. We talked a little bit about that. That was a nice pick. Gino's going to be happy. Not Gino. Sam Darnold's going to be happy. Tampa takes Emeka Egbuka. Did you see that coming?
No, I didn't. I thought they'd go Jahdae Barron. I thought they'd go cornerback. I was actually a little surprised because you look at who they've got. They just drafted Jalen McMillan last year. They've got Chris Godwin under contract for 2 years, and it's pretty much guaranteed. Like, you can't cut him. And then you got an older 31-year-old Mike Evans. And the thing with Mike Evans is his contract ends after this year. So I think what they were doing was saying, yeah, let's just get a really good. Now, Egbuka is more of a slot wide receiver. So Godwin's going to have to play outside maybe, I guess, in the future. But I think they just added a good football player. They love him. He's real clean. And they just said Mike Evans will be gone after next year. So let's go get a really good receiver right here. But no, I was surprised by that. I did not expect a wide receiver.
Jahdae Barron put him with Patrick Surtain, and they got some nice corners.
Yep.
To play against the Chiefs, try to win that division. Derek Harmon was a bit of a surprise to the Steelers, only because everybody thought it was going to be Shador. What do you think of Harmon there?
I think he's a Steeler. If you look at my scouting report, I got a quote from an NFC executive who said something to the fact that when you watch him, he looks just like a Raven or a Steeler. That's exactly who he looks like and who he plays like, is a Raven or a Steeler, and he goes to the Steelers. I mean, Cole, he said he reminds me of a young Cam Hayward, only bigger. And, yeah, I like it. I like the pick for the Steelers. I think it fits a big need for them. Cam Hayward's getting a lot older. I think he's 35 right now, I believe, and really good fit for them. So, since they didn't go quarterback, they got a position that they really needed, and they got a good football player. He's a good football player, tough to run against.
So the Chargers were a little surprising. They needed Matthew Golden, and instead they went with Omarion Hampton. Of course, this is Jim Harbaugh, and they're going to run the football. But Omarion Hampton instead of Matthew Golden, I was a little surprised.
This higher grade, and like you said, Jim Harbaugh wants to pound you into
but he needs another weapon there.
Yeah, he could go get one later. I think he just really had a high grade on him, and the fact that he passed on Will Johnson, they also need cornerback, and he knows Will Johnson.
His own guy, Will Johnson.
And they passed on him. That's a bad sign. Will Johnson fell out of the first round. Never ran. People think he's slow. He never ran. And then his agent, David Mulgeta, is apparently, chastising people that had him falling out of mock drafts. And but the fact is, he never ran. Oh, because he's got a hamstring injury? Come on, David.
Yeah.
We know why he didn't run. He's not fast, and that's fine. He's got great ball skills. He'll play well for his own defense somewhere. But when Jim Harbaugh doesn't draft a Michigan player, there might be an issue there. But Hampton's explosive. He's physical. I get it. They want explosive plays. They want to take some pressure off of Justin Herbert's shoulders. I'm sure they'll target wide receiver is one of the positions they'll target today.
Was there a better fit than Matthew Golden to Green Bay with the outfit that he was wearing?
Well, the outfit was great. The Packers I had him in the mock draft, my last mock draft going to Green Bay, and I was reminded by everybody how stupid I was because, and frankly, I'd forgotten about this. Green Bay hadn't drafted a wide receiver in the first round since 2002,
right.
Javon Walker, and because the need is so obvious, they need cornerback or wide receiver. They have to have one or the other. He got drafted. Mark Murphy? Is that his name?
Yeah.
The team president. He came out there, made the pick, and he even prefaced it by saying, the Packers haven't drafted a wide receiver in the first round since 2002. And all the fans are, and with the 23rd pick of the 20, Matthew Golden was so hyped. And then he went out there and all right, on three, Green Bay. 1, 2, 3, Green Bay. And Bucky Brooks goes, okay. Bucky now, he was a scout in Green Bay. He goes, all right, young fella. Now, I got to school him up a little bit here on the broadcast. He goes, it's like this. Go, Pack, go.
Right.
And I'm just thinking, Mark Murphy should have gotten to him and said, he didn't know what Matthew Golden was going to say, but you got to start with go, Pack, go. You got to. Not 1, 2, 3, Green Bay.
That I was there. That wasn't really a thing when I was there. Go Pack, go.
It wasn't?
No. I mean, I it wasn't like that was something that they did. They do that all the time now. They weren't doing that when I was there. Chuck Bass put this out. This is the first time the Packers have drafted a fast wide receiver that can't catch since Christian Watson, Romeo Doubs, Dontavian Wicks, and Jaden Reed.
That's not fair.
Go Pack, go!
Hey.
It wasn't really that big. I don't remember it too much there. That's a little harsh.
That's a little harsh compared to the guys that guy's talking about. They're a drop factory in Green Bay. I mean, a total drop factory.
Matthew Golden had to make a lot of great catches because his quarterback, Quinn Ewers, sucks.
Hey.
Well, that's what Lance said. I'm just saying.
What?
Yeah.
No, it's not.
Well,
it's not
you know what? A
exactly
lot of
I
his
said,
highlights
but-
were, though, him coming back to the ball, him catching one-handed over his shoulder, him,
Those are arch passes.
Those were a lot of the highlights of Matthew Golden this year.
Let's not use Matthew Golden's ability to trash Quinn Ewers.
That's what Lance does for a living. Okay.
Is that what you do, Lance?
That's kind of what he does.
Well, that's what people think.
847 ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We got a break. We have, you want to talk about awesome golf here. This week we got the Chevron. Next week it's the Insperity. And man, oh man, are they coming out? We have got, what a lineup that we've got coming out here. Bernard Longer, Ernie Els, Patrick Harrington, Colin Montgomery, Jose Maria Olazabal, Retief Goosen, all of these, the legendary Saturday lineup, the greats of golf, Jack Nicklaus, Gary Player, Annika Sorenstam, Lee Trevino, Tom Watson, Sir Nick Faldo, Mark O'Meara, Curtis Strange. Are you kidding me? This is a Hall of Fame lineup, absolutely free. Bringing back 20 legends of golf. Got to get on out there. It's at the TPC Woodlands, and Folds of Honor Saturday is going to be happening. Opening ceremony at 1:30 on the driving range, and it's just going to be great. The long drive, a unique John Daly Grip and Rip It long drive competition. It's just going to be fun. Next week, TPC Woodlands, courtesy of Insperity Invitational, offers free grounds only admission tickets all week. Courtesy of Insperity, Wood Forest National Bank, Hewlett Packard Enterprise. For complete details on how to get out there and do what to do and have fun out at the TPC Woodlands. InsperityInvitational.com, InsperityInvitational.com.
You're listening to Houston's longest running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
All right, back at it. We got a full board, so let's get some calls in here, and we will finish up evaluating the rest of the draft, starting with the 24th pick and how the Vikings screwed the Texans, taking Donovan Jackson out of Ohio State. Just a bunch of a-holes. I hate the Vikings more now.
What?
Yeah, they destroyed the Texans last year, right? Beat the snot out of them. And then they go and they steal their guard. They really didn't even need him. And they just took him so the Texans wouldn't get him.
Why?
Because of the rivalry.
What? There's a rivalry between Vikings and Texans?
Yeah. Okay, and we're gonna somehow, some way, we got to fight back. We got to try to screw the Vikings some way.
What's the rivalry? The best team that never won a Super Bowl? What rivalry is there between the two?
Well, the Texans have to get there. Yeah. Once. Yeah. Well, that is a rivalry, though. There aren't many teams that haven't won a Super Bowl or haven't got. Well, they got there.
No, the Vikings under Bud Grant got to 7.
Yeah, that's a while ago.
It's been a while.
So
yes.
Since the Texans have been in existence, neither team. So, let's get who's up first. Anthony, what's going on?
Hey guys, don't want to make it a Shador draft, but I can't understand how Deion Sanders didn't know that he was destroying his son's draft status. It's like your son's not an elite. He's basically Eli Manning to me, but with all the negative, qualities in the background. You got to deal with his dad. You got to deal with the black social media. You got to deal with all this unnecessary stuff. So why would you waste your time and draft somebody that you're going to have to basically be fighting with the media the entire time? Like that doesn't make any sense to me. Why people on ESPN who are conveniently black all like get mad and acting like, their son just got murdered in front of them. So it was just as a black man, I was kind of disgusted because I'm just like, come on, man, you guys supposed to be professional. Like, at least try to fake it a little bit. Like, it's not a Shador draft. Like, the Miami quarterback is far better. He's first round. Like, he has no negative traits about him, but we don't talk about him at all.
Yeah,
but it's all Sanders draft. Like, it was just.
Yeah, but you can't go, Anthony. You can't go by ESPN. They just play the hits.
And the other thing I would push back with, I kind of agree with some of the things he said, is that Archie proved to be overbearing in the draft process when he let it be known my kid ain't playing for the the Chargers. So Archie, in some ways, similar to Deion.
Yeah, I don't know, not nearly.
It didn't continue. Listen, you never had to worry about.
Yeah, you didn't have to worry about Archie being a helicopter
after that.
guy.
But Archie was a factor.
No. But listen, I talked to. They said Deion absolutely is hurting this kid.
No, I'm not saying he isn't, but Archie legitimately made it known to the number one, the first pick. My kid's not playing for you.
Yeah, but he still went first pick.
But he was traded.
He didn't hurt him that bad.
No, understood.
Yeah.
But
by the way, I don't see the resemblance between Eli and Shador.
I'm not making a
comment. I do. Yeah, I do. That's actually an interesting one because neither have a great arm.
Super Bowls.
No. He's talking about physically.
First pick overall. I mean,
no, but his name being Manning helped. There's no question. Eli Manning with Peyton Manning's brother, Arch Manning. His dad, obviously Archie Manning. I think the name Manning helped Eli Manning. Frankly, he didn't have a big arm. He wasn't physically talented. He wasn't athletically gifted. I think he had decent size. I don't know how big Eli Manning is. The size of quarterbacks wasn't really a factor back then because they were all about the same size. But he wasn't overly talented. See, what hurt Shador Sanders is twofold. There's too many layers here. People try to simplify it. Yes, Deion hurt I think Deion irritated. There are some teams that are worried about the impact that Deion is going to have.
Yes,
and
he is going to.
There's no question. Some teams don't care. You talk about black social media or whatever. Honestly, if you're on social media, you see it and whatever. A lot of teams aren't going to care about that. Honestly, they don't care what social media says. They really don't. The good organizations don't care what the outside noise is as long as they have good, strong ownership. But a lot of it is the fact, the football part of it, and I like to focus on the football part. I think some of the stuff he does is just over the top. I don't think it helps him some of this stuff just doesn't help him, frankly, with the perception that, is it about the team or is it about you? Everyone wants your quarterback to be like, because you're the voice of the team. You're the face of the team. They call it face of the franchise for a reason. You can't beat that. When he threw his offensive line under the bus on that Twitch stream a couple of years ago, it was a really bad move for him. He really should have done that, because teams get very worried. The quarterback is the one who says, that's on me, and takes blame and tries to protect his teammates. And there's a belief that that's not really Shador's. Shador has made it. He's a personality. I mean, he grew up under his dad's wing, and he wants to be a brand. And his brand, he's got the branded clothes called Legendary, and we saw the draft stuff. But forget all that for a second,
sad.
because for some people that doesn't matter. From a football standpoint, he's got average size. He is not that mobile outside of the pocket. He's got good pocket mobility. He's not mobile outside of the pocket. He has a very average arm. He's not going to work off platform super successfully in the NFL, and he doesn't stay on time. He takes plays off schedule.
Oh, by the way,
and it turns into
there was another
a lot of
thing.
sacks. That's the football stuff people have a problem.
Well,
with.
so Dan Orlovsky did a whole deal on, dude, you're taking unnecessary sacks where you're in field goal range and you won't throw a ball away because you don't want an incompletion. Instead, you're taking a sack.
Did you see what happened?
Yeah.
And did you see what happened to Dan Orlovsky?
No, what happened to Dan Orlovsky? Did he die?
Dion came after him.
No, he did not.
Somebody said, this guy's turned into a hater. He goes, sad to see. Dion's like, sad to see, but it's true. Dan was literally doing his job, pointing out nobody has been friendlier to quarterbacks than Dan Orlovsky.
I'm not looking for him to do his job.
We
can't have that.
And the one time he says, hey, this is something Shador needs to work on, which is true. You got to be able to be critical about quarterbacks and say, this is what they do well and this is what they don't do well. Deion Sanders comes after him. And it really just proves what people say. You can't, it's hard right now in this space to be critical sometimes of certain players, certain quarterbacks. If and this is unlike anyone I've ever seen. I mean, people would come after you with Justin Fields if you said anything about Justin Fields, but the Shador Sanders one is different, because not only is it a ton of social media backlash, I was called a racist for my mock draft for having him 29th in mock draft 2, that it was a racist ass mock draft. And that's only a few people doing it. That's not everybody. But what's funny, Dell?
I was going to say,
I hear you laughing.
Did they hear your German impression? Is that why they called you racist? Did you know that Eli Manning was 6'5"? He's 6'5",
no, I didn't realize he's that big.
I didn't know. He's the smallest 6'5" quarterback I've ever seen.
Wow, 6'5".
I did not know he was 6'5".
Yeah,
Eli was a big dude.
I don't see a lot of. Okay.
But he didn't, Eli, but the physical stuff. But Dion immediately comes after a guy who's just doing his job.
I told you, not looking
just
for
doing
that.
his job. And that's what everyone is going to get once he's drafted. Dion's got to back off. He's got to back off.
Every coach that doesn't have the security of a Mike Tomlin is got to worry about Dion breathing down his neck. That's it. He's hurt this kid. In a way, it's. I thought it was sad. I hated seeing, and I don't want to
overblow it though, because I don't want to teams still draft players, because if they think you can help them win, if the juice is worth the squeeze, they will absolutely take
And Nick
you.
Saban said this: we got to stop this about Shador Sanders. It doesn't matter where
We
he
have
goes.
this?
Go to the best place for you. You could be a 6th rounder. It doesn't matter if you play well.
Right.
You got to be in a good position. So this stuff about him not going in the 1st round, who cares? Go to the place that wants you.
Do we have Nick
you
saying
draft
that?
him, then go play well. That's it. Time to talk about golf coach. And speaking of playing well, Craig DeServe plays well.
Lance took off his headset as you were saying that, so he doesn't know.
So,
talk about Craig DeServe, Lance.
What's up?
What Craig DeServe?
Oh, Gulf Coast. Oh, not Gulf Coast Windows. We're talking about Gulf Coast, the car company from Angleton, Texas. The Craig DeServe runs. That's right. Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC. That's the answer. That's the answer to the questions you were asking. What is it that Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC can do for you? How about the GMC Sierra 1500 pickup truck? How about, if you like savings, April is going to be the month for you to save on a 2025 GMC Sierra 1500 model. It's got that Turbo Max engine, which is very powerful, 0.9% ABR financing. Do you know how hard it is to find 0.9% APR financing right now? It's very difficult, but they've got that for well-qualified buyers. Or if you want, you can take $6,500 purchase allowance and a $1,350 engine credit if you're a current eligible Buick or GMC owner or leasee. So if you've got a Buick, if you've got a GMC and you own it or you're a leasee and you're a well-qualified buyer, you've got a chance to take advantage of these incredible numbers that I just gave you. They're out in Angleton. They're waiting for you. Great service, great selection, and amazing service and prices and trade-in values. It's happening now at Gulf Coast Chevy, Buick, GMC in Angleton. GMC, we are professional grade.
All right, 905 on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We still got callers. Let's go back to the phones. Andy was next, I think. Hey, Andy, what's going on?
Hey, guys. Hey, Lance, for one thing, ain't nobody getting inside Nick's head. That's for damn sure. I mean, we've seen him move up and, to get Anderson and Green, and we've seen him move back, but I don't think no one saw this coming. So he's got 5 picks in a top 9.
Wait. Hold on. What do you mean saw this coming? Saw what coming?
Did you think he would be dropping back? Because I think I saw you on a podcast yesterday late saying 2 for 2. He needed to go 2 offensive linemen early.
Oh no! Once his last. That is a common move for NFL teams. If their last guy that they have at a strong position of need on the board is gone, it's an immediate trade out. And that's as soon as he traded out, that's how I knew they had snaked Donovan Jackson right up from under their noses. So He said he
You
tried to
think-
trade
you
up.
think
So
it
he
was-
said he tried to trade up. And my guess is he tried to trade up for Tyler Booker. But when Booker went 12, it was a wrap.
Yeah. Okay. So he pivoted. So now he's got 5 in the top 99. Would it be a stretch with all the extra picks he had, the extra second, third, fourth next year? Would it be a stretch to say he comes away with 7 in the top 99?
Yeah, he doesn't usually operate like that. He usually packages picks and moves up and targets. So, yeah, it'd be a huge stretch. I don't see him doing that. I think he'll package a pick here or there and move up and get guys they like. So, yeah, Nick's not a guy who just sits still in the draft. He's a voracious trader, and a lot of times he's trading up. So he gives away 5th, 6th, and 7th round picks like they're candy. So just to move up and take the pick. So no, he's not going to get 7 in the first 99. And they all come due at the same time contractually. That's the problem, is everyone comes up at the same time. You want to have some staggering. You don't want to have too many players, because if you hit those players, then it becomes an issue when it's contract time, because they're all up after 4 years. And so you want it staggered. So usually you'll try to get, like, I think they'll have 4 players in the top 100 that they end up drafting. I think they'll have a second. I think they'll have 2/3. And that's what it's going to look like in some configuration.
Yeah, they got a couple of seconds, 34 and 58. We'll see what happens there. And then
they've got 34 now for trading out, and then they got their own 58. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Is it their 58?
It's theirs 50. It's theirs.
They didn't get it
58.
from somebody else.
And they
right?
got 3rd 79, 3rd 89, and 3rd 99.
Oh, so they got 6. Yeah, I think they turned 6 into 4. So you know what? Wow,
They got 5. They've got 5 and
They got
before
5?
99. And okay, so
But they got a 6 though in the first 3 rounds. Is that what you told me?
no.
Is that what he
They
was
got
saying?
34, 58, 79, 89, 99, which is 5 picks.
Oh yeah, they didn't take a first rounder.
No.
I thought you just read out 34. Oh, okay, yeah. No, I think they take 4. I think they'll take 4. I think they'll trade. I think they'll package one of their picks.
Yeah,
either
because
move-
after the 99th pick, they don't have one until the 6th round. So they go.
Yes.
They skip out on the 4th and 5th round. It wouldn't be
They could
surprising at
trade
all
back.
if they didn't trade back.
trade back and add a
Yeah,
pick.
but
in the
how
middle,
many?
Yeah.
Do you really need 10 guys added to this roster, and 5 of them are going to be 6th round and later?
No, I think you need 6 good ones.
Yeah.
I think you need 6 good ones in any given year. I'm with you, John. I think they trade back from 99.
Yeah.
My guess is they would trade back and add a 4th round pick, maybe even a future pick next year. But yeah, I don't know that they take. It wouldn't surprise me if they try to get some middle round ammunition.
Right. All right. Elliot's next. Hey, Elliot.
Hey, good morning, guys. I got a 2-part question. First one is, I'm an LSU guy, and I don't know if you saw Will Campbell's interview yesterday, but I mean, that guy is just the epitome of football character and a lunch pail, hard hat type guy, the analogy that they use. And you watch that, and it's like, that's the kind of lineman you want, not a product bag guy. And I just don't know if you guys saw his interview, and Lance, if you had a high level character on him coming up. And my second question, changing gears, is just, can you imagine if Shador goes to Cleveland with Deshaun in the same locker room and Dion hovering around, just the circus that'll be? I'll hang up a listen.
I don't know. That's interesting. That's an interesting one. I just, at some point, Shador is going to be Shador. It's kind of the LeVar Ball thing, only Dion is not LeVar Ball. He's one of the greatest that ever played football. And he has a huge, he's not just some clownish guy that you don't really take seriously. This guy is the head coach at Colorado. This is one of the greatest cornerbacks to ever play the game. He's got a huge voice. So it will be interesting to see who wants to take that on, because that's part of the package. As far as but it will be, anywhere he goes is going to be a little bit of a circus, because the national media just covers it so much. It's not even really. I don't really put that on Shador, to be honest with you. I don't even put it on Dion so much. National media just picks at low-hanging fruit. That's kind of what happens. As far as LSU, Will Campbell. So I'm going to tell you a story that I heard from a pretty good source. Will Campbell, I did not hear it from the Patriots, by the way. Will Campbell supposedly was sitting in a room with Mike Vrabel. And I don't know what Vrabel said. Vrabel did something to challenge Will Campbell. What if I did this or that? Is something to that effect. Like he had a challenge to Will Campbell, like, what if I did this to you or said this about you or something like that? And the story I heard was that Will Campbell said, I'd come across the table and choke your ass is what I'd do. And Mike Vrabel was immediately like, yeah, he's a Patriot.
There's another
Mike
story.
Vrabel immediately wanted him to be a
Well,
Patriot.
there's another story that they went, the Vrabel and the staff went to Baton Rouge last week. Vrabel put a pad on his chest and wanted Will Campbell and he punched him and knocked Vrabel on his ass.
That's what. Well, he's got hands like concrete.
Yeah,
he's got really heavy hands.
And Vrabel was like, "Yeah, this is our guy.
That's our guy.
Yeah, that's our guy." All right, let's continue. We pick up Donovan Jackson to the Vikings at 24. That was real surprising, wasn't it?
Like I said, if you look at their roster, it's not that surprising. I just kept looking at cornerback and safe based on who was on the board. I thought they would go cornerback, but apparently they really had a big need at guard. So I guess it really wasn't. It's not what I was focused on. And I think most mock drafts, it was not what they were focused on because they added Will Fries. It was one of the guys they added. But you look right now, Donovan Jackson and Will Fries and Ryan Kelly, they literally have a brand new center guard.
Yeah.
It's brand new over there to go with Christian Darrisaw and Brian O'Neill. They all of a sudden have one of the more potentially talented offensive lines in the league. So when you look at their roster, yeah, they actually did need a guard. It was just something I wasn't focused on.
Yep. All right, so the Giants trade with the Texans. They pick up Jackson Dart. We talked about that. We'll see. Maybe a really good spot for him because he gets to learn under Russell Wilson. We'll find out. James Pierce, the defensive end from Tennessee, goes to the Falcons. What'd you think?
They traded back up for him. Man, there are some teams that will not touch James Pierce. Will not touch him. They have some negative things to say about him. There's a big concern with character and football character. From a football standpoint, that dude can play. He is a good football player. He is a great athlete. He had a phenomenal combine. But there's a lot of teams that just don't have him on the board. They pulled him off the board. So that is an aggressive swing of the bat by the Atlanta Falcons to go up and get two. Who did they get in the first round? They got another Michael Williams, right?
Yeah.
No, Jalen Walker. Wait, who did they get? Jalen Walker, right?
The Falcons got Jalen Walker.
Yeah, so they got two edge guys. So they're trying to address their pass rush, and they doubled up on two extremely talented SEC pass rushers. One of them has phenomenal character, considered one of the top character guys.
Maybe he'll rub off.
That's what
you got to hope. Maybe he'll rub off on James Pierce. We'll see.
Okay.
Malachi Starks to the Ravens.
Isn't that a Raven? He's a Raven.
Yeah.
Hard playing guy, Georgia player, runs downhill, does whatever his team needs. Like this is one of the most Ravensy picks I've ever seen.
Yep. Tyleek Williams, defensive tackle.
You know, I made fun of. So Mark Sessler from the Heed the Call used to be on Around the NFL, Around the NFL podcast at NFL Network, and then they let those guys, he and Dan Hansis, go. And so this is for the second year in a row. They bring me on and I critique his mock draft, and it's kind of I just go in and really just flamethrow the thing. And he's, he plays it kind of straight and he's quiet, but he's got a really good biting sense of humor. And he had Tyleek Williams going to the Lions. I said, why do you have Tyleek Williams going here? And it wasn't that I disliked the pick. I said, why do you have him going here? I'm curious what you're thinking. He goes, well, it just seems really Lionsy was their pick. I said, seems Lionsy. Okay. And I just crushed him. And then I was reminded yesterday by all their listeners, like, does it seem Lionsy now, Lance? You idiot. Like, hey, that was a bit that we do, right? You don't have to get so mad. But he nailed it. And I guess it is Lionsy. I guess he was a Lionsy.
I guess he's Lionsy.
And my comp on him was Aleem McNeil, who also plays in Detroit.
Josh Connerly, which was, the Texans pass instead of drafting Josh Connerly. Mm-hmm. He goes to the Commanders. The Commanders now have picked up the Texans' former left tackle, Laramie Tunsil, and now they have Josh Connerly, who the Texans could have had. It'll be interesting to see how good the Washington offensive line is with two guys that could be Texans right now. Yeah. That'll be interesting to see.
Yep.
Maxwell Hairston, the cornerback from Kentucky, goes to the Bills. You like it?
Yeah, went a little later than I thought, but he's a little bit slight, really fast, a little bit slight, good ball skills. He's got 3 pick sixes in his career, 1 last year, 2 in 2023. But he's had 2 hip injuries, separate hip injuries, and he missed, I think, 5 games with a shoulder injury. So I think the concern on him is how durable is he going to be at 183 pounds? That's the concern. But man, he can cover and he can really run.
That sounds like the number 2 overall pick. Josh Simmons. Well, we talked about Jihad. Josh Simmons. Finally, Josh Simmons goes to the Chiefs. And you were talking about, I don't want to say character, but work ethic and all of that stuff. Maybe the Chiefs would be a perfect spot for Josh Simmons.
Yeah, that's where a lot of us were plugging Josh Simmons into the Chiefs just because they're willing to take players like that. They have a lot of veterans in their locker room. Andy Reid and Brett Veach. I mean, look, the Chiefs take a lot of guys who have had some issues. They're unafraid to, and they got a discounted pick. They got, if his patella tear and injury comes back 100%, they got a huge discount pick on a really good tackle. So, I mean, it's worth the risk for them for sure because he could be their left tackle of the future for years.
All right. That's the draft. We got more. 713-780-3776. We got to keep going. I mean, ESPN.
Are we not done yet? We're still got this much time to go?
ESPN. Every segment is about Shador falling out of the first round. ESPN. Get off it. Good Lord. Time to talk about Brinkman. Time to talk about your roof. Not only roof, but your siding. Time to talk about everything that's on the outside of your house. Residential and commercial roofer. Trusted unconditionally since 1973. 150,000. Get this. 150,000 happy clients, including NASA. They're going to tell you, and NASA's going to tell you, they do roofing and siding one way, the right way. There's quality in their name. Brinkman Quality. BrinkmanQuality.com. BRINKMANN. Listen, you can do some preemptive striking on your roof. Have you looked up there? Have you even thought about your roof in the last 15, 20 years? Have you is there anything wrong with you? Do you even know if there's anything wrong with you? How about a free inspection, a free consultation at 844-215-2865? Absolutely free, okay? And if you haven't done anything in a while, you really need to do something because your insurance company ain't going to back you when your roof is falling apart and you say, well, it's damaged everything in the house. Well, you should have done something about that before. Roofing services, siding, storm damage, whatever it is, you've got BrinkmanQuality.com. BrinkmanQuality.com. Tell Jason you heard it right here.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Oh, my gosh. Not only are they doing a Shador segment after segment after segment after segment, they've also the only other question is whether or not Travis Hunter can win offensive and defensive rookie of the year.
Yeah, it's just, that's what ESPN has become now. It's just whatever the lowest, easiest thing. They play to whoever.
Yeah.
You just study your listenership, your viewership, your listenership. You look at what the ratings tell you, because they can do, like, John, on TV, you can do minute by minute. The producer for Colin Cowherd was telling me they know minute by minute what works and what isn't working. They can gauge. They look at how the flow of viewers and listeners are for Colin Cowherd in like 3-minute spans, 5-minute spans. And so ESPN does the same thing. And even though everyone may get tired of it, if their numbers tell them to keep doing it, they're going to keep doing it.
Okay, so there is another story, and it's Jimmy
Is
Butler.
there?
Jimmy Butler. So he got his MRI, and it is a contusion, but they're not sure whether or not he's going to play. What will be a killer is if Jimmy doesn't play and the Rockets don't win this game tomorrow night. They really need to take advantage. Listen, this Golden State team, now the Golden State beat the Rockets when Steph was hurt. They beat the Rockets this season with no Steph in the game.
Mm-hmm.
They went from Golden State went from a possible not even making the playoffs, not even making the play-in, to the 7th seed with Jimmy Butler. Jimmy Butler has been one of the best additions to a team. Luka, Jimmy Butler, those two have been the two best additions to a team this trade deadline. So if Jimmy Butler doesn't play, the Rockets really took advantage of it in game 2. They have to take advantage of Jimmy Butler not playing if he doesn't play in this game, or if he's limited, even if he's limited, which he's going to be. If he's playing, he's still going to be limited.
Yeah, they really do.
They have to win game 3.
Don't you have to? You got to jump out quick and keep the Dubs fans quiet, because those fans can get, Steph feeds off the fans, and you got to take their heart from them early on, and then weather some runs. But if they don't have Jimmy Butler, man,
so
I don't know where the scoring comes from, because they're having a hard time scoring any way you cut it.
We started FU Draymond. Who does Golden State?
FU Alperin or FU Ime. Because he went after, because Ime's not afraid to get in people's faces.
No, Ime's not, but what about Jalen?
Well, it's going to be Dylan. I mean, look, it's Dylan Brooks. Dylan Brooks is obvious.
It's Amen. Amen hurt Jimmy Butler in their eyes.
Oh, yeah, that's true. But Dylan
There's
Brooks
a lot of guys you could say
Dylan is very Draymond-like, so.
Yeah, FU Dylan.
Well, we've got an undercut of Jimmy.
Amen.
You got an undercut of Jimmy from Amen, and the thing that the Warriors fans are paying attention to is he threw a forearm at Pat Spencer. Of course, Spencer rammed into him on the previous play in a rebound, which they didn't see because they didn't want to see it. So I think Amen is the likely candidate. Amen gets into things. Dylan hasn't done much.
Yeah, but Dylan has had mix-ups. He hasn't bitten one time on Draymond. Draymond has tried everything he can do. He's trying so hard to draw the Rockets in, and they haven't bitten so
I'm just watching the compilations that Warrior fans have put together of Amen's.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Oh, they do? Okay.
They have the Giannis flagrant 2 on the list. Remember he threw the forearm into Kleber's throat against Dallas?
I forgot about the Giannis.
You've got the hero sling down, and then you have the Jimmy undercut. I just think that Amen, if he gets into it early with anyone, he will be the one who catches the FU chant.
You could be right. You could be right.
Right.
This. I'd like to see. I think Dylan would thrive on it.
I just don't think he's done enough in this series to get them riled up. I mean, it takes one thing, so it could happen tomorrow. But if I was placing bets, if Jimmy doesn't play, which seems likely at this point, Amen can be the target of their chant.
Yeah. Yeah, I could. Okay. All right. We'll see who gets the FU treatment at Golden State. 713-780-3776 And then the Astros in Kansas City all weekend long. Kind of a big deal. They've turned it around, 13-11 now. Had a day off. Christian Walker is hitting. They're getting pitching. I mean, they got Gusto to pitch well. Rennell pitched well. Hunter is unbelievable. Fromber has been a little bit up and down this year, but he's still Fromber. I'm just, with the loss of Arrighetti, I'm just shocked. Now the bullpen is coming around. Brian Abreu, his early struggles seem to be over.
King.
Hader's unhittable.
No
Brian
one
King
can
is
hit Brian
unhittable.
King. He doesn't even throw balls.
Who?
He's just a strike thrower. Brian King.
Brian
Just
King, I
throwing
know.
92-mile-an-hour strikes, and no one can hit it.
No, I love that. Love it. So, the team's running into shape. It seems like the offense is getting going a little bit. All right, with Christian Paredes is hitting okay. Yiner seems to be getting back a little bit.
Maybe over 200 soon. He's not there yet, right?
Zach
He's still
DeCenzo is one of the great hitters in the league right now.
Cam Smith.
Cam Smith, yeah.
Wait
a minute. Wait just a second. Speaking of Cam Smith, I have not heard from Israel about Shedeur Sanders and didn't he say? Didn't he guarantee that the Raiders were taking Shedeur Sanders?
Because Tom Brady loves them.
Wait a minute. I haven't heard
Well,
from Israel today.
They could in the second round.
He said
Israel didn't specify what round, did he?
Nah, he said early.
No, he said, "Oh no, Lance, you're stupid, and this is what's going to happen."
He could have just
Trust me,
stopped
there's
with
a
Lance,
lot of
you're
people.
stupid.
I know.
There's a lot of people who said I was stupid, and I went back and looked at the comments on my mock too when the NFL posted it, where I had Sanders at 29, and man, I forgot.
Well,
how
you were
mad
wrong
some
though.
People were at me.
He fell out of the
Yeah,
first
he
round.
didn't
You're
go
not
to
even
29.
right.
Yeah, you said 29. You
I
were
wouldn't-
wrong.
Well, I know where I told one guy, he goes, "You're a effing clown, blah blah blah." There's no way he goes 29, and I just said, "You were right. That was my bad." That's all I just.
Factually, you were incorrect.
Factually, I was
You were.
incorrect. By the way, did you see what MLB, the Major League, the MLB account featured new food items at stadiums, and the one that they featured was the Astros. They've got a chicken and waffle sandwich with bacon jam and pepper jack cheese that looks incredible. I don't know where you get it at the ballpark Daikin, but when I'm out there next time, I'm gonna.
You think that's important to
looking
get
around.
a
It
Waddell,
looks incredible.
chicken waffle sandwich with pepper jack?
Jack cheese and bacon jam. Are you kidding me?
Wow.
That sounds great.
Uh,
And now I'll tell you what
Well,
doesn't.
is our
you know what Toronto
spices
has?
in the chicken or just the spicy cheese? Because that's embarrassing.
Well,
to
they didn't say it's spicy. A lot of
so
times,
pepper
chicken
jack,
and waffles.
pepper jack cheese is spicy.
The
I don't-
spice
Yeah, but
better
they-
not come. The only spice better not come from the pepper jack. Okay.
Well, it
I need
probably is.
that
They
in-
didn't say it's a Nashville hot
That's true.
chicken.
I didn't hear spicy chicken sandwich.
Yeah, chicken and waffle. No, I didn't say that. Yeah, chicken and waffles not typically a spicy chicken.
Well, then step up your game, Daikin.
What if they don't want spice in it?
Do you know what
then they
Toronto
soft
said?
People like a regular Chick-fil-A.
Then
You know
they
what
basic,
Toronto
John.
has? Toronto's new thing is
I like Chick-fil-A
cotton
spicy
candy
cheese.
on
It's
French fries.
Trash.
I heard we've had this talk. In fact, there was a promo. Your basic ass don't even like a spicy chicken sandwich.
No, I don't know. I like a regular Chick-fil-A.
I know you're
sandwich.
regular.
Thank you.
In other words,
Steamed-
basic.
No, because I'm
steamed
smart.
chicken.
That's what made
Well,
Chick-fil-A great.
I
Not
wouldn't-
that
I wouldn't say
crap
you're-
ass,
I-
trash ass, spicy.
I would
chicken
never say
sandwich.
you're smart.
Yeah.
But you know what Chick-fil-A thought to themselves? You know how we would expand? We would get a spicy one because people like that too.
Yeah,
And they did it.
but the greatness is in the regular.
Nah, the
chicken
great-
sandwich.
What did Chick-fil-A say? We've got the whites like John.
Well, true.
What can we do to really expand
Well, Chick-fil-A had
demographically?
black people too with the basic chicken sandwich. But then they thought to themselves,
Wait, you like Chick-fil-A? Stop fronting.
I just said that. I said
Yeah,
Chick-fil-A is
okay.
a southern delicacy. Black people were going
Right.
to Chick-fil-A before the spicy chicken sandwich. They just thought to themselves, let's be better. And they have become better.
Do you like waffle fries, Del?
The Chick-fil-A waffle fries can be hit or miss. Sometimes they're
good.
They're crispy. Sometimes they're
You
soggy.
gotta
You
have
never know.
crispy. When they're soggy,
Yeah,
it's not that
it's not that great. Yeah.
No, they're not great when they're soggy. All right, we got to break it. I'm going to talk about John Clay Wolf right now. And if you want to get in, hurry, 713-780-3776. We got one segment, then News of the Weird. But we've got, and oh, by the way, what a weekend we got. Holy crap. We got all the Texans picks and everything else. So get in here in a hurry. I want to talk about John Clay Wolf. Listen, you can mail in an entry form to win part of or all of $25,000 a month that John Clay Wolf is giving away. You mail in an entry. Go to givemethevin.com, find out where you're going to send it. Mail in an entry, and you get 250 entries into. They'll throw 250 shots into a hopper. Now, if John Clay Wolf buys your car, you get 1,000 automatically. Okay, you don't have to do anything. John Clay Wolf says, "I'll buy your car, and I'll give you a." On top of that, there was a guy who sold his car to John Clay Wolf, and then John Clay Wolf pulled his name, and he got $14,000 more on top of it. Okay, so this is happening. John Clay Wolf giving away $25,000 a month. You don't even have to sell him your car, and you got a chance to win that. Okay, you got to mail in an entry. I don't know if you know how to go to a post office, put a stamp on the mail, and I'm not sure if you know how to do that still, but that's a possibility. Listen, John Clay Wolf is America's best car buyer. John Clay Wolf says, you know what? I'll buy your car. I'll give you more. If I can't beat CarMax, I'll send you $100. It's a guarantee. There is one place that you have to go, especially if you have a classic vehicle. If you got a classic car, son, John Clay Wolf gives top dollars. He loves classic, okay? So if you're somebody that has a classic vehicle that you need to sell, the one place you have to go, there's one place you have to go, any car you're selling. GiveMeTheVin.com. That's GiveMeTheVin.com.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
All right, Lance, give me the Texans pick at 34.
Hit me with that right now. Let me turn this microphone off there. The pick at 34. Let me look at my board. Ask a question or get a caller in real quick, and I'll have an answer for you.
Ask me any question you want, John, while Lance is figuring that out.
I just asked Dell whatever question. Like anything in life you can really ask
All
Dell
right.
right now.
Yesterday, by the way, anybody going out to the the Chevron Championship, you could go to the Nike store there, and they're giving away shoes.
They're not giving them away. It is called the Science of Design.
No.
And what they'll allow you to do,
they're giving away shoes.
They're not giving. Well, they're giving away shoes to randomly.
Yeah,
you just can't pick
they're
up a
having
pair.
drawings. Anybody could go.
You put your email in. You just get to design a shoe, whether it be the Pegasus or you got some Nike Dunk high and low. You can pick the shoe. You put your design in, put your information in, and they will send you the shoe if you happen to be picked. Yeah,
you get picked. So, what was your design?
I chose the Pegasus. I don't like the Dunk profile. I don't like how that shoe looks, so I went with the Pegasus. It's some accents with orange, but most of it was a grayish, off-white type color. And then you can pick pretty much any part of the shoe you want. You can pick what you want to look like.
Where's this?
It's at the Chevron Championship.
Really?
They have all the golf tournaments aren't just about the golf. Apparently, just not all about golf because they have all these things set up.
It's about sneakerheads.
Well, at this particular event, they have like a little tent. You can walk in, and they put you in front of an iPad, and you just pick whatever you want your shoe to look like, and it's a free
you get to
thing.
design your shoe,
and they pick for whatever reason. The number is 54. They pick 54 people each day by your email randomly, and you might get a pair of shoes. Pick your size. They'll send it to you in 6 weeks. So I did that yesterday.
54 is a number in golf.
Okay, that explains it then.
Live is 54.
That explains it to me.
So
54 day
started there or what? I don't know.
So today, Saturday, Sunday, you can take advantage of that and watch some great golf as well.
Yep. So that was your shoe that you. Okay, Lance. Now give me your. We wasted enough time.
Well, the Texans every year since D'Amico's been there, they've drafted a player who was on a top 30 visit. By the way, Donovan Jackson was on a top 30 visit. Looking at the draft right now, one name that really intrigues me who's still on the board, I'll give you a couple guys that are on the board there's some really good football players on the board right now, to be honest with you. I'm looking at Marion Hampton. Let's see. Kenneth Grant.
34 is going to be interesting.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting.
Now they're not, listen, this is where they're not lying. Because it's not going to be a pick for need because they really need offensive linemen. And I don't think there's anybody there at 34.
So I'm going to give you these are the names of the best players right now that are going to be on the board. Mike Green, pass rush, Will Johnson, cornerback, Michigan.
Mm-hmm.
He's an interesting one. He's got great ball skills, can really, is good with the interceptions. But I don't view him as being – they just re-signed Petrie, so I doubt that. Nick Emanwari, they're kind of set at safety.
They're set
so
at
that's
safety.
The problem.
They can't do
Here's a pass rusher, Donovan Izuaku from Boston College. They might like him. He's got some good football character. He might be a guy.
Want a Bill O'Brien guy in the building?
Yeah, I don't care about that.
No,
Luther Burden, very much a fit for a need that they have.
Yeah.
He's another one that makes a ton of sense. Let's see. Mason Taylor. If you wanted a tight end and you wanted to add, you say, look, we're not going to add a wide receiver right now, but we're going to add a really dangerous tight end.
Do they like him more or Elijah Arroyo more?
Well, see, I don't know. And then how would you like Travion Henderson? Would that be a shocker?
That would be interesting
to go with an aging Joe Mixon. You get an explosive second back. He's an Ohio State guy. What
about Shamar?
By the way, I'd heard CJ was pushing super hard for Emeka Egbuka heading up to the draft.
Well, what about Shamar Turner?
Shamar Turner a little early for Shamar Turner from A&M. I don't expect him to go 34th. Although they did bring him in. They did bring him in for a workout.
Is he the guy who punched an opponent in the?
Yes. Shamar Turner had like 5 15-yard penalties.
Yeah, he's a little out of control.
He's a little out of control.
I like him.
I know.
I think they love Landon. I actually think that I don't have any. They didn't bring him in, but I get the feeling that D'Amico would like Landon Jackson from Arkansas. He's big, explosive. He's got traits. Plays really, really hard. He strikes me as a guy that I haven't heard his name tied to the Texans at all, but man, he strikes me as the kind of guy that D'Amico would like because he fits that San Francisco model too. So he's one to watch. There's some really good cornerbacks. Siobhan Ravel from East Carolina, Trey Amos from Ole Miss. If they were ever in, so these are guys that could be, you draft them as a cornerback who can step in and, maybe play in some situations and scenarios. Maybe you have them as nickel safeties, dime safeties. I don't know. I mean, it seems like a lot. What it does is it allows you next year to move Jimmy Ward out. Jimmy Ward's gone, and maybe you have Petrie move to safety, and then you move Kamari Lassiter in the nickel, and that cornerback you draft in the second round is your cornerback of the future. It'd be great to get a good football player at cornerback, and there's some really good ones. Jaden Higgins.
Where do you have Higgins? Where do you have Higgins, Trey Harris, and Burden? How do you have what order?
Okay, so on my draft board where I think guys go, I've got it. I've got Burden at the top of the first round. I've got in the second round. In the middle of the second round to early middle, I've got Jaden Higgins, but I think he's probably going to go maybe a little bit earlier than that. And then who else did you have?
Trey Harris.
And Trey Harris I got in the third round.
You got Trey Harris in the third.
I like him better. I like him as a second rounder, but I've been told put him in the third round. Kyle Williams is a player to watch for the Texans today. If they trade up from the third round or if they stay still in the third round, Kyle Williams, they brought him in on a top 30 visit from Washington State, one of Steve Smith's favorite wide receivers in the whole draft. He's very fast. He's very competitive. I think the Texans probably would like the attitude. Very football forward player. Look for him if they got a late second, if they move into the late second, or if they sit tight in the third. Kyle Williams could be the wide receiver they target. I think these names: Kyle Williams, Jaden Higgins, Luther Burden. I might go so far as to say Jack Besh. He's not he catches everything. Big wide receiver out of TCU could be an interesting fit for them because if you throw the ball anywhere near him, he's going to catch it.
Do you like him better than Savion?
Oh, yeah. Savion Williams is like a Swiss Army knife. He's not a true wide receiver that runs routes.
And I'm going to tell you who they're going to grab. Vernon Broughton in the one of those third round picks. 79, 89, or 99. Okay.
I mean, I got him in the fourth round. It would make some sense. He could go late. He could go 99. That would not be, I do think there's going to be a run on defensive tackles. Darius Alexander is a guy to watch for the Texans defensive tackle. Actually, we better talk about defensive tackle.
Yeah.
Darius Alexander from Toledo is a guy that they could look at. Omar Norman-Lott is a phenomenal pass rushing defensive tackle to keep an eye on in the second round. And then, but they got 2 seconds, right?
They've got 2 seconds.
So with the later second round, TJ Sanders from South Carolina, Omar Norman-Lott is a guy that they could look at in the third round.
Not Alfred Collins?
Maybe. I think, did they bring him in? I don't know if they brought Alfred Collins in. But, yeah, Alfred Collins might. He might. They did bring him in. And actually, you know what? He's one of those taller, like 6'5". Yeah, Alfred Collins could be in play as well. I don't want him early second, though. Maybe late second or early third. So those are some picks. I mean, we're focusing on wide receivers. The interesting one, though, they brought in Quinshon Judkins, running back, who my comp on him is Joe Mixon. In the second round, he's an interesting one. They brought in Caleb Johnson for a 30 visit. I could see him with the second pick in the second round, potentially be a running back they look at. But I just think your needs are too strong at wide receiver, defensive tackle, and then offensive line. If you're looking for an offensive lineman, Tate Ratledge, guard from Georgia, is absolutely
Jared
in
Wilson.
play.
And Jared Wilson.
Jared Wilson, center from Georgia. Ugh. Jonah Savanea from Arizona could be in play with the second pick of the second round.
Every time you say Jared Wilson, you give some kind of like.
I got him
sound.
like in a fifth and sixth. I don't understand why these teams. I know he's a great athlete. I just don't know on tape. He's not strong. I don't know. If you're not strong, you can't play in the NFL. You have to have functional strength.
Well, they did that
There's
already.
2 guys,
right?
And I've heard
Kenyon Green. Didn't they do that with Kenyon Green?
There's some rumors that they may like this center out of USC, and I pray on everything they don't draft him, Jonah Mannheim. I really do. He's not strong either. If you don't have core strength, you can't play in the NFL. You just can't. And I really hope they don't screw this up in the middle rounds, because these are super valuable picks. Like, you cannot miss on these picks.
Yeah. How come people don't like JT Tuimoloau?
They do. They do. He'll be a second round pick. And you know what?
Sometimes that dude took over games.
Yes, he fits. And also he fits the whole swarm thing also. So yeah, I would not take pass rush off the board at all for the Texans. One thing I've learned by listening to all these GMs talk at the and head coaches talk at the combine, when I was listening to them, every one of them said you can never have enough rushers. You can never have enough rushers. Rush is what wins the NFL. You must have rushers. I would not take, and I think D'Amico Ryans brought some in for his top 30 visits. He brought in a kid from UCLA, Olaleye Show. He brought him in, who's a pass rusher. He has had TJ Sanders, Shamar Turner in, the two guys you mentioned. He had Elijah Arroyo and Terrence Ferguson, a tight end. Arroyo, second rounder. Ferguson is a third rounder. Alfred Collins they brought in at defensive tackle, might be the last pick, that second round pick. Josh Farmer, love Josh Farmer. He'd probably be a third. There's some physical stuff. Now, Josh Farmer is a big, strong guy. Josh Farmer would be my pick in the third round, the first pick of the third round, if he's there. There's some medicals with him that could cause him to fall to the fourth. And interestingly enough, they brought in this short cornerback, Upton Stout, who everyone loves. He's just small, but he's a dog. And they also brought in Siobhan Ravel, very fast ball hawking corner out of East Carolina. So it's an interesting group that they brought in. They don't just bring in slappies who are going to be free agents like some teams do. The Quinshon Judkins, running back, who's a second rounder. Jaden Blue, who's probably a third rounder, maybe fourth out of Texas. They brought him in. So there's an interesting cross-section that the Texans.
A lot of good players.
Yeah, there's a lot of really good football players available right now. The Texans should get a good football player at 34. They absolutely should.
What about Marcus Mbo?
And they also brought in Charles Grant from William & Mary, who is a long-armed, over 35-inch arm. He just needs time.
Offensive tackle.
Needs time, but as an offensive tackle, he's not very strong either. So he needs to keep getting bigger and stronger. But he's a guy that could go in the third round. Mbow is super athletic, can get to any block that you want, but he probably can't play tackle, can play guard. But, John, they said, I think they're getting away from a lot of the zone scheme stuff. So they're going to want guys that are bigger, thicker, stronger, and more physical up front. And that's not really his game. He's more of a, he's more of a zone scheme move guy. So I don't think Mbow, I'd be surprised if they draft him. I don't think he really fits what they're looking for.
All right. There you have it. The Texans taken with 5 picks today. 5 picks today. So we'll see. Well, we'll see if they hold on to them. So
yeah, I'll probably put something, follow on social media. I'll probably put something out there about Texans targets at some point. I'll just probably put it on Twitter. Guys, I think the Texans could target in the second and third round at the positions of need.
There it is. And look for line, maybe wide receiver with that 34th pick.
Yes, please.
Wide receiver for that 34th. All right. 9:51, ESPN 97.5. I want to finish up the week strong with Chastang Ford. I want you to get there this weekend. I want today. You got tomorrow. Get over to Chastang Ford. Take advantage of them. They don't mind you taking advantage of them. A lot of people don't like to be taken advantage of, but they're going to say they don't mind it at Chastang Ford. You're going to take advantage of employee pricing. You're going to take advantage of a company that wants to make sure that you get payments where you're comfortable, that you can afford per month. Don't get into something that's it's going to be a hassle you're going to hate, that you're going to choke on every month. No, get into a vehicle that is perfect for you. All right, and customized perfect for you, not what they want you to have. Because a lot of dealerships are going to try to add on, mark up. Let's get this up there. They're having meetings right now at dealerships. Let's go. You guys aren't selling enough. We're not selling enough tinted windows. We're not selling enough leather seats. We're not selling enough air in the tires. What? That's right. They actually will upsell you with air in the tires. Chastang Ford doesn't have meetings like that. They don't care about, they don't want to get the vehicle to you with what they want in it. They want you to have the vehicle with what you want in it. then that's a great way to do business. If you're looking for that SUV or that pickup truck or whatever kind of truck, Chastang Ford is here for you. Employee pricing going on right now. ChastangFord.com on 610 and Homestead, not Hempstead, 5 minutes from downtown Chastang Ford. Dell won't be around long. A new study finds that eating just 300 grams of chicken a week is associated with 27% increase in risk of dying.
What do you mean? What do you
Dell
mean?
gonna die.
Why am I gonna die?
Because it's just 300
I
grams
don't-
of chicken.
I don't just eat chicken.
Well, no, but you
Yeah.
like spicy chicken
I
sandwiches.
do, but it's not the only thing I eat.
No, I know, but you like
Hell's
spicy
gonna
chicken
die.
sandwich. Dead.
John, I know
Dead.
this isn't what you were doing because I think I know your heart. But for all the people watching us,
All the new people,
when they go, did the white gentleman just say that the black producer is going to die because the chicken he's eating?
You like chicken sandwiches.
I know that's not what you're doing, but people who don't know the show.
be self-aware, John.
You know what, though? I'm not. I eat a lot more steak, and that's all I'm healthier than you.
Yes, John, I'm not accusing you of anything. Clearly, I'm just saying.
I love
what it
love me fried
appears.
Oh, you don't think I had fried chicken?
I know you.
on
I've seen
Easter?
you eat chicken. I'm
I
not
love
saying
chicken.
it's unique to me that I'm eating
Same.
chicken. I'm just saying the
say
perception.
the people know that you love chicken sandwiches, spicy chicken
but
sandwiches.
I eat more than spicy chicken. In fact, I had pork shoulder
But
yesterday.
it's only 300 grams, Del.
But I had pork shoulder yesterday,
I know, I did too. It
so
was good.
I'm okay.
It was good.
I have a diverse palate.
Joy Taylor got personal on Too Personal relaunch. She says, I have to have sex every day. Do you have to have sex every day?
No, obviously.
Obviously not, or I'd be
Lance
dead,
for a while
I guess.
was. For a while, Lance was.
For
Because
procreation.
a kid every week.
That's all.
For procreation.
Yeah. Right?
Yeah.
I mean, he was spitting out a kid every
Joy Taylor
week.
said, what again?
Man.
She
Why would
said,
Joy? She's got like I would just lay low if I was Joy.
she said, I have to have sex every day.
No, she's not having sex every day.
Well,
That's a lie.
You don't know.
That's a lie. I don't believe her.
Well, she has a boyfriend.
365. Is that what she's
Nah,
saying?
yeah, that ain't it.
Cut it out,
You're
Joy.
busy,
You're just
Joy.
saying stuff.
Cut the crap.
You know, that ends after
Cut
a
the
while.
crap, Joy.
I mean, I get it if you just start going out
Yeah,
with somebody.
the boyfriend. All right, there's a game on. At some point, someone will say that.
Apparently, kids are getting hooked on crack cartoon. Lance, are your kids watching crack cartoons?
What are they?
I don't know. It's some kind of hooked on crack cartoons.
There is a cartoon that my son is hooked on. It's a really violent cartoon too. I wonder if this is it because he watches now. He's drawing pictures of him. Like
Crack
Snacks
cocaine-
loves this show.
Crack cocaine cartoons. Okay.
What is it? What does it
Do
say
they have
about
the
him?
list of them? Like the top 5 crack cocaine like cartoons?
I don't know. It's about crack, doing crack and a crack cartoon dealer.
Oh,
Well,
it's
no,
an
that's
actual
not.
cartoon about doing crack.
Yeah.
Oh, I've
And
never seen
that's
that.
fun.
Is that the one your son is?
Oh,
your
it's
son is
crack.
watching?
CRACKE.
Well,
So
but then
it's
there's
ki-
another one
cartoons
that's
for
crack,
kids
just crack.
compilation.
Yeah.
No, it's a different. It's
No,
it
there's
doesn't
another
have
one
anything-
that's just crack.
I don't think that's what
CRACK.
kids are addicted to, watching something about crack dealers or whatever. It's some cartoon named Crack.
Well, I said
You misleading us
It
again?
shouldn't- No.
Yes, he is.
No, I'm
He's
not.
doing this for click. He's clickbaiting us.
You're the Deion Sanders of this show.
Well, none of the parents want me to be around. That's for sure. No, it's crack cartoon. It's CRACK, crack cartoon, cocaine.
I don't know
cartoons.
about it. I don't know about it.
It's right here. I'm looking at it.
No, I believe you. I just don't know. I've never heard of it.
Yeah, and there's a guy. He looks like a ghost, and he's got a cigarette, and he opens up his jacket, and it looks like there's a bunch of butts in it. Okay, so yeah,
I don't
it's
know what
real.
that is.
It's real. Crack dealer. Yep. We are done for the week. Okay.
Oh, crack dealer. I get it.
Yeah. Do you
What? What are you going to ask?
Rockets win tomorrow night?
No, Jimmy. Yeah, they're winning that game. If they don't, what the hell are they doing?
Yeah, they're having a hard time scoring. The Warriors are without Jimmy, with Jimmy, without Jimmy. So yeah, I gotta the Rockets have to step on their throats here though.
Yep.
They got to get game 3.
So at a place they never won. They won last time they played there. They need to win again. At least one of these two. At least one of these two they got to take.
Right. True.
Astros at the Royals for 3 games. Who you got?
What's the pitching matchups? We got Fromber. Who's going this weekend?
We got
Wesneski,
first,
Fromber, and then Brown.
Hunter. We'll take it 2 out of 3.
Yeah, you got to take 2 out of 3.
We got 2 out of 3. And then finally, Dell, Texans for the 34th pick.
Jared Wilson.
You're a jackass. I know why he's doing that. I know why he said that.
Yeah.
He's just trying
Hey,
to be
Lance, they love their guy. I know you have him lower, but sometimes you just got to pick your guy when you can. They love him.
You know, I'm going to say Tate Ratledge.
The other Georgia offensive
Yeah,
lineman?
they just go tough Georgia lineman.
Jonah Mannheim.
I'm going Burton. I'm going
That's
Burton.
another. By the way, there's another guy he doesn't like for the Texans.
He does.
Jared Wilson and Jonah Mannheim. Look out for him.
I'm
Strong
going
centers.
I'm
Luther
going
Burden?
Burton
Yeah.
in this one. With this one.
BPA, best player available.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, Mike Green's best player
If
available.
Will
but they're not
Johnson
going
is
Mike
there,
Green.
will they consider another corner?
I don't know. I think they should. It'd be interesting if they do. Move for the future. They should. Will Johnson's a legit ball hawk, just not fast.
Yeah, that's a problem. I don't know. Don't we have enough? Didn't we?
I mean, you
Well,
know who
Kamari
else was a
worked
ball
out
hawk?
pretty good, and he
You know who
wasn't all
else was
that
a
fast.
yeah? You know who else was a ball hawk who wasn't fast? Tremont Williams.
Yeah.
Ooh.
So the Texans cut him, and he became a Pro Bowler in Green Bay.
Yeah.
Let's fix
Remember
that
that, John?
mistake.
Yeah.
He didn't even make it out of camp. They cut him.
No,
in
didn't make
camp.
it out of camp, and
And
he
he
had a
was
great
good.
camp.
And he was good.
Really
They just
good.
cut him. Yeah. All right, we're done. We will talk about all this and more on Monday. Have a great weekend, everybody. Mopey and Mapes next, right here on ESPN 97.5
So
and
long,
92.5.
suckers.
Welcome into the show. Back in studio after a good day out at the Chevron Championship. And I began yesterday's show talking about a day of optimism because we had the Rockets winning, the Astros winning, and then the NFL draft. What were the Texans going to do? And because Nick Caserio did the thing, the exact opposite of what I wanted him to do. Now he tried. I wanted him to trade up mostly to make our night shorter. Just get the Texans pick out of the way. We can move on with the rest of our night. Instead, they were on the clock at the 25th pick and then traded out of it, probably because Donovan Jackson was taking one pick ahead of him. I will say this, my one takeaway from last night's Texans draft, I don't like this Minnesota Texans O-line exchange program that's going on, where the Texans take on their bad players, and then the Vikings decide to take the player the Texans were likely targeting at 25. So we have Cam Robinson, who was a free agent. We trade for Ed Ingram. They take the first round pick in Donovan Jackson. That's a bad trade-off. And this has been a thing at different positions. Like Jonathan Grenard went there. Blake Cashman went there. We got Daniil Hunter. It's probably a wash. Blake Cashman was a good player for the Texans. Daniil Hunter certainly with the Texans in year one was good. And Grenard was good in Minnesota. So I don't feel as bad about that as I feel about, hey, two of the worst pass blocking offensive linemen in football last year, we're going to acquire them. You guys take a very promising prospect who sounds like a great kid when we had him on ESPN 97.5 earlier in the week. You get him, Minnesota. So that's my big thing. We gotta fix the imbalance. Trade Mechie for Jordan Jefferson or Justin Jefferson. Let's do that.
Yeah.
Let's see how that works out.
I think that tips the scales.
Let's tip the scales back in the Texans' favor, because right now I feel like, of course, I've never seen Donovan Jackson in an NFL uniform play a snap, but right now I know that Cam Robinson and Ed Ingram aren't good, at least in 2024. So the Vikings come out ahead there. So that's the big takeaway. The Texans are going to have a lot of picks today. I think they have 5. Do they take all 5? That's a question, because Nick Caserio likes to make moves. We're going to hear from him. He talks about the process of trading up and trading back. They were trying to get up in the draft. One of my friends who listens to the show, big Cowboys fan, the reporting is they were trying to get up to 12 or above to go take Tyler Booker. Just that the Texans weren't willing to offer enough to get there. So they were targeting an offensive lineman and maybe a guy like Tyler Booker, who fits exactly what the Texans want from all of their players, but particularly for an offensive line who had their issues in that room last year. And, of course, that translated onto the field where they weren't good. So Tyler Booker would fit, as they like to say, swarm. That he's all about ball. There's a clip we're going to play from his draft night where he was talking to, I think, the Micah Parsons. Micah Parsons was on a draft night podcast or draft night live stream with Bleacher Report, and Tyler Booker was there, and they're asking him questions about his play style, and he mentioned something about pretty much taking the soul from players when they go up against them. So that feels like he fits what the Texans would want. He just was someone the Cowboys wanted more than they wanted to trade with the Texans. So he's off the board. The Texans don't add anyone yesterday, and they don't improve their offensive line. The question will be at 34, will they do it at that pick, or will they find value someplace else? So we've got an afternoon and into an early evening to wait on that. If you're listening to the morning show, you heard Lance Zierlein, our preeminent draft expert, talk about some of the options there. And I think he said he's going to put some stuff out on social media. So look out for that at Lance Zierlein to find out where the Texans are possibly going as they make their first selection. So busy day for the Texans, trading up and trading down. The trade started before not trading up. They traded down twice, but the one trade started before the draft began. They traded with the Browns to acquire selections. And of course, they traded with the Giants, who went on to take Jackson Dart and made him the second quarterback taken in the draft. And of course, that was a major storyline in the draft, the fall of Shedeur Sanders, because there was the assumption he'd be a top 5 pick by some. And that was really before the draft process started. And eventually, once you started to look at people talk about Shedeur Sanders and his possibilities, you saw that the non-football people's take on him, the non-film watchers' take on him was vastly different from the people who had to break down film and create their mock drafts. And the NFL agreed that there's a long, drawn-out narrative-based story about him that there's so many that I don't really feel interested in talking about it, because I'm always, hey, what do the football people think? And as much as you want to talk about who the parent is and Dion, or the narratives about, hey, Shedeur doesn't have to bend his knee to the NFL, and that's why they don't like his attitude. Are you good enough? We see it in all sports. If you're good enough, they'll pretty much take on anything, and he's not a good enough prospect for me. I watched him play football over the last couple of years at Colorado, and I saw a good quarterback, but no one I thought was a first rounder. And at least that played out that way last night. We'll see where he lands today. But as I said, we'll hear from Nick Caserio and his night and how the Texans wound up not taking anyone in the first round. So we'll get to that, and we'll also get into some other draft stories as well. We had some NBA last night. We'll do our first edition of our scapegoat rankings for people who are still tuned in, because Lance tweeted out a link and they want to hear draft coverage. I know at one point we had over like 8,000 people when you combine all of the platforms. What it is we'll pick and choose guys who will be blamed for their team's lack of success in these playoffs. Sometimes they're a third option. Sometimes they're second and third, and they blew a lead because their star player went out in the first half. If that wasn't specific enough, we'll get into that a little bit more later. Sean and I will compile our thoughts on that and make some selections about who is to blame, at least narratively, for why their team is about to crash out of the playoffs. So we'll get to that. And we'll talk about the games themselves. And we'll also have Michael Carroll on at 11:30. Michael Carroll will tell us what you should or shouldn't watch this weekend in movies. Sinners had a great weekend, had a great week, surprisingly so. And we'll continue that, it looks like, as word of mouth continues to build for that movie. Why are you waving your hand dismissively?
Sinners, you had a good run. Accountant 2 time.
I saw predictions that Accountant 2 is going to get outshone by Sinners in its second weekend.
Hey, listen, second weekend, if you haven't caught the first one, still, it is a good movie, but sorry, Ben Affleck, John Barenthal, that's what we're doing this weekend.
That's what you're doing this weekend.
We, the people.
You and others will be there.
The culture.
I don't feel like the culture is
my culture.
What is your culture?
TNT action movie fans.
Mm-hmm. I understood.
That love the accountant, watching the accountant broken up through commercial breaks.
What a lovely, what an exquisite way to watch a movie in like 8-minute intervals. I like The Accountant.
Oh, I forgot Anna Kendrick's in this.
Yeah, I like Anna Kendrick in that movie. I like The Accountant. I'm just telling you, it's not me saying it. It's the people who are supposed to know that Accountant 2 is going to be outshined by Sinner's second weekend. Good luck to Ben Affleck and John Barenthal. I'm sure you guys need some of it. Your life hasn't been filled with good luck. More Ben Affleck. Man's been on a heater almost his entire adult life. And he'll try to convince you to see the Accountant 2 if he hasn't already done so. Maybe Sean will be his advocate today between now and noon. Just telling you, Sean, you're gonna have to do a lot of work. You tried for Roger yesterday. You have to do a lot of work.
Oh, just wait. NFL draft set. I'm just gonna. The press release hasn't come out. The NFL draft Thursday night set new records in terms of viewership.
And you think there is a giant?
I'm just assuming.
Yeah,
that
kind of how
at 2 o'clock we'll get that.
And a giant spike for the Houston area. Yeah. Never before seen audience in Houston because of a certain producer who made it known that anything could happen in the draft except, we did get a big trade. We'll talk about that. We'll talk about
draft starts at 2.
We'll talk about the fact that a lot of premium players have just come into this division. Maybe the best player at each position came in for the Titans and the Jags and the Colts. We'll get to that. While the Texans didn't make a pick, the other teams in the division did, and they made They made some selections that are pretty interesting. So we'll talk about that, and we'll also hear from Nick Casario when we come back. But first,
This is the Del Olaleye Show,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Del Olaleye.
Probably like way before we probably were picking. So, I mean, we were kind of looking, let's say, in the upper teens there a little bit. You know, there were some opportunities. Okay, kind of move. All right, what are the teams going to do? So we were talking about it. Wasn't like wait until 25 and all of a sudden, like, I mean, at one point I think we had 3 or 4 trades like potentially on the board before we got to 25. And then when we got to 25, we still had a couple scenarios. Some teams were looking at some situations. So, you know, we took what we felt was the best offer and what the best decision for us was at that time. So we made the move.
That's Nick Casario on the process of trading out of the first round. Did they get really into gear and make the final decision because Donovan Jackson came off the board first? That'll be the speculation. Of course, no team is going to want to admit that they got snaked, and that's why they made the move. I believe them. I don't think these trades happen in a matter of 10 minutes from the time you're on the clock until the time you have to make a pick. So I'm sure they were evaluating the board, taking calls, and were looking at the best options. But were they prompted to make that move because the last lineman they thought was was that they gave a first round grade to and actually would fit what they wanted as far as mentality came off the board. That we'll never know, at least not directly from them. Maybe someone with knowledge of the situation, as that's always put, will come out after the draft and tell us that they really wanted him. But Donovan Jackson is a Viking, and we'll see what the Texans do a little bit later. They have, after making those trades, and Casario talked about it, they've got 2 2s, 3 3s, and they picked up a third next year. So at least today should be a busy day for the Texans. You may get multiple starters like you did last year. On the second day of the draft, they did good work last year with Bullock and Kamari Lassiter, and they took Blake Fisher as well, who is in line to be one of your starters this year and started in the back part of the season as well last year. So they did good work last year. Let's see if they can do something similar this year after trading out. Other things that happened, I mentioned as we were going to break that, and he's on my screen right now. A big trade happened that led to Travis Hunter becoming a Jaguar. The Colts took Tyler Warren, the tight end, after the Bears decided Colston Loveland was the tight end they valued more. And, of course, Cam Ward is a Titan. So the division added the best quarterback in the draft. Now, we can talk about the thoughts on how strong the quarterback class is in this draft. But Cam Ward, pretty much the consensus number one, unless you ask like Mel Kiper. And I think somehow Desmond Howard got involved and said he would rather have Shedeur Sanders as well. But for the most part, Cam Ward, number one quarterback. Travis Hunter, number one at both spots, receiver and corner. And Tyler Warren, number one tight end. So the division, at least on paper, got quite a bit better at those spots. What it means for the entire team, I don't know, because you still got Trevor Lawrence playing quarterback, and you still got some combo of Anthony Richardson and now Daniel Jones playing quarterback in Indy. So maybe the Titans fixed their biggest problem. The other two haven't fixed their biggest problems, and they weren't really in a position to do that. It's, hey, Trevor Lawrence, here, another one, another option for you to prove to us that you are who we thought you were when we drafted you. I know you're on your third quarterback. Excuse me, your third head coach. Now is your time. I get it. We're gonna keep giving you more and more to make sure you're not the guy. Although we already have given you a lot of money, so you better be the guy, because we don't really have any other options.
Yeah, and we've noticed how much that you love throwing to cornerbacks. So here's Travis Hunter.
So we're gonna
the
put
best
a cornerback
in the draft. Throw it to him
in a uniform of Jaguar colors, and hopefully, whatever's going on in your head that makes you think throwing a corners is a good idea, we're gonna put him on offense.
Have him wear number 23 or something, just to really drive it home.
Something. Yeah, I don't know if 12 is retired, and it's unlikely. So the Jags don't retire many numbers. I don't know if someone already has that number. Maybe Travis Hunter will adopt his mentor's number and put on 21. I don't know. Either way, the Jags add a guy who wants to play both ways, and I think they will indulge that, whether he's moonlighting in one spot or playing full-time in both spots. We will see that. And when's the last time we've seen it on both sides? I mean, not even full-time. When's the last time we saw a guy
do both?
Full-time one spot and then moonlight at the other.
Marcus Jones caught a touchdown pass for the Patriots.
I know Troy Brown did it.
Troy Brown.
Did Champ Bailey play any offense with Denver early on in his career? Edelman, but the Patriots were doing that weird thing where
almost receivers playing corner.
Yeah, but not guys who had that type of that pedigree coming in.
Yeah.
They would say, hey, we're down a guy, and we think this athlete would be better than some backup someplace we'd pull off the street. So they do it that way. But the plan, I don't remember a lot of plans. I mean, I think maybe Champ did it. Of course, we go back to Cordell Stewart played offense, and Charles Woodson did a little bit of
the Wildcat, obviously. They ran in a playoff game.
Yeah,
had to get a touchdown.
They didn't,
but they had
and they also played him at tight end
to try to get him an MVP. Yes.
Yeah, because that's what a serious organization should be doing. Doing things that college teams do for their quarterbacks when they're trying to get him a Heisman. Let's put him at wide receiver and run a Heisman play for our quarterback.
It was 2014. Right? Brian Hoyer was their quarterback, or no, Fitzpatrick was the
They
quarterback.
did it in a playoff game, the Wildcat, though.
Yeah, that wasn't great.
Unserious franchise. They're a little different now.
They are at least a serious franchise now. But yeah, there really isn't. I mean, until you go back all the way to Dion, of guys that actually, like you said, what the plan was to use them both ways. And yeah, the AFC South, did the AFC South just become no longer the least interesting division to the national media?
Well,
no longer the least.
Well,
I'm just saying they're not the 8th most interesting division like they have been for most of.
Well, I'll
their
ask you this:
existence.
the AFC South drafted a quarterback number 1 overall, and ESPN treated it like it was not important. So, does that answer your question? Now, Travis Hunter will be interesting if he plays on both sides. The Tyler Warren thing, whatever. They drafted a good tight end. That's not going to interest anyone. I think
Gronk light though.
Nah, not going to change.
I saw that. I was watching on NFL Network and I saw that pop up on the screen. I was like, all right, Gronk light. Like, if you're saying he's Gronk light, just find a different tight end.
Find a different. I appreciate the
give him Mark Andrews.
I appreciate the Colts lineage comp more than anything else. Just at least, hey, just call him Dallas Clark. They both wore 44. Just do it. Even if they're not that comparable, because Clark wasn't a blocker at all. Whatever. But the Titans take a quarterback, and it barely makes a blip. So this is
but
all.
If they drafted Shedeur, it would have been. I think this is mostly the Colorado.
I agree. That is my point.
If the Jags traded up and picked Abdul Carter, I think it would have been like a big deal, I guess, in the moment. But then once they make the pick, Abdul Carter, they're just been like, "Whoa, that was crazy," and kind of keep it moving. And then it turns into, "Oh, now Travis Hunter." And I think this was a big, hey, we're gonna really lean on the Colorado guy.
But you asked the question: is the AFC South now at least not the 8th most interesting division in all of the NFL? Unless it's purely based on the fact that Travis Hunter's in the division, no. They're still, I would say, yes, they're still the 8th most interesting division in football, because a starting quarterback, number 1 overall, didn't change the perception of how the division should be talked about, because it wasn't Shedeur. So it's all based on what Travis Hunter does then. And I don't know if that's enough because he's in Jacksonville.
And who the Texans get,
No.
They could really turn some head. What if they draft Shedeur?
Okay. Yes, that would be a storyline. If the Texans drafted Shedeur Sanders, I would agree. They decided to pull like who did the Cowboys took Drew Henson all those years ago? They pulled one of those and said, hey, he's a talented guy. We don't know what we don't know what we're gonna do, but we like talented football players. We don't suspect that to happen, because Shedeur wouldn't even provide a different element. He's just a drop back quarterback, so it's not even like, hey, we could split him out wide and do things with him. No, because they do need wide receiver help. That's another spot. The Shedeur cat would be terrible.
His dad's Deion Sanders. Come on.
Yeah, and Shiloh's there, and we've seen even the DB thing didn't work out for Shiloh, even if he is Deion's son.
Yeah, no, I mean, I still think they're, I don't know, NFC South. I guess what the Falcons did was interesting, dumb but interesting. But yeah, I guess even the other South Division are brethrens at the I guess bottom of the or the back of the toy shelf, the ones with dust all over each other. No, even that's more interesting, because that's going to be the big talking head, the biggest loser. The Falcons, what did they do trading a future first-round pick for the 26th pick?
Falcons have had an interesting couple drafts. People were wondering what the hell they were doing taking Michael Penix. Turns out, not a bad thought when you want to get off of Kirk Cousins within a year. We will see if their latest questionable draft move turns out in a similar fashion, where you know what, they had some foresight. We'll see. It's a Falcon, so it's unlikely anyone's going to do any mea culpas on, we really trashed Falcons, we should apologize. No one ever does that.
I mean, the at the end of the day, like, they still did give Kirk Cousins all that money,
which was my issue with it from the jump.
Even if you draft a good quarterback, it's like, well, why didn't you just sign Jimmy Garoppolo or whoever if you're going to do this?
They always had a process issue.
Yeah.
But people thought the problem with their process was taking Michael Penix, and my thought was, why are you giving Kirk Cousins monies when the Vikings had enough of him? Kirk Cousins was never going to elevate you to a point where you were a real contender, but they were desperate for competency, and that's why they paid him the money, and now they're stuck right now unless the Steelers decide they'd rather deal with him than Aaron Rodgers. We'll hear more from Caserio when we come back. He was, I think he's the only one who spoke. I don't think D'Amico needed to speak because there was no player to talk about. It was just about transactions. So we'll hear more from Nick Caserio. We'll also hear, I do think I want to hear from Ryan Clark, not his analysis, but his reaction to the Steelers taking a defensive lineman and not a quarterback. He randomly takes a shot at Mason Rudolph, who's now back with the Steelers. So Mason Rudolph caught a stray. So we'll hear from Ryan Clark in a little bit. If you want to get in, you can. 713-780-3776 is the number. We can talk draft. We're going to talk some NBA playoffs. There wasn't a lot of that this morning, and understandably so. When you have Lance on, you're going to talk a lot of draft. But before we do all that, I'm going to talk to you about Monument Chevrolet. It's a place you go to when you want a great vehicle. It could be a Blazer, it could be a Trax, it could be their Chevy Silverado 1500s. They've got great deals on that because it is truck month. You only got a couple more days left. It was extended and it goes through April 30th. So they have that 2.9 APR on those Chevy Silverados, and they have different options for you there, but you can check out the entire inventory at monumentchevrolet.com. It's a place you go to when you want to get a great price on a car and not be surprised when you actually make it out onto the lot. Once you get on that lot in Pasadena, south of Beltway 8 and 225, you may run into Melissa. She is the salesperson of the week. She is a Spanish speaker. So if you'd rather do your business in Spanish, she'll take care of you there. And if not Melissa, you'll see someone else out there who will help you get you through the car buying process, because sometimes that can be a little tricky. But once you get there, you're going to feel like family because they treat everyone like family. They've been in business for 50 years. And what that means is they've been selling cars to people for generations. I say that on purpose because you would have a grandfather go out there and get a car. Then the son will get a car. Then the daughter of that son will get a car. They've been getting people in the correct vehicles for years now. So whether it be pre-owned or new, or maybe you run a business and you want something for your fleet, Monument Chevrolet is a place that you need to go. So remember the website, monumentchevrolet.com. And remember, you can go out to Pasadena as well and check out the entire inventory. And the final thing is this: Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Del Olaleye.
So we'll have draft coverage here starting at 6. So if you're driving around, haven't made it home yet, you want to be up to date on what's happening in the draft, stay right here. Listen to us all day. We're going to talk. We talked a lot of draft this morning. We talked draft the first couple segments here in the way that we like to do it. And of course, the rest of the shows will do it as well. Paul and the Killer Bees will do it. And then right into draft coverage. And they'll do that all night. The Texans pick at 34. So you don't have to wait around a long time for the Texans' first pick. I think. Can't trust Nick Caserio to stay where he's supposed to. I really wanted him to trade up. For selfish reasons.
Yeah,
just get this thing over with. I had to wait and wait and wait. Then once I figured out, okay, trade Jackson Dart's a Giant. Texans don't make a pick. Then I had to make my trip to HEB.
and it was a real 1-2 combination, at least for me. That was like, not only are we're gonna go tonight without a Houston Texans draft pick, but also really Jackson Dart.
Yeah, considering the level of respect we did not give him about his future as an NFL quarterback, to see him be the second quarterback taken. While we shouldn't be that surprised because that was building throughout the last week or so that Jackson Dart could be a selection. The Giants did a lot of work on Shedeur Sanders early. Shedeur did all that flirting by wearing those Giant-themed cleats. That's got to be a little embarrassing. Where do those cleats go? Does he immediately throw them away, or if he gets drafted by a team, he'll keep the Giants cleats and maybe wear them to troll the Giants if he plays them?
I think that's the move.
You think that's the move? Because he will be drafted, as much as we're talking about. I know. As much as we're talking about him being passed on, he'll get drafted. He'll get an opportunity to show that everyone was wrong. And if he winds up playing the Giants, maybe he breaks out those cleats. But that's tough. To wear them, to let the world know, hey, I want to be a New York Giant, and then they pass on you twice, and then take a quarterback that no one believed coming into the process you were worse than.
Yeah, especially because like they had the third pick, they took Abdul Carter. That's fine.
Okay, we get
whatever. And they trade back and take a different quarterback.
It's not like they waited for Dart to fall to them. They had conviction.
It just turns out actually they signed Matthew Stafford, or they traded for Matthew Stafford or something, like,
which was a conversation earlier. Yeah,
like, no, just like the guy from Ole Miss playing a rinky-dink offense
that never produces anyone over you. How it goes sometimes, right? At least for Shedeur.
Yeah, I think, I don't know if you guys did you guys talk about this?
If it was
this
serious,
morning?
Probably not. What's
okay.
up?
So would you say Shedeur probably goes the first 10 picks today?
The Browns need a quarterback. So we're talking about, you were joking about you were joking off air about the safe landing spot that is the Steelers. At 21, turns out no.
They're like defensive tackle.
This morning,
or the Steelers.
This morning, somebody in Pittsburgh, one of their radio people, said that the Rooneys really wanted a defensive lineman. They did not like their depth there and the talent there. So it was the owner's pick. Go get me a defensive lineman. So no one could take that into account. We all assumed that Mike Tomlin would want Shedeur because he needed a quarterback. Turns out the owner was like, rather have the defensive lineman.
Just let us know next time.
Yeah, get that out there.
This
so
also,
no one looks stupid.
It also has to be the first time a team has had a glaring need at quarterback, and the owners come in before the draft and go, actually, we're good with the quarterback. Like, give us a D tackle. Because every time we hear, and we've heard about it being a possibility with the Giants, where ownership steps in. That was some whispers about that with the McNairs and the CJ draft, where it sounded like the football guys were ready to go on Will Anderson, and then the McNairs walked in and were like, whoa. No, we need a quarterback, guys.
Excuse me. We're starting a new era here. We're not going to start it with simply taking a defensive end.
The Rooney's being, no. Let's get the defensive tackle from Oregon. Yeah.
If any ownership group was going to do it, it'd be them.
It would be them.
Yeah.
That's not even like really a criticism. It's just weird that happens. Every owner is like the most like, they just want to play Madden.
Yeah, you're right. And
which I would also want to do. If I owned a team.
I would not think
I would draft a wide receiver in the first round every single
I would
year.
not think to myself, let's go get a defensive lineman if I had to watch the possibility of Mason Rudolph play quarterback for me again. And speaking of that, let's hear a former Steeler, prominent voice in media today. Ryan Clark does a lot of things. He's on ESPN. In fact, he was on this morning. He also does the pivot with Channing Crowder, the former NFL linebacker. This is them awaiting the Steelers pick. I think Ryan Clark was in like a Steelers Letterman's jacket. At least the colors are Steelers colors, I think. He is excited for the Steelers pick. I think the assumption by him, if we're going by his reaction, is that Shedeur Sanders was going to come off the board for the Steelers. Instead, he got Derek Harmon from Oregon, and somehow, some way, Mason Rudolph caught a stray or two. Here's Ryan Clark's reaction to the Harmon pick.
What the hell? Defense, Pittsburgh. Come on now. I mean, Dewey, he's a good player. Mason Rudolph? Mason Rudolph? He's all right.
He's not all right.
You in Tennessee got worse. You know what we're going to do? Oh, let's wait for Aaron. Wait for Aaron to make a decision.
Listen, Aaron gonna call Aaron.
Bro, we let Aaron Rodgers hold us hostage like we a 4. We the Pittsburgh Steelers. We're supposed to be acting like a kid. We acting like a 4, like they're growing up. He thought that was gonna crash the door. He thought.
All right, thank you, Ryan Clark. Who's a 4 in NFL terms? He took issue with getting treated like a 4. What teams are 4s in the NFL where a quarterback of, let's say, maybe entering the wash category can make you wait on them?
What franchises?
Yeah,
of course.
currently, yeah. Who's a 4? You got to include history, got to include potential futures.
Arizona Cardinals.
Yeah, they're a bit of a 4
because they're not
Browns
absolute
level
clown show.
terrible.
That's what people forget is that people can't be a 1. No,
Yeah.
we don't normally talk about 1s a lot. Yeah,
Sure.
yeah. Look at him; he's dating a 1. But those people exist, and those are the Browns. Those are the Jets. Those are all the teams. Jags probably a 2, maybe a 3.
Yeah.
I think the Cardinals 4 because they're definitely below average, but they're definitely not as bad as those those teams below.
There's a level to sink to, and they're not there yet.
Yeah.
Yeah. The Cardinals aren't a bad pickup as a 4. And Ryan Clark doesn't want to be treated like the Arizona Cardinals.
No.
Well, then don't go after a 7. It's not like you're going after a 10. If you're a Steelers fan waiting on Aaron Rodgers or possibly Kirk Cousins, you're not going after the best possible person.
Yeah.
So the 7 will treat you like a 4 because you're desperate.
They want
for
a 7
because you're desperate for the 7.
Yeah.
You are desperate, even if you think you're a 10, with the Steelers as historically are. But you're acting like desperation is seeping off of you.
Yeah, it's just leaking out.
Yeah, so you'll get treated that way.
Oh, and they don't have a second round pick.
Ooh, so they gotta wait. Yeah, I think they don't pick again till the 80s. So if they get a quarterback,
83, yeah,
it might be Quinn Ewers. The Quinn Ewers of the world.
Can we have a live cam on Ryan Clark
when Quinn Ewers gets drafted by the Steelers?
Puts on the hat.
Kyle McCord. It could be one. It could be anyone who was on Gruden's quarterback class, except for Jackson Dart because he went in the first round.
It doesn't help that Kyle McCord's worst game of the season happened at Pitt, like literally on the same field where he threw.
He was awful.
I know
he
threw 3 pick sixes. I don't know how many.
Was it 5 picks in the first half?
I forgot if it was 5 or 6.
Yeah, he was junk that day. So Pittsburgh fans will remember him pretty well if he gets drafted. Wait a minute,
man. Kyle, talk about what it means to take the field at Heinz Field for the first time. He's like, well,
not the first time.
There was another time.
The last time I was here, it didn't go well. But I hope to change things. So Kyle McCord may be on the table for the Steelers or someone else, but they don't take a quarterback in the first round.
Just wait on Rodgers or trade for
Kirk Cousins.
Yeah, it's not fun. Like none of these options are like, hell yeah, we're the Steelers. Ring number 7 coming up. But like also, there's not that many good options.
I'll tell you guys, as underwhelming as the quarterback play for the Texans was last year for multiple reasons, and they hope to fix them starting today. You think with offensive line help,
it could be
so much worse, man. Think about where you would be hoping and praying that maybe you like Shedeur Sanders, maybe you don't. Maybe you're a Giants fan and you're hoping Jackson Dart saves you.
I mean,
that could be who you are.
Even like the days after Matt Schaub got hurt, up until they traded up to draft Deshaun Watson, just like those years where it was like Hoyer, Fitzpatrick. Okay,
you had to lie to yourself about Brock Osweiler.
Yeah, let's break the bank. Let's get the best quarterback available in free agency. Let's get Brock Osweiler.
And then you had to treat him like an NBA player and dump him and give him a second round, give the Browns a second round pick to take him on.
But again, CJ Stroud definitely didn't live up to expectations, fell short of expectations last year. Would take that in a heartbeat.
Yeah, I know
over what other teams have to deal with.
I know the people driving the CJ train don't want the slogan to be CJ Stroud. It could always be worse.
Yeah,
I'm sure that's not what they would like.
No, but it's true.
But when you start to, oh man, things didn't go great last year. Just remember, look at what's happening.
Yeah,
for other teams right now, where teams are desperate. Hell, even as much as I love Cam Ward, I mean, everyone's telling you for the most part that he would have been the 5th or 6th best quarterback in the draft, but the Titans needed a quarterback and they took him. Now we'll see if they're right or wrong on that, but depending on the year, it could be a rough go if you need one, and the Texans have one, and they just need to get him some help. They didn't do it yesterday. We'll see if that begins today with a possible wide receiver, maybe an offensive lineman. They do need, I think, at least to find one starting offensive lineman.
Yeah, I think today I would want O-line and wide receiver.
Yeah,
just with who's available at the receiver spot still, because we only had McMillan, Ibuka, and Golden, right? And Travis, but he doesn't count.
Yeah, he is the hybrid.
He's his own thing. So you're gonna still have some solid to actually pretty good wide receiver prospects. Not most years, where there's a McConkey getting drafted 50 or there's Puka Nacua getting drafted in the 5th round. Like that obviously is outliers, but you're still, if it is Burden with their first pick today, like that would he would definitely play for these guys. He would definitely be a weapon.
Yeah, and if you're looking at different spots, maybe like Trey Harris, he's bigger than Burden, so it just depends on what they want.
Yeah, because Burden's probably more of a slot, and you already got
they
that
have
with
Christian Kirk.
Yeah. Trey Harris.
Burden's listed at 6 feet tall. I mean, he could play outside, but as you said, maybe he's more of a slot. And Trey Harris 6'2". So there are options there. Those guys are slated to be a little bit after as far as their overall ranking by certain people. They're a little bit after the Texans pick at 34. But hey, if you like a receiver and you think you won't last your next pick, you take them. So there are options on the table, and Nick Cassero did his job. If you didn't like where your board was turning out at the time you were about to make a pick, get out of there and acquire more selections and give yourself more options. So he did that, and we'll hear from him when we come back about trading out. Actually, he said plenty of things. We'll hear from him about maybe using your draft capital to take an established player, because we know they've done that. So it's not just about today as far as those draft picks. The Texans aren't against using one of those picks to go get an established player. And while we talk about receiver and O-line, interior defensive line help may be an option, at least for me, for the Texans. They should look there if one that they like is available, and maybe they'll use a draft pick to acquire someone. So we'll talk about that from Nick Cassero when we come back. And also we'll get into our first edition of the playoff scapegoat rankings. There are options. We had playoff games last night. We had a giant blown lead. We had the Clippers winning their first game in their actual own building in the playoffs since the mid-90s. So we'll get to that. And we had the Knicks and Pistons in a close one as well. So playoff scapegoat rankings coming up, and also more from Cassero. We will be back. But first, Sean's going to tell you about Prize Picks.
Yes, Prize Picks, America's #1 daily fantasy sports app. And listen, they had a chance for me to win a portion, and for you to win a portion of $500,000 they're giving away with a free lineup in the draft. And unfortunately, my beloved SEC fell short of 3.5 top 10 picks. I needed a fourth. We only got 3. Of course, the 11th pick was Georgia defensive end Michael Williams, just to really rub salt in the wound. That number 11 was the fourth SEC player that I needed. Travis Hunter, with some drama, but not a lot of drama, went number 2. That's good for less than 2.5 for his draft position. And Shedeur Sanders obviously went later than 11.5. He's still available right now. So the draft has passed us by, but hey, if you're in that NFL mood, they do have NFL season-long projections already up for Cam Ward, for Ashton Genty, for a lot of the guys that you just saw get drafted last night. So maybe that's what you want to do. Maybe you think that Ashton Genty is going to run for more than 1,125 yards this season. Maybe you think that Cam Ward is going to throw for more than 3,200 yards as the Titans' number 1 quarterback and number 1 overall pick. Or, hey, you're looking at the NBA tonight. There's so many options. You got Orlando and you got Boston. You have Minnesota, LA, and you have the Bucks and Pacers. Maybe think Giannis goes off, or this is where it's finally Dame time and he swings the series back into the Bucks' favor. Whatever you want, you can find it on Prize Picks. Download the Prize Picks app today. Use promo code MAPES when you sign up to get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. That's promo code MAPES when you sign up to get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. You don't even have to win to get that money. It's guaranteed. Prize Picks. Run your game.
Welcome to hour 2 of the show. In about 30 minutes, we'll be joined by Michael Carroll just to talk about what's going on and what you should or shouldn't watch in movies and TV. We'll see if he thinks The Accountant 2 should be your main choice, like Sean Mapes does.
The only choice.
So, okay, the only choice. Michael and Sean differ in their opinion sometimes. We'll see if this one becomes another point of contention a little bit later. Let's get to Nick Casario, and then we'll get into our playoff scapegoat rankings so far, because at least we're through 2 games in every series, and in some cases 3. So now it's the time. And I want to remind you, it's not what I think or who I think should be blamed. It's who I think the narratives will start to blame as these series continue to go along. But before we do that, let's hear from Nick Casario on the possibility of using some of that draft capital they've acquired over the last 24 hours to maybe target a current player in the NFL as opposed to just using it on a college player.
Look, and I've said this, you guys have heard me say this, the draft's a draft. It's not the only team building opportunity. So we get through the draft. There's a heightened sense of awareness, and there's a lot of hype, and everybody loves the draft. I love the draft. I'm not trying to minimize the draft, but okay, it's just one fixed point. Once you get through the draft, it's April, May, June, July, August, September, through the season. There's opportunities. And then part of it is understanding the league, understanding as many players as possible. And if there's an opportunity for us where you can use a 3rd-round pick next year or use a 2 to acquire a player that you feel makes sense. Now, there's a financial component as well. You know, the contract has to fit and all those types of things. So we look at everything. Like, we're never going to eliminate one thing or never going to be so fixated, like a lot of people are, on one particular aspect of team building. So that's not how you build a team.
That's Nick Casario. They will continue to try to add players, whether it be over the next couple of days or into the latter parts of the offseason. And we know they love to make a trade in the draft or just acquiring a player. So I don't think, even if they keep several of their picks or even most of them, that the potential for trading for a current NFL player is off the board. So we'll see. And that starts relatively early in the draft. They got the 34th pick, so we won't have to wait around a long time for the Texans to make a selection, or will we? Because you never know.
They could just trade back again. I don't know. I guess maybe the only way I'd be okay with it, not the only way, but the way I'd be most okay with it is if they use this 34th pick to trade for a guy I've heard of, or, you know, an established NFL player. If they trade back again, I might just turn off the draft.
Enough. I'll just look at the notifications on your phone for updates. Yeah.
Someone just send me who they end up taking.
Yeah.
Enough of your trades, Nick.
I waited throughout. Trickery. I waited for about 3 hours yesterday, or even more, for you to make a pick, and you didn't, and you're gonna make me wait again. I don't have the patience for that, Nick.
Miss me with that.
Yeah. We will see. It's a Friday. There's stuff to do if you don't want to be locked in on the draft. I get it. But if you do, and you're driving around, you know, maybe getting to that thing you need to do, we're going to have the draft coverage here. Maybe even starting at 5. The draft starts at 6, but I think we might take coverage right at 5. Because what do you need an hour-long preview of the draft?
I wonder if they'll talk about Shedeur Sanders on that.
Seems unlikely, Sean.
Pre-game show.
I think they're all tired from tuckered out from Shedeur talk. I don't think you hear it once. You know, that's he's still on the board leading into the draft. I don't think you hear it once.
That's how NFL media works.
Yeah,
like,
they don't.
We're just tired of this topic.
They don't beat something home. No, they never do that. But let's transition to the NBA. We had 3 playoff games last night. 2 really compelling ones, and then we had the Clippers wash over the Nuggets and kind of wipe them maybe out of the series. I'm not sure. The Nuggets haven't played well in 3 games. They somehow got game 1. They were fortunate to do it, and now they're down 2-1, and they have to play game 4 in LA. But Sean, we do have production value for this, so let's introduce people to our new game show, Playoff Scapegoat. I had not heard this. When Michael comes in, I'm going to applaud his performance, and I'm going to do it now as well. Thank you, Michael. I can hear the goat in the background as well. Sometimes a goat can be a good thing, like when Austin Reeves is doing that to LeBron after he has a great performance. In this case, it's a bad thing.
No, it's scapegoat.
Yes, that's the premise. Yes, you don't want to be the scapegoat. You want to be the goat. But in this case, we're doing scapegoat, and I led into it talking Nuggets and Clippers. And top of my list, at least for narratives going forward, if they don't come back and win the series in the offseason, top of the list, Michael Porter Jr. Michael Porter Jr. is trying to push away those narratives by telling everyone how hurt his shoulder is. He said he was at 20 to 30% last night, and he is not sure he's going to play. He's going to see if he's going to hurt his team or not. That'll determine if he can play or not. I would say you're hurting your team no matter if you're injured or not. So maybe make the decision not to play and see if the Nuggets can find a way to win. Now, Russell Westbrook is banged up. He may not play, but Michael Porter Jr., remember, he had that awful turnover that led to his injury. He also has not played well. I'm still laughing at the GOAT.
the GOAT boss.
Yeah. Yeah. Michael Porter Jr. has played 3 games in this series. He scored 3 points and 7 points, respectively, in 2 of the 3. He is a high contract figure player.
Yeah.
Who everyone always wants more from. And sometimes the Nuggets games go by how he's shooting. And in the games that they played when he scored 3 and 7, 1 for 4 in game 1, that's the game they won. He actually was better in the game they lost. And then he was 2 of 9, 1 of 6 from 3, 7 points. But the shoulder was a problem.
Yeah. And for a team like the Nuggets, that are so top heavy. Like they're not even stars and scrubs because Jokic famously has never played with the guys made an all-star team in that season.
They keep telling us that. Yep.
So it's not even like stars and scrubs. It's just like a unit. Their starting lineup is very good. When Michael Porter Jr. is at least decent.
Yes.
When he's bad, then it just causes a bunch of problems because you're having to depend more on Russell Westbrook, which is always scary in a playoff game, and then a bunch of unproven young guys on their bench. So I think that whether it is through bad play, I mean, for the series so far, it's been through bad play. Going forward, it might be because of injury, but Michael Porter Jr., I think it will be scapegoated in this. And he's also like the easiest. He's not super easy to trade, but he's not Jokic, he's not Murray, even Gordon. Like what Gordon does is more uniquely suited to this team.
Mm-hmm.
It's just Porter's going to be the spot where at the end of the season, if they lose in 6 or 5 to this Clippers team,
how will they
that'll
improve?
be the spot.
They will be talking about, can we get productive pieces for Michael Porter Jr.? His salary is about $36 million this season. It'll jump up to 38.3, and then after that, $40 million. So you can understand why a guy playing at his level at that price tag is going to be called into question. At least his ability to remain a Nugget will be called into question. So we'll see. He is number 1 on my list of people who will be catching a lot of heat if his team doesn't win the series. Now, I was struggling with the number 2 spot because without Ja and the fact that after his injury last night and even before, we didn't think the Warriors were going to win that series. They're playing the prohibitive favorite to win the title. But when you're up by 20 plus points and your best players go down, you would think Jaren Jackson Jr. and Desmond Bane would find a way to massage a win out of game 3.
Just hold on to the lead.
And I wouldn't have put Jaren Jackson Jr. with Desmond Bane because Desmond Bane has been pretty terrible in the series.
Yeah.
Until I saw what Alex Caruso did to Jaren Jackson Jr. late when they're trying to go to him for buckets. If not for that, I would have made this strictly a Desmond Bane situation as their highest paid second player. At least I put it in a more succinct way. Ja is their highest paid player. Desmond Bane is their second highest paid player. And Jaren Jackson Jr. at some point is going to be looking for a new deal. It's part of the reason they did some of their things this year as far as contracts were concerned because they know they're going to have to pay him. So Desmond Bane, number 2, Jaren Jackson 2B. Because you let Alex Caruso, I know he's a good defender. But if we're talking about a guy who could have made third-team All-NBA and may still make that, depending on how the voting goes, if they're going to you trying to win a game down the stretch, you can't let the guy who is 8 inches shorter than you bully you in the turnovers and not allow you to get your own shot. So the Grizzlies, if you missed it, were up big. Lou Dort undercut Ja. He doesn't come back in the game. He only plays 16 minutes. And the lead just slowly got dwindled down until the Grizzlies eventually fell apart. And the Thunder, thanks to Chet Holmgren's big game where he knocked down 5 threes, win game 3, are up 3-0. And Ja likely is not going to play. He was on crutches. He's likely not going to play in game 4 if the crutches are in the indication, and that series is going to end in a sweep. So Jaren Jackson Jr. is a contract that can come up, but Desmond Bane is the one where you're like, wait a minute. You're a guy now.
Yeah.
Go find a way to finish this. And why is John Conchar taking big shots? What are you doing? Why is Santi Aldama airballing threes? Where are you, Desmond Bane? So the combo, but as you can tell, I'm mostly focused on Desmond Bane. Number 3, he may play a huge part in game 3 for the Rockets and the Warriors because Jimmy Butler has a bruised glute. No structural damage except his ass hurts. So he's likely not going to play if the reports are true. It's just about can they get him out on the court. But number 3, Buddy Hield, your designated shooter, the guy who's supposed to take scoring pressure off of Steph and even Jimmy when he's out there. He is your most established guy other than Draymond Green beyond Steph and Jimmy. And Sean, would you like to take a guess about what Buddy Hield has done through 3 games?
Combined, like, I don't know.
How many points combined do you think he scored?
15 points?
9. 9 points.
That's not good.
In 3 games.
That's 3 threes in 2 games.
He is 4 out of 12 from the field. He's made 1 3 in 3 games. He's 1 out of 8 from 3-point range. 9 points for Buddy Hield. Now
it's a loud 9 though.
Is it? Oh, you mean because they're clanging off the backboard? That's how loud they are?
Because the microphone.
Yeah. So he's played limited minutes because he can't contribute offensively. The Warriors have gone in other spots, but with Jonathan Kuminga not really being a factor and Steph Curry being hounded throughout, Buddy Hield was needed, and the shots aren't going down. And once the shots go down, Buddy Hield doesn't provide much, so he's been taken out of these games. So Buddy Hield.
And credit to Jonathan Kuminga for being such a small factor in the series until Jimmy Butler got hurt that I don't think he's eligible for playoff scapegoat.
He hasn't played enough minutes.
I don't think he's actually eligible for this.
He'll get his minutes.
And even if he does play, he'll be like, well, it was because of an injury that Kuminga didn't play well. Or the reason we had to play him and he didn't play well is because of injury.
Yeah.
He probably won't get blamed for this.
Yeah, he won't get blamed.
At least Steve Kerr doesn't seem to love him, but maybe Steve Kerr blames him.
I think the organization may be done with Kuminga despite always holding on to him, at least for this year. Yeah. But they're playing Buddy Hield because they think he's supposed to contribute. They know Kuminga can't, so they won't play him. Buddy Hield's a different story, and it's not working out.
32 years old, by the way.
Yes, he's been around a while, and he's not lived up to what the Warriors wanted from him so far through 2 games. We'll see. And you know what? I got to take my math and my game log is wrong. I included what he did in the play-in against the Grizzlies. So in postseason competition so far, because I said 3 games. 3 games, so instead of 2. It's 7 points through 2 games with the Warriors and the Rockets. But if you add in what he did against the Grizzlies in that play-in scenario, which was a back-and-forth game, it's 9 points through 3 games. So that's just to clean that up and clarify, considering they've only played 2 playoff games, but he has played 3 postseason.
So he's averaging 4.5 in the series.
Yeah, 4.5 in the series
overall.
3 in the postseason overall. So Buddy Hield, great performance. And finally, because he had an offer and he got traded for a franchise legend, we might not consider Chris Middleton a franchise legend, but he is that type in Milwaukee. He's part of the title team. He was around a long time through some of their, I won't call them failures, but some of their missed opportunities in the playoffs. He is one of their dudes, and they traded him for Kyle Kuzma because they thought Kyle Kuzma would help. Why would you do that? Why would you think that? I don't know, but the Bucks did. And Kuzma, despite playing better in game 2, when you go 0 for in game 1, you score no points. Yeah. When there's no Dame and it's just you and Giannis out there and Gary Trent Jr., you because you're the acquisition at the trade deadline or right around there, you wind up as number 4 on the list of guys who will be blamed if their team goes out meekly in the playoffs.
Yeah, I'm not giving him credit for playing better in game 2 after he goes 0 in game 1. I'm just not going to give him credit for that, for scoring 0 points, getting 0 rebounds or 0 assists in game 1 and being like, he did bounce back in game 2. I'm sorry. I'm not giving you credit.
I understand. You can't be what you were in game 1 when it was, as I laid out, it was Giannis by himself and they needed something from you and you gave them nothing. Now Dame is back, so there's less pressure on him, but they're still going to need a big-time performance from him because the Pacers right now are up 2-0, but they are going back to Milwaukee. We'll see if Kyle Kuzma has it in him to bounce back, but that
series hasn't started yet because the home team's won.
I know. Thanks, Charles. The series hasn't started yet in that one. We'll see. Maybe it won't start till game 7. You'll never know. All right, we'll wrap up our playoff scapegoat segment with that. We'll do this at the end of next week as well. There'll be some series that are over, so there'll be real chances to talk about guys who failed their teams and what the narratives will be about them. If you want to get in on the show, you can 713-780-3776. We do have one open segment to go before we get to Michael Carroll. So if you want to talk about anything draft related, basketball related, hell, the Astros are back in action. They've got the Royals tonight as they try to continue their winning streak. You can do that, or their winning ways. 5 out of the last 6, you can do that as well. So, Sean and I till noon, then Paul Gallant and the Killer Bees. We will be back. But first, I want to talk about Aqueduct Plumbing Company. Aqueduct Plumbing Company is the place you go to when, you got a plumbing issue. Whether it be something giant, like you need a repipe done and you want one of their experienced contractors to do it, or maybe it's a leak that you don't know how to fix because you're not a plumber. They'll do that for you too. They have a handy drop-down menu that shows you all the things they provide, whether you need a contractor or something with water filters. Maybe you have a tankless water heater or a traditional one. They'll take care of that for you too. Reroutes, gas piping, new construction, remodels, all there for you. So take a look. They actually have a review section you can take a look at to see all the positive reviews from people who have worked with them. And if you want to call them, you can. 281-488-6238 is that number. You get that free price quote as well. Because if you don't know what's going on, you don't want to be charged to find out what it is. So let Aqueduct Plumbing Company evaluate that for you and let you know what needs to be fixed. So go to that website, aqueductplumbingcompany.com. That's aqueductplumbingcompany.com.
The Del Olaleye Show continues.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's your host, Del Olaleye.
Matt LaFleur is on television right now with Pat McAfee. His Packers took Texas's Matthew Golden with their first-round selection. So Golden goes to play with Jordan Love. A lot of young receivers who, are they established? They're good players. I just don't know if anyone is let it be known that they're a clear number one receiver, and that's maybe why they took Matthew Golden, because at some point you have to start deciding who you're going to pay and who you aren't. The Packers have done a good job acquiring talent at that spot. Who has elevated themselves? Because Christian Walker sometimes can't catch football and he gets hurt. Romeo Doubs had his issues earlier this year. They brought him back and he played earlier the 24-25 season. He came back and was fine, but they add their wide receiver core. Aaron Rodgers, like, first round pick, wide receiver. What the hell?
Yeah. The Packers. It is a little interesting that they went wide receiver in the draft, just because, like you said, they have 4 guys that are good. There's not a clear number one in there, but I'm also not sure that Matthew Golden's gonna step into the league and be that guy. So it is. You thought that if they were to do anything, it'd maybe try to trade for an established wide receiver would be what they do. But of course, they're the Packers, so they're just gonna keep drafting, I guess. But yeah, for them to invest this highly in a receiver when that's the state of the receiver room, it does speak to what they think of this guy.
Yeah, Dobbs, Golden, Dontavian Wicks, Jaden Reed, Christian Watson. They have invested in young receivers.
Guys, yeah.
But this is their first rounder, and Matthew Golden gets that honor. He'll get to play with Jordan Love and in Green Bay in that Matt LaFleur offense. Let's get to Chase. He wants to talk about a trade the Texans didn't make. What's up, Chase?
Hey, Del. I was just seeing, do you think we got taken based off of the Falcons and Rams trade? Should we have gotten a first-round pick for trading back?
I'm trying to think, how far up did the Falcons come up to get to that? Because that plays a part in it as well. The Texans were at 25. The Giants came up and gave up 34. So the Giants didn't have to come up that far. Sean, do you have that trade in front of you?
I'll find it once.
Because that plays a part, Chase. I don't have that in front of me, so I can't speak to how much was given up.
They went from 46 to 26.
See, that's 20 spots. So while, yeah, you would love to get a first rounder out of that, the Giants have to come up that far. So that plays a part in the decision making as well. And maybe we don't know the particulars, but maybe the Falcons and the Rams weren't the only people discussing that spot. Could the Rams have picked the Falcons to get someone and they got a first round pick out of it? And the other thing is, maybe the Falcons are just stupid or badly run. So that plays a part as well.
You think Jalen Walker's worth basically two firsts?
I would say no, but the Falcons are desperate for pass rush. They're a team who cannot rush the passer, and desperation might have took hold. Their decision-making process is something you might want to question. From giving Kirk Cousins that money and then drafting a quarterback high up in the draft to now having to get off of Kirk Cousins, but not really having the takers that they're looking for. I would say sometimes you can't compare what's going on with your team with what's going on with another team, because their decision-making might be flawed. Remember, that was the Texans thing, because when they traded for Laremy Tunsil, they gave up 2 firsts and a second, and then they gave him a deal. And that deal didn't set the standard for how other people operated. Like, they were like, that's just Texans specific. We're not going to do that here because that's a Texans move that no one thinks was proper. So I understand it. You would have loved to gotten a first rounder. You just didn't go down that far. And then the Falcons are a team who may just be willing to give up a lot for little. So yeah, it would have been great. It's just not the way it played out. I appreciate it, Chase, for the call. Never compare yourselves to the Falcons. It'll just make your mind numb. They do things that don't make a lot of sense.
Yeah, they just do things a little differently.
Yeah.
They're not terrible. They do things differently.
They were on the verge of making the playoffs. They lost a couple games late, but they were there in contention in the NFC South. Now they try to do it again with a young quarterback, with a year under his belt. Let's get to who was first. Let's get
Keith was first.
Keith, we'll get to you. Then Garrett, you hang on. I know you want to talk Rockets Warriors. We'll get to that as well before we wrap up this segment. What's up, Keith?
Hey, Dale, thanks for having me on. Before I jump into my NFL draft question, I do want to say I finished season 1 of The Pit. Unbelievable television, 15 episodes, 15 hours of just riveting, unreal medical drama. You know, obviously it's very different from Grey's Anatomy, but loved every minute of it. Can't wait for season 2. Absolutely brilliant. Loved Whitaker, Langdon, all the guys. My NFL draft question is, I don't know if you guys are thinking this, but does it feel like the biggest reach of round 1 was Emeka Buka to the Bucks at 19 when they have Evans, Godwin, McMillan, Otten, and all those guys? Don't you feel like they needed to go defense there? Like, those guys are under contract still. McMillan had a nice rookie year. Like, Ibuka wasn't even the best receiver on his own team that won the Natty, is going top 20 to the Bucks where they need defense.
Well, think of it, if you think that Mike Lombardi knew what he was doing at one point, his philosophy is you double down on strength. So if you think about what the Bucks have done, they have Godwin gets injured, Mike Evans still great but older, and McMillan's a rookie who did he do anything last year to say he's going to be a long-term option? So if you think you have that guy in Ibuka, you go get him. Of course, how do you build your team out? Where are your weaknesses? Because wide receiver would be looked at as not a weakness, but the Bucks will probably tell you got the rest of the draft. It's not a one-day draft. It's not a one-pick draft. He was the best player there at the spot that we were trying to make a pick. We love good receivers. If we have 2 of them, why not have 3? And maybe McMillan's good too. Let's have 4. And at some point, Mike Evans will slow down. It hasn't happened yet. I think they signed him to an extension. I think 2 years, $41 million. So Mike Evans will be there for a little bit, but Chris Godwin gets hurt, unfortunately. So maybe that's some insurance against him and his recent injury concerns. Thanks, Keith, for the call. Raven fan Keith. I think they took Malachi Starks, the safety out of Georgia. Let's get to Garrett. He wants to talk Rockets Warriors, and then we'll get to a break. What's up, Garrett?
Hi guys, make sure y'all can hear me good. I have earphones in. But I've been and I know it's going to sound silly to most people, it seems, because I'm from this area, but I've been a Golden State Warriors fan my entire life, and there have been so many things that frustrated me between Draymond, our ability to hold leads, our ability to start well, our lack of physicality, which is very evident. But I've never been more frustrated with anybody than Buddy Hield. So you guys kind of nailed that on the head. I appreciate that. But my question really is, as far as from the Rocket side with Jalen Green, does he need to have a game like that every game, or do they really need to count on him to kind of give them that boost? Because I know they got some help from Tyrese, and they actually looked pretty good in that last one to me. But do they need him that much, like to do? I wouldn't say 8 threes, but
as far as what the Rockets hope to be, they need Jalen Green to elevate themselves to a real contender. To beat the Warriors in a series where Jimmy Butler's hobbled, probably not. We talked about it yesterday. Jalen Green kind of finds his level. He scores 7 points in game 1, 38 points in game 2, averages about 22.5 points. That's kind of what he is as a player. The last 2 games were giant extremes, but he's kind of an extreme type player. So they don't need 38 in this series. It's just that it's what he's capable of, but he's also capable of a game 1.
Yeah, I mean, we've talked all throughout the season about how at a certain point, I kind of think the Rockets would just be better if Jalen Green was only 35% and 22 points every night instead of the peaks and valleys that you get with Jalen Green. And I think that if Jalen Green can just do like 19 points, 3 for 10 from 3,
like 43% shooting, whatever it is, low turnovers.
You can win games doing that.
Yes,
but the 38-point game, that's when you become like unbeatable.
That's when we're talking, can this team push the Thunder if he's going to be that type of player?
Yeah, that's why everyone after game 1 was like, this team needs a star, and they get the star performance from Jalen Green in game 2. But that's what it looks like. But the thing is with the real deal stars is that they do that more often, and the basement
and
isn't.
the bad games are actually average games.
Yeah, the basement isn't 7 points on terrible shooting.
So Keith, I would say you might, depending on how long the series goes, Garrett, sorry, Keith was talking football. Garrett, depending on how long the series goes, you may get one more of those, but don't expect that to be a consistent issue for your team battling the Rockets.
Yeah, it might just actually ping pong every single night.
Yeah, we never know.
Terrible night, good night.
So in game 3 tomorrow, he may go for 15 on bad shooting, and then the next night he may go for 30. It's just what he is until proven otherwise. But you got the bad end of the Jalen Green experience if you are the opponent, while you got the good end in game 1. So if every other game, that means you would win in 7.
Yeah, so, if it keeps going in that order,
yes,
though.
Of course. If it goes in a different order, then who knows what's going to happen. But most importantly for you, beyond Buddy Hield's disappointing ways, can you get Jimmy Butler back? If not in game 3, but relatively soon. And maybe the crowd at Chase is enough to elevate the Warriors to a big time performance without Jimmy Butler. But you're going to need him no matter what, whether it be in this series, which I think you definitely do, and going forward. Jimmy's older, and he didn't make the playoffs last year because he got injured in the play-in. Less than 2 games into this year, he's injured through no fault of his own. But sometimes age doesn't aid in recovery. If he was a younger player, would he be back sooner? That's possible. So we just got to see his status, limping around with a butt injury. Simply put, he's got a glute injury. That's what it is. And good for the Rockets if he doesn't play. Throw in the caveats. We're not rooting for injuries. We don't want injuries, but
it would help.
It happened.
It would help if he doesn't play.
It will help if he's unavailable in game 3. So good luck to you, Garrett, as a Warriors fan. I mean, you've had a lot of luck in your history.
Bad luck to you, Garrett.
I mean, I understand that Buddy Hield you think balances out all the wins. I understand having to deal with him balances out all the 4 titles. But
it doesn't balance out Trevor Ariza in game 7, 2018.
Yeah. You lost. You're down. You're up 3-1 and lost, but you're also up 3-1 in the previous series and won. So everything finds its level, just like Jalen Green. All right. We'll be joined by Michael Carroll when we come back. You can call in about maybe not Rockets Warriors, but Michael might have an opinion. But you can also call in about movies and TV shows because that's what Michael's here for, the host of Comicast. He'll join us next. Michael Carroll is here with us. I want to commend you on the job you did for our scapegoat segment.
Oh, you're
putting
welcome.
that together, the baby goats throughout, or just regular goats. I don't know if they're baby goats, but the regular goats throughout.
I think they were regular goats.
Were great.
Based off my goat research, it was regular goats. Yes.
Yes. So Michael Carroll does a lot of production for us and is the voice of the show, as you've heard. But now he's here live to tell you what you should and should watch. He is the host of Comicast. He does that with John Lee. Their latest episode, which you can find everywhere you listen to podcasts, it's about The Last of Us, episode 2. That's a spoilery review. So if you have not seen the latest episode, I'd say, what's your problem? But other than that, don't go listen if you don't want to be spoiled.
Yeah. I mean, I try and make it as clear as possible.
Yes.
It's going to be spoilers. So,
yes.
You know.
Do you do a spoiler thing before you?
Yeah.
Before the 8 to 9 thing on Wednesdays? 8 to 9
I
do on Wednesdays?
I include it into the recording as well for that. So
Okay.
yeah, you'll get a spoiler alert.
So no matter how you listen, whether it's with us at ESPN 975 or in podcast form, you will be warned that if you have not seen something, you're going to hear spoilers for it coming up. So
it's up to you. It's your own fault
yes,
at that point.
No blaming of Michael Carroll. If you are,
I wipe my hands of it.
If you hear a fact about a show that you should have already watched, that's what we're saying here.
Yeah,
blame yourself, not Michael. That's a good way to go through life.
And on Comicast, we're covering The Last of Us, so every week is going to be a spoiler review of that.
Yeah.
Maybe a news story or two, because we also talk about the Fantastic Four trailer that dropped last week. But the focus is going to be The Last of Us for the next 5 weeks, whatever it is.
Yeah, and we had a very dramatic episode too. If you haven't seen it, and the back and forth is the difference. The difference between the game and how the TV show is putting that story on screen. I have not played the game. I've done the whole. I'm going to watch a playthrough of all the cutscenes. I've done that in the sometimes during a pandemic, you got a lot of time on your hands when you're at home. So you do. So you'll watch it then. So I've done that. So I know what's happening. I appreciate the differences, just so it gives me a little bit different thing to watch. But I understand people who invested a lot of time in that game and are getting a different experience watching it take issue.
Yes, but also the people that are arguing in bad faith about that, that's the ones that are like, oh, shut up, bro. Like, you get out of here with your, like, they're just mad because they were mad at the game when it came out, because it was like, oh, Abby, blah, blah, blah. Why would she do this? Da, 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 da. Now they're mad that, oh, that's not Abby. That's not how she looks in the game. It's like, get out of here with that.
The game does put you in a tough spot in game 1 and game 2. At the very end of game 1, they put you in a spot where you have to do something for the game to continue.
Yes.
And same way in game 2, where you are playing with someone you thought could be a different protagonist, and then by the time she does what she does, she is an antagonist, but you continue to have to play with her at points.
What the show does is it takes the source material, adapts it, but also enhances it for folks that maybe didn't play the game.
I would agree.
Like for me, I played the first one. I didn't play the second one. So the things that they've done have enhanced the viewing experience, and they take respect in the material, I think,
because it's made by the same people.
Exactly. Like Neil Druckmann and Craig Neil Druckmann is one of the creators of the Last of Us video game, works with Naughty Dog, all that. And he's working hand in hand with Craig Mazin, who's directing and writing a lot of the show. Them working hand in hand is the best thing possible. Whereas, like, if you talk about something that's coming out this weekend that's based off a video game, it looks nothing like the game. And maybe they did it by design of that, but it just loses what the game was at that point.
So we'll get to what Michael's talking about in a bit, but let's get to Eric. Eric's got a question for you. What's up, Eric?
Hey, Del, great show. Hi, Michael. Yeah, I was wondering, did you hear Batman 2 might be canceled because Matt Reeves doesn't want to do it because Robert Pattinson's not in it? Also, did you see the new Predator trailer? And did you see the alien skull head on the wall?
Yes.
And how do you feel about the Predator being black? I'm excited for the new Black Predator. I'll hang up and listen.
The Predator is an alien being. Is the assumption that the Predator, do you mean the actor playing the Predator is black, or the Predator itself is black?
I think the presumption is because the Predator in this new movie that's coming out in November,
he got a drop fade.
He's got like a ponytail thing going.
I've seen the image, so I'm just not sure why
I don't
that Predator is the black Predator and others weren't.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I don't know.
That's I don't know.
Exactly. And what about his firsting the Batman 2.
Not true. I don't know. Eric, what are you reading? I don't know what that is.
Well, you type it in, and one of the headlines is why fans think the Batman 2 is getting canceled. A rumor emerged, but is it? There's been no confirmation that that's getting canceled. So far, what Eric is saying is simply fan speculation, but nothing.
Stop reading the internet. Just stop reading unsourced material.
So, what Eric said is, and I guess where he got it from, director Matt Reeves may drop out of the Batman 2 if Robert Pattinson isn't available to film in 2025. I don't know that Robert Pattinson is going to be unavailable, and if he is, wouldn't they just push it back?
That's why they delayed it to 2027.
Yeah.
Duh.
Yeah.
Like, what are we talking about?
And I personally always thought the Predator was black.
What was your first inclination that he was black? You just assumed?
Yeah, it's just like he seems.
So like Doug's friend from
Go ahead, Sean. Go ahead, please.
Isn't like Skeeter? People think Skeeter is black from Doug, even though he's like purple.
Yeah, they're just.
You just assume he's. I don't know why you think he's black, but people do think he's black.
Is it because of the?
I think the guy in the suit's also.
That's
black.
what I was asking. Is the guy and Skeeter's green? He wasn't purple. So
good correction.
I just gotta clean
Saved
it
a
up.
lot of tweets.
Look, man, 2 years in a row I went as Doug's alter ego, Quail Man, for Halloween.
You did?
Yes. And if you don't know who Quail Man or what he looks like dressed up, he would have cargo shorts, which I had to buy every year. So I didn't wear khaki cargo shorts, and then you have to buy tidy whities because you have to drag them up above your shorts, and then you have to somehow make your brown belt look like a tail feather, put it on your head. But the biggest thing was having to find a cape every year,
right?
Because I would throw it away because I'm not going to do this again next year. And then I realized it's a Halloween party.
Did it again,
and I don't want to do anything else because I always had black Converse on, which I have now, and that was part of the costume as well.
Right.
So
you could get 75% of the way there.
Yeah, without having, and other stuff didn't cost a lot. Most of it was, oh man, you're never gonna buy a single tidy whitey. It's always in a pack.
Yeah, I mean,
so I'm buying 3 pairs of underwear or 3 underwear for no reason, and one of them is going to be used for a night, and then the rest just go in the garbage.
Or 3 costumes.
What am I going to use the other?
I don't know. I didn't know you dressed up as Quail Man, so this is all.
It's a very simple costume, and I love the Doug, so that's why I did it.
Well done.
Yeah,
well done out of you.
Never again. I say that now. Then I get invited to another Halloween party,
Just wait.
and some woman shames me into dressing up, and that's kind of how it always happens. Oh, you have to dress up. All right, you're gonna get Quail Man again.
I like your go-to is Quail Man.
It's funny and it starts a conversation. Why does this guy have a belt on his head? That's more of a thing than the actual tidy whities pulled up over the shorts. People are wondering why you have a belt on your head.
Yeah, I could see that.
Okay, beyond my superhero and the Batman, Michael, let's get to things that you should or shouldn't watch. Are we going to start with The Accountant 2 or that video game adaptation?
The video game adaptation, Until Dawn, which is a horror movie that's based off the video game of the same name. Skip out on that. Don't.
You're out on
Don't watch it. It's not even really the game. And I think Megan Navarro of Bloody Disgusting put it best. This version of Until Dawn is essentially nothing more than a series of unconnected horror scenes in which characters we don't care about die again and again. Nothing more, nothing less. It's Groundhog. It's a new adaptation of Groundhog, like a horror adaptation of Groundhog Day for this group of people that are trying to survive until dawn. They took the name of the game literally in that sense, and it's just, I don't know, it's a poor adaptation of the video game. So I would say skip out on that, but I will say I have to agree with Sean.
The Accountant 2.
The Accountant 2. That's the pick this weekend. I know he's excited.
I agree with me.
I have to.
He doesn't want to.
I don't really. No. I mean, The Accountant 1, I liked it.
I did as well.
I liked it, and this one is getting very good reviews so far. 76% with critics, 92% with fans. I mean, it's a good sequel. A sequel I didn't expect we'd get, but hey, 9 years later, we're getting
like
it.
said the people wanted, I'm going to give it to you. J.K. Simmons, who was in the first one, will be there. No, Andrew Kendrick from we can tell, unless she makes some surprise cameo, but she's not.
Stay
in
for
it.
the post credits scene.
If you didn't do it for Sinners, you better do it for The Accountant 2.
Yeah, this is a great idea for a sequel. It's like, hey, we kind of fumbled the first movie a little bit in that. Why didn't we have Barenthal and and Affleck in a scene together for the first 2 hours of this movie.
Yeah.
What if we just made the whole movie out of these two guys in a scene together?
It turns out they have really good chemistry, so it works out. in
Yeah,
this one.
they felt the surprise of them being brothers was that reveal was more important than putting them in that chemistry together.
Which
in
I
the
could,
movie.
I mean, I can understand at the time, especially with the flow of that movie. But then it was like, oh, we got something.
Yeah,
here.
when you actually see the scenes of them together,
Yeah,
you're
it's
like,
like,
oh my
oh,
god,
man, I want this. Yeah, so we're
But
gonna get a
now-
full movie of
But
that.
now they get the accountant too, and I do want to point out because we did have the Predator's Badlands call. Even if you think the Predator himself is black, the actor is Tongan and Samoan. He is not. He's not black.
There you go.
Wow.
Also, the Predator. That I'm excited for that movie. I just want to put that.
So
out
am
there.
I.
black or not? Okay.
I hate
black
you.
the,
I hate
the
you.
blackness of the Predator does not determine his excitement for that movie.
Okay.
I am a
That's
fan. Anyway,
Don't let him.
I'm not
Don't
even
let him.
gonna
Don't let him
go
do it
down
to you.
that route. Anyway,
Yeah, but Eric also talked about the skull. We talked about it yesterday that because Disney now owns all of that.
Yeah.
You can include Independence Day's aliens in it, and
Yeah.
that's where. So yes, it was at least for me exciting to see, but that's more about a business thing that's happened, where you can now put the aliens from Independence Day in the Alien and Predator universe.
that and it's just a fun Easter egg.
Yes,
You know,
I don't know
it's-
if it'll be a thing going forward. Sean and I have decided that if they want to lean in, if Will Smith is willing, we make ID4
Yeah.
AVP versus
Oh,
or
okay.
AVP. Yeah.
Okay.
So you get them
Yeah.
all in there.
ID4 AVP.
AVP.
All right, I'm down. Yeah,
we need
I'll
an
watch it.
Independence Day because the aliens and predators are fighting.
Yes.
Yeah.
You
okay.
need and
yeah.
you as long as Will Smith is involved.
As long as Will
Yeah,
Smith's
and
not
Louis
killed
Bowman.
off screen. Yeah,
That's
I'm
an
down.
Independence Day movie. Did he die off screen?
Yes. They
Bring
killed
him
off-
back.
yeah, off screen.
Let's
Find a way to bring him back.
Yeah.
let's pretend the sequel didn't happen.
Let's just pretend that movie
Oh,
did not happen.
Oh yeah,
whatsoever.
the son of Vivica Fox from the first one.
Yeah.
became one of the lead characters along with the other Hemsworth brother. I think,
Yeah,
right?
Liam, I believe. So yeah, let's forget that movie.
Okay,
Yeah, we can
that's what I'm
scrap
saying.
those too.
That one didn't happen.
That one.
No offense, guys.
Yeah, no offense. If you're going to theaters, which is primarily what I would recommend this weekend, there's also The Legend of Ochi, which is a A24 film that stars Helena Zengel, Finn Wolfhard, Emily Watson, and Willem Dafoe. It's kind of like E.T. mixed with the creature design of Gremlins. It's been on my radar for a while. 81% on Rotten Tomatoes. If you want to go check out something that's a little less violent, action heavy, or horror, that would be a recommendation I have. There's also Cheech and Chong's last movie,
They're
limited
still
release.
making movies.
It's more of a documentary.
Okay, got it.
It's more of a documentary about their 5-decade career at this point, but their last movie, the documentary, is out this weekend in limited release. There's also Neighborhood Watch, a limited release for that, which is starring Jeffrey Dean Morgan and Jack Quaid. If folks want to go check that out, it looks okay.
So what
Looks
is Jack
solid.
Quaid's is that movie out? Novocaine? Was that?
Yeah, that was out
So
like a month ago or so.
okay, yeah, the one where he doesn't feel pain.
He's busy this year. He's got,
Companion, Novocaine, and now this. Yeah,
and then he's got Heads of State coming out later this year. So he's a busy man.
and then his dad's back in the Amazon show.
Yeah, that's right. So he's
Happy
everywhere.
Face, I think is what it's called.
And Heads of State, by the way.
Heads of State.
Head of whatever. That's a future of what to watch this weekend. Just
Idris Elba's in it.
Mark that down.
John Cena, Idris Elba. Yeah, it's
playing the president of the United States and the prime minister
Yeah.
of England, respectively.
Which one is
Yeah.
which?
I'll
let you guess.
Yeah.
I
No
wish I wish they would reverse it and put Cena and make him do an English accent. We know Elba can do an American accent. Just have Cena put on a Cockney accent to be the prime minister.
I would love to see
Yeah.
that. There's also a couple re-releases: Star Wars: Revenge of the Sith, celebrating its 25-year anniversary, and then Happy Gilmore, and then Megan re-releases next Wednesday. So for folks who want to watch,
Did you see
that.
the trailer for Megan 2?
Yes. Yes,
It
I
is
did.
as unhinged as anything I've ever seen,
It
and
is-
I will not go see it in the theaters. But once it's on streaming,
insane.
I will watch it just like I watched the first one.
It went the aliens route, but like I think in less of quality, I would say.
Absolutely insane.
Just insane.
That now Megan is an IP that people like and care about, so they'll make another one. And if you know what happens, it'll get to a third as long as
sure.
it's profitable. It won't stop.
Megan Resurrection, kind of going the alien route. You know,
Can we get
continue with that.
another creepy doll to fight Megan from a different IP? Megan versus Chucky. Or
Oh,
something
100%.
like that.
Something like
Megan
that's going to
versus
happen.
Annabelle.
Yeah.
Yeah, 100%.
There we go. We did talk about the Conjuring universe earlier this week.
Yeah, we did. So there's those films. In terms of streaming, Andor, which releases Tuesdays, is by far the best thing right
It
now.
released its first 3
outside
episodes
of
of the
Last of
season.
Us, yeah.
This past Tuesday.
And that's how the release schedule is going to go. So this coming Tuesday, 3 new episodes. The following Tuesday, 3 episodes.
It'll be a block of time, and
I think it's covering
a year will pass between each block of episodes.
I believe so. So you have that on Disney Plus. Havoc and Bullet Train Explosion are 2 new films on Netflix for folks that want to go watch them. Havoc is directed by Gareth Evans and stars Tom Hardy. Just an action, just straight up, just martial arts shooting, gun 'em up action movie. If you just absurd action movie, if you want to go watch that. Bullet Train Explosion is, I learned this for the first time, is a remake or reboot of the Bullet Train from 50 years ago.
That was just remade a couple years ago now.
Well, no, not that Bullet Train. Not that one. No. It's not tied to the one with lemon and tangerine.
Okay.
The Bullet Train from 50 years ago inspired Speed.
Oh, okay.
So this is like a reimagining of that. So
Got it. That's Michael Carroll, the host of Comicast, giving you plenty of options to see. Don't go see what's the video game?
Until Dawn.
Stay away from that one. There are plenty of other options like The Accountant 2. We'll see if Accountant 2 takes over #1 at the box office. I still think Sinners will beat it, but we've got 2 guys who are in on The Accountant 2. You probably should be too. All right, thanks, Michael. You can find his podcast wherever you listen to podcasts. That is called Comicast.
Thank you.
And also 8 to 9 Wednesdays right here on ESPN 975. But before we go, did I do the Aqueduct Plumbing the second time? Let's do it now. Got to remember, let's talk about Aqueduct Plumbing Company. That's aqueductplumbingcompany.com. It's a place you go to if you have any plumbing issues from big to small. You need a remodel. You need some like a leak fix. You may have an issue with the water filter. They take care of it all. So I know some of you don't know what to do with plumbing. And by some of you, I mean me. I got no idea. So, and Michael raised his hand as well. So you want someone who's an expert and someone who's been doing it for a while. And that's why the contractors at Aqueduct Plumbing Company are the people you should get for help. Billy Brown's been in the community for years. He makes the Brown go down. You've listened to John and Lance talk about him. Very clever play on his name, guys. But aqueductplumbingcompany.com is the website you can check out. The drop-downs menu for the services is handy. You take a look at what you need. They'll get you squared away and get you the best job possible. So remember the website, aqueductplumbingcompany.com. That's aqueductplumbingcompany.com.
Hello and welcome aboard the Paul Gallant Show on this Friday. Gotta get down on Friday, April 25th, 2025, and ask Gallant anything Friday. You can ask me any question. I'll work it into the show. I don't know how many people know this about me, but generally, last night is one of my favorite nights of the NFL offseason. I love me some NFL draft. I've brought this up before. I'm a sentimental type. I think it's really cool to see young men way better at football than I was growing up, dreaming that I would be in the NFL, catching passes from Tom Brady someday, get to realize their lifelong dream. You see guys like LSU's Will Campbell up at the podium, so happy that they have finally made it to the National Football League. It's a cool night. It tugs at the old heartstrings. So I was excited, very excited to watch last night's draft. Hell, you know what I did before the draft? I watched the movie Draft Day, starring Kevin Costner. Oh, yeah, I watched that movie. People think it's not a good movie, and maybe they're right. Arian Foster's in it, does a pretty good job acting. Whenever I watch that movie, you know what happens? I tear up at the end. I'm actually not joking around on that. I tear up while watching the movie Draft Day. And I was looking forward, as I watched the first round of the NFL draft last night, to tearing up when the Houston Texans announced whoever that they would take with pick number 25. So I sat there and I waited and I waited and I waited. Maybe there's going to be a trade up. No trade up. So I waited and I waited and I waited a little bit. And then all of a sudden, son of a biscuit-eating bulldog, the Houston Texans traded out of the first round. You get nothing. Damn it, Willy Wonka. What the hell? Nick Caserio. I watched all of that. I watched all of that for my heartstrings to be tugged at. You gave me nothing? I mean, that was a long day. And I did a live stream at 3 a.m. that morning after Rockets and Warriors on Wednesday. I stayed up all that time for that. That's it. Imagine having gone to the Texans draft party at NRG Stadium. Once again, you're getting blue balls. Is this what it's like to be married? Serious question. Is this what it's like where there's teases and hints at, relations with the significant other after the spark has perhaps died out? RizeHealth.com, RIIZE health.com. Get some strips, by the way. But is this what happens? Because this is what the Texans do to us. The Texans, they're giving us deep steel blue balls when it comes to the first round of the draft. Did you know this? Did you know that the Texans have only had 3 day one picks in the last 8 years? Technically 5, but they've picked in the last 8 years just 3 times in the first round. 2018, nothing, because that was the Deshaun Watson trade. 2019, they get Titus Howard. During the offseason, they trade for Laramie Tunsil. No first-round pick 2020. No first-round pick 2021. 2022, they get Derek Stingley. Huzzah! Kenyon Green. 2023, C.J. Stroud, Will Anderson. Last year, nothing, because that was part of the trade up to go and get both of those guys. And this year, they trade out. How dare they? I wanted something. And instead, for the second straight year, per chocolate connoisseur, chocolate salesman, wonder how the tariffs are affecting him. Willy Wonka, what do I get? You get nothing. Not cool. I wanted something. I really wanted something. I didn't get it. Alas, earwax. Anyway, it's not like the Texans weren't trying to trade up in the draft. We had heard leading up to the draft that they were looking to move up at some point. And I guess it could have been that the Texans were just doing their due diligence, calling everyone that they possibly could. Here is Nick Caserio after last night's draft, meeting with Houston media, and after the Texans traded out of the first round in a trade that got them a good amount of picks from the New York Giants, he's saying that he's feeling pretty good.
I don't want to say we talked to the whole league, but we probably talked to the whole league on every different level. So, there's some players that we identified, some were out of reach, some, in the end, trades are a byproduct of teams willing to make a decision to move or not. So, we fell at 25. That was the best thing for us. Puts us in a pretty good spot. 2 2s, 3 3s, picked up another 3 next year. We'll deal with tomorrow. We think we're going to get some pretty good football players tomorrow. We felt like the value to draft was basically in the middle. So we'll try to take advantage of our opportunities here tomorrow.
The trade that the Texans made with the New York Giants, who traded up to go and get Jackson Dart, was their pick, number 25, to New York in exchange for picks 34. That's the second pick tonight. Pick 99, which is a late third-round pick, and a third-rounder in next year's draft. It's a pretty good return. You're trading back from 25 to 34. You move back 9 spots, and you pick up 3 extra picks in doing so. I guess technically it's 2 extra picks to move back 9 spots, but you get what I'm trying to say here. So they looked at the board. They realized a lot of the players at positions of need were gone. Kelvin Banks, who they supposedly wanted. The Saints took him 9th overall. That was supposedly well ahead of where he was projected to go. Tyler Booker from Alabama, the Will Anderson of the Alabama offense. He went to the Cowboys at pick 12. The other linemen off the board, Will Campbell, who we mentioned earlier. Armand Membu from Missouri went to the Jets, 7th overall. Gray Zabel, a North Dakota State guard, went to the Seahawks. Donovan Jackson, who the Texans were maybe thinking about at pick 25, goes the pick ahead of the Texans, 24th overall to the Vikings. They really like Donovan Jackson. They probably would have traded up to get him, knowing that the Vikings obviously are going through some turnover themselves on the offensive line. And then after them, the Washington Commanders, who traded for Laramie Tunsil this offseason, they draft Josh Connerly out of Oregon. And the last pick of the first round, which I'm glad the Texans didn't make, I thought they might be thinking about it, was Josh Simmons, a tackle from Ohio State who's dealing with a patellar surgery. So, do you want another John Mechie situation on your hands? Not so much. There were some receivers as well that were taken in the first round. Obviously, Travis Hunter goes to the Jaguars. That's probably the big move of the first round. The Jaguars getting really ballsy, trading up. Ted Arroyo McMillian, who was on our big board, to the Panthers, number 8. Colston Loveland and Tyler Warren, the 2 tight ends, go 10th to the Bears, 14th to the Colts, respectively. I wonder if both Anthony Richardson and Daniel Jones would be better served as tight ends. Just a random thought. Emeka Egbuka, Ohio State battery mate with C.J. Stroud, 19th to the Bucks. Matthew Golden, who was flirting with the Texans on social media, a couple of picks before the Texans as well. Some people were frustrated about that. From Texas, he goes to the Packers at 23. So a lot of the guys that you thought that they might be interested in were off the board when they finally were there. They trade back. They didn't get as much as the Rams got in exchange with that trade that they made at the back of the first round with the Falcons. But the Falcons seem to be run in a silly fashion. And I think that the Texans probably looked at how the Giants clearly wanted Jackson Dart. I don't know how many people saw this, but Joe Shane, his kid, who was, I believe, featured in the offseason Hard Knocks. Well, this kid posted a Jackson Dart highlight reel on Instagram and then set his account to private. These guys got to step letting the kids in the building, right? Whether it's the Jets and Brick Johnson or the Giants and Joe Shane's kid just posting a reel of Jackson Dart. Sean, what are we doing here, kids?
I will say last year, I think from Hard Knocks, I think it was Jane Daniels, right? Who they ended up not even having the opportunity to draft. But I think that was the guy. He was like, I would go as like a 13-year-old kid.
Right.
I will say 1 for 1. 1 for 1. Kid's got a good eye.
Kid's got a good eye.
That makes me feel better than about Jackson Dart than watching him play at Ole Miss. Although he did put up crazy numbers, but I'll just never forget the end of the Florida game where he throws 3 straight interceptions in 2 possessions
and cries.
Cries in the middle and then cries after.
That guy's supposed to save the Giants' job. Brian Daboll likes him. Joe Shane clearly like him. Okay, good luck. I don't know if he's going to save your job. You're saying Russell Wilson's the starter. Yeah, also good luck with that. But to bring it back, I bet, because we know Nick Caserio loves trading, I bet he was aware also of the pre-draft rumors about how the Giants like Jackson Dart. But that's the cherry on top. Oh, Donovan Jackson just went off the board. Yeah. Let's make a trade immediately with the Giants. Jackson Dart still on the board. Let's make a trade immediately with the Giants because their little pee pants kid is out there on social media posting highlight videos of Jackson Dart and then setting his profile to private. Listen, the Texans are pretty good at social media, so I'm pretty sure that they made Caserio aware of that in some way, shape, or form before the draft. So they trade back. They get pretty good value in return for that. They did try to trade up. I know a lot of people are frustrated that the Texans didn't move up to go and get one, Kelvin Banks. The Saints took him really early. They would have had to give up a lot to go get him. And then 2, Tyler Booker, who the Cowboys took. Well, it seems like the Texans actually made a phone call to the Cowboys about trading up to that number 12 spot. This is from the Cowboys draft show on 105.3 The Fan last night.
Apparently, and this is coming from those within the building, Houston was the team that was on the clock.
Yeah.
Or that was on the phone.
Yeah.
Houston was the one that wanted to make the trade. Apparently, it was a low ball offer initially. Steven called back, wanted something more. Houston said no. So that's where the kind of breakdown happened from a trade scenario side. And they decided to stick and pick with the guy that they had very high on their board.
So the Cowboys stay at pick number 12. They take Tyler Booker, who we think the Texans were interested in. The Texans did their due diligence. I said before the draft, I trust Nick Caserio. Whatever he does, I'm going to co-sign it. At that point in the draft, a lot of the guys that it seemed like they wanted were off the board. And they're in a spot right now with the second pick in today's second round, third round, where they have 5 picks today. And per Caserio at his press conference afterwards, okay, maybe they don't get Kelvin Banks, they don't get Tyler Booker, the guys everyone said that they loved. But he was asked if the player he was thinking about drafting at 25 is still on the board. This is a strangely transparent answer from Caserio.
You said you all were ready to pick at number 25. Was the pick that you all might have picked, is it still on the board?
Good question. Actually, one of the players that we were talking about is actually still on the board. Yeah, so it's a good question. So whether or not we actually pick the player, like we'll see if that actually happens.
Who do you think that could be? 713-780-3776 to call to text. Sean, any ideas?
I don't know, because the offensive linemen, like we kind of went over the first round offensive linemen. They all went before the Texans picked at 25. So could it be like a wide receiver? Could it be either Harris, the wide receiver from Ole Miss, or Burden, the wide receiver from Mizzou? Just kind of going next on what we think the needs of the Texans are. And those are guys that could have been first round picks. I don't know. It really is interesting. Maybe it's not a position need. Maybe it was straight best player available.
I think it might be best player available.
So like Will Johnson, cornerback from Michigan.
Man, no way they draft another corner though, right?
Maybe that's why they ended up trading back. Maybe that's why they ended up trading back. But
so here's based off of Sean, what I'm looking at NFL.com and on ESPN.com.
The best available.
The best available guys, everyone agrees it's Will Johnson for the cornerback from Michigan is the number 1 best available guy.
I think he has some sort of medical red flag.
That makes sense.
That's why he's fallen.
There's some edge rushers. You can never have enough edge rushers who are still available.
I think the Texans actually have enough.
I agree on that front. There's a defensive tackle, Darius Alexander from Toledo. There is a running back. And again, I have no idea about any of these guys. This is just who are supposedly at the top of the board. There is Trevion Henderson from Ohio State at running back. Another running back, huh? Shedeur Sanders is still on the board.
There we go.
It is wild that Sanders is 9th best available on ESPN. On NFL.com, he's like the 30th best available, which I was surprised by, at least in terms of their actual draft grade. So we'll see what they do. What do you think they'll do? 713-780-3776 to call to text. On YouTube at ESPN Houston. On Twitch at ESPN 975. So it's an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. You can ask me any question. I'll work it into the show. 2, on the other side, we'll talk about the other things that happened during the NFL draft. And if you want to weigh in on what the Houston Texans did last night, which was a late round trade before the draft and trading out of pick number 25 in exchange with the New York Giants for pick number 34, second pick tonight, pick 99, a third round pick, and a 2026 third rounder. They'll have 5 picks tonight. You know how to do it. It's the most interactive sports talk show in Houston on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. Stay put. But first, let me tell you about my friends at a little website that we like to call risehealth.com. RIIZE health.com. So they've been helping me out already because your boy has a terrible receding hairline that makes him look like Vegeta from Dragon Ball Z. But now they've got something for everybody because, listen, we want to have that spark for all our lives. But then you lose it, maybe. It could happen to me at some point. It's embarrassing. So why not take care of it discreetly, online, with board-certified physicians? Just order it over the phone and get something that's brand spanking new, because that is what Rise, RIIZE, has to offer. They are introducing an entirely new way to rise up, you'll rise up, swing. It's called a rapid enhanced dissolving strip. It's not a pill, so you don't need a full stomach. You don't need water or anything like that. It combines sildenafil, tadalafil, and oxytocin, and you blend it all together, and some afternoon delight might be on the table. You go to risehealth.com, RIIZE health.com, to look for their REDS Max, okay? These strips, you put it under your tongue, you're going to be having yourself a good old time. Reignite the spark. Rise up with Rise Health.
You're listening to The Paul Gallant Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
The most interactive sports talk show in Houston on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. The Texans did nothing in round one of the NFL draft for the fifth time in the last 8 years. They traded out of pick 25. The New York Giants moved into that slot to take Jackson Dart, the quarterback from Ole Miss. They get in exchange, the Texans, pick 34, pick 99, a second and third round pick this year, and a 2026 third rounder. They have 5 picks for today in the draft. Those picks are pick 34, the second, pick 58, a late second round pick 79, pick 89, and pick 99. So it should be a pretty active night tonight, which you can watch as you're watching the Houston Astros try to keep that winning streak going against the Kansas City Royals. Since it is the most interactive sports talk show in Houston, let's talk to the people. Camden Did I get that right? Camden was at the Texans draft party last night. Camden, I'm sorry. That I hope that you at least had some fine beverages and some snickety snacks.
Man, it was okay. They made such a big deal about that for about a month now, right? And it wasn't at NRG. It was outside George R. Brown.
Oh.
Everything was hyped. Everybody's having fun. Everything is good. About pick 4, it starts pouring
Yeah,
down.
I thought it was raining last night. So it was outside? Ugh.
Yes, outside, pouring down raining. So from around pick 5 until pick maybe like 17.
Oh.
It's pouring down raining, right? Everybody's like run for cover, hiding underneath the awnings and all that. So finally, right there, we're getting close. Everybody sits back down in their wet seats. Everybody's hyped up. Everybody's excited. It's pick 23. You see the Texans cheerleaders line up. Everybody's excited. Crowd's pumped. And then all of a sudden, you see, boom, we've traded. Everybody at the party got up and
just left. That sucks. I didn't know, Camden, it was outside. You were a trooper for hanging in there that long, because normally they would hold it in NRG Stadium. And appreciate the phone call. It did rain last night. I was talking to somebody that I matched with on an app, and she was out walking her dog, and I'd asked her, do you do umbrella or no umbrella? And she said, umbrellas are for meow. And I was like, oh, okay, that's fun. Feisty one, huh? It looked like it was pouring, though. So, yeah, that would suck. It was out at the George R. Brown Center, and then they trade back. I guess the lesson is don't go to the first night draft party. I mean, they haven't picked in 5 of the last 8 years.
Yeah, unless they have a top pick.
Right. Yeah, Sean, unless it's like pick top 10. And even then, I mean, when you're drafting towards the back of the first round, there's a little bit less excitement. You feel pretty good about the team. Yeah. You're looking for that finishing piece, but generally towards the back of the first round, are you getting somebody that you should be excited about? No, not really.
Yeah, top 10, it's all about like hope. This is like a future all-pro, like a franchise changer if you're getting a skill position guy or a edge rusher. But once you get, again, like past like 10 or so, right, most drafts, maybe like 12, 15 in some drafts, after you get past that, it's like you're in the danger zone of not just it being a disappointing night, but maybe your GM just trades out at the first round altogether.
Yeah. And that's what happened.
Yeah.
I don't mind it. I trust Nick Caserio. Wood's got a thought on Nick Caserio and the Texans trading back. Wood, what you got?
You done lost your mind trusting Nick Caserio. Ain't no way in the world I trust Nick Caserio.
Why not?
He think he's the smartest person on the block. And he don't realize just because you got book sense don't mean you got common sense. Every year, he's messing our number 1 draft picks up. Last year, he gonna give up the number 1 draft pick and trade it, then get a second round, go get Diggs for the second round. Then we had Diggs under contract for 3 years. He renegotiated Diggs' contract for 1 year. Now we don't even have Diggs no more. Then before the draft this year, this roster go make a trade. And what you trading them 6 rounders and 7? Who the care? What else care about them late round? Then you get up in here, and everybody who traded their first round, at least they get a first round back. We don't even get a first round back. We get a second or a third. They get a first round back if you're going to trade the first round. But he ain't got no common sense. What do he ought to get our first round picks? He try to be too smart. And y'all want to talk about the trust in Nick Caserio.
Yeah, I trust him.
I don't trust him what he's doing with his offensive line. He's bringing in all these people and hoping that with magic we're going to hopefully put an offensive line together. No, we're going to be struggling on our offensive line because of Nick Caserio, y'all trusted on putting this stuff together.
Wood, I appreciate you calling back in because I remember you called before one of the playoff games. I'm upset, though, that you're upset at Nick Caserio. I mean, do you think that there was somebody there that they needed to get? I think they tried to trade up to go get the offensive lineman you were talking about. but the asking price to move up was a little bit high. To what you were saying, I did wonder about, hey, where would the Texans be had they not traded the second-round pick for Stephon Diggs? That is certainly something fair to wonder about. They would have had an extra piece of ammunition to potentially trade up. I also wonder where they would be if they had Laramie Tunsil still, because it's not like they got that much more ammunition for him. But you're so mad right now, Wood. I don't think Nick Caserio trading out of the first round last night merits being upset.
It doesn't matter, man. We can have great players in the first round that you can get and make something happen with. But every time you look around, he don't value the first round like I do. He don't value the first round like other teams in the NFL and other fans realize because he think he's so smart, but they ain't got no common sense. I got players that ain't got common sense, and I got to tell them, man, sit your dumb ass down.
Wood, do not be a stranger. Please get yourself a margarita. Have yourself a good rest of your Friday. Appreciate you calling in, man. Oh, boy. That was a funny call. I remember Wood called in. I think Wood went to the Texans-Chiefs game, and I think he predicted a win. That is a very passionate Texans fan out there. I don't have an issue with them trading out of the first round. I think you should trust Nick Caserio for the most part. I mean, look at what he's done. They drafted C.J. Stroud. They drafted Will Anderson. Last year, they got Kamari Lassiter in the second round. They didn't have a first-round pick last year because they made the trade up to make both of those picks. You got Nico Collins in the third round. You got Jalen Petrie in the second round. Derek Stingley Jr. Sure, the offensive line hasn't been great, but, I mean, go back and take a look at all the Texans' picks at offensive line. It's not just a Nick Caserio problem. It was a Brian Gain problem, a Bill O'Brien problem, a Rick Smith problem post after he took in 2012, Brandon Brooks and Ben Jones. Like, I just don't have that same energy for that. But I love Wood's energy on a Friday. Got to get down on Friday. Ask Gallant anything Friday. Even though some of the call was unintelligible because I think his connection wasn't great. Still, the passion, like you understood the passion. Wood did not like that the Texans traded out.
Yeah, and I think that Caserio definitely doesn't deserve the benefit of the doubt, specifically with drafting offensive linemen. And like you said, the Diggs thing might have been, I don't know about outsmarting yourself, but it's a little bit of, it was just bad luck mostly that Diggs tore his ACL. It was good.
Completely bad luck. Like that trade failed because of the torn ACL.
And that happens.
But I can't get mad at anybody there. The restructuring of the contract, sure. I mean, it would be nice to have him on the roster, but hey, Diggs might not be good next season too. I mean, the Patriots are going to find out whether or not he's good. They're the team that signed him. They probably overpaid him.
And it's the draft track record of offensive line in a draft where they definitely need to pick some offensive linemen. That's where I still am like, all right, dude, like, let's see. Let's see.
Exactly.
But it's, I mean, trading down. I mean, the Falcons trade, Caserio must have been so mad when he saw the Falcons trade up and trade a future first round pick for the 26th pick in the draft. He must have been like, come on, are you kidding me? They had to do that the pick after. Now everyone on the radio, including myself right now, is going to be like, why didn't you just trade with the Falcons instead? Why did you trade with the Giants?
I think
Call
now
those bozos.
we know the Falcons are silly. I mean, the Falcons traded up. I don't know.
They traded from 46.
They traded from 46. They gave up the 46th pick.
A future first.
And wait, hang on. Yeah, sorry. I hate how they write this out. They should just put it like a chart so that I can see the picks a little more simply. But basically, they gave up pick 46 in the second round, a 2026 first round pick.
That will definitely be higher than 26th.
Right, because they're not going to win a Super Bowl this coming season to make this pick. And I looked very long and hard because I saw there's character issues with James Pierce Jr. His concerns pertain to his on-field drive and attitude along with his maturity. So they drafted 2 edge rushers the Falcons did in the first round. The Falcons are clearly silly. Like the Michael Penix drafting after signing Kirk Cousins, silly. Yeah. This, silly. I suppose this is something Nick Caserio should have in the back of his mind. But they did find the other team that was desperate to get their guy. I mean, making a move with Jackson Dart, with the Giants so that they can get Jackson Dart, based off of all the intel that we had going into the draft, which wasn't that much, everyone knew the Giants wanted Jackson Dart. Yeah. And he got a pretty good return to move back 9 picks. He got 3.
Yeah.
3 day 2 picks.
That's the big difference is that they only moved back 9 spots to have the 34th pick as opposed to moving all the way back to 48 now, that future first, would you like to have that? I don't know. That's where I get a little or we get a little too into like always pushing the can down the road. It's like, well, they do need to add players in this draft.
Yeah.
So I would like draft picks in this draft to add said players. Or Lance was talking about this morning that they do have 5 picks today. He would be surprised if they make all 5 picks. Obviously, Nick Casario loves drafting, so he could see a situation where they use some of the ammunition to trade up within the second or third round to get a guy that they really want.
I could see them trading up. I could also see them trading into next year's draft to stack up some more picks. I think something to remember from the press conference that Casario did on Thursday. We touched on this yesterday. Casario does feel very good about this team where it's at right now. He thinks that they have a lot of depth. I think we would all question that from an offensive line perspective, but I think he has done a pretty good job putting this thing together. I'm hoping we see some offensive linemen selected today, though. The guys that they wanted off the board in a spot where it would have been tough to get them. And when you don't have a Laramie Tunsil, there's a little more urgency to do that. And when you're missing one of the second round picks that you had because you traded for Stephon Diggs and Diggs tore his ACL, the trade ends up being a failure. You look back at and, you know, into an alternate universe and you wonder, okay, would we have had enough ammunition to move up in the draft and still feel good about it if they had that extra second round pick? Because it would have been pick number, I think, 56, which is a couple of picks after where they would have picked tonight. Paul Gallant Show, most interactive sports talk show in Houston, on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. You can ask any question. 713-780-3776 to call to text. We're going to be talking about the Texans draft, I imagine, all show. They traded out of the first round. They moved out of pick number 25. They make a trade with the New York Giants, and in exchange in that trade from the New York Giants, you know what they got? They got themselves 3 day 2 picks. 2 of them today. They have now, for today, pick 34, pick 58 in the second round, pick 79, pick 89, and pick 99. Also in the third round in a trade where they traded pick 25 to the Giants for picks 34, 99, and a 2026 third rounder. Up next, is Jimmy Butler going to play tomorrow night for the Warriors against the Rockets? A rather amusing injury update for Butler that definitely bodes poorly for the Rockets long term, but makes things look pretty good for them tomorrow night. You'll hear what that is next. Stay put.
This is the Paul Gallant Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
It's an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. Last night, the Texans made a trade with the New York Giants. They moved out of the first round. They traded pick 25 to New York, who took Ole Miss quarterback Jackson Dart, the second quarterback off the board. Kim Ward went first overall to the Tennessee Titans. I think the Titans had a backwards number for Cam Ward's jersey. Just something to remember going forward. What a great organization they are. The Texans got from the Giants the second pick tonight, pick 34, a third-round pick 99. They also got a 2026 third-rounder. So tonight, right now, they have 5 picks. They also have pick 58, pick 79, and pick 89, along with the 2 picks that they got, pick 34 and 99 tonight. The Rockets play the Golden State Warriors tomorrow night in San Francisco. Tip off 7:30, ABC. Kind of bummed out that the Space City Home Network isn't going to be out there. It's been a little annoying that we are being tossed a different announcing team for every single game. And listen, I love Kevin Harlan. It was awesome to have Kevin Harlan for game 1 on Sunday, on Easter Sunday. But okay, now we got the big guns from ABC. We definitely had the C team, I think, for TNT on Wednesday. So it was nice to get the Space City Home Network alternative with Vanessa. I'm not going to lie. I'd prefer the Space City Home Network broadcast to ABC. That's just me. But hey, to each their own. Jimmy Butler, of course, was upended by Amen Thompson in game 2. If you've listened to me, this was clearly not Thompson's fault. The Warriors have even acknowledged as such. We went through the replay several times. Steven Adams pushes Amen Thompson through Draymond Green. Green was holding him by the right arm. He falls down to his knees, falls into the back of Jimmy Butler's legs. In case you didn't hear the Warriors call of that, even the Warriors broadcast acknowledged this was an accident. Warriors fans really got panties in a bunch over this, acting like this was a blatant, vicious, cheap shot.
12 rebounds in game 1. Man, come on, man. Jimmy Butler is undercut, and that fall hurts.
You know what? Amen Thompson got tripped. He obviously didn't do that on purpose, but that is scary and dangerous. And Jimmy Butler landed right on that tailbone.
So Butler, who was an Iron Man in game 1.
So he landed on his tailbone. When we were at Toyota Center on Wednesday night, it was told that he suffered a pelvic contusion. Here is the update per Shams Charania on Jimmy Butler. Quote, Golden State's Jimmy Butler has been diagnosed with a deep glute muscle contusion. His ass? And his status for game 3 against the Rockets is in serious jeopardy, league sources tell ESPN. This is best case because the MRI showed Butler avoided any fracture or structural damage. If he's not able to play, that probably means Jonathan Kuminga. Steve Kerr and Jonathan Kuminga seem to have an interesting relationship. I think he had missed the 3 games before he came into game 2, where he played 26 minutes.
I mean, he didn't miss them. He was DMP coach's decision.
Oof.
For 2 must-win games. The last game of the season,
right?
The play-in game,
yeah,
and then game 1 of the Rockets series. He did not play.
Interesting.
And then Butler gets hurt and he plays, 15, 20 minutes.
Mm-hmm. Butler doesn't play game 3. I'd be shocked if the Rockets lose. I do think Butler will be back in this series. It's a butt injury, not a pelvic contusion. Pelvic contusion? No, this his ass. That ass, though. It's the fleshy part of the thigh.
One time only, you heard? Fleshy part of the thigh, like you said.
Have you seen The Sopranos?
27,000 he always said it.
You know, Bobby Bacala gets hired to shoot a rapper who's trying to get some street cred. fleshy part of the thigh. Just shoot him in the fleshy part of the thigh. Now, it doesn't go so well for said rapper who only offers $7,000 to Bobby Bacala, who's a professional. In case you didn't see this scene in The Sopranos, here's how it all goes down eventually.
My ass! Marvin? Oh, they shot me in my ass! Ah! They shot me in my ass! Ah!
So Jimmy Butler is dealing with an ass injury. I mean, that does bode well. You know, a glute injury, I mean, that's the thickest muscle that all of us have for the most part, right? Outside of the flat-assed among us. Your boy's donking up a storm. So, you know, I think I could play through a deep glute muscle contusion.
Yeah.
You know, if I'm playing flag football game, I could get back out there.
Yeah, it wouldn't be that deep for you.
Right, exactly. It wouldn't be that deep. Sean, we're talking about a donk. Baby got back. Paulie got back. Big old back. You would think, though, that this wouldn't keep Jimmy Butler out at all. This is not me calling out Jimmy Butler. This must be a very deep glute contusion, because I'm assuming that all basketball players, all football players, all athletes that are playing a sport that involves as much jumping or explosions, I would assume that these guys have big donks. Paul, why are you talking about other men's butts? First off, you must be new here. Second, it's just surprising that a deep glute muscle contusion could theoretically keep him out. Jimmy Butler, I have some advice for you. I know you are from the greater Houston area. Do not call Deshaun Watson for advice on how to get those deep tissue injuries massaged out. Do not call Deshaun Watson. We like you, Jimmy Butler. We know you don't say that you're from Houston. You're from Tomball. Whatever. Tomball's basically Houston. Don't call Deshaun Watson, okay? Please don't.
26 people that he can refer me.
He's got 26 references. Oh, they've all blocked me. I don't know why. That's the worst part about the Watson thing. Like, Watson seems to have no idea why people thought the things he was doing was creepy. So we'll see if Butler's back out there. If Butler doesn't play, man, his name is Butler.
I just realized
process.
that too. Jimmy Butler.
It's funny because butt.
And he hurt his butt.
You hurt his butt. And
Something jumped up and bit him.
Butt.
Is your butt hurt?
Butler. That's my attempt at doing Beavis and Butthead. You're welcome, everybody. Fantastic impressionist right here. My tally is a lot better. You missed Tally yesterday, Sean.
Oh, I did?
You missed Tally. It was fantastic. We might have to play the clip of Tally a little bit later. But Jimmy Butler has a deep glute muscle contusion, and his status for tomorrow night's game against the Warriors is in serious jeopardy. There you go. It's an Ask Alon Anything Friday. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. On YouTube at ESPN Houston. On an Ask Alon Anything Friday. This is just a mean comment. I don't know if it's a question. Mr. Mills asks, why does Paul look like his parents are cousins? Hey!
That is a mean question.
That's really mean. Come on. You know, to quote Roger Goodell, come on. Come on. He did it. He did do it last night.
Yeah.
I knew he would do it. He's riding out onto the stage on his stupid bike.
Yeah.
What a dork.
I flipped on the draft. Right. Like, the first thing I saw was him on a bike, and I was like, oh my God. Like, I literally, I think my TV was still like on super low volume too. So I was like, I saw him talking. I'm like, I'm not bumping up the volume until Cam Ward is on the stage.
Right. Oh God. It's the absolutely worst. From the 713, I think you need to check your anatomy, Paul. He fell on his ass bone, which is part of the pelvic region of the skeletal. Okay. So the ass bone's connected to the pelvic bone. The pelvic bone's connected to the spine bone. The spine bone's connected to the thigh bones. Hear the word of the Lord. That's a real song. I don't know why, but it's called Them Bones. From the 281, it's an Ask Alon Anything Friday. Out with an ass bruise. This 281er points out, yeah, he's got a big old butt bruise, you know?
Butt hurt.
Ah! It's funny because that's his butt, and hurt sounds like lure. There you go. What else do we have on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday? We're going to have a small segment to wrap up. From Eric the driver, Paul, would you ever go up and announce a Texans third-round pick? Well, honestly, they can't possibly go any lower than they've gone before with, listen, I don't want to shame a man for his profession, okay? But Sketch, a person who plays Madden online and cosplays as if he's autistic, who also used to do gay porn on OnlyFans, like that's someone who's announced the picks before. They can only go up. Even me, even my stupid ass with my possible parents looking like cousins, even my ugly ass on stage, okay? That's an upgrade from Sketch.
It's a lot of ass talk.
Owen Daniels is announcing the picks tonight. Good for Owen Daniels. I saw Owen Daniels at a bar a couple of weeks ago, and I was like, "You're Owen Daniels. What's up?"
And he said, "Yes, I am."
Yeah. I think he was happy to be recognized.
Sure am.
He was a good player. Good dude.
He was a very good player.
The most interactive sports talk show in Houston, 713-780-3776 to call, to text on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. It's an Ask a Lot Anything Friday. What else happened in the first round of the NFL draft? Why is Shador Sanders still on the board? And are the Jaguars crazy for trading all that to get Travis Hunter? That and more. Stick around. The Paul Gallant Show.
It's the Paul Gallant Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
On an Ask Gallant Anything Friday, not an Ass Gallant Anything Friday, Texter, just because we're talking about Jimmy Butler's deep glute contusion, which has his status in jeopardy for tomorrow night's Rockets-Warriors Game 3, does not mean it's an Ass Gallant Anything show. The Texans made no pick in the first round of the NFL draft last night. They had pick 25. They traded it to the Giants for pick 34, pick 99, a second and third round pick, and a 2026 third rounder. They have 5 picks tonight, 2 second rounders, the second on the board for tonight, and they have 3 third rounders. We'll see what they do with them. What else happened in the NFL draft? Let's just roll through everything that you need to know. First off, Cam Ward went first overall to the Titans. I was made aware on our YouTube channel that even though the Titans have retired number 1 for Warren Moon when he was a Houston Oiler, Warren Moon has considered allowing the Titans to unretire his number so that Cam Ward can wear it. I think it's important to note that if you were watching the draft last night, the Titans number 1 on their jersey might be backwards. Very interesting with their weird font in Titan blue, because that's now their primary color, because they were annoyed that the Texans incorporated H-Town blue as a accent. Always thinking about the Houston Texans, Sean Mapes.
Yes, and I don't think it's good that I don't know if the one is always like that.
I don't know either.
So either you designed it to always look like it's backwards. I bet they did that. Or the one, or it doesn't look like that, and it just so happens the one that you give the number 1 pick in the draft, it looks like that.
Either way,
it's not great.
It's exactly what you expect out of this organization. So good luck, Cam Ward. I don't care how talented you are. That's a rough situation to be in. After all, they fired Mike Vrabel because he was flirting with the Patriots when the Patriots inducted him into their Ring of Honor. The Jaguars traded up to the number 2 overall pick to take Travis Hunter. They gave up a lot. We're going to play some James Gladstone, Jaguars GM audio, a little bit later in the show. But the Browns, they get the 5th overall pick, a 2nd round pick tonight, a 4th round pick tomorrow, and a 1st round pick in 2026. That's a lot. I don't think the Jaguars are getting that much better by bringing in Travis Hunter. I think Hunter's going to be good. Very curious as to how they use him. But Travis Hunter's not saving Trevor Lawrence. I think Lawrence is unfixable, and I think it's important to note that the guy's dealing with a shoulder injury going into this season and already had accuracy issues as a quarterback. So I think that was a lot. And, I mean, they got to fix their offensive line in front of Trevor Lawrence.
Yeah. I mean, the Brian Thomas Jr., Travis Hunter combo, like that should do it.
That's great, but guess what? The Texans had a lot of weapons last year.
Yeah.
In fact, more, and their offensive line stunk. And also, C.J. Stroud's clearly better than Trevor Lawrence.
Yeah.
So this is something to keep in mind. Other things of note that happened in the first round. The Raiders took Ashton Genty, which I think is hilarious because Pete Carroll loves drafting running backs in the first round. It used to make Seahawks fans so mad because Seahawks fans are know-it-alls. I did cover the Seahawks up in Seattle. They'd even admit it. And now he's got no one to push back on him taking a first-round running back, because who's going to push back on Pete Carroll? Everyone in Vegas is just thankful that they have a competent coach that people recognize running the show.
Yeah, Mark Davis, while he's been the owner of the Raiders, has been the guy who basically just wants to give control to one guy and just be like, there you go.
Just take it from me.
I trust you to just do whatever you want with it. And to not only because what they drafted, was it Penny in the first round? Rashad Penny, the Seahawks did back in the day, and that was what, in the 20s if they did that, right, Paul?
I think so.
Maybe it might have been like 30 or something. But they that's a long way from drafting a guy number 6 overall.
Right, exactly.
And people are like, I'm not sure if this is actually whatever good value here.
Whatever. I mean,
Top
Pete Carroll.
6. There you
Pete
go.
Carroll wants his running back. You're not getting a quarterback this year. Okay, take the best player available, see what happens. But they do need to get themselves a quarterback.
And it does seem like a very they're looking to compete very soon, which obviously they hired a coach in the 70s.
More news from round 1 of the NFL draft. We'll get through it really quickly. The 2 guys the Texans were linked to, Kelvin Banks, Tyler Booker, both of those guys off the board well before the Texans were thinking that they would be. The Texans did try to trade up with the Dallas Cowboys for that 12th spot, but Kelvin Banks Jr. goes to the Saints. Tyler Booker from Alabama, the Will Anderson of the Bama offense, went to the Cowboys. Penn State tight end Tyler Warren went to the Colts. He's supposedly the best tight end available. I know that 10th overall, we saw the Michigan tight end Copeland go off the board. I don't know who the better tight end is going to be. I do know that the Colts need more than a tight end, right? Like, oh, is a tight end going to make Anthony Richardson like football again? Honestly, I wonder if Anthony Richardson and Daniel Jones would be better suited as tight ends. Jackson Dart, the Giants took him after they took that pick from the Texans with a trade, trading 3 picks to get that pick. I do think it's a reach. I don't think much of Jackson Dart. And I think if you're the Giants and you're Brian Dable or you're Joe Shane, you're trying to save your job. Like, hey, you make this move, but is this actually going to save them? Shador Sanders still on the board, and people are crapping on the Falcons who traded up with the Rams a lot more to move up, giving up a 2nd round pick and a 1st round pick to move back into the 1st round to pick James Pierce Jr. So there you go. That's the 1st round of the NFL draft in a nutshell. Everything not Texans related. It's the Paul Gallant Show on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. Stick around. The Houston Texans did nothing in round one of the NFL draft outside of trade out of it. They made a trade with the New York Giants last night, shipping New York the 25th pick, which the Giants used to take Jackson Dart in exchange for 3 picks. Pick 34, the second pick tonight, a second rounder. Pick 99, a third rounder, and a 2026 third rounder. The Texans have 5 picks tonight. We'll talk about what the Texans are looking to do in the draft tonight and some alternate routes that they could have gone down in about 15 minutes or so. But Rockets Warriors game 2 was chippy, right? 6 technical fouls, a flagrant foul as well when Jalen Green put his forearm in Draymond Green's face. Well, fuel has been poured on the fire by none other than Dylan Brooks, who just 15 minutes ago was asked about the bleep you Draymond chants. Because we didn't hear from Dylan Brooks after game 2. The Rockets closed the locker room and they didn't bring Brooks out to the podium. Dylan Brooks, per Will Kunkel of Fox 26, on the FU Draymond chants, quote, "I liked it. It was good," end quote. These guys are fighting. These guys are fighting. I know that before the series that Dylan Brooks said he's not going to get ejected, but we've seen the shoving that these two have been doing. I know for all the Warriors fans who have been in my mention saying, "Hey, why are you talking about all this bleep Draymond pulls?" You'd be correct in pointing out that Dylan Brooks pulls a lot of stuff too. I felt of all the bleep pullers on Wednesday night, Draymond was number one. There's no denying Dylan Brooks reacted to some of what Draymond was doing and perhaps instigated a little bit himself. But again, Dylan Brooks on the FU Draymond chants, quote, "I liked it. It was good." That is all the fuel on the fire. And he wasn't done. This is from Chancellor Johnson. There's a narrative floating around amongst Warriors fans who I really think need to try to be objective and rewatch that play where Amen Thompson crashes into the back of Jimmy Butler, upends him, and now Butler is dealing with what we thought was a pelvic contusion, but it's a deep glute. It's a deep glute muscle contusion. Wanted to get the specifics right. His status for game 3 in jeopardy. I bet he'll be back this series. But Dylan Brooks was asked about this play, which per me, Amen Thompson gets accidentally shoved by Steven Adams. Thompson was being held by Draymond Green. Green's arm goes forward. Thompson falls forward onto his knees, bumps into Butler. The rest is history. This is what Dylan Brooks had to say when asked about the narrative floating around about Amen Thompson being a dirty player.
No, I think the dirty player is Draymond, giving a little push as regular basketball players do, and Jimmy's fighting the air for a rebound, and stuff happens. A man's not a dirty player. He has no anything to do with being a dirty player, and we're not worried about that. We're on to the next game, and we hope Jimmy can get better.
I like that he said Jimmy could get better at the end. But Dylan, that's a lie. Draymond did not push Amen Thompson into Jimmy Butler. We got to stop with this. Here I am in the midst of Rockets fans and Warriors fans like I'm Maria in West Side Story trying to stop everyone from killing each other. I feel pretty, oh so pretty. Please stop trying to kill each other.
I like this. Fighting misinformation with misinformation.
He's lying, Sean.
He was on the court. I wasn't.
Sean,
I don't know.
he's
I don't
lying.
know what he saw.
Dylan Brooks is lying here. I enjoy Dylan Brooks. This is very funny to talk about. But Dylan Brooks is 100%, whether it's disinformation or misinformation, he's lying. He's 100% lying. Draymond did not shove Amen Thompson into Jimmy Butler. He didn't. I've watched this play over and over again. He was holding Amen Thompson, and maybe that's a foul on the court, before Thompson rolls into Butler. But watch it again. Steven Adams' left arm goes into Amen Thompson, who is being held back by Draymond Green. Green's arm goes forward. I'm sure Thompson probably felt all of a sudden he's not being supported by Draymond. He falls to the ground, bounces into Jimmy Butler. Please watch the play. That's what happened. Dylan Brooks, this is a bold-faced lie. I love it for the fireworks nature, but this is a lie.
So Draymond Green letting go of Amin Thompson is what propelled Amin Thompson into Jimmy Butler. Is that what we're saying?
You're working with this, aren't you? This is take your tinfoil hat, Sean. You're just throwing fire on this too. I want peace. I want peace.
No peace.
Peace in our time. This is a lie, Dylan. This is a lie. I think it's funny, much like I think the towel throwing is funny. And
That was just funny.
I'm enjoying this series. I really am.
That was the funniest hostile act I've ever seen.
It was a hostile act, though. Like Warriors fans getting mad at me over defending Draymond Green. This situation where people are Zapruder film analysis of whether or not Amen Thompson's a dirty player. Everyone's just going back to the game saying, well, Draymond's a dirty player, and Dylan Brooks is a dirty player, and Jalen Green's a dirty player, and Amen Thompson's a dirty player. At least Pat Spencer's not a dirty player, right?
I don't know.
Pat Spencer's just happy to be there.
Give him some more minutes. Let's see.
Yeah, he'll lacrosse deck somebody.
Exactly. No, listen. This is what the playoffs are all about. I'm lucky because I don't know. I'm not in the crosshairs of any of it. I barely even I try not to participate during especially Rockets playoff games, and even more so when it's Rockets Warriors. Like, I am not participating in the live tweeting experience of this. I wait until after the game, and then I pick up my phone, and it's like that gif from Community with Donald Glover walking into the room, and everything's on fire. That's basically what it is, where it's people from both teams being like, I can't believe what the refs are allowing. I can't believe that they're calling it so in favor of the Warriors. I can't believe they're calling it so in favor of the Rockets. It's always a mess. That's why I like this. Do you agree that the dirty player is Draymond Green?
Historically, yes. Historically, I'd say the same thing about Dylan Brooks.
Flip-flopper.
Whatever, dude. Peace in our time. I like, this is a lie by Dylan Brooks.
Pick a side. We're at war.
I'm not picking a side.
If you're not with us, you're against us.
You know what? Listen. I am in the thick of it. I am at war, but I will be honest. I will not lie. I am like George Washington, but with a better smile. Okay? I cannot lie. I can't. So here I am trying to tell the truth. Tell the truth. Hey, Sean, tell the truth.
George Washington wasn't sitting there being like, King George does have some valid points.
That would have been
offer
funny.
Protection for the colony.
That would have been funny, like right before they go. And
while he's crossing the Delaware.
Yeah, they cross the Delaware to kill the Germans in the middle of the night, the old Hessians, and he's like, well, like George had some good points.
This is technically a war crime. Now, war crimes haven't been invented yet.
It's just killing people on Christmas Day kind of messed up, but they'll never see it coming. Also, they're Germans. Maybe he's like closet racist, George Washington. But okay, so that's Sean's approach. Sean just likes to stumble across the internet when there's all sorts of content.
Yeah.
It's like walking through San Francisco for Sean. Like, you stepping over the poop here, poop there, and, homeless stabbing, a little fentanyl use. I might be projecting Seattle onto San Francisco for what it's worth. That's my own experience with Seattle. San Francisco's big issue was when I visited, there's plastic bags like flying all over the place like tumbleweeds. It's weirdly, there's just a lot of plastic bags. And again, this might have changed. I truly don't know, but it's weird. I walk around. I've never seen more just flying around plastic bags, like grocery store bags, which I figured were illegal in California. Anyway.
I know some places you have to pay.
Right, you got to pay.
It's like an extra dime for.
In Seattle, that was what it was. But you also had to pay for the. Actually, Seattle didn't have plastic. They only had paper bags, and you had to pay for the paper.
Oh, man.
The paper bags would break all the time.
Basically my approach is two guys, the Rockets and Warriors, are getting into it. in a public place, and I'm walking by, and I'm just going, hit him, knowing that no one's gonna hit me.
World star.
I just want them to fight, and then me to watch.
That's Sean Mapes behind the glass, who was trying to create unnecessary wars with disinformation. Dylan Brooks lied there. He lied. It's funny, but he lied. It's the most interactive sports talk show in Houston on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. 713-780-3776 to call, to text on YouTube. At ESPN Houston on Twitch, at ESPN 975. Thundercat asks on YouTube, Paul, if you owned a team, could have any two-color combo, what would they be? You can include any colors like chrome and chameleon for the Oregon Ducks. I am a sucker for blue and orange. Astros, Cuse, Gators, I think they complement each other well. So that's probably my number one. But I do like me some green. Green and white. You know, if I'm designing a uniform to make me look my best, to bring out my green eyes, the green eyes of the Irish, green and white's pretty good. The Eagles Kelly green uniforms are my favorite football uniforms, and it's Philadelphia, so I can't claim it, even though I'm half Philly by blood. But if I were to pick any color scheme, green and white's pretty good. Blue and orange is my default number one.
Black and gold for me.
Ew, you like the Steelers?
You cannot deny that they have a great color.
Yeah, they do look pretty good.
Every team in the city uses it. That's how good it is.
It's more like black and yellow, but yeah, I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
Colorado looks good.
Colorado looks good.
Colorado looks
I even
good.
think like Saints look good.
Yeah, you're right. The Saints do look great.
It's hard to
That's a
go
good
wrong
one.
with that palette.
Black and gold, I like it. Okay. Sean Mace behind the glass and Paul Gallant. It's an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. On YouTube at ESPN Houston. On Twitch at ESPN 975. Up next, the Texans obviously moved out of the first round last night. The big question I have about the Texans and what they didn't do last night is, if these two scenarios in an alternate universe had taken place, would the Texans have gotten the guys that they wanted? Because they wanted some guys in the first round. Would they have gotten them if these two things had happened? I'll tell you what those are on the other side. Stay put.
The most interactive sports talk show in Houston continues now.
What's happening, Paul? What's up, Paul? Most interactive show, and really enjoy that aspect of it. Y'all keep it up.
Get involved in the conversation by dialing or texting 713-780-3776. Here's Paul Gallant.
Most interactive sports talk show in town on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in, on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. We were just talking about Dylan Brooks very clearly lying, saying that Draymond Green is a dirtier player than Amen Thompson because Draymond Green shoved Amen Thompson into Jimmy Butler. Sir, that is a lie. Now, Draymond Green is a dirtier player than Amen Thompson because he's just got way more pelts on the wall. There's no denying Amen Thompson throwing down Tyler Hero that one time was dirty. Asked for, perhaps.
Yeah, that was an honest fight.
Hero has a very punchable face.
Yeah,
Let's be honest.
Everyone wants tough, hard-nosed 90s basketball until 90s basketball shows up.
Until
all right?
90s basketball
then they don't want it.
suplexes you on a basketball court. Or
Then they don't want it. All
bumps
of a
into
sudden.
your back, and all of a sudden you have a deep it's so funny.
Guys that can't shoot and fights. All of a sudden, you don't want it.
I keep on having to look this up. Deep glute contusion. I almost keep saying another word, and I'm like, I'm not allowed to say that perhaps on the air. I'm just referencing to another, body part, whatever. But that's what happened today. Draymond Green, the FU Draymond chants, Dylan Brooks also had this to say about those. They were good. So Dylan Brooks is trying to turn this into a WWE match. I'm all here for that element of it from a talking about it on the radio perspective, but from a is he telling the truth perspective, Dylan is lying. This is misinformation, disinformation, whatever you want. By the way, we will talk about the Texans in the draft, the alternative, the parallel universes that could have perhaps seen them actually trading up in the draft, but Joshua wants to talk about the Rockets-Warriors situation. Joshua, what's going on?
Hey, come on, guys. Can you hear me?
Yep. What's up?
All right. So, big football guy. I'm calling from Philly, but I spent a lot of time in Houston. It's my second home. Football season's out. I'm watching basketball in the playoffs and this, and that. And I'm not a big basketball guy, but I love watching the playoffs. What do we need to do in the NBA as far as our referee situation is concerned? Because watching this Rockets-Warriors game, I'm like watching these guys are getting gritty and into it. And it's old 90s basketball, Pistons, Knicks. I never thought there'd ever be a day where I want to watch the Pistons play, but you see their, nonchalant, just don't give a damn attitude and getting in everybody's face. And it's getting to the point where you hear so much about NBA ratings and how it's falling and it's this and it's that. And then when you're watching these good nitty-gritty playoff basketball games and there's a whistle being blown every other play, and we're taking 12-minute quarters and making them 30-minute quarters because this guy touched that guy and this guy touched that guy, has me cussing at my TV more than false starts when I watch the Eagles play on Sundays. It's just frustrating. It's irritating. It's one of those things where right when the game's getting good and the motivation and the momentum's going, oh, this guy touched my back a little too hard. What needs to happen in the NBA pertaining to this refereeing situation? Because if I had to guess as a consumer, it makes me not want to watch it if I have to watch 7 games of this for the next coming weeks of playoff basketball.
Interesting, Joshua. Well, I would say as far as my biggest complaint, I hate the replay at the end of games. I hate that the players are constantly doing the twirl around with their finger, asking for replays to happen. Less replay would be better. The fact that they spent as much time as they did during a game that had been decided that was already taking too long in Rockets-Warriors game 2 to determine what happened when Tari Eason threw a towel, to me, is a sign of the NBA not really understanding that they're disrupting the rhythm of games that are actually entertaining. They should have just gone back to playing after that. Instead, I think we had a 5 to 10 minute pause in action to again watch a replay of Tari Eason throwing a towel. It was a towel.
And on the broadcast, like they didn't talk about the towel part of it until they made the announcement. And they're like, oh, they made a thing like, it's weird. The only guy who got a tech out of all that Tari Eason, who wasn't involved. And then they showed the replay. They're like, okay, I get why that's a tech. But yeah, it was very the second half especially reminded me of watching the March Madness games,
Yes.
where it's like we are really going over a fine tooth comb, because initially it was the Jalen Green, Draymond Green incident where Jalen puts his arm near Draymond's face. Draymond goes down
because he embellished.
Yeah,
But it did hit
yeah,
Draymond
like
in the
Jalen
face.
Green, no reason to be doing that.
Yeah, like you could tell that was a frustration thing.
Yeah.
It should have been called a flagrant. But did they need to review it as long as they did? I don't know.
Exactly.
And I think Draymond flopping might have added to it because Draymond did embellish afterwards, but he did get hit in the face too. So yeah, that part of it is getting really annoying, and the NBA has to be a little more sensitive to it. They also have to realize that even if the players going after one another, shoving each other, I mean, there's a risk of injury or something like that. They got to realize that people do like this.
Yeah, and the ratings for this weekend were it was like the highest it's been in 8 years or something.
Right. So, I mean, like some good things are happening. But the other problem is, I mean, you got sheer incompetence. Last night, for example, at the end of Knicks Pistons, I mean, it's a 3-point game. And not only are we wondering whether or not Jalen Brunson had a backcourt violation, we're also wondering what the hell the scoreboard operator was doing, because the Knicks intentionally missed a free throw, but for whatever reason, the Pistons clock operator in Detroit, by the way, started the clock early. And since they started the clock early, I mean, the Knicks could have been jobbed back because Detroit got to inbound from next to from the sideline, essentially close to half court with half a second to go. The inbound pass was terrible, but I mean, there was a world where it's a catch and shoot from half court, and it's not a difficult catch and shoot to make relative to if it's a rebound of a missed free throw and turning around and trying to fire it the entire length of the court. Like, not a high percentage play, but a significantly higher percentage play because the scoreboard operator screwed up. So there are also moments where the referees are screwing up. I don't want to get into the nitty gritty of what should and what shouldn't be called as a foul. I think that the way that they handled game one actually was perfect. And game two, it felt like they overcorrected. And there were more fouls called, Sean, than needed to be called.
Yeah, I think also it was a little bit natural escalation from the players. I think you saw there are more time. I mean, how many times was Draymond Green tangled up with somebody? It happened 3 different times. So I think that there's some of it is also the as the series goes on, it's just gonna. I mean, there's 2 jump balls with Jalen Green kind of jumping into Steph Curry on the ground. Game 2 was more physical than game 1 was.
Right.
But, yeah, I think that it was. I mean, this is just part of the playoffs where you get a different officiating crew every night. So it's like a box of chocolates, Paul.
You never know what you're going to get.
That's what they say.
Sean Behind the Glass. I'm Paul Gallant. Paul Gallant Show on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. You can work any question into the show. Lots of things went down in the NFL draft yesterday. I'm going to talk about 2 alternative universes for the Houston Texans that might have made them do the thing everyone wanted them to do, actually make a pick, which they haven't done in the first round in 5 of the last 8 years. Some other tidbits from around the league. 145, more piling on in terms of who's dirty, the Rockets or Warriors. We already heard from Dylan Brooks. Another Rocket has pointed the finger at the Warriors. So that's at 145. It's the Paul Gallant Show on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. Stay put. The most interactive sports talk show in Houston on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. Some questions that we will get to at 1:45. But in case you missed us talking about the Houston Texans earlier, what they did in the first round last night, they did nothing. For the fifth time in 8 years, no picks in the first round. This time they traded out. They traded pick number 25 to the New York Giants. And in exchange for that trade, they got pick 34, the second pick tonight, pick 99, a second and a third rounder, plus a 2026 third rounder. Tonight, the Texans have pick number 34, a second rounder, pick number 58, a second rounder. So they have 2 twos. They have pick number 79, a third rounder, pick 89, a third rounder, pick 99, a third rounder. 5 picks tonight. So it should be a fairly active night. There was a possibility that the Texans were trying to trade up. And we know at the very least that they called the Dallas Cowboys. They lowballed them. Cowboys called back when they were on the clock. Texans offered a little bit more. Not enough to move up to pick number 12. What else went down around the National Football League? Cam Ward's the number 1 overall pick. The Giants, with pick 25, took Ole Miss quarterback Jackson Dart. That means that Shedeur Sanders from Colorado, son of Deion Sanders, is still available. Here is Shedeur addressing people at the draft watch party he had last night.
We all didn't expect this, of course, but I feel like with God, anything possible, everything possible. I don't feel like this happened, for no reason. All this is, of course, fuel to the fire. And under no circumstance, we all know this shouldn't have happened. But we understand we're on the bigger and better things. Tomorrow's the day. We're going to be happy regardless. Legendary.
Legendary part at the end is annoying. Also, like, the double negative a little bit earlier. We all know that this shouldn't have happened. With a little negative right before that. Okay, if you're trying to shake the entitled label, not a great way to go about doing it. Just a thought. This is not the reason Shedeur Sanders is still on the board. Sean, which draft coverage did you watch last night? I'm a big NFL Network guy. I love Rich Eisen. I think that Joel Klatt does a pretty good job, but I really like these two, Daniel Jeremiah and Charles Robinson. I think
Charles Davis.
Charles Davis, my bad. I always confused Robinson with Charles Davis. That's the best quad.
Yeah, I was on NFL Network. I think I turned it on to ESPN, heard Mike Greenberg's voice, and turned it to.
I saw Greenberg, and I was like, nope.
I was like, I can't do this for 3 hours.
And I guess the ABC broadcast is just the College Game Day crew.
And that's more personal interest story or human interest story, personal side of thing. That's where you get the funny graphics where it's like caught for 3,600 yards over his career. What all SEC player twice. Dad incarcerated, like where they just listed as part of his bio, like the worst thing that ever happened to him. I don't watch that one, but I see the funny clips.
So I didn't watch that one. I also didn't watch the ESPN broadcast. Yeah. There is a 10-minute video online of Mel Kiper having a meltdown about Shedeur Sanders still being on the board. And it's just every single moment he possibly could. Mel Kiper Jr., the longtime ESPN draft expert, was just bitching and moaning about Shedeur Sanders still being available.
Yeah, I'm glad I didn't watch it.
Me too.
That was my instinct too, is that the NFL or that the ESPN draft was more likely to become the
Mel Kiper show.
I mean the Colorado show.
That
where
too.
I felt like NFL Network. I mean, like you, like I like those guys better, and I feel like they're a little bit more like there's a formula. It's formulaic, but it's formulaic for a reason. Is that they make the pick, they show some highlights. DJ or one of the
Charles Davis
talks over him or talks over the highlights, talking about what he is. One of them talks about his fit on the team, and then DJ is like, "I love it," or blah, 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 whatever. But that it's a formula for a reason. They weren't sitting there. They did some cut-ins to the Shedeur draft party.
That's it.
But it wasn't. It was just cut-ins to it.
Right. It was, hey, could the Steelers take him?
Yeah.
So Sanders is still on the board, and via at least ESPN, he's the 8th best prospect available. For NFL.com, if you're going by their grading system, he's like the 30th best prospect available. I think the pick to keep an eye on today, as far as Shedeur Sanders, the New Orleans Saints. I say that because Mickey Loomis was asked about Derek Carr's status before the draft. He gave a very dodgy answer. And also, the Saints were second guessed for drafting Kelvin Banks early because they aren't sure what's going on with Derek Carr. And they gave a coy answer again about their quarterback situation. And listen, if Sanders falls into their lap in the second round, not bad. Not bad as an alternative to Derek Carr, who's dealing with a shoulder injury that might be keeping him out the entire year like Andrew Luck back in the day.
Yeah, I think that now the team that gets Shedeur is probably like it. The draft falls into a little bit better place because for the most part they made a first round pick. So for the Saints, for example, they're not getting Shedeur and who knows at tackle. They're getting Kevin Banks, a first round tackle, and also Shedeur Sanders, where that just feels like a little bit more, you're fitting more needs by doing that. And you feel a little bit better as opposed to getting one of these guys that, the Texans are looking at with the tackles that are still remaining after the first round.
Right, exactly. And look, I'm really curious as to what the Texans are going to do, but Shedeur Sanders, I think, for everybody who's watching the draft, is probably right now the person of biggest interest.
Saints pick at 40. Maybe the Raiders at 37.
I think the Raiders would definitely think about it at 37. I think that the Steelers, whenever they pick in the second round, if he falls to the back of the
Steelers
second,
don't have one until 83.
Okay, so never
they're
mind.
in the third round.
Okay, yeah. So they are out on that one. Although, what if he falls all the way to the third round?
Yeah. I mean, they could trade up still, but, that just eyeballing. I mean, we all know the Shedeur Sanders teams, at least the outside perception of what the Shedeur Sanders teams are. And yeah, that's it. I mean, they're talking about the Seahawks a little bit as like, hey, don't be surprised just because they have the Darnold deal, but it's not like a, locked in starter. So we'll see.
Jets 42nd pick. I know that they have said that
Justin
Fields is their guy. Sure. Browns pick 33rd and 36th.
Yeah, 30. I should have mentioned the Browns too.
And Rams are picking in the middle of the second round. I think
that'd be
Sean McVay's kind of bored. If they draft Shedeur Sanders, the Rams will get the biggest what by the media possible. It'll be like Patriots picks back in the day-esque. Where Rams get the best guy available.
Now it's like Eagles and Ravens.
Right.
They just like before the draft, you can just pencil them in for an A.
Yeah, they're just going to get their ass kicked.
In the draft grades.
Right, because they traded up the Eagles traded up into the first round.
Jahad Campbell.
Jahad Campbell, right.
Yeah.
The guy's name, we were like, Texas won't draft him.
The Ravens got the Georgia safety, Starks.
Correct. Couple of notes. Again, sorry we're sticking so long on Shedeur Sanders, but did you see Skip Bayless with that weird cryptic post that he had about how this might be part of God's plan for Shedeur Sanders? Interesting.
I mean, it definitely is part of God's plan.
I mean,
everything's part of God's plan.
If you believe in the man upstairs, that's true. I would like to think he doesn't care about where Shedeur Sanders is drafted. Sanders also rapped at his party.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Do some perfect timing, or was it some new stuff, or
he drafted perfect timing, actually.
Yeah, perfect timing.
That's pretty funny. Also from the NFL draft, Adam Schefter was criticized for wearing a hoodie with a necktie and suit jacket. A lot of people are doing this all of a sudden. The hoodie underneath the suit, but he wore a hoodie with a necktie.
He wore a dress shirt. So from the closest to his body out, he wore dress shirt and tie, hoodie, suit jacket.
Yes,
that's crazy.
I agree.
You got to lose one of them. If not,
I'm not a fan of this hoodie underneath the suit thing. What are we doing?
No,
like pick hobo or pick dapper. Like figure it out.
Yeah, that's something I think Orlovsky will do that from time to time too.
Also, lots of ice last night. No, not ICE. I mean, just ice. Did you see Shamar Stewart He had 100 carats worth of diamonds. He had a grill. He had a necklace chain where it looks like it's a skull of some sort. I'm not sure what kind of animal it's supposed to be. He also had a blinged bracelet. There also was Texas Longhorns receiver Matthew Golden. So all the Texas guys going big. He had a golden child pendant.
Oh, yeah. It was like a giant G. Yeah.
Correct. Lots of diamonds. Also, Ole Miss running back Trey Harris. He had, no, wait, hang on. My bad. Chris Paul Jr. had grills with all sorts of diamonds. These rookies, they're making money now,
Yeah,
so they're getting from
NIL.
NIL.
All these guys.
I would not buy this watch worth this much jewelry before the draft. The grills thing, I don't get.
The
Sorry to
grills?
sound white. I don't get grills. Like, do you leave them in your mouth? Do you eat with them in?
No. Or there's different kinds, but I think you can, there's some that you can just pop in.
Why? It's really my only question is why.
Put jewelry everywhere.
Okay, but why? Like,
even your face. You smile. You see the
yeah,
jewelry.
but why your smile? Unless you have like the teeth Aaron Judge used to have. Why would you get them? I don't get it.
I've never been in the position to get them.
I haven't either. I never will be either. So, I mean, this is not a problem for us, but it's like grills. My question is why?
Did you do the thing in like junior high where you get the aluminum foil and put
No.
it in your mouth?
No, I would never do that.
That was like the
I know everyone
the
talks about
9-year-old version of doing that.
Sure. Paul Wall, if I ever interview him,
That'll be your question. Just like
why?
explain grills to me.
Why? I don't get it. Seems like it would give you like mouth sores, cankers, and such. Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. Yes, guys, that's everything that happened in the NFL draft. A lot of important stuff. Paul, you spent the whole time talking about what fashion men wore and Shedeur Sanders too. Yeah, I know. Hey, Rockets, Warriors, Game 3 tomorrow night. More fuel has been poured on the fire. You already heard from Dylan Brooks. Another Rocket is pointing a finger at the Warriors, pushing back on the idea that Amen Thompson is dirty, saying these guys are the dirty ones. Stick around.
This is the Paul Gallant Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
Most interactive sports talk show in Houston on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in, on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. The Houston Texans traded out of the first round of the NFL draft last night. They traded pick number 25 to the New York Giants. In return, the Texans got 3 picks back, pick 34, the second pick tonight. They also got from the Giants pick 99, a third-round pick in this year's draft, and a 2026 third-round pick as well. They have 5 picks tonight, pick 34, pick 58, second-rounders, pick 79, 89, and 99, third-rounders. The Giants took Jackson Dart, quarterback from Ole Miss, with that pick. Rockets play the Warriors tomorrow night in San Francisco. Series tied at 1 game apiece. They lose game 1, the Rockets do. They win game 2 in convincing fashion, a game where Jimmy Butler left early after a moment where Amen Thompson fell into him while he was up in the air. I have watched this a million times. Steven Adams pushed Amen Thompson accidentally past Draymond Green, who was holding him with his right arm. Thompson fell because I think Green's arm went forward. The person holding him up was no longer holding him up. He goes right into Jimmy Butler. Butler goes down. We were told at first it was a pelvic contusion. Now, per Shams Charania, it's a deep glute muscle contusion. His status for game 3 in jeopardy. Earlier today, we played audio of Dylan Brooks, who not only said the FU Draymond chants were, quote, good, end quote. He also said, when asked about a narrative about Amen Thompson being a dirty player, that, Draymond Green's really the dirty player we should be thinking about here. He's not talking about, and he didn't say Draymond by name. He said the person who pushed Amen Thompson into Jimmy Butler's the dirty player. That is a lie, Dylan, but it is amusing, at least as far as this series goes. A little misinformation, disinformation to create a little extra flavor. But he wasn't the only one to point the finger at the Warriors when asked about a narrative that Amen Thompson is a dirty player. Here is Rockets head coach Ime Udoka earlier this afternoon.
There's a bit of a narrative circulating about Amen Thompson being a dirty player for the play involving Jimmy Butler. Kind of just, what did you see going on there, and what do you think about people trying to label him a dirty player because of that?
Yeah, I mean, it's obvious it wasn't intentional. You look at all the bodies in between and him getting bumped and tripped, and the way he fell, you don't fall in somebody's face first on purpose. You saw some things happen last night in the Memphis game, and things are unintentional because they're playing hard and get tripped up, something like that. So we don't even talk about it or put stock in it. Like I see, it's pretty clear. It's not an intentional thing. It's obviously not a dirty player. There's a difference between aggressive physical play and being dirty, and you can question some of their things as well.
There it is, pointing it back at the very end. You can question some of their things as well on their end. Not as much fuel on the fire as Dylan Brooks saying, I think the dirty player is Draymond, giving him a little push. It's not quite that. Udoka does make a good point here. Warriors fans aren't going to listen to it. And honestly, Rockets fans think Draymond Green is the reason that Amen Thompson accidentally fell into Jimmy Butler. So there's a lot of, everyone's mad at each other.
He's the reason.
Everyone's wrong. Stop, Sean. Stop.
I said he's the reason that Amen Thompson fell into him.
If he had held him
your
up,
version of events.
If he had held him up a little bit more, yes, sure. Probably would have been called for a foul if he held him a little bit more there. But I think it's very astute of Ime Udoka to point out that a dirty player isn't going to fall on his knees and then go face first into somebody to take them out. That is generally not how you go about taking a player out. Getting on your knees and putting your face into the nether regions of somebody else. Now, other things you can do, they generally are bedroom activities, involve that kind of range of motion. But yes, good point by Ime Udoka, this is not how a dirty play happens. It's just physics, people. It's simple physics. 713-780-3776 to call to text. On YouTube at ESPN Houston. On Twitch at ESPN 975. Here's a text. Dylan isn't technically wrong. Maybe Draymond didn't push Ahmed, but he pulled his jersey and flung him into Butler. I don't know if he flung him in. I'm wondering where that's coming from. Like, I saw him holding Thompson forward. I mean, it would have been a very, very quick twist of the wrist motion by Green to turn the jersey the way he was holding it. People would have seen him turning the jersey and then fling Thompson forward. Sure, there was certainly jostling going on for the rebounding, but I really think that Adams shoving Thompson is much more of a reason that Thompson fell than Draymond Green. Thompson is a big guy. Steven Adams, a bigger guy. I think it was Adams that accidentally made this whole thing happen. And by the way, for the Rockets, probably for the best, because I do think this is a series that's up in the air. I did pick the Rockets in 7. I didn't feel great about it, but I do think that if Jimmy Butler's status is in jeopardy for tomorrow night's game, 7:30 in San Francisco, and on top of that, he's probably just not going to be 100% the rest of the series as he deals with a deep glute muscle contusion. But Jimmy Butler. But I think this helps the Rockets for sure. But I don't think there was any intent behind this. From the 832, he pulled his jersey so hard you can see Ahmed's undershirt. Yeah, I don't think it was Green that made it happen. I really don't. I
don't think he grabbed. His arm is up around the shoulder, but like you could see him in his undershirt as he was going up for the shot. You know?
Yeah,
Like,
I think exactly. You're right there. It's forward momentum. Jersey's probably not tucked all the way in because Draymond Green was holding him a little bit. People want to blame Draymond for things. Just like Warriors fans want to blame Dylan Brooks for things. And those two are probably going to get into it at some point during the series. I will be sad. I will be bummed out if it doesn't, but I hope it doesn't cost the Rockets. Because it does feel like if there is a situation where Draymond Green and Dylan Brooks get into it, one, Draymond will be the cagier person of the two because he's a vet and he knows how to get away with this stuff. Two, Dylan Brooks will be the person blamed for it. Because even though everyone knows Draymond's a habitual line stepper, people don't like Dylan Brooks more than they don't like Draymond Green. And I feel like the referees are going to play popularity contest in a situation between those two.
I mean, just like the fact that like everything Draymond did in game 2. And I think all he ended was with 3 personal fouls.
That's it.
And then a one tech that was honestly like a little weak of a tech. Like it wasn't the craziest thing that he did all night. So yeah, I think that Draymond will definitely get away with more. He's more subtle with it. But Dylan Brooks will take it to the nuclear option, I feel like.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. He is the more
like, I don't feel like
violent line stepper.
I don't think Dylan Brooks gets away with a ton of like very dirty stuff. I feel like he does dirty stuff and then
He's the guy who always gets
for
caught
it.
in school.
Yeah,
right.
he gets punished every time.
He's the guy who gets caught in school all the time. He just has like bad luck. And there's somebody else who's, Draymond Green, not even an Eddie Haskell. Like there's no smiling song and dance to mislead people like Eddie Haskell from Leave It to Beaver.
He just confronts.
No,
he just angrily confronts the refs,
and the refs back down. I mean, I guess it's the power of the rings. It is bizarre. Like Draymond does get away with it. There's definitely a double standard between the two. For the 936, Brooks is going to go full send. Another text from the 713. DeMarcus Cousins was on TV this morning. He talked about how dirty the NBA is right now because of the referees. There's certainly inconsistency. I'm not going to go. When I hear dirty, I think Tim Donaghy. So I'm not going to go quite that far. On YouTube, Desert Shro says the NBA gave Draymond a consolation hustle award since he didn't get the Defensive Player of the Year. Wait, did he win the hustle award?
Yeah,
this season?
That's
a real award. Yeah. Oh my God, I must have missed that in our pre-show conversation.
Yeah. Oh no, it was like.
Oh, you're right.
30 minutes ago.
You send this 48. Okay.
Yeah.
The winner of the 2024-2025 NBA Hustle Award is Draymond Green. Damn it. Ahmed Thompson came in 5th. He had 9 Defensive Player of the Year votes. He came in 5th, though, Defensive Player of the Year votes. And I get Evan Mobley winning it for Cleveland, especially with how good Cleveland's been. But Draymond being second, like, that's like Bobby Wagner, former Seahawks linebacker, being a first-team All-Pro, where it's like he just got a lot of tackles, but he's not the same player he used to be. It's just that he's getting that based off of reputation. Anyway, Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776 to call to text, on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. It is an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. I'm going to take 2 questions really quick. Key from LA asks, Paul, have you ever gotten lucky twice in one day? Yes, in college. I was in a bit of a hoe phase.
Wow, a phase. Wow.
Yeah, a couple hours apart. With an ex I should not have gotten back with later. That's the person who was awesome to me, and I, wanting what I couldn't have, couldn't handle. One of my bigger regrets. They never found out about this, but yeah, that was me being a little bit of a weasel. It's happened multiple times. Again, I always wrap up. Another question. Paul, I know the correct answer is all 3, but if you had to choose one, what would it be? Blonde, brunette, or redhead? I don't see color. How about that? Yeah, I don't care about hair color at all. Hair is hair.
Wow.
Yeah.
Brave.
Football is football.
Brave stance.
What? I don't care about hair color.
Hair's hair.
Red's cool. I think red's the most unique. Well, you don't see many people with red hair.
No, that demographics wise, you are correct.
Yeah.
Just the red's cool.
Red's cool. It is. What means you're Irish? You got a little Irish in you. Sean Mapes behind the glass and Paul Gallant. It's an Ask Gallant Anything Friday, 713-780-3776 to call to text, on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. It is an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. The Texans did nothing day 1 of the NFL draft. What do you want to see them do today? And we're going to explore 2 alternative universes that could have had the Texans getting what you all wanted last night. Paul Gallant Show, most interactive sports talk show in Houston. Stay put. The most interactive sports talk show on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. 713-780-3776 to call, to text on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. No move by the Texans last night. The fifth first round in the last 8 years where they made no picks. They traded pick 25 to the New York Giants, who took Jackson Dart. They got 3 picks in exchange. The second pick tonight, a second rounder, a third rounder tonight. They have 5 picks tonight. They have 2 second-round picks. They have 3 third-round picks. Also, Rockets Warriors game 3 tomorrow night. Jimmy Butler, his pelvic contusion is actually a deep butt bruise. I believe the specific term is a deep glute muscle contusion. His status for game 3 in jeopardy. And earlier today, when asked about a narrative that Amen Thompson's a dirty player, Dylan Brooks said, well, what about Draymond Green? And when asked about the FU Draymond Green chance, he said, good. Ime Udoka also pointed a finger at the Warriors when asked about the possibility that Amen Thompson's a dirty player. So game 3, I think, is going to be a lot of fun. I'm going to answer a couple of Ask Gallant Anything Friday questions very quickly before we talk about what the Houston Texans could have done in the past that maybe would have allowed them to get the guys that they wanted last night in the NFL draft instead of trading out. In the last segment, people asked Paul, what's your favorite hair color? This person, another texter, asks, if they have green and pink hair, would you still date the girl? This has to be the most strong, powerful, and independent woman of all time. You know, it's probably got to be Anna de Armas or someone like that to pull off the green and pink hair. We're talking Margot Robbie. We're talking the most beautiful people on the planet. And even then, I will admit, hair color is a little bit of an asterisk. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. Another texter asks on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday, Paul, do you have a pair of flip-flops? I do not. I have a pair of Birkenstocks. They're sandals. Apparently, those are lame. Another texter asks, have I blocked you? No. And another asks, are you going to watch Accountant 2? Yes, we'll talk about that in weekend homework. So the Houston Texans could have done 2 things differently, and I think it would have potentially allowed them to take a guy that they wanted with that pick, number 25, or earlier in the draft, because they were calling about moving up. Nick Caserio, after last night's draft, said that the Texans feel good about where they are, but note, he made a lot of phone calls to try to move up last night.
I don't want to say we talked to the whole league, but we probably talked to the whole league on every different level. So, there are some players that we identified, some were out of reach, some, in the end, trades are a byproduct of teams willing to make a decision to move or not. So, we fell at 25. That was the best thing for us. Puts us in a pretty good spot. 2 2s, 3 3s, picked up another 3 next year. We'll deal with tomorrow. We think we're going to get some pretty good football players tomorrow. We felt like the value to draft was basically in the middle. So we'll try to take advantage of our opportunities here tomorrow.
Nick Caserio says very little without saying much, but I hope you paid attention to that first part. The idea that Nick Caserio was not trying to move up to go get a Kelvin Banks, who the Texans were linked to, or a Tyler Booker, the Will Anderson of the Alabama offense, who the Texans were also linked to, is wrong. I posted a clip a little bit earlier today on my Twitter, @Gallant Says, and I saw some people calling Nick Caserio a clown. We had Wood call in earlier, who's not a fan of Nick. I trust Nick Caserio. I think he's done a pretty good job building this roster. But potentially Caserio could have made a trade happen that didn't happen last night. I was checking out the 105.3 The Fan in Dallas draft show, and apparently the Texans called the Dallas Cowboys about pick number 12, which the Cowboys used to pick Tyler Booker.
Apparently, and this is coming from those within the building, Houston was the team that was on the clock.
Yeah.
Or that was on the phone.
Yeah.
Houston was the one that wanted to make the trade. Apparently, it was a low ball offer initially. Steven called back, wanted something more. Houston said no. So that's where the kind of breakdown happened from a trade scenario side. And they decided to stick and pick with the guy that they had very high on their board.
The low ball offer thing is what a lot of people heard and are pissed off. They're like, oh, Nick Caserio, he's always trying to get one over on GMs across the league. That's what you want. Excuse me for yelling. You want a general manager who's trying to shaft the other general managers of the league. What? Do you want a Rob Pelinka, Nico Harrison situation where friends are going to be friends? No, you idiot. The people who are calling Caserio a clown because he didn't trade up. You want your GM to trade rape every single person he trades with. You want him to make the people he's trading with look like the bozos in your fantasy football league. Like, that's what you want. And if it gives him a track record or a reputation across the league, so be it. Daryl Morey, for his credit, again, he never put together a winner. The guy was a great trader. And people got paranoid about trading with him. You want people to be paranoid about trading with him. You want that. That's the point of the trade. You're supposed to win the trade. It's not about being fair. Fair. It's a competitive sport. It's a competitive league. Take advantage of everyone you possibly can.
Yeah. Do you think that the first Jags offer they made the Browns was what ended up getting announced on Thursday night?
Doubtful.
No, they started with less.
The Jaguars definitely lowballed to get up to that spot.
Yeah.
The only team that I don't think is really putting much thought into it are the Falcons, who are clearly just having the time of their lives.
They did not lowball. That was not a lowball offer.
The Falcons offered so much to just trade up, like 10 picks to go draft another pass rusher, and James Pierce better be awesome because they traded a first-round pick to move up a little bit. They gave up too much. 713 texter points out, do you want another Bill O'Brien trade? LOL. Yes, exactly. Like, Bill O'Brien's the person that everyone targets and are like, I'm going to destroy this person. So I just wanted to push back on that. But you know how it would have been potentially easier for Nick Caserio to trade up? And I'm finally getting to my alternative universe here. If the Texans had the second round pick that they traded for Stephon Diggs, which I believe is pick either, it's like 54, I think. Something like that, the Buffalo Bills pick. If they had that pick, the Bills have it now, theoretically, they would have had more ammunition to trade up to that spot. Because I'm pretty sure that's ultimately what the sticking point was. I know that they like Tyler Booker, and they've said they don't want to add that many more players to the roster. If DeMeco Ryans heard that this guy is like the Will Anderson of Alabama's offensive line, and we played a clip of him yesterday, Sean, where he was talking about how he wants to make people hate playing football. Like, it was a great quote with Kay Adams. Great job by him saying that in front of Kay Adams, a strong, powerful, independent woman. I bet she was impressed by him, you know? Anyway, whatever the case, bringing it back to the actual trade that the Texans could have made if they had that extra second-round pick that they gave up for Stephon Diggs in a trade that ultimately was a failure. You know what would have happened? They potentially could have actually gone all the way and gone to 12 and gone Tyler Booker in an alternate universe. And I have another question. Where would the Texans be as far as what they need to do in the draft if they still had Laramie Tunsil? Because you'd be feeling a little bit better about them right now. It's not like you got really anything that helpful this year for Tunsil. The second round pick that you got for the Tunsil trade is for next year. You did get a third round pick here, and you have 5 picks today, which is neato, but you might have had one more ammo to work with if you didn't trade for Stephon Diggs in this draft. Ultimately, Stephon Diggs did not affect how far you went this season in the playoffs. Helped out early on in the year. Helped you win the AFC South, I suppose. And then 2, if you had Laramie Tunsil still, I think even with the frustrations that many people have about him, I think that we would be feeling a little bit more comfortable now about an offensive line where you can't really point to one guy and say, this guy's good. Who's good? Truly, I don't know. Titus Howard's been solid. Is he good? Solid's a C. Is Titus Howard a B? Is Titus Howard a B plus? Probably not. Especially for what you're paying him right now, you know? On his rookie contract, yeah, I'd say B. On this contract, he's probably a C.
Yeah, you don't get moved around as much as he does if you're an A, you know? Like you're not the solution at left guard, or you're not moving around. But Laramie Tunsil only played left tackle for a reason.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
All the great offensive linemen, for the most part, they played one position and stuck there.
Exactly. And okay, cool. Howard's got versatility, but like, he's also not so great at any position that they felt the need that they couldn't put him there. And also, I mean, he's just the right tackle. So No offense to the right tackle. You're just not as important as the left tackle because the left tackle's the blind side. They made a movie about that with Sandra Bullock. Strong, powerful, independent woman who earlier this week was on my television for some reason in a movie called The Net. I don't know why. Gotta say, wow. She has aged very well, but she looks like a very strong, powerful, independent woman back then, you know? And ask Gallant anything Friday, 713-780-3776 to call to text on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Ribeye or filet? Great question. Ribeye. I like more meat. I don't like being hungry. When I have a filet, still hungry afterwards. Not quite as hungry as I am after I eat sushi, but when I have a filet, I always feel like it's not quite enough. Ribeye, I feel full afterwards. Steak, I will eat all of it. I don't save any fat. The entire thing is gone. Ribeye is generally my favorite cut. New York strips are the ones that I usually get at HEB because they're most reasonably priced compared to other cuts. But ribeye every single time over a filet. So there you go. Texter. I don't think I can answer this question. From the 832. You know what? We're gonna do an executive conversation, Sean and I, on the other in the commercial break to determine whether or not I can answer this question. And everything you need to watch this weekend, your weekend homework assignment. It's the Paul Gallant Show, most interactive sports talk show in Houston. I've had too much coffee. Stick around.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Paul Gallant Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
It's an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. You want to weigh in on the Texans and their lack of activity during last night, the first round of the NFL draft. They traded out of the first round. They traded the 25th overall pick to the New York Giants in exchange for a second-round pick, the second pick today, and a third-round pick, a late third-round pick. They also got a third-round pick in next year's draft. They have 5 picks, at least as things currently stand, during the NFL draft today. And then they have more picks for day 3, but they're all in the 6th and the 7th round. You're a real sicko if you're watching the NFL draft all day on Saturday to watch guys get picked in the 6th and the 7th round.
At that point, and this is just free. I'm just giving this guy a shout out just to do it. Just set up Twitter alerts for Aaron Wilson, and he'll tweet out the pick.
Exactly.
He'll tweet out the pick once you get to 5 and 6. Go be with your family. Go watch Accountant 2. Go stream something.
Yeah, that's what I would do. And before we get into that, Ask Along Anything Friday, some interesting questions. This is the funny trade that we were talking about on the other side. Paul from the 832. You don't care about the hair upstairs. Do you care about the hair downstairs? Here's what I'll say. Take care of yourself in a way that you would like the other person to take care of themselves.
Golden rule.
Right. I want it to be a friendly environment. You want them to have it be a friendly environment. But I would say yes. Not the biggest fan of that downstairs. Some more texts. Paul saying you like more meat doesn't help your cause. Also, grits or cream of wheat. You know what? I've had neither. I've never had any. Grits always has cheese in it, right? Generally.
I'm not sure.
I've actually never had either. I've never had either. A couple more texts on an Ask Along Anything Friday. Ooh, from the 281. Do you date outside of your race, Paul? I don't see color. Yes, though. Again, don't matter who. It really would be like pink and green hair. That might be where I draw the line.
I do like that the I don't know, 75% of these have just been you filling out a online dating profile.
Pretty much, yeah, I know.
More or less.
Yeah, I'm going to Farmers Only later or J-Date.
It's just what are you interested in? How do you like your steak?
Yeah.
What's a deal breaker for you? I'm surprised we haven't got that one. Oh no, we got one last week.
I think we got it last week, and I was like, I don't think I have any because I'm a little hoe. Anyway, hey guys, it's the weekend. It's the weekend. Oh, Keith has an Ask Along Anything Friday question. Let's see where this one goes. Keith.
Hey, Paul, Ask Gallant Anything Friday, my favorite part of the week. I just saw Accountant 2, unbelievable movie. Bernthal, Affleck, fantastic. Crime thriller, really good. Amazing sequel, 9.2 out of 10. There's an actor in that movie that looks like Will, that linebacker, Will, forgot his name, from Nebraska, who's on Barstool now. But my question is, Ask Gallant Anything Friday, can Paul Gallant name 5 Gordon Ramsay cooking shows?
No, I can't name one. That's a good one.
Hell's Kitchen. That's the only.
Is that the idiot sandwich one?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. All I know
I know he's really mean on one of them. There's a kids one where he's nice to the kids.
See, if he was mean to the kids, I think
that
I'd
would
watch
be
it.
amazing.
If he kind of messed up, I'd feel bad for the kids, but
It'd be hilarious.
Just as far as sheer being a dirtbag with a dark sense of humor, I think I'd enjoy it.
Idiot sandwich.
Accountant 2, by the way, just has me thinking, Sean. And let's play a little music in the background for it. This is your weekend homework. This is everything that you theoretically could watch this weekend. Just like in the Breakfast Club, because they had weekend homework, and then they found out a lot about themselves along the way. There's like this ridiculous monologue at the end of the movie. It's such a cheesy movie. I enjoy watching it. So here's what's going on tonight. First off, the NFL draft. There are 5 picks for the Houston Texans. 2 in the 2nd, 3 in the third. And Shador Sanders still hasn't been picked. We'll see where he ends up. My money's on the Saints. The Astros play the Kansas City Royals tonight, 6:40, Space City Home Network, 3-game winning streak. Looking for 4. They're a half game back of the Mariners and the Rangers in the American League West. The Mariners have the tiebreaker in my mind because they've swept the Rangers already. They just took 2 of 3 against the Red Sox. The Rangers just lost 2 or 3 against the A's. Seattle plays the Marlins. The Rangers are in San Francisco taking on the Giants. So the Texas Rangers and Houston Rockets could theoretically cross paths. Adolis Garcia, what happens if he accidentally bumps into Dylan Brooks? What happens if he accidentally bumps into Ahmed Thompson? I don't know.
That'd be so funny.
It would be funny if there is an Adolis Garcia
Like a
versus
crossover
Dylan Brooks crossover event. Yeah, I think the city of Houston would love that. Dylan Brooks will become a legend if he accidentally knocked over Adolis Garcia while crossing the street. It's Hayden Wesneski, a 3.91 ERA, against Seth Lugo, a 3.90 ERA. 3 NBA games. Celtics Magic game 3. Celtics up 2-0. That's at 6 o'clock on ESPN. Pacers Bucks game 3 with the Pacers up 2-0 on ESPNU and NBA TV. Damn,
that's tough.
That's embarrassing. That's a reflection of the Bucks and also the Pacers. They're generally the least cared about team that makes the Eastern Conference playoffs.
There's always one team in the first round that gets, because they were an NBA TV game for game 2 too. So that's tough.
ESPNU is such a
that's a slap in the
treatment.
face.
That really
That's
is a slap in the face of both of these.
I get the drafts going on, so maybe they're not on one.
Yeah,
but ESPN 2, come on, guys.
Weekend homework continues. 8:30. It's Lakers T-Wolves tonight. That series tied at a game apiece. That's probably the best
game
sports watching tonight. I will probably move from the NFL draft to watch that game. I will be doing a live stream though later on talking about what the Houston Texans do. Draft's going to get second TV treatment. We'll be watching the Astros for a bit, but I'm excited to watch Lakers T-Wolves. That's who the Rockets will play next round. Saturday, what's going on? The Rockets, the biggest game. They're playing the Warriors, 7:30 on ABC. I guess there's a playoff watch party in Market Square Park, but honestly, anything outside after hearing Camden call in a little bit earlier talking about the Texans draft party at the George R. Brown Center, I don't know that I want to be outside. It is not supposed to rain today for what it's worth, and it's not supposed to rain tomorrow for what it's worth. I think at night it should be in the, about 82 degrees if you're going to watch it at Market Square Park. But that's the only watch party I could find. Astros play the Royals 6:10. It's on Fox Sports tomorrow. I hope that the bars that are out and about Houston, hope you're listening because sometimes you don't know the TV is on the right channel. Framber Valdez on the hill against Michael Wakaka. Wakaka forever. Both of them good pitchers historically, but not off to the best starts. Framber a 4.5 ERA, 1-2. Wakaka 0-3 with a 4.15. And the Texans, if you're a real sicko, they have 5 picks. Pick 179, 6-rounder. Pick 216, 6-rounder. 236, 241, and 255, 7th-rounders. Again, you will have problems if you are watching the third day of the NFL draft, in particular, if you're watching past the 5th round.
Yeah.
That'll be my compromise, my line in this.
I'm just saying, there's no reason to watch it.
Right.
To still be just sitting there, arms folded on the couch.
Yeah.
Because they don't even announce the picks as they happen anymore on day 3.
No.
They're talking about whatever,
and it's then, like some random. Yeah, it'll be like a dolphin announcing the pick, or some chimpanzee, or maybe Katy Perry from the Orbit.
Exactly.
Spaceflight.
Then they'll have a discussion about something that happened on Thursday for 5 minutes, and then be like,
Sanders.
By the way, while we're talking, here's the 6 picks that happened. They just flash them on the screen, and they go like, DJ, anything that sticks out to you, and he makes something up about one of them. Why one of them's interesting to him.
Right. Exactly. Because at this point, even the guys who are studying the tape, they're like, I don't know that much about this guy. Other NBA games on Saturday, Cavs Heat. That's at noon. Cavs up 2-0. Series is done. 2:30, Thunder's Grizzlies. Thunder up 3-0. The Thunder were down 29-1 last night.
Yeah.
Also, John Morant has a hip injury and he's on crutches.
Yeah.
The series is done as done can be.
Dirty play by Lou Dort, if we're calling him in Thompson dirty.
Lou Dort, was he 4th? 3rd in Defensive Player of the Year voting? He was ahead of Ahmed Thompson.
His 4th.
The other game, Clippers kicked the Nuggets' ass last night.
Yeah.
The Clippers have a 2-1 series lead.
Gut check time for Denver.
It is. I mean, the wall where the little fan area where the Clippers play in their new arena.
Yeah.
I don't know how many people saw this, but in game 3 last night, which the Clippers won convincingly, there were people wearing horse masks to, I guess, distract not Luka Doncic, to distract. Sorry, all these journals look the same to me. To distract Nikola Jokic, who's a big horse enthusiast.
That's fun.
That actually is
that's
pretty funny.
fun. Like the wall, I generally kind of roll my eyes at it, but that's funny.
It's a shame that the game was like that because the first 2 games very good. And I'm wondering about it now because it was one of those games where only Jokic played well for the Nuggets.
Yeah. It's like what goes wrong when things go wrong for the Nuggets. It's just like, ugh.
Yeah,
they
exactly.
really only have one good player.
Weekend homework continues. On Sunday, Astros Royals at 1:10. Hunter Brown on the hill against Chris Bubik. So Brown's got his 24 consecutive innings scoreless streak on the line, and they're going up against another guy who's probably competing with him, much like Chris Bassett was until the Astros beat his ass earlier this week. Bubik is 2-1 with a 1.45 ERA to open up the year. So AL Player of the Month pitching duel.
Oh, whoa.
Yeah.
Could swing the award.
It could. 4 NBA games Sunday. Knicks Pistons game 4. Knicks up 2-1. We talked about the ridiculous nature of the end of the last game.
Fun series.
I think the Pistons are going to even it up. I think the Knicks are frauds. Lakers T-Wolves game 4. So the 2 Lakers T-Wolves games this weekend, one of them tonight. Celtics Magic also tonight on Sunday. I'm thinking that one's going to be done on Sunday.
Yeah, the Tatum injury gives Orlando a chance to get one of these, but still reflects poorly on the Celtics if they lose any of them.
I would agree with you there, even without Jason Tatum. Pacers Bucks game 4 on Sunday. I think both the Celtics and Pacers will be on to the second round by Sunday. Movies. We heard Keith talk about it. The Accountant 2. So it's got Ben Affleck. If you watch The Accountant, it's a shooter movie where Ben Affleck's someone who I think has Asperger's and also is a assassin of sorts.
Yeah.
The first movie, it's he and Anna Kendrick. It seems it's a lovey-dovey kind of movie. This one seems like it's a buddy cop combo where you got one guy who's, like the straight character, straight man, and then John Bernthal, who is a fun actor, is just playing a crazy guy, and he's his brother.
Yeah, it's literally like this guy follows the rules and obviously he's on the spectrum, so he's like very particular about things. This guy is here to break a beer bottle over someone's head at the bar and get into a fight.
There's a couple movies I want to see in theaters. Warfare. I actually want to see Sinners. I'm not a horror movie guy, but everyone has said
Sinners is good.
Everyone said it's awesome. But The Accountant 2, that's one of those movies that I want to see. It's been a while since I've gone to see a movie. Generally, I wait until all the sports are done, like baseball season.
Yeah,
no offense, baseball.
Catch up.
Right.
Yeah.
So some of these will be on streaming. Revenge of the Sith. Star Wars Episode 3 is back in theaters.
Yeah, because it's anniversary, 20 year.
Oh my God, it is. Jesus.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know what? No, I remember because after my spring football game, the Shorecrest Preparatory School Chargers, when the movie came out, I remember going to see the movie with my friend Nick. And during that spring game, I had my helmet twisted around my face at the bottom of a pile where I fell on the fumble first and the ball was taken away from me. And I'm still mad about that because I was on it first, but I never lost a fumble again. Led the team with 8 fumble recoveries defensively my senior year.
Get ready to hear your name called day 3.
I'm a legend, dude. Hell yeah. Said earlier this week, the greatest thing that's ever happened to Houston sports radio. I know a lot of people were like, oh, you suck. Stand-up comedy. Amy Poehler, Tina Fey, Smart Financial tonight. Also, I don't know how many people are familiar with parody comedian musicians. This person is someone I found on Instagram, and they are fantastic. His name is Kyle Gordon. He's doing a show at the White Oak Music Hall tonight. I love White Oak. Kyle Gordon's funny as hell. He does some really good parody songs. I don't think Weird Al's active anymore. This guy does some really fun parody songs where he like does genres of music and it has ridiculous premises to them. DL Hughley's at the Improv. TV, Last of Us, episode 3. Holy crap, last weekend, right? Holy crap. Did you watch it, Sean?
No, I'm not caught up on Last of Us.
Okay, that's all I'll say.
That's my probably not this weekend, but over the course of the week when I have time, I'll try to chip away.
The last episode of The Last of Us is the best episode they've had. I know a lot of people like the episode with Nick Offerman. Gay Nick Offerman.
Yeah.
What I mean, that's what
Gay
it was.
Ron Swanson.
Yeah, Gay Ron Swanson. Right. It was fun. Other things taking place this weekend. You got Dynamo, FC Austin tomorrow. SaberCats versus Old Glory DC. Kiss my ass, DC. And here's the worst thing that's happening this weekend. And apologies in advance. This is not my decision. Critical Mass happens every last Friday of the month. So watch out on the roads. You might be dealing with those a-holes. God, I hate Critical Mass.
On Sunday?
Tonight.
Oh, okay.
Tonight. So sorry.
Yeah.
Roads are going to be ruined.
Keep your head on a swivel.
Keep your head on a swivel.
You might get clipped, Critical Mass. That's what I'm saying.
No. We're not. That sounds like Dylan Brooks versus the Warriors. That sounds like Draymond Green versus the Rockets. We're not doing that. We're not causing any violence in the
I'm just
streets.
saying you can look at what they're doing too. You know,
Critical Mass is literally the effing worst. Anyway, Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5, 713-780-3776 to call to text on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. That is your weekend homework. Ask Gallant Anything continues. And did the AFC South get better with the picks that were made? A quick episode of Southside Stay Put.
You're listening to the Paul Gallant Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
The most interactive sports talk show in Houston on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. 713-780-3776 is how you call in. It's also how you text in. You can join on YouTube at ESPN Houston. You can join on Twitch at ESPN 975. So, look, yesterday, a quiet day for the Houston Texans on the draft front. They didn't make a pick. They did not improve, but they do have 5 picks today because they traded with the New York Giants, who we knew wanted Jackson Dart, partly because there were so many draft rumors leading up to last night's draft kicking off about them liking Jackson Dart from Ole Miss, but also because their GM, Joe Shane, his son posted a highlight reel of Jackson Dart and then sent his account to private after posting it. Maybe that's why Nick Caserio decided to pull the trigger on a trade when he realized that he wasn't going to be able to trade up to pick number 12 with the Dallas Cowboys to go and get Tyler Booker. Maybe that's why. But other teams did make moves in the AFC South. So let's talk about them and how much better those teams around the Houston Texans got in another episode of The South Side. Yeah. First overall pick of the draft, the Tennessee Titans took Cam Ward. I don't know if Cam Ward will be good. I don't know if Cam Ward will be bad. I do know that the Titans are a terrible situation to be if you are a young player. And I think it is very telling that the Titans, when they introduced Cam Ward as their first overall pick, had a Titans blue jersey for Cam Ward where it appeared the number 1 was backwards, either because the Titans have designed all the ones that they have to have the arrow at the top of the one pointing the wrong way, or, and they'll be very hillbilly, very inbred of them, or they accidentally screwed this one up, this jersey that they had ready for Cam Ward. It seems he will wear number 1 because Warren Moon is considering getting rid of the number 1 as far as retired Titans numbers.
Yeah, giving Cam Ward his blessing to wear.
Right. That's the better way to phrase it, Sean. Thank you. So we'll see if he ends up wearing number 1. I don't think Cam Ward's going to do well for the Titans. I just don't respect the Titans as an organization. Paul, you're such a homer. They let Mike Vrabel leave. They fired him, in fact. It just makes no sense to me. Vrabel did a very good job with that team considering the hand that he was dealt from a talent perspective. I don't know how anyone can look at Amy Adams-Strunk, who does, for what it's worth, do a very good job of treating ex-Houston Oilers players, and say, yes, this organization is going to be a contender, a threat to the Houston Texans. I saw they signed Tyler Lockett, by the way, this past week, which is actually a nice move. But, man, that Titans team, I know that they beat the Texans at NRG Stadium last year, but I just think that they are a discombobulated mess with their head in the wrong places. They seem to be more focused on their actual brand and trying to be relevant in the league as opposed to trying to build a culture where consistency can even take root.
Yeah. Yeah. It seems like they're just kind of always chasing their tail a little bit, where, I mean, like you said, they kind of played whack-a-mole with choosing Vrabel over the GM. So they fire the GM. Then the next year they choose the new GM over Mike Vrabel. And so it's just, it doesn't seem like it's built for long-term success, even if Cam Ward comes in and is good. Because how many guys have we seen that just like can't get over the incompetence of the organization?
Right. Yeah. That's good for the Texans, by the way. It's very good. I like that they drafted a quarterback. Again, who knows if Cam Ward will be good. Maybe Ward can rise the level of talent around him and make the Titans into a good organization again. But historically, the Titans will tell you that no, that's just not going to happen. It's going to be too tough for Ward, in my humble opinion. Generally, a quarterback taken in the first round is probably not the guy. That's the rule of the Paul Gallant Show. We wish these guys the best, good luck, but he's probably not the guy, much like Jackson Dart is probably not the guy. I am interested in the Jacksonville Jaguars. You have my attention. That was a ballsy move to trade up to the top of the first round for pick number 2 with the Cleveland Browns. Browns are clearly in screw it. Let's just wait until the Deshaun Watson contract is off the books. But the Jaguars traded the 5th overall pick, a 2nd round pick, and a 2026 first round pick, plus a 4th round pick to move up 3 spots. They also got a 4th round pick and a 6th round pick, but that's to move up 3 spots. It's a lot to go and get Travis Hunter, who I'm sure that this was the spin that the Jaguars gave to Adam Schefter, who, when he tweeted about the pick, said 2 positions for pick number 2. By the way, it seems Liam Cohen views Travis Hunter more as a receiver, offensive-minded coach, than as a defensive back. And I guess from the sound of things, when he was at Colorado, Travis Hunter wasn't going to wide receiver meetings. He was only going to the defensive back meetings. So we'll see how this one works out.
Yeah. I to me, I think it's easier to do what he did at Colorado to do that in the NFL. Probably just poke your head into some of these wide receiver meetings. But I think in the NFL, he's mostly going to be corner.
I think so.
With a package for.
That's how I would at least
use them to, get some screens, get them downfield, that kind of thing.
Unless he's Randy effing Moss, just a complete freak of nature physically. And I don't think he's that. I think he's a really skilled dual position player. I don't think he can just show up. But we'll see. I think that's how I would operate. We'll see how the Jaguars are going to operate, though.
Yeah.
By the way, this James Gladstone guy, he is something else. He, looks so young. He's 34. He looks so much younger than 34. He seems to be trying to grow a mustache to look a little bit older, but it's not really growing in so thick. Maybe he's just operating with stubble for a stash. He is another one of these guys who is wearing suit jackets with a hoodie underneath the suit jacket. Sir, you are in Florida. You're in Jacksonville, Florida. Bizarre. Maybe the building has very high air conditioning. We deal with that from time to time. This is James Gladstone before the draft. We're going to stop and go along the way. This sounds like somebody who will run a pyramid scheme at some point in his life.
We mentioned the idea that a trademark of this leadership group, when there's an opportunity to be bold, we're not going to flinch. I think this is a reflection of that. In the same lens, you've heard us mention the idea of adding people who are intangibly rich. And Travis, in fact, as a player, is rare. But as a person, he's also rare. And beyond that, when we say that the idea of inviting people into our ecosystem who, by being nothing more than who they are, elevate the space, is the epitome of what Travis is.
Can we pause for a second? Some of the things that he said along the way there, like we're talking about our ecosystem. And the theme of the Jaguars going forward, you'll hear more of this in a moment from this Gladstone fella, is being intangibly rich. Oh my God, blow it out your ass, sir. More from James Gladstone.
We're not going to ask him to be any more than him, because by doing so, he elevates not only this football team, not only this city, but the sport itself, right? Along the way, right? You can count however many drafts you want to. There are players who have the capacity to alter a game. There are players who have the capacity to alter the trajectory of a team. There are very few players who have the capacity to alter the trajectory of the sport itself.
Oh my
Travis,
God.
while he has a lot to still earn, in our eyes, has the potential to do just that.
Elevate the sport? Dog.
I mean, that's insane.
This is where the Shohei Ohtani comparisons come from. It's from crap like this. And I think that's an unfair comparison to make, Shohei Ohtani. I think Shohei Ohtani is someone who is totally different as a pitcher and as a hitter than what Travis Hunter does. Nothing against Travis Hunter, who I do respect immensely as far as talent goes. This Gladstone guy, he's a lot. And by the way, this is an answer I found before the draft. Gladstone is just talking, again, all this gobbledygook. Again, he'll run a Ponzi scheme or a pyramid scheme at some point if this GM thing doesn't work out, because he's got that real confident look to him, and he sounds like he knows what he's talking about. Kind of like Jack Easterby does. Some people are going to follow hook, line, and sinker for this BS.
You know, a lot of this, it just requires discipline. Like, for the most part, you become so intimate in understanding who these people are in the build up to those draft day decisions that, you know, by the end of it, you know what you're taking on, and you have to make the decision as to whether or not you can accept that person for who they are. And the people that we will accept for who they are is and invite and select will be those that are intangibly rich. And people, again, I know I've been asked quite often, like, what does that actually mean? And I promise that whatever just came to your mind is what I'm thinking. Like, it exists. It's in my mind as well as yours. But I was asked right off the jump, physical and mental toughness. Like, that's a part of intangibly rich, and it's a big part of it. So those two elements will be top of mind. I mean, when you look at our draft day call sheet, the items that we're bucketing in that intangibly rich category are the largest, brightest number and color on our call sheet. And it's because that's where we start. At every point of player acquisition, that's where we start. Doesn't mean that it'll be exactly the order that we select in or pick or choose from, but it will be where we begin every decision.
I'd rather hear Casario. At least Casario knows ball. This guy, again, straight to the top of the food chain in a Ponzi scheme or a pyramid scheme. From the 832, someone texts in, should have finished with Duval. Yeah, that would be funny if Liam Cohen, after this guy just talks for 3 minutes at a time, Liam Cohen just says, like, oh yeah, Duval. So that's the guy running the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Can I say I'm not really scared of the brain trust?
I'm not either. I'm not either, but I
can see how he got the job, though.
I can too. I mean, my God, that is elite LinkedIn lingo.
Yeah.
Jack Easterby couldn't even get that.
We only are asking this person to be themselves.
Oh my God. Anyway, so that is the Jaguars general manager. By the way, the Colts drafted a tight end, and my first thought was, like, would Anthony Richardson or Daniel Jones be better at tight end than this guy?
Tyler Warren played quarterback in high school. So.
Oh, interesting. Here's the thing about Tyler Warren. He's supposedly the best tight end out there. I mean, I'm sure he's a good player, but a tight end is not fixing things for the Colts. I don't know what Chris Ballard's thinking here. Like, you got, I can't believe he still has a job, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah.
And on that note, do we have time for garbage time?
Yeah, quick one.
Okay, quick garbage time. Let's go. Stephen A. Smith. You'll never get him. No, I don't mean like you'll never understand him. We all understand exactly what Stephen A. Smith is. But you will never take Stephen Smith out, because this man's got a security detail, which he talked about on a podcast.
I really have very little to be worried about. Anybody could get got, and I'm fully aware of that. But one of the other things, on a very, very serious note, everywhere I go, ESPN knows. Local police, FBI, everything. He's just with me.
Right.
But I'm always guarded because I'm an investment. We got people out here that's got people protecting them and they bringing in a little paper. I make a lot of money for the mouse. So if people want to think that I'm just walking around and I don't have anybody around me, he's just my blood. That's like my brother right there.
Right. So you like what you're saying is
I'm always protected.
you like your odds.
I like my odds. Now, all I'm trying to say is
Unbelievable. And on that note, guys, that's going to wrap up today's edition of the Paul Gallant Show. Sean Mapes, big thanks to him behind the glass. For our YouTubers, Twitchers, texters, and callers on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday, we appreciate you, and we appreciate everyone who tuned in today. Have a wonderful weekend. I am merely Paul Gallant. The Killer Bees are up next. So long, farewell. Peace.
What up, H-Town? Hey, how you doing?
I forgot he wasn't here for a second. I didn't realize you were going to do that.
Well, last time I didn't do it, you gave me hell for it, so I thought I'd be a good teammate and go ahead and do it.
That was good.
Thank you. Thank you.
That might have been. I think that was your best one ever.
I mean, it's a low bar to clear, both because of volume and because of performance, but thank you.
Was that Brian's best What Up H-Town, hey, how you doing, of all time? 713-780-ESPN. I thought with Blankers out, we might not have to do it today, but here you were.
I wish you would have told me that before the show. I would have welcomed not doing it.
You're the hero I didn't know I needed.
Not all heroes wear capes, Jeremy.
That is true. No Blankers today. He's out today. Why is Blankers out today? 713-780-3776. Wrong answers only, of course. I don't think that he's happy with a receiver from Texas. I think that's why he's out today, is he's mourning
He's
drafting
boycotting?
a University of Houston receiver. Go Cougs. Yeah, he's unhappy with the selection, I think.
Were you upset when his name was called and they said wide receiver Texas?
I didn't even notice.
You didn't even notice?
No, I didn't even notice.
Interesting.
Yeah, I was celebrating my plus 300 Green Bay to select a receiver with their first pick.
Okay, well, that makes sense.
I won 13 units yesterday.
Out of how many? I forget how many you
I had like 20 something. I had I think it was 24, 25 bets that I made.
That's not bad.
Won 13 units. No, I mean, what do you mean it's not bad? Plus 13 units? What do you mean not bad? That's a phenomenal night.
13 out of 25.
No.
Okay, so you're plus 13. Okay,
yes.
I misunderstood.
Yes, plus 13 units. Now, I do have one pending bet remaining because the Rams traded out of the first round, so I'm still sweating that one. So if I lose it, down to 12 units. If I actually think I go to 15, because I think it was like plus 200 the bet that I made that they draft a corner with their first pick. So, maybe they'll come through today in the second. Anyways, no Blankers today. Where's Blankers? Wrong answers only. 713-780-3776. So here's what we know from the Houston Texans. And we're going to have Nick Caserio on the show a little bit later. Generous with his time. I know he's gearing up for the NFL draft. He's very busy.
Just keep asking good questions and don't ask dumb questions.
And because we had that kind of respect for him, because we ask good questions and we never ask dumb questions, General Manager Nick Caserio will be joining us a little bit later on in the program. It's a great get, especially with him. Busy day. We'll have the draft here. We got to clear out of here at 5:45 to get to the draft. So very generous with his time. We're very thankful for him of that. We'll get to that a little bit later. He can wait. He can wait in the green room for us. Texans sitting there at pick number 25. They trade out of it. I guess they net a couple of thirds here. They net a third rounder this year. They net a third rounder next year. They move back 9 spots. So they'll be picking second today. That's the storyline for the Houston Texans draft, is that they move down. What do you think of that, Brian?
I wasn't overly. I mean, I got from the position Caserio was in when they're on the clock that the interior offensive linemen that we all kind of thought they would be targeting were far off the board. I mean, Tyler Booker went way above, I think, what any of us expected. And obviously, the Vikings kind of swoop in and snipe you one pick ahead. So by the time they were on the clock, I thought it was the best decision to make. There really wasn't the guys that we would have wanted there available. So pick up some extra picks. And overall, they won that trade by the trade value chart. But look, I'm kind of, nervous about this offensive line and the protection of C.J. Stroud, considering the offseason they had leading up to this point, and then so far through one round, not adding anything to the offensive line.
Yeah, I see. What if they spend 2 seconds on an offensive lineman in this second round coming up a little bit later tonight, though?
I mean, it certainly improved my outlook, but I think it's a question going back to something you, Joel, and I have talked about before is at what point in the draft are you past the guys that could come in and be starters? And probably second round, I trust the guys like Lance more than my own opinion, but I probably in the second round, there's still guys that could come in and be starters day one, but that's what this team needs. So depending on what they do here with the second pick of this second round, and then beyond that with their other second, their 3/3, that could change my opinion. But I mean, the names that I had my eyes on going into this process that I thought could be starters day one are mostly off the board. So that's kind of where I'm at.
And we'll hear from the horse's mouth here in a little bit as to why he made that trade. The way that he made it sound with his press conference yesterday, we'll see if he sings the same tune today when he joins us here in a little bit, was that They made that trade in the late teens. That they had already agreed to do it. They were just waiting to see which offer they liked the best whenever they got on the clock. So I'm not sure if one of those guys fell to him, whether it was Donovan Jackson, who went 24th to Minnesota, whether it was Go Cougs, Matthew Golden, who went 23 to Green Bay. The way that Caserio made it sound yesterday, and we'll hold him to it, see if it sounds the same today, was that they had already committed to trading that pick even before Jackson was off the board and even before Golden was off the board.
Yeah, which kind of leads me to believe in, we've heard this, Paul played some audio, maybe we could use it as well here later in the show, but from a radio station in Dallas where they talked about how the Texans were a team that tried to get the Cowboys pick at 12. Initially, according to reports, Caserio lowballed them.
Yeah.
Then Stephen Jones called back, made an offer, and the Texans, the Caserio passed. So
what does a lowball mean, though?
I don't know. I don't. I mean, well, I know what a lowball means. Offered something that would be far undervalued for the draft position, but I've seen some people get upset by that. I'm not upset by it because Stephen Jones called back. Like, if Caserio going again off of reports and rumors. But if you believe what's out there and he lowballed him, fine. As long as he didn't insult him to the point where Stephen Jones doesn't call back and the dialogue is still open, they give you a chance to counter, then okay, cool. I mean, I'd like Caserio to be able to be a guy who gets over on his trade partners most of the time. And as he did, I think, with the pick swap with the Giants, where they won the trade there by the value of like a third-round pick, I think I saw, according to the trade chart. So I'm not up in arms about the idea of a low ball like I've seen other people, but I would guess it just means he offered far below what the trade value chart would say.
See, I don't buy that. Because everything that Caserio has, every trade that he's made has been pretty fair when it comes to the trade value chart.
In
fact,
what they end up at, though, not necessarily the initial offer. We don't know the initial offer.
To me, that's not how Caserio operates. To me, Caserio, whenever he's aggressive and moving up in the trade, he's willing to overspend a bit. And he talked about how he had communications with every team in the league. You mentioned the Cowboys flagship or whatever, said that he tried to trade up to them. Deanna Rossini was talking about and reporting about it before the draft, that Nick Caserio was trying to aggressively trade up and was talking to every team. So I think Caserio did his due diligence. I think there was probably a price that Nick Caserio is willing to give up, and if somebody didn't want to do it, he wasn't going to do it. I usually, when teams are trading up, they trade over that value chart. There is very rarely, I'm not sure I've ever seen it, at least not recently, where a team that's trading up further into the first round wins the trade based on these value charts. And I think Caserio a lot of times spins a lot. The Will Anderson trade, love Will Anderson, the player, don't have problems with that trade anymore. I'm at peace with it. Still gave up a lot. I saw, even whenever I was reading about the Cleveland-Jacksonville trade, about how Jacksonville traded a lot, but it still wasn't as much as Houston traded for Will Anderson. So that to me is not really Caserio's MO, but really beside the point. I don't have any issue with Caserio not trading up. I'm not going to blast Caserio for lack of aggression, because I think he was aggressive. Now, I think it was selectively aggressive, but I'm not going to crush a guy for not trading another team the moon to move up in the draft. So I'm okay with that. I'm also okay with Nick Caserio moving down. I have no problem with that. Who would you have picked at 25 if he just stuck and picked? It wasn't going to be anybody that we were in love with whenever we were talking about this pre-draft.
Right.
One of the receivers, I guess. Maybe you draft a Connerly from Oregon.
The tackle, Oregon's probably the guy, yeah.
That's probably the pick. And we had heard, too, that the Texans didn't really love Connerly for whatever reason. So I have no problem trading the 25th pick. Now, if Donovan Jackson was on the board, even though I called it a reach, and you trade down there, okay, it might be a different conversation. So I still feel strongly with what I said yesterday on TikTok at Jeremy J. Branham. I said that I have no problem with the trade. I think it's a good trade that gains them value so long that as they leave the draft with at least one starting offensive lineman. That's my only caveat. And I still think they can accomplish that today. I still think they can accomplish it without being a pick at 34. There could be a good offensive guard that they really love, or a center, that they draft with their second pick in the second round, and he's going to be a plug-and-play starter. So, okay, I feel good about that. And then maybe you draft a receiver at 34. Who knows what they do with that pick? So I'm good with the trade, with the one caveat that they need to find a starting caliber offensive lineman still. And then the second nitpick I would have with the trade is I really like the Rams trade out of the first round more than I like the Texans trade out of the first round. Now, I don't think Caserio wanted to part with a third-round pick like the Rams did, but that Falcons first rounder, man, like that could be a top 10 pick. Like there's no guarantee that Atlanta is going to be a playoff team. There's no guarantee that Atlanta is going to win 7 games. Like what if they trade Cousins and Penix gets hurt? So like I would love to have the lottery ticket of the future first for Atlanta. So whenever the Texans made the trade, my initial thought was, okay, it's fine. Still get an offensive lineman. We're all good. The Rams kind of spoiled that thought for me, though, because I like their trade out of the first return far more than Houston's trade out of the first.
No, I mean, how could you not? Especially being that it was literally one pick later, and they got so much more with the future first, and really leads to a lot of questions for the Falcons, considering what they did last year, and now followed up by this, having already drafted a pass rusher and then spending a future first to move up and take a second pass rusher. Really, no idea what the Falcons are doing there, but yeah, like on the clock. Before what happened with the Rams and the Falcons, I had no problem with what Nick Caserio did. There wasn't the interior offensive lineman really available. You know, Abuka had already gone off the board, so if you were thinking wide receiver, that was off the board. I think in the moment, I had no problem with what he did, especially since he got about a third-round pick of extra value in winning that trade with the Giants. So I thought he made the prudent and smart decision in the moment. If I'm going to have issues with Caserio is more about, well, maybe we could have gotten more in hindsight after seeing what the Rams and the Falcons did. And then everything that happened, you know, in March in free agency, the Laramie Tunsil trade, all the things that kind of led up to this moment that put you in a spot where you're desperate for offensive linemen, and then you didn't come through with an offensive lineman.
Okay, what would make you change that feeling today?
Drafting a starter, kind of like you said, drafting a starter on the offensive line. That's kind of the bare minimum where I can accept what happened in this draft.
See, a part of me too doesn't like evaluating a team's draft after day one. I rather evaluate the draft when it's done.
Of course.
So like, it's hard for me to be like, oh, the Texans screwed it up. Like I don't feel that way. I don't feel that way. And as far as like the pass protection aspect of it, I certainly understand the fear. But they could draft 2 starters today on the offensive line. They could draft the starting right guard and a starting center, and all of a sudden 40% of their starting offensive line was drafted in this draft. So that's why I'm kind of wait and see. But I can understand having that frustration in the first. The other aspect of like the offensive line viewpoint, I'll tell you on the other side. That's what you call a tease in the business. 713-780-ESPN. Busy Friday with the Killer Bees. A little bit later, we'll talk to Todd Callis. He's in the same state as I am, Todd, and not mentally. I mean, physically. Todd Callis will be joining us a little bit later. We'll talk about the draft and how these other teams fared. Big trade at the top of the draft. What do we think about that? And then Nick Caserio will be joining us a little bit later in the program as well. 713-780-ESPN, the HRP listener line. We're on the YouTube at ESPN Houston. We're on Twitter at ESPN 975. Brian at Sacked by BMAC. I'm at Jeremy Branham. We are the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Not reading that one, Texter. Where's Blank today? He's off work. Wrong answers only. There's a level, though, of what will be read on air, 8759.
I mean, we know what he hates. Maybe he's out there kicking puppies.
Yeah, he does hate puppies and children.
Stealing candy away from babies. He hates children.
Beef fajitas, something like that.
No, he hates beef fajitas.
Any
He
condiment.
absolutely hates them.
Any condiment that's not ketchup.
Any
what time?
Any food that doesn't have ketchup on it.
Yeah. What time are you having TK on? 4 o'clock. We'll have TK on at 4. Don't go anywhere, though. I shouldn't have told you that. Now you're going to go away and come back at 4. We're going to have TK on sometime between now and the end of the show, Texter. No, but he'll be on 4. Ocho, what's up? Go Astros, man. That's where I am right now after a very disappointing draft night. Ocho, notoriously or maybe infamously wanted Matthew Golden. Didn't work out for him. Blankers is trying to convince Hannah to fire Nick Caserio. Why would Blankers want Nick Caserio fired? Jasper, good job, Brian. That sounded just like Blankers with the What Up H-Town. Blankers must be out blanket shopping with Miss Blankers. That's fine as long as they're not tucking that blanket into their mattress.
Yeah, like a psychopath.
Yeah, we don't want any of that.
Who was the texter that had that?
Jasper. It was literally Jasper.
Okay.
Jasper's pulling back at it. Yeah, so where's Blankers at? 713-780 ESPN. Lance's mock draft was awful. Yeah, we're not gonna stoop to that level, though. We're not gonna sit here and blast Lance and say that his take is booty and that if Lance says it must be right. We're not gonna do that.
I believe the quote was stupid as crap.
Yeah, we're not gonna do that.
not
Even
gonna
though
say
Lance completely took me out of context there, but it's okay. He was busy. I understand. Coach says, "Well, I'm still not fully trusting of Nick. He's still better than Bill O'Brien." Well, of course. Do you trust Nick?
Yeah, I trust Nick. I mean, no one bats 1,000, right? I mean, obviously he missed with Kenyon Green. I'm not entirely thrilled with how he handled the offensive line during the early part of free agency that led to this moment where they passed and won the first round. So I mean, he's not entirely without fault, but I think he bats higher than the average GM for sure.
Yeah, I'm not sure there's ever been a GM without fault.
Of course.
I like Caserio. I think Caserio's good. I trust Caserio. I like that Caserio's the GM of the Texans. I think he's the best GM the Texans have ever had.
Yeah, it's a low bar to clear.
Yeah.
It's a low bar to clear, but I agree.
Yeah, he's better than Smith. He's better than O'Brien. Gain never really had a chance.
No, he was only here for a year.
Tyler and Conroe, Joel told me he was out today to get calf implants. So there you go. Getting calf implants. We might feel a certain way about this draft. Look, the Texans didn't make a draft pick. They traded out the first round. You know who was really excited, though? Owner Cal McNair. Really excited about last night's draft.
Oh, tremendously excited. Glad everyone's here. Hope you all have a fun night. It's one of our favorite nights is putting the team together.
There you go. It's Cal Now, that was before the draft. That was the draft party before the draft started. But the excitement that Cal McNair was oozing was just too hard to contain.
Yeah, I mean, who else would you rather go to fire you up right before a big moment, to pump you up, to be like Harbaugh, the sidelines punching Justin Herbert, get you ready for a game? The Texans have that with Cal McNair. How can you not get fired up? I mean, Nick Caserio's in the draft room. Here's that clip. It's like, guys, we got to come through for Cal.
Yeah.
Like, he's really firing up the fans out there.
Cal McNair is my life coach. He's who I look to.
Never quit.
You think that's what he told Caserio right before the draft?
Probably.
Hey, I heard you striking out trying to trade up, trying to maybe get as high as 12 to get Tyler Booker. You got any words for advice? And simply this.
Never quit.
Keep making those phone calls, Nick.
That's what it was. Nick, he only called one team to try to trade up, and then Cal McNair gave him that advice, and that's why he ended up calling every team.
Never quit.
See, whenever I'm getting out of bed in the morning, I listen to Cal McNair to get me fired up and going with my day. That's I think it's one of the reasons that I'm in the shape that I am, is because Cal McNair is my motivational coach, and he inspires the motivation that I have. It makes me want to better myself and not lay in bed until 11 a.m. as I drink my coffee.
Yeah, I mean, really, the workout regimen is just hearing.
Never
you don't need a personal trainer. Cal McNair is our personal trainer. Life coach, guru, all the above.
That's exactly right. Blankers was contracted by his former boss to kidnap Steph Curry. None of his former bosses are around anymore.
Yeah, and I don't know if I would if we're picking out hitmen, I don't think Joel will be near the top of my list, to be honest.
I don't know. I think he'd be pretty close to the top of my list.
He would be.
Yeah, you just have to trigger him a little bit and it doesn't take much.
No, well, you're right. Like, we could trigger him and get him angry, no doubt about that. But like, I don't know.
I feel like we could Sirhan him and like get him under mind control, and he would do it without like really knowing what he's doing.
To what would that be?
Mind control.
Well, I know, but there's hypnosis. That's what I was trying to think of.
Yeah, I think so. I think if you get him angry enough, I think he starts seeing red.
All right.
You don't think?
No, I think he kind of, when you get him angry, he kind of more checks out than he gets. Like, he kind of ducks his head and looks at his phone or his laptop more than he like fires up and does something about it.
Okay. All right. Maybe so. 713-780-ESPN. And moving from 25 to 34, is there somebody that we missed in the middle there? If not, and we multiplied our picks, then it is a good business decision. I didn't mind anybody that went in between 25 and 34. I think some people that, if they had the different opinion than I do, they would point to Simmons. They would point to Connerly as the guys that they missed. Yeah, that's really it. I mean, none of the guys that went between
the other guys. I mean, the safety you weren't going to take. Maxwell Hairston, the corner, you weren't going to take. You weren't taking a linebacker there with Jahad Campbell. I mean, really, it's just Connerly and Simmons. And even that would be kind of a reach because Lance would know this more than I would, but unless those guys profile as tackles who could also play guard, you're really not helping out your situation this year by taking a tackle only.
Well, they could start at right tackle.
I mean, okay, what about Blake Fisher then?
Well, then now he's your swing tackle.
Yeah, well, that's what I mean. Like you're not adding on. You're more replacing who's there than you are adding on, and they need to add on. Is my point.
Okay, so it sounds like you care more about interior offensive line than tackles.
Oh, 100%.
Okay, with an interior offensive lineman can be found in the second and third round. Your concern should be diminished a bit if that's your stance.
And that's definitely a fair comeback, and I hope that plays out in that favor. The guys that I was, as not the preeminent draft expert, the guys that I was clued in on that I thought could be day one starters are now gone. So I mean Rutledge from Georgia. I mean, it seems like he profiles as someone who maybe could start. We'll see where he goes in the second round. Maybe the Texans take a swing at him. But a lot of the names that were hyped up as being potential fixes on the interior are off the board now.
See, I think that there's probably 3 starters at guard that are still on the board. The Arizona kid, Jonah Savanea, Tate Rutledge, you mentioned, and then Marcus Imbo from Purdue. I think those guys would be starters from day one. Anybody beyond that, I would be a little bit not as confident about that. And there's, I think, at least 2 centers, maybe more. Jared Wilson, Seth McLaughlin, Drew Kindor, the best available. So according to Matt Miller's board, I think those guys would be starters from day one too. So I think you can still draft a couple or at least one offensive line starter. Now, I'm fascinated what they do at 34, but we'll talk about that a little bit later. Let's get to a few more texts here. I wish they would have stayed at 25 and picked Simmons, so that's kind of in contrast to that other person. Isaiah Bond should have went first overall. What? He's still on the board. What do you mean? He got what? First overall? I'm flabbergasted. I don't know what to say to that.
You just made the list.
Made the list. Must be trolling. The number 1 on Cam's Ward jersey is not backwards. The right side is to recognize the eastern tip of the state. I wonder if he's listening to Paul's show. You didn't talk about Cam Ward number 1, did you?
I'm sorry. I was screening a call. Did you ask me something?
You didn't talk about Cam Ward at number 1, did you?
No.
Yeah.
I didn't. I don't remember saying anything about Cam Ward at 1.
He's texting in saying that Cam Ward thing. Yeah. All right. 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line 713-780-3776. Josh from Philly. I knew in my heart yesterday I could count on Howie and Nick to be the 2 GMs to make trades and be active as always. That was interesting. The Eagles trade. They moved down 1 spot with Kansas City and netted a 5th. Ours backwards there. They traded up to 31 with Kansas City and netted a 5th.
Yeah. In general, I'm against trading up 1 spot, but if it only costs you a 5th and that's your guy, sure, why not?
Yeah, that was a weird thing. I bet you Kansas City was going to trade that pick, and Philly's like, hey, do you not want to get sniped? And Philly's like, yeah, man, we don't want to get sniped. What's it going to cost to not get sniped? And Kansas say, we'll do it for a 5th. And they said,
so you think KC maybe held him hostage?
Yeah, I think so.
I think smart gamesmanship. I mean, a 5th is a 5th, so, not obviously a huge win for Kansas City, but
I think they held him hostage. Like, why else would you do that?
Yeah, I can't think of a reason.
I mean, maybe Philly. I mean, maybe Philly in fear of being sniped. But I mean, that was the motive. Is that either Philly felt they were going to be sniped, so they did it on their own, or Kansas City told Philly, "Hey, we're about to trade this pick," and then again felt like they were about to get sniped.
No, absolutely. So I think it was a smart play there by Kansas City, especially if they were dead set on getting Simmons, who Lance has talked about having some maybe I don't know, motivational character issues, something like that. So maybe they felt like they could still trade back and get their guy. Well, it wasn't a concern for them. So pick up a 5th round pick for free. Smart move.
Truth be told, draft experts and gurus are wrong every year. Just do your write-ups and watch the professionals draft. Yeah, but mock drafts get clicks, Texter. You're 100% right, but mock drafts get clicks, so they're never going to stop doing
Just
that.
throw this crap out there to get clicks.
One thing that tickles me, though, is like how the NFL draft happens, and then people will look at the NFL draft and then cross-check it with the mock drafts and be like, look at this reach. Well, who do you trust more? The guys that are professional general managers or mock drafters? Like, you can't sit there and be like, what that, like Cole Strange a few years ago in New England. What a reach. Based on what? Based on mock drafters and Bill Belichick not listening to the mock drafters? I know Belichick's not a tremendous GM, but I'll trust Bill Belichick over the top mock drafters in the world. Always get a kick out of that. We should have went all in like we did on Stroud and Anderson to get that offensive lineman at 12. Instead, we're on that 34 crap. See, I disagree. I don't think that they should have traded a future first to move up from 25 to 12.
No, absolutely not. I mean, I like Tyler Booker. I loved his legal assault thing. Like he fit Swarm to a T, and he was the guy I was hoping was going to be there at 25 or okay with the smaller trade up. Let's say he slipped to 21, something like that. I would have been fine with that. But I mean, 25 to 12, you're getting into like Julio Jones trade territory. I'd be completely against trading a future first.
Yeah, same. All right, let's go out to the HRP listener line. Pete, you're in the Hive with the Bees. What's up, Pete?
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Good.
Hey, I don't have a problem with what Nick Caserio did last night. He couldn't get a deal done. Some people were thinking, why'd you lowball any calls or any GMs you were talking to? And, I heard some comments on an earlier show that that's what a GM's supposed to do. You try to go in there with the lowest possible offer to see if they bite. So who do you go to? You go to the worst GM in the NFL, my favorite owner, Jethro Jones, and his son, Spot. They couldn't make a deal go. I don't know if it was because, hey, we'll offer you a 6-pack of Busch beer and a bag of pork rinds. And Jerry said, no, I want 2 bags. So didn't go for it, but you go after the guy who was known for trading Amari Cooper for a bag of peanuts and then later on getting Jonathan Mingo for what, a 4th or a 3rd. So I can't blame the guy. And for anybody who's unhappy with Nick Caserio, hey, do you want Jerry Jones? Tell me about it. Guys, have a good afternoon.
Rack 'em. Thank you, Pete. Appreciate the call. Not quite tongue-worthy, but very good. Very good. The pork rind references were good. The Busch Light references were good. But we're gonna be pretty strict with our tongue. Good call, but not tongue-worthy.
Not tongue-worthy.
Not
Okay.
quite. That was a good call, but not quite tongue-worthy.
We've talked about players who aren't Texans worthy. Now we're debating what calls are tongue worthy.
Yeah, you got to be elite. You got to be the best of the best. We've given one tongue
yesterday.
Yeah, but it was great.
I agree. I just couldn't remember who the caller was.
Yeah, I don't remember his name either. You have to go back and check. I mean, it kind of matters if we're selective with our tongues, and we've only given out one tongue in the history of the Killer Bees.
That's true. It is a very exclusive list.
I think it's fair to recognize the dude's name.
I just wanted to go with the rock line. That's all.
One tongue.
I was just angling for that.
I agree with everything that Eddie said, though. Like, yes, that's what GMs do. Low ball trade. Now, here's the thing. I guarantee that Caserio talked to everybody within a certain range of picks, though. Like, it wasn't going just to Dallas. That's the report. That's just the report we got. That's just an insider saying that Dallas was talking to the Houston Texans. Rossini, before the draft, said Nick Caserio was calling every team from like pick 6 to 18. So I think he called everybody.
I do too. I can't even imagine what the price would have been to go all the way to 6, which
maybe not. No, I threw out an arbitrary number. She didn't say 6.
Okay.
And you're right. 6 was probably way too high. That was like my 75%. I went too high there. It was probably more like 9, 10, I guess.
Well, I mean, the only reason I thought 6, or I guess maybe it's where did Kelvin Banks go? He went 9, right?
Yeah, I believe so.
And we heard from Daniel Jeremiah early in the week, and I think a few other places that they weren't going to let Kelvin Banks get by him if they got to 25. Obviously, he went off the board way before 25. But I could see a scenario where he's calling around teams with the picks 8, obviously pick 9, seeing if he can move up for Kelvin Banks. Obviously, that price would have been even more prohibitive than what it would have taken to get Tyler Booker. So I think overall, I'm glad he didn't make those moves. Those guys just went off the board, higher than we were expecting.
I think that 9 would be the earliest that he was trying to get up there.
Man, that'd still be.
I think that's as high. Like it depends. Like if he loved, you know what? Actually, I think he could win as high as 7, perhaps. Not necessarily like with any hope that he would get a deal done, but just to start seeing what the price would be.
Yeah.
To start sniffing around, and that's also where the second tackle went off the board, Mimbo. So he probably didn't think that top 4 was going to happen with Campbell.
Top 4 was pretty much locked in
and
stone.
Jacksonville was trying to trade up. Maybe he called Cleveland once they made another trade or once they were on the clock after number 4. They probably weren't calling the Raiders, and I'm sure the Raiders were just hell-bent on drafting Genty.
Right.
I could see the earliest being 7 because, Mimbo was still on the board. Texans starting to fill it out a little bit. Maybe they love Mimbo. Maybe they love Banks. Obviously, like we heard, they love Booker. So I could see them start sniffing around at 7. I bet you they talked to the Jets. And I bet you they stopped.
You think they stopped after the Cowboys?
Well, it depends if you're talking pre-draft or during draft. Pre-draft,
I'm talking during draft.
I mean, pre-draft, I think they talk all the time.
Of course.
Yeah, like, what's it going to take,
I'm
man?
talking
Ha
about
ha
night
ha.
of.
Yeah, I would unless we heard. I heard and read that they didn't really love Gray Zabel, unless that was not true and they did like Zabel, maybe until he came off the board. But Caserio said teens. I bet you during the draft they stopped sniffing around after Booker was off the board.
See, that was kind of the thought I had too. That once the Tyler Booker deal fell through with the Cowboys at 12, that they kind of packed it up and knew they were trading back. Like if he says teens, I'm looking at who went in the teens. The only guys you could really point to as guys that they probably would have taken would have been Zabel and Emeka Egbuka, which that's 18 and 19. I mean, yes, technically teens, but the way I inferred that from Caserio was, more middle teens than literally the last 2 spots in the teens. So
yeah,
I'm wondering what player would have gone off the board that made Caserio, for lack of a better term, wave the white flag and say, okay, we're trading back. I mean,
the obvious answer would be Booker.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. I think it was Booker, which wouldn't fit what Caserio said by teens, but I think that's probably what it was.
Speaking of Caserio, let's hear from the horse's mouth whenever we come back. Caserio's gearing up for a very busy day in the vest. Nick Caserio making time for us. We'll talk with the Texans GM when we come back. It is the Bees
Just
on
keep asking
ESPN
good questions
97.5.
and don't ask dumb questions.
Nick Caserio, leave the talking to me. And ESPN 92.5. First a minute, though, on Pro Dunk Hoops. They make the highest quality basketball goals you'll find. Tempered glass backboard gives you true, authentic, sincere feel off the rim, off the glass. It's like you're in the pro arena. Stainless steel hardware, that's must-have. Rust-proof, which is must-have with our humidity. We already know that. Breakaway rim. Why do you need a breakaway rim? Because it's height adjustable, anywhere from 5 feet to 10 feet. Their new goal, Thor. You can raise and lower the goal with a drill. You don't even have to, how lazy are we getting? You don't even have to go to the handheld method anymore. You get a drill 5 to 10 feet in a matter of seconds. Lightning adjust feature. It's easy to do. It's fun to do. It's idiot-proof for Branhams. Their accessories are next level, too. LED light kits for night play. You're at work. Kids are at school. Only time you have is in the evening. No problem. LED light kits. You can play all throughout the night and tick off the neighbors. Backstop nets. You're lazy. You don't want to chase after the basketball. Get a backstop net. You don't have to. Pull pad lettering and everything, too. You can customize it. Mine says J-Boat on the side of it. And you can order everything, including professional installation. That's right. The pros at Pro Dunk professionally install your goal at the perfect height, perfectly straight. You don't install. Your time's too precious. You got better things to do. Let the pros at Pro Dunk do the work for you. You don't want the big box delivered to your driveway, a million different pieces that you have to assemble. You have sports to watch. Let them do that. Give them a call at 281-351-9822, 281-351-9822, or visit produnk.com. That's produnk.com.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Where is Blankers today? Wrong answers only. Soriano says he took the day off so he can go watch Accountant 2. Okay. Soriano says Blankers staring at his phone when he's angry at Branham. It's a strategy his therapist taught him. Everybody should have a therapist. Keith on YouTube, Blankers taking the day off after the NFL draft would never fly at 6'10". I don't know.
I mean, we've both worked there. I think he's I mean, I haven't worked with their current PD, but with the PDs I did work with, yeah, that would have been a no-no.
He might be onto that. Yeah, Blanker's not here today. Where's Joel? Wrong answers only. He's out today because he's holding Caserio hostage. We'll release him once he finishes up his interview on the Killer Bees. Yeah, we'll talk to the Texans GM here in a little bit. Let's go out to – we're going to keep him on hold, though, instead for Eddie. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Eddie, make it quick. We got Caserio waiting.
All I have.
Eddie?
Oh, hey, guys. How are y'all?
You're doing good. What's up?
Yeah, I'm a big Texans fan. I'm a little curious about the trade back, but you guys covered that pretty well. I'm just curious what you guys think. Do we go O-line in the second round or O-line wide receiver? And then I'm a little curious about the running back situation. I think we could be fine without another receiver with Christian Kirk and Nico Collins. I mean, CJ Stroud basically did it, his first year. It was Noah Brown for a while as the number 2 receiver. So I think we could be okay there, but I want to get y'all's thoughts. I know there's a lot there.
Yeah, appreciate it, Eddie. It'll be interesting how they handle today. There are 3. Like, I actually don't want offensive linemen at 34 because I don't think that any offensive lineman really should be going 34. I don't hate the idea of going receiver. Just draft the receiver that you love. And I took a little bit of a deeper dive on the Rams offense last year and then the Patriots offense the last year that Kaylee was there. The Rams last year were second in the NFL in 11 personnel usage. Which means they ran 3 receivers a lot. Second most in the NFL. The Patriots were actually 5th in 3 receiver personnel in Kaylee's last year in New England. I think the importance of wide receiver 3, maybe we diminished on this show a bit. So I think there's a possibility Caserio could just be like, okay, I love a certain receiver. And there's a lot of receivers still on the board that I think are very good. I wouldn't hate the idea if he rolls the dice a little bit. I'll get to that scenario in a second. But I could see him just saying, okay, this is the receiver we love. Let's give Kaylee a toy. Let's give Stroud a toy. Let's draft that receiver we love. And then go interior offensive line with that second round pick and hope that one of those guys is still capable of being a starter. You could flip that, just draft the offensive lineman you love, hope that a receiver that you like falls, or you could use the surplus of picks that you have to trade up from that second round pick into like the middle of the second round and get both of the guys you like. You mentioned running back, and a texter's asking who do you think is the best running back on the board. I think it's pretty overwhelming that the best running back still left on the board is Henderson from Ohio State. I kicked around the idea earlier on my Twitter at Jeremy Branham. What do you think of the idea of the odds have actually changed in Vegas where the number, like the favorite to be picked by the Browns with their first pick of the second round, at the beginning of the day it was Shedeur Sanders. It is now Travion Henderson. Travion Henderson's now the Vegas favorite to go 33rd to Cleveland with the first pick tonight. I kicked around the idea if Henderson's there, do you hate the idea of Travion Henderson with pick 34, trade up into the middle of the second round or so for a receiver that you love, and just say, screw it with the offensive line, get rid of the ball quickly, CJ Stroud?
You had me to that last part.
But I always go back, though, to the Sean Payton saying sacks is a quarterback stat.
I mean, okay. I mean, that's fair. And I think there's definitely something to Sean McVay saying that.
Payton.
Sorry, Sean Payton. You're right. I think there's definitely something to that. I think we saw that. We've seen that here with several quarterbacks where, I mean, whether it be a guy running out of bounds behind the line of scrimmage, which goes as a sack, or holding on to the ball too long, not picking up, the coverage for too long. There are 1,000 reasons why the sack could be on the quarterback other than the offensive line, or, and rather than the offensive line. But I don't know. Like it still doesn't. Even if sacks are a quarterback stat, it doesn't hurt to just improve the offensive line. So if a quarterback is struggling in one of those areas, he has more time because the offensive line's better.
It also doesn't hurt to add weapons that can get separation, so you can get rid of the ball quicker.
And I was with you until the comment of just throw the ball quickly, which I know was said mostly in jest.
No. It is mostly in jest. But I do think that Caley's quick passing game is going to be far better than Bobby Slowick's quick passing game.
Sure. I
Like
mean,
you can scheme around a mediocre offensive line. Like you can scheme quick passes. I mean, Tom Brady did it for years. Like how much was Tom Brady holding on to the football? Like Tom Brady was getting rid of the ball quick, very quickly. So like you can get away and scheme around an average offensive line. Slowick couldn't. Slowick was awful at it. But a good OC can scheme around it.
Football is football.
No, I'm in agreement. Like, I guess it just depends on the scheme you're running. But I do think that just like kind of going with the mindset of letting the board speak to you as far as what the team does. Looking at the current board, like I'm with you. Like the interior offensive linemen here really aren't worth going for 34. So I would be with, if you tell me the Texans take Luther Burden, the receiver from Missouri, I'm with that. Lance is very high on him. I was just looking at one list that has him as the 11th prospect overall. So certainly people think a lot of him, and maybe he was held back by poor quarterback play at Missouri last year. If you told me they picked Travion Henderson, I'd be, ecstatic about that. As long as they still then take the shots they need to take at the interior offensive line. Like I'm not willing to just dismiss it and hope and pray on a quick passing scheme. Like I'd still like to add to the interior offensive line, but I do agree the value for 34 is not at the interior offensive line. So, either I hate the idea of trading back again, but either trade back again or take another need and then wait for the interior offensive line a little bit later.
See, I actually don't hate that. Like if you trade down to the middle of the second round and then maybe trade up again with that second round pick back towards the middle of the second round, like to me, it actually makes some sense.
It does. I just don't like. I want to see a pick. Part of this is just my ADD or whatever. It's like I need to see a pick. But
I really like Henderson though. Like Henderson, he's the only running back I would consider that for, just because he's really good out of the backfield. He's a really good pass protector too. Like obviously he's not playing guard, so the value of his pass protection is as important as like the left tackle, but he helps you there. His player comp's James Cook. Like, okay, that's exciting. Joe Mixon's a little older. He's got nothing behind him. He's not going to be here forever. I normally don't like drafting a second rounder that high, and it's still not my favorable thing to do. It just intrigues me. It's exciting.
It is exciting. I guess my only, because I agree with like your opinion on Henderson. I think he's by far the most complete back still available, and I think he'd be a plus at the position. For the Texans, especially considering Joe Mixon will be 29 when the season starts, I believe. So certainly they could use some more depth there. Dameon Pierce and Dare really haven't done anything. My only thought and concern as far as, like you said, taking a running back that high with 34 overall is mostly because of the depth of this class at running back. Like Henderson is by far the best, but considering you do have other needs and you could probably get quality starting running backs to be your backup to Mixon into the fourth round. It does sometimes lead. Well, I know they don't currently have a fourth rounder, but that does kind of push me into a direction of maybe going a different direction and seeing what is left at the running back position once they get into the third.
And that's my look. Running back at 34 is not my favorable thing. It's just an interesting scenario, and I agree with what you said. Like the Texans are going to have multiple picks in the third round today, where there's going to be a receiver that I like too. Probably not Caleb Johnson. Like Caleb Johnson's probably gonna be a second rounder. I like him, but like third round running backs that are gonna be available, probably Scattaboo will be available. Dylan Sampson, probably Devin Neal, DJ Giddens, RJ Harvey. So they will have people like Jaden Blue. So they'll have options of running backs that are exciting in the third round to where like it's. I'm not banging the table for Travion Henderson, but boy, would it be exciting if they went Travion Henderson and then traded up with their second for Luther Burden. And now all of a sudden CJ Stroud has Travion Henderson and Luther Burden, or any of these receivers that you like. Travion Henderson and Jaden Higgins, Travion Henderson and Trey Harris. Like it would be pretty like exciting, but you're right. I mean, offensive line probably needs to be a priority with one of these second round picks. But boy, would it be fun. All right, let's hear from the general manager of the Texans. We've been keeping him on hold long enough. He's a busy day, and he's like, what are these guys? Why aren't they getting to me? Nick, do you feel like you're in a good spot coming into today?
Yeah, we're in a good spot. Feel really good about where we are. We went into the day, I'd say, honestly, we had 3 different scenarios: trade up, stay 25 and pick, trade back. I mean, talking about it basically for 2-3 days. Here are some different scenarios. Here are some possibilities. I don't want to say we talked to the whole league, but we probably talked to the whole league on every different level. So, there are some players that we identified, some were out of reach, some, in the end, trades are a byproduct of teams willing to make a decision to move or not. So, we fell at 25. That was the best thing for us. Puts us in a pretty good spot. 2 2s, 3 3s, picked up another 3 next year. So, we'll deal with tomorrow. We think we're going to get some pretty good football players tomorrow. We felt like the value of the draft was basically in the middle. So we'll try to take advantage of our opportunities here tomorrow. Put ourselves in a pretty good position next year as well. 1, 2 2s, 2 3s, 2 4s. So, we've always talked about just creating as much flexibility and optionality for us as possible. And that's where we are.
Okay, Nick, appreciate those comments. Another quick one for you. I know you have a very busy day. We really appreciate your time joining us this afternoon. When did you know that you were trading down? At what point was it, okay, we're gonna ship away 25 and get out of the first round?
Yeah, probably like way before we probably were picking. So, we were kind of looking, let's say, in the upper teens there a little bit. There were some opportunities. Could kind of move, or what are the teams going to do? So we were talking about it. Wasn't like wait until 25 and all of a sudden, at one point I think we had 3 or 4 trades potentially on the board before we got to 25. And then when we got to 25, we still had a couple scenarios. Some teams were looking at some situations. So, we took what we felt was the best offer and what the best decision for us was at that time. So we made the move.
Makes sense. How active were you yesterday?
I know we didn't pick, but we probably were more active and had as many discussions as any draft has been a part of. So it's the thing about, and we've talked about this, everything's fluid. You just got to be flexible. You got to be adaptable. You got to be ready to move. Got to take the information. You have a pretty good sense or feel for what you think's going on in the rest of the league. Honestly, a lot of the guys that were picked and where they were picked didn't surprise us. They may have surprised some other people because they weren't thought of to go that high. But honestly, D'Amico and I talked before the draft, and we said, when I've talked to even some agents, this guy's going to go way higher than people think he's going to go. And they agreed. And, we were right. Doesn't mean we're right on everything. It just means we had a sense and a feel for maybe how we thought this was going to go.
Well, you're very smart, Nick. There's no doubt about that. You're way smarter than anybody who does a mock draft. Last one before we let you go. I know you have a busy day. Is there anyone that's still on the board that was on the table at number 25?
Good question. Actually,
thanks.
One of the players that we were talking about is actually still on the board. Yeah, so it's a good question. So whether or not we actually pick the player, we'll see if that actually happens.
There you go. Well, Nick, thank you so much for your time. Knock 'em dead today, okay? Texas General Manager Nick Caserio, joining us on the Killer Bees. What'd you make of what he had to say there, Brian?
There was a little bit of, there was some good information there. I do wonder about his comment there at the end, hey, there was a guy on the board at 25 that we were thinking about taking, but I don't know if I would take him 9 spots later. That feels a little weird, but overall, some good information there from the Texas General Manager.
Yeah, he kind of answers a few things that we brought up. Caserio talked to the whole league. That's what GMs do, though. That's what general manager, they talk to the whole league. That's their job. That's hey, Killer Bees, are y'all talking on the radio? Yeah, we're going to talk every day, 3 to 6, midweeks, right here on ESPN 97. That's what GMs do. They call, they talk, they text, whatever. The other thing I think spoke to your point, Caserio, he does really qualify when he started talking to teams about trading down. He does say upper teens, not early teens. So if you were to go back and look at the draft board and who came off the board that, maybe started triggering this conversation, maybe Zabel was somebody that they liked more than the media let on.
Yeah, hearing that, because I guess my memory of what I'd heard was that it was more middle of the teens, but hearing, the upper teens, you don't have to look, very far. 18 and 19 is, Zabel and Emeka Egbuka, 2 guys that have obviously fit position needs for the Texans and were in, mock drafts going to the Texans. So we all heard the rumors, obviously, about Tyler Booker, but maybe it was later than that. Maybe it was simply, all right, 18, 19 happened. Your wide receiver, your guard are off the board. The last kind of guys you wanted at those spots. Obviously, Matthew Golden going maybe takes even one more option when he went to 23 to Green Bay. And by that point, they were like, okay, there's nothing here really left for us that fits our needs and our values, so we're going to go ahead and move back.
Well, Golden would be eliminated here if we believe Nick.
I just made more a kind of a final nail. You're right. I think the decision was probably I don't know, 90% already there. And then Golden goes like, okay, well, if we had any thought to sticking and picking, that's completely gone now.
Yeah. Tyler Conroe, an accomplished fantasy football GM. I would take Henderson at 34 and Arroyo at 58. He just wants them for his fantasy teams. Do you think GMs text or call these days? I bet you both. I bet you most of it's text, though.
Oh, I would agree, because that's what most conversation is. Like, who likes it when people call them?
Joel. The Texans knew where they were in their first round and missed on all their first choices. They've been studying the second and fourth round way more than one pick in the first round. I believe they are prepared to make some really good picks starting today. There's a lot of players I like, so I don't disagree with that. All right. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5. Let's get to the TV voice of the Houston Astros. Todd Callis joins us next. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. No blankers today. Brian McDonald in for blankers. Let's go straight out to the HR&P guest line, being joined by the TV voice of the Houston Astros, Todd Callis. Todd, thank you for joining us. Look, it's not a bold statement to say it after a sweep. It's not a bold statement to say it after the Astros have won 5 of their last 6. But it seems like they're starting to roll a little bit here. The offense is looking better, getting a lot of hits. And again, not a bold statement, but things seem to be rolling in the right direction for the Stros.
Yeah, no doubt about it. That was the best homestand, the best week they've played baseball all season long. The offense starting to match what the pitching has done all season. So it's good to see. It was a good series. San Diego, very good, coming in with the best record in baseball. Almost swept them, and then sweeping the Toronto Blue Jays. Hard to really ask for much more than 5-1 with those two teams coming into town. So hopefully they can carry it over here after the off day yesterday in Kansas City. The Royals have won 4 in a row, so we'll see. Somebody's going to lose the winning streak tonight, and hopefully it's the home team.
Todd Callis joining us here on the Killer Beast. Todd, Josh Hader's season last year was a little weird. I mean, the saves were fine. He always seemed to get the job done. But the ERA going from the year prior to last year, I think went up by just over 2 full runs. But he's really been on a roll to start the season. A little shaky in the first game of the season, but only 1 earned run allowed this entire year. His ERA's under 1 at the moment. Really vintage Josh Hader. How have you thought he's looked this season?
Yeah, he's been amazing. I saw the comments he said post-game after his last save on Wednesday, and he said, I'm pitching more this year instead of just throwing. He felt like last year maybe sometimes he relied too much on just trying to beat people with the fastball, which he's able to do because he comes from that angle and it's hard to pick up, and he's got really good velocity. So he could live with the fastball and still be pretty successful, but he felt like he needed to pitch more, and he feels like he's doing that more in 2025. But yeah, this guy's always been one of the best in terms of getting the ball in the 9th inning. The Astros locked him up for 5 years, so they didn't have to worry about the 9th inning. And this year, it's been pretty much lights out. So when you have Josh Hader and even before that, Brian Abreu and a lead going into the 8th inning, you feel pretty good about your team.
TK, you mentioned the pitching with Gusto pitching well. They really pitched well all year, especially at the top. Hunter Brown looks like he could be a Cy Young contender. Fromber continuing to do his thing. Maybe a shaky start, but he'll be fine. Gusto's been really good. Lance McCullers probably making his final rehab start this weekend. Arrighetti probably still a few weeks away. It's a good problem to have, but what do you think they do with this problem?
I think they cross that bridge when Arrighetti gets back, which is probably more than a month away, and we'll see how it plays out between now and then. When Lance comes back, you have the possibility of going to a 6-man rotation. I'm not sure if they want Lance to go 1 or 2 more minor league rehab starts just because he kind of hits pause there. He might be asked to go 2 before he's back up to the big leagues. And if that's the case, they have a stretch of like 2.5 weeks beginning with that home series against Cincinnati where they don't have any off days. So you could go 6-man there and get away with it and then maybe back it down to 5 after that. It's weird. Things have a way of playing themselves out, whether, Gusto struggles or Blanco struggles or who knows what happens when Lance comes back. But hopefully it's a good problem to have, and too many starters is never a bad thing. So it'll figure itself out. And if one of those other guys, Gusto or Blanco, eventually has to go to the bullpen when Lance is dealing in that rotation, or when Arrighetti comes back from his injury, then so be it. But for now, those 5 guys are going to keep pitching until Lance is ready.
Todd Callis joining us here on the Killer Beast. Todd, I gave I guess a little bit of a spicy take earlier this week when I said Hunter Brown, since May 5th last year when he introduced that sinker, and really when you look at ERA specifically, the stats kind of back this up compared to his numbers against even guys like Corbin Burns and Seth Lugo, Cole Reagans, and everyone else there, including the American League Cy Young winner, even in Chris Sale in the National League. ERA better than all those guys since the sinker debuted May 5th last year. Hunter Brown, the best pitcher in the American League, is that too far of a reaction? He certainly has pitched like it recently.
No, I mean, if you use that line of demarcation, May 5th, yeah, you could definitely make the case. If there was a Cy Young award from May of 2024 till May of 2025, then yes, you might be talking about Hunter Brown being the AL Cy Young Award winner. He's that good. Kind of fitting that he closes the whole cycle of that May to May here in Kansas City, because this is where it really got away from him last year. His worst start of his career, didn't get through the first inning. So he's pitching here Sunday, and it would be a great way for him to close out his month of April and kind of put a bow on what has been an incredible 1 year of pitching for Hunter ever since he kind of incorporated that two-seamer and pitched out of the bullpen in that game in Detroit. It's been a different guy. It's been a guy who you could easily say has been the best in baseball from that point on.
Being joined by Todd Callis, today's interview presented by Pipe Fitters Local 211. They do it right. TK, Zach DeCenzo started to hit a little bit. And 22 at-bats, small sample, but a guy who profiled as having a plus bat, hitting over 300, OPS plus of 130. How does Joe get him in the lineup more?
Yeah, it's going to be tricky. He's got Altuve playing second today, and he's got, Cam and Zach DeCenzo in the corners here in Kansas City, which is a big outfield. So Joe realizes he's rolling the dice a little bit with two infielders turned outfielders having to cover some ground here at Kauffman Stadium. But he wants to see what these guys have. Zach's still 24 years old. Cam's 22 years old. They're still learning how to play the outfield at the big league level, which is never easy. I still think if you get late in the game and the Astros might have a lead tonight, you're probably going to see a Chas McCormick take over for one. You might see a Mauricio Dubon take over for the other. But for now, why not? This is 3 out of 4 games for Zach DeCenzo. He might have been starting his 4th straight game if he didn't have a little inflammation in his thumb a couple of games ago. So he's hitting the ball. He's playing with confidence, and he hasn't had a lot of opportunities in the first 3 weeks. But Joe rewards guys that are hitting the ball well. So you're going to see Zach in the lineup today. Cam's been a staple in that lineup. He finally sat after playing 13 straight games, sat in the game on Wednesday. So he's had back-to-back days off, so he'll be ready to go tonight. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see. I mean, you're not going to see much of Zach at first base with Christian Walker there. You're not going to see much of Zach at third base with Isak Paredes there. So Joe's going to have to get creative and find a spot for him in the outfield, either by moving Altuve in, possibly playing Cam Smith in center at some point, and giving Zach a corner outfield spot. I don't think you're going to see much DHing for one of those young guys just because it's more of a role that he's going to let Yainer or Jose Altuve or Yordan Alvarez fill. So this is another way to get him in there, to move Altuve to the infield and have 2 young, inexperienced outfielders in the corners.
Todd Callis joining us here in the Killer Bees. Todd, I think someone that a lot of Astros fans were maybe this was premature, but worried about initially early in the season was Christian Walker. He obviously got off to a rough start, but got the day off a few games ago and has really responded. 5 hits in his last 2 games, has a couple of homers recently as well. Do you think Christian Walker's starting to turn the corner?
It looks that way. I don't think he's all the way back yet, but 5 for 8, nothing to sneeze about. Small sample size, obviously, since Deontay, but yeah. Hits the ball great in that series against the Blue Jays, and hopefully it carries over here. I'd like to see Christian have a really solid week or 10 days to say he's all the way back. But for now, from what we saw in the first 3 or 4 weeks to what we saw in the last series is definitely been a step in the right direction. So hopefully he carries it forward here. He's, talked to the media during his struggles, and he talked to the media after his good games against Toronto, and it feels like he senses that he's getting back to where he should be, and we'll see how it works out this weekend in KC.
I've always heard great stuff about Kauffman Stadium. I've never seen a game there. I've seen a game at Arrowhead. I've driven by Kauffman Stadium. I think you've been to every ballpark. Where do you have Kauffman? I don't need an exact ranking, but top 5, top 10?
You know what's funny? Right before I went on with you guys, I was sitting here looking at the stadium and thinking about that. So I don't know if it's top 5, but I think it's probably close. I think people never put this place in this city, this stadium in the top 5, but I think this is a sleeper place to come to. Kansas City has a lot to do. There's great barbecue here. There's a lot of fun sights to see here. And the stadium has held its own over the years. This stadium's been around a long time, and it has still stood the test of time. It's a very comfortable stadium, good sight lines to watch the game. People here in the Midwest, super friendly in Kansas City. So, yeah, I don't think Astros fans necessarily have it on their top 5 bucket list when they look at where they might go on the road to see the Astros. But I would put Kansas City, if not in the top 5, somewhere really close. It's definitely got a lot more advantages here than people think about initially.
I flew into KC yesterday, drove to Manhattan, and had some Astro fans on the flight. So maybe a decent turnout. You mentioned good KC barbecue, which you're right, but it's not better than Houston, right? Not better than Texas barbecue.
No, it's different. Glover and I talked about it on the air the other day. It's a different barbecue. I'm not, you're not going to beat the hometown barbecue, but it's different, and I really like it out here. I would recommend a few spots, but you can't go wrong with KC barbecue or Houston barbecue. Obviously.
No.
Todd, one more for me, and I really hate to break up the barbecue conversations, but it is making me a little hungry, so it's probably best for myself getting through the rest of the show. But someone on the Astros roster last year that was a bit of an unsung hero, maybe more because the sample size was kind of small. Didn't pitch a full season with them, but the success is really carried over this season. That being Brian King. This year's ERA is 150 as we speak, more than a strikeout per inning. Kind of moved himself into the seventh inning role. It's unbelievable where this guy came from to be where he is now. But your overall thoughts on his season and really his time with the Astros going back to last year.
Yeah, I would say he's right now the third most important reliever on this team. Obviously, Abreu's eighth inning and Hader's ninth inning, but I would say King is kind of locked in that seventh inning role, and it doesn't matter whether it's a lefty or a righty. He's getting out both sides of the plate. So Joe Espada has a lot of confidence in Brian King right now. I think Joe would love to have one or two other guys that he can really feel good about pitching with a close lead late. I think Taylor Scott was that guy in 2024. We haven't seen the same Taylor Scott consistently in 2025. Caleb Ort's still not back with the team yet, but when he comes back, he might be a guy Joe can count on late and close. And I still think Forrest Whitley's got the potential to be a guy who can pitch in those situations late in the game too. 2 innings in his first outing and retired everybody he faced. So going back to your original question, though, yes, Brian King looks the part. He is pitching with confidence, and he is truly the new setup guy leading into the Abreu-Hader combo.
Yeah, Forrest stuff. So sick. TK, thank you. We're really appreciative of the time. Call a winner this weekend.
Yeah, let's hope so, guys. I appreciate it. We'll talk to you next week.
It's Todd Callis, TV voice of the Houston Astros, joining us on the HR&P guest line. Our interviews with Todd presented by Pipe Fitters Local 211. They do it right. Let's talk a little bit more about this BMAC spicy hot take that he brought on. It's my spicy hot take. One, was it a hot take? And then, yeah, let's bring it up to Todd. See what he thinks about it. We'll discuss that. Gusto, are we undervaluing Ryan Gusto as well? We'll kick it around. 713-780-ESPN. Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Are you looking to escape the rat race for the weekend? It's Friday. You got nothing to do. You ain't got no job. Get out to Two Creeks Crossing Resort. Escape the hustle and bustle of the traffic, the colleagues that you don't want to be around for the rest of the week. You can get out from all of that. You can get away from the office, the hustle and bustle, the rat race, and enjoy some good rest and relaxation at Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston. Escape the city, enjoy the relaxing outdoors. Book your stay at twocreekscrossingresort.com right now. From open green spaces to beautiful wildlife you just don't see in the city and majestic trees. I have a soft spot for majestic trees, and you get a lot of those at Two Creeks Crossing Resort. And if you're a fisherman like me, some of the best fishing in Texas on their Two Creeks. Can't beat it. It's also just 90 minutes from Houston. You can get out there to beautiful rest and relaxation and enjoy the great outdoors in 90 minutes. Don't be in the car all day. Don't hop on a plane. That's annoying. It's expensive. 90 minutes from Houston, you can escape the city at Two Creeks Crossing Resort. 92 acres worth of property for you to discover and kayak and navigate, kayaking, get on the water, pickleball courts if you enjoy that, or you can just hang out by the pool with a drink. That's fine too. Two Creeks Crossing Resort loves to take care of their visitors. And right now you can save 20% on your next 2-night stay. Sunday through Thursday, 2-night stay, 20%, minimum 2-night stay, maximum of 5 nights, but 20% off on a Sunday through Thursday stay. This goes for their RV sites. It goes for their yurts. It goes for the cabins. It goes for the tents. Head to twocreekscrossingresort.com right now to book your stay. That's twocreekscrossingresort.com.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Andor, the acclaimed thriller, returns for its long-awaited conclusion. The critically acclaimed series Andor returns for its second season on Disney Plus, starring Diego Luna, Adria Arjona, Forrest Whitaker, and Stellan Skarsgård. Caller number 3, 713-780-3776 wins a $100 Visa gift card courtesy of the show Andor, now streaming only on Disney Plus. So caller number 3, $100 Visa gift card coming your way. 713-780-ESPN, HRMP listener line, 713-780-3776. Texters, what Blanker's not here today. Brian is filling in for Blankers. Where is Blankers today? Wrong answers only. Blanker's day off. He decided to take his family on a red-eye to Green Bay and meet up with family, cousins, and whatnot, and attend the draft in person as a reunion party. Says Josh from Seabrook. Okay, not bad. Another texter says he's getting a hangnail removed again. Hangnail removed again? You just can't perform surgery on yourself and get those removed? Adrian just tuning in. Did I already miss Gary's trash call regarding Sanders' trash booty not being drafted last night? No, Gary hadn't called today. Adrian, we haven't talked to Gary. But if you're listening, Gary, Adrian wants to hear from you. 713-780-3776. And Adrian, if it's okay, I can just give Gary your number if you'd like. Let me know if you want me to do that. No, I'll play middleman. I'll facilitate. Texter, do we have an update on Luis Garcia? Last I saw on Garcia was that he was throwing at Minute Maid, but I haven't heard anything later than that. I don't think he's thrown off the mound. I don't think he's anywhere near a rehab assignment, but yeah, he's throwing around at Minute Maid Park, so maybe he'll be back sooner rather than later now. Ocho, I was unhappy. Gusto was pulled with only 80 pitches and 2 outs in the 5th. Rome said he wasn't missing any bats, but he had 6 Ks. And maybe it was whiff percentage or something like that. I mean, 80 pitches is kind of stretched out for where Gusto has kind of been built up for right now. I like what we've seen from Gusto, though. I kind of wonder if we're taking it – I wonder if we're underrating Gusto's performance. Like I saw his side by side with that Jackson Jobe guy for Detroit, who has pretty good odds to win the AL Rookie of the Year, and Gusto's outperformed him. And like Gusto was thought of last year as a guy who was good enough to make a spot start if he was I guess he hadn't pitched in recent games and was going to make the final start of the year up until the game got rained out. Like I've been very happy with Gusto, and it's interesting to me that Todd mentioned Gusto and Blanco as 2 guys that could go to the pen once everybody gets right. When Lance comes back in a few weeks, knock on wood, joins the rotation. Todd mentioned the schedule, no off days, so you can go 6-man rotation without the off days. But when Eric Getty comes back, now you have 7 starters. And if you're healthy, like one of them has to go to the pen. I thought it was very interesting that he mentioned Gusto or Blanco. Like, it seemed like Gusto would be the answer, but if he's pitching better than Blanco, do you move Blanco back there? Pretty interesting to me, B-Mac.
Yeah, and I think that may be an answer or answered by, you see this sometimes in football where like a running back really takes off, like a Philip Lindsay type or James Robinson a few years ago, but the team has nothing invested in them. So as soon as they get a chance, even though they're productive, they replace them. And I wonder if that might be a similar thing to Blanco. If his performance drops at all, I mean, we're talking about a guy who made his debut when he was 30, or like his debut as an everyday starter when he was 30. So they may just not be as invested with him. So if they view Gusto as someone who has a higher ceiling, then all right, sorry, Blanco, appreciate what you've done for us, but you're going to have to move to the bullpen.
King of Twitch says horrible analogy, B-Mac. He didn't love your analogy
already
there.
That was
comparing
quick.
Comparing it to football.
That was awfully quick.
Yeah, I don't know what you do if you get all 7 right at the same time. And again,
I mean, 6-man and odd man outs in the bullpen, right?
That's the point. Like, which one are you moving to the pen? Like, it does. I mean, in the way that TK set it up, it would be either Gusto or Blanco. I think if both are pitching okay and neither one's getting knocked all over the park, I think they would go with the veteran. I think they would give the nod to Blanco over Gusto and kind of turn Gusto into that multi-inning long guy. Now, TK also brought up a good point. Like, these things always kind of work their way out. Like, somebody else gets hurt or
Sure.
banged up, and that usually is
Especially
exactly
when
what
Lance
happens.
McCullers is a part of the process.
Yeah. But if all of them are healthy in, let's say, a month, and maybe that's optimistic from a Arrighetti standpoint that he's ready in a month. But if they're ready in 4 to 6 weeks, Gusto's still pitching solid. Blanco had a really good start the last time out, so he's pitching solid. I believe that they would move Gusto back to the pin. I think that would be the play.
I think Ty would go to Blanco. I agree with that. If their performance over, between now or really even the start of the season to when this rotation would hit 7 members and this move is necessitated, I think the Ty would go to Blanco, considering what he did last year, and especially if he's still pitching well, a few weeks into the future when this decision has to be made.
I like that he's forcing the conversation, though, because that means
for
he's
sure.
pitching well. Let's get to your spicy take here.
I feel like you have an issue with this.
I think you oversold it a bit. I don't think that it's a spicy take that since Hunter Brown added the two-seamer in his last 22 starts where he pitched like one of the best pitchers in baseball, and his first few starts this year where he's been one of the best pitchers in baseball, I don't think it's a spicy hot take to say he's been one of the best pitchers in baseball when he's been one of the best pitchers in baseball.
I mean, I didn't think so either, but I believe both you and Joel trashed it when I brought it up when Casher to trash it earlier this
There's
week.
no way I did. No way that I did.
I am 100% Joel did. I don't remember what you said. I'd have to go to the tape.
And what was your cash or trash specifically?
Specifically, it was Hunter Brown is the best pitcher in the American League.
I think I cashed it.
You might have. I'm 100% Joel trashed it, so maybe I'm remembering that. But
yeah, because I remember Joel saying skewball.
Yeah, exactly.
No, I'm pretty sure that I cashed it.
Okay, all right. So maybe it wasn't as, I wasn't sure how spicy it was, but sometimes people, I think, especially when Joel's a part of the conversation, because he seems to need to see a longer sample size than you and I do with things like this. But sometimes people kind of default to the people who have done it longer, and Hunter Brown were not even at a full calendar year since that sinker debuted May 5th last year. We're getting close to it, but I could see there being a crowd wanting to see Hunter Brown do it for, more than a calendar year, since we're not even at a calendar year yet before they make that proclamation. So that was kind of why I wasn't sure, plus Joel's reaction as to how spicy the take was.
Spicy hot take. It's a very normal take. A lot of people think he's one of the best in baseball.
There was pushback.
Oh, man. I do like how TK said that a spotter will play the hot hand when they're swinging well. Now, he doesn't get away from his, set days off. Like, if Jordan has a scheduled day off on a Thursday and he's hit 4 home runs on Tuesday and Wednesday, he's still going to give Jordan that scheduled day off. But I do like that he plays the hot hand at positions where there is some flexibility. There is some, curiosity every day. Like, who's going to play right? If Altuve can – and Altuve's been playing second behind Wisniewski. That's been something that's happening. So when he plays second, who's playing left? DeCinzo playing today. Lineup today. And it's interesting that DeCinzo's hitting ahead of Cam Smith, by the way. Altuve, Jordan, Isak, Pena, Walker, DeCinzo, Caratini, Smith, and Myers. In case you wanted to know. It is interesting that DeCinzo is batting ahead of Smith.
Yeah, I was curious how many thought people would really be in play there for what you talked about with playing the hot hand, because DeCinzo is obviously the name that jumps to my mind right away. I mean, maybe there's a few other spots there that are not unsettled or a little bit unsettled, but it feels like for the most part, 6-7 spots every day are kind of already accounted for. So I wondered how many spots would actually be up for grabs as far as playing the hot hand.
Yeah, I would say right field, off days for your normal guys, and then left field when Altuve's playing second. Because you really only have 2 options at second when Altuve's not playing there. Rogers and Dubon.
Right.
I do wonder who the backup third baseman is, though. Like TK said, he's not going to see DeCinzo much there, but I don't feel like they would play DeCinzo at third. Maybe I'm wrong there. I'm fascinated if I could ask Joe Espada who your backup third baseman is. Who is it? I think it's Dubon over. Not that it really matters because Isak plays a lot, but just something I was thinking about. But it's weird to me again, DeCinzo over Cam Smith, because both those guys can play right field, right? DeCinzo and Smith.
Mm-hmm.
So if DeCinzo's hitting better, which Espada is telling us that he is, because he's batting 6th and Cam's batting 8th, and his numbers are better, both average and OPS. How come he's not starting more games in right?
I don't have a good answer for that, because DeCinzo, along with Cam Smith, I think some of the concern was when the season started or before the season started that if they're going to be up on the team, like, are they going to be able to get everyday at bats? More so with Cam Smith because of how young he is. You couldn't bring him up to the major league level and then have him be a platoon player. You need a regular at bats, but yeah, I don't know. Like I thought DeZenzo was going to get regular at bats to start the season. Didn't happen, and now he is. But I'm not sure there.
Yeah, I would say that it's probably because they just wanted Cam Smith to get reps, and they value him more as a higher prospect than DeZenzo.
For sure.
So yeah, he has to get a finite number of plate appearances because if not, it's going to stunt his development. And we're thinking long term here which I mean Smith's been fine. I'm not trying to dog Smith, but DeZenzo's hit a little bit better. Actually, might even be more than a little bit better than Cam Smith has over the course of the year and also a bit recently as well. King of Twitch, BMAC, you need to start an Astros podcast. The people deserve it. So at least he paid you a compliment after insulting you.
I'm feeling like, I don't know. If it comes from Twitch, I always feel like even if it comes off or is presented as a compliment, that there's a dig that's maybe in disguise.
There was no /s, and
Okay,
usually the
all right.
Twitchers are very kind people. They're usually very complimentary. They never say anything bad.
Who's a fat guy in his underwear living in his mother's basement.
Yeah, they might be poor. They might be poor and not have any money, and they might live in their mother's basement, but they're nice. They're nice people. 713-780 ESPN. What time is the Who Said It segment? We're going to be doing Who Said It today at 5:45. 5:45. Who Said It today, texter. Also want to let everybody know we are carrying day 2 of the NFL draft, and we have to get out 15 minutes early today to carry rounds 2 and 3 of the NFL draft. So keep that in mind as well. Rockets, they must take advantage of a potential break in this series. Tell you what it is next. It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're listening to the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
Texter says that Blankers is waiting for Branham to meet him in Temecula. I don't get it. Why would he be waiting for me in Temecula?
Temecula's in Mexico?
I think it's in California, isn't it?
I have no idea. I'm guessing.
It's a southwestern Riverside County in California. Might be near the border here.
Yeah, I don't know why he'd be.
No,
yeah, I don't
not
get
really,
the joke.
No, it's not really near the border. It's kind of close to Laguna a bit. Kind of very South LA. Very, very South LA. Looks to be about 30 miles from Laguna, I guess, but a little bit more inland. It's beautiful. It's like a beautiful area, though. It's got like the mountains and the scenics and all of that. I think he might be. I think the texter's confusing it with Sedona.
Yeah, I could see that. Yeah, that would fit the
it with
inside joke
Sedona.
more.
Because it's kind of got some Sedona qualities here. Looking at it on Google Images.
And if there's anyone who knows what Sedona qualities are, it's J-Bone Branham.
Yeah, I do love Sedona. Okay, I could see Temecula being my kind of spot. You got vineyards and beautiful mountain ranges, and it doesn't seem to be that far from the beach.
Does it have caprese salad? I know that's important
definitely.
for you.
Look by the look of Google Images and just the setting of Temecula, there is no doubt that they have top-notch caprese salads. No doubt about it. And I can get to Laguna in an hour. Laguna is one of my favorite beaches in the country. Now, the problem is you have to live in California. I'm not sure I could do that. California is a place to visit, not a place to live, IMO.
Yeah, I mean, I've never been to California, so I couldn't really argue either way.
Blankers is rating burnt ends at Jack Stack's Barbecue in Kansas City. Unless it's chicken, I doubt it.
I doubt Brandon or Joel doesn't seem like a bird ends type of guy.
No, he doesn't. I had Jack Stack's whenever we were in KC a few weeks ago. Probably, I guess it's been like a month and a half ago now. Jack Stack's is good. Jack Stack's is. I do like Kansas City barbecue. I agree. I agree with what TK said about Kansas City barbecue being really good. Now, I'm not going to take it over Texas barbecue because I like the way we smoke our meats better. But KC barbecue is good. What are you talking about
I would have
impeculate phrasing.
I would have it one too. Like I haven't been super impressed by Memphis or North Carolina, so some of the more vinegar based barbecues. But I do like KC and obviously Texas.
Have you ever gotten a tick or know someone who has? I know someone who's gotten a tick.
I think I did as a kid.
I
went
have never
camping
gotten
a lot,
one.
so
Yeah, I've never gotten one, but I do know people who have. You have to like pluck them out.
Oh yeah. They latch on. Yeah, there's some blood involved for sure.
Temecula is wine country in Southern California. Live there. It's beautiful, but sucks because it's in California. my thoughts exactly.
There you go.
It's a viral Twitter event. Is that going on now though? Right now? I didn't know it was going on right now. Blankers is recovering and preparing for the next draft game with you guys. 1983.
Yeah, I
Man,
think for the fun of the segment, it was good that the random name generator put him first.
He went first.
Yes.
Yeah, you're right. It did. Random name generator bailed us out there. All right, Rockets have to take advantage of a potential break in this series. As the NFL draft was going on, Shams tweeted out the Jimmy Butler news, and it kind of got lost in the shuffle. Somebody actually tagged me in it. I don't know if I would have seen it had they not tagged me in it until today. But Shams reported that the Golden State's Jimmy Butler has been diagnosed with a deep glute muscle contusion. Sounds painful. And his status for Game 3 against the Houston Rockets is in serious jeopardy, league sources tell ESPN. It says it's best case because MRI showed Butler avoided any fracture or structural damage. I don't know if that's best case. Best case would be it's just a little bruise and he's going to go in Game 3, not his status in jeopardy. But he's been diagnosed with a deep glute muscle contusion, status in jeopardy. This is where the Rockets have to take advantage. I don't know if he's going to miss Game 3. I don't know if he misses a game, how many games he's going to miss. But if Jimmy Butler misses a game or more, they have to win those games. This is a break that you can use to your advantage. You cannot lose to Golden State, even them playing at home, if Jimmy Butler is not on the floor. If he's going to miss a game or multiple games, the Rockets have to strike. They have to prey on this good fortune.
No, absolutely. I mean, there was a reason why the Warriors decided to make that move for Jimmy Butler because they were under 500 at the time they made it. Like this roster, and it really showed when Jimmy Butler went out. And I think at one point in the first half, which is uncharacteristic for a playoff game, especially, but Steve Kerr had already played 12 players from his roster. Like he was just trying to find, some combination of these randos that fill out their bench and all their depth players that worked. And obviously it didn't work. The Rockets were, at least 11-point lead for most of the way. And then it would balloon up to 20 at times. But I mean, you have a lot of guys getting minutes like Pat Spencer and Santos and post play 25 minutes that I'm sure in a perfect world, Steve Kerr would not be having those guys either play that much or in some cases play at all. So if Jimmy Butler is not available and you could solely focus on Steph Curry as being the only like offensive threat that you really fear, I don't see how the Rockets could say they have any excuse for losing that game, even if it's on the road.
Take advantage. Do not lose a game that Jimmy Butler is not playing. Texter, so Jimmy's just butt hurt? No, he's got a deep glute muscle contusion.
I mean, that's your butt, though.
No, it's a deep glute muscle contusion.
Deep butt muscle
Let's not
contusion.
be lowbrow with the bees here. We're talking about Sedona and Temecula. Let's not talk about a guy's
You take the high
butt being
road, I'll take the low road, Jeremy. I'll handle that one.
Muscle contusion.
But
have you ever had a deep glute muscle contusion?
I have not, no.
Sounds like something Shannon Sharp knows a thing or two about.
I think Deshaun Watson might know a thing about it, too.
Might. Imagine what the Bulls could have done if Butler could have stayed healthy early on. That's something I've never thought of. I've never thought of what if Jimmy Butler stayed in Chicago and how good could the Bulls have been?
I mean, how good could the 76ers be if Jimmy Butler was still there?
I've never thought that. It is interesting, though, how we would do that in the NFL, though. Like we would look at a situation where a key player left that team and would look back and be like, I wonder how good this team would have been had this alternate scenario played out. We don't really do that in NBA or Major League Baseball.
I guess one scenario pops to the top of mind where we've done that in the NBA, and that's really with the Dallas Mavericks, even obviously before the Luka trade, but Jalen Brunson got away from. I did hear some people, wonder aloud and speculate had Jalen Brunson not left and gone to the Knicks, obviously they still got to the finals without him, but people did wonder how good that team could be if he had stayed.
Yeah. 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line. Let's see. What do we want to do here? Let's go to the Jalen Green thing. 2 areas Jalen impressed me in the Game 2 victory. And what about the roller coaster ride that Jalen is on? Can they get away with that if he continues to be on that roller coaster? 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. Whoa. Bad Take Boulevard? You tease Rockets. Blankers called and said we couldn't talk Rockets without him anymore. So that'll wait until Monday. But game 3 of the series tomorrow, Rockets and Warriors.
That's weird because Joel hates the Rockets. I wonder why he wouldn't want us to talk about it.
Some would say, I've never said that, but some would say that he does hate the Rockets. I don't think those people are fair. First person to make the list this week is Michael Swabby, admin of Astros Twitter, the czar of Astros Twitter. He blasted Ruben, our guy Ruben. Ruben tweeted yesterday, Nick Caserio took a major L tonight. Absolutely horrible how tonight was approached. Swabby quote tweeted him, which I'm anti-quote tweet. I hate the quote tweet. I hate the quote tweet unless it's a response to something, like a counterpunch. Swab tried to he did. He quote tweet dunked on him. He said initial reactions like this are so ridiculous. So, in defense of our guy Ruben, I quote tweeted a couple things that Swabby said, like back on October 12, 2021. Jim Crane would make the biggest mistake of his life if he didn't re-sign Correa. Okay, Swabby, you can't blast people for overreactions when you have an overreaction like this before it was even a reaction to be had. And then what did the Astros do the first year Correa was gone?
They won a few games.
They won the World Series. So, Swabby, you can't tweet out in 2021, Jim Crane would make the biggest mistake of his life if he doesn't re-sign Correa, and then try to dunk on Ruben for saying he didn't like the first round. Come on, man.
Yeah,
you made the list.
You just made the list. You just made the list, Schwabi. But, you could say you don't like the first round without it being like an overall indictment of the entire draft. He's just saying he thought the process on the first round was flawed.
You made the list.
Yeah, made the list.
Next one, Coach Prime. Deion Sanders took to Twitter back on May 1st, 2024 to respond to somebody. To be fair to Deion, this guy commented on him. But somebody in comments to a Coach Prime tweet in May of 2024, tell your son to stop acting like he's the coldest out there, then put up a 4-8 season. Coach Prime quote tweeted him, he'll be a top 5 pick. Where's your son going? LOL, I got time today. LOL. Sanders is not a top 5 pick. So, Coach Prime. You just made the list. Love you, Coach Prime. I really do. But you made the list today because your son was not a top 5 pick like you claimed to be, like you claimed he was going to be.
Oh, well, it wasn't just that he was trying to claim that he was going to be a top 5 pick. Lance tells the story that Deion was talking to people with teams like, man, what's up with that guy at NFL Network that had my kid down at 29? That's idiotic. And obviously not idiotic enough, apparently, because he didn't even make it. He didn't even go to 29. He's still available.
Might be a top 5 pick in the second round.
I don't think that's what he meant, but yeah.
Deion might be able to get us on that one. Golden State Warrior Ball Report on Twitter. These are the people that people want to argue with. But anyways, we'll mock them instead. Amin Thompson clearly pushed Jimmy Butler. To all the Rocket fans claiming Draymond Green was pushing, that's just false. The replay shows Draymond intentionally holding back, making no effort to push him in at all. Meanwhile, Amin Thompson deliberately extends both hands and pushes Jimmy's legs midair. And Jimmy lands hard on his pelvis and is clearly in pain. Yeah, deep glute muscle contusion now. But Golden State Warrior Ball Report saying that Amin Thompson deliberately did that. You are on the list.
Yeah, you just made the list. Just look at the way he fell, like how he goes to his knees and then face plants. Like just think about that. Like if a man was trying to make the dirty play, take Jimmy out, you would go down to your knees and then face plant. That's not the way you would do it. Like, yes, I agree that Draymond didn't push him, having seen the view under the basket, but that doesn't mean what Amin did was intentional. There was bodies in the paint, and he was off balance and he fell.
Yeah. But these are the people that argue.
I know.
Like it's like it cracks me up whenever people try to argue with these type of people. Like Rocket fans are arguing with Golden State Warrior Ball Report.
Yeah, with Steph Curry 420.
You're wasting your time. Just laugh at it. Just mock it on Bad Take Boulevard on Fridays. Usually do on Thursday. We had too much time yesterday, or too much things to get to. Next up on Bad Take Boulevard, Astro Knower on Twitter. He tweeted out the other day, he said, Christian Walker just got DFA'd, I'm afraid. Since then, Christian Walker has been on fire. He's been on a tear. So I don't really know whether or not to put Astro Knower on Bad Take Boulevard or to applaud Astro Knower for the reverse jinx here.
Okay.
Yeah, he might have got him
there's
going.
There's an element there. There's certainly an element there. It is a bad take, but maybe he was trying to will it into existence by trying to make himself look foolish when Christian Walker ultimately turned it around.
And we know that, like, I have Branham foot and mouth.
Sure.
Like, I say things and then it like the opposite happens. Like, it could be like stuff that's almost fact. Like, I could be like, the sun's going to rise tomorrow, and we could go into like a 365-day streak where the sun stays on the other side of the earth. Like, it's the kind of stuff that happens with Branham foot and mouth. So maybe Astros Knower's got a little Branham foot and mouth, but that's not the segment. It's Bad Take Boulevard. Astro Knower, Astro Non-Knower, you make the list.
You just made the list.
Sean Mapes, I hate putting Mapes on this because he's a good soldier. He's loyal. He's worked very, very hard. Easily the hardest working producer at ESPN 97.5. Mapes was doing our show yesterday because he was working double duty on his birthday while Brian was getting some rest and relaxation at Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston. And Mapes bumped us back. Mapes bumped us back, and he played Paul Gallant's rejoin. This is the Killer Bees right now. And here's what Sean's playing on the Killer Bees. How long is this?
It's the Paul Gallant.
15,
yeah.
I think.
Mapes pulled this on us the other
Now
day.
back to the
And then
Killer
you can hear.
Bees.
Do you hear that?
ESPN
The quick pivot.
97.5 and 92.5.
Quick pivot.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studio.
He actually played it off pretty good. Like, listening back to it. But here's the Paul Gallant show. Quick pivot. Killer Bees.
Yeah, I wonder, not to get too far behind the scenes there, but I guess he was on the wrong page.
That's what he said.
Okay.
Yeah, he said he was on his own page, which I get.
Yeah,
But it's fun to
forced
make
a
fun
habit.
of, though.
Yeah, it's forced a habit.
It's a very easy accidental mistake. But we don't let easy accidental mistakes off the hook around here. We like to lean right into it. We like to expose it. We like to bring it to light and make fun of everybody. That's what we do. I make the list twice this week.
You just made the list.
The first one was saying
list.
that a 75% three-point shooting night is elite. Justin, my newest favorite caller,
He
called
cooked
in.
you, man.
He did. He cooked me. I sat there and wore it. Like, he was going on. I wasn't going to get into an argument with him. He was right. I wore it. I sat there and I took it. Like when a little kid gets in trouble and they just have to take their medicine. That's what I did during Justin's call yesterday. Now, I was thinking more like 3 for 4, 6 for 8. Like, what my biggest crime here was the volume of it. Like, if you take an 18 threes, you're not going to hit 75%. I was thinking more of a 3 for 4 night. But I was wrong, and I make the list for that.
You just made the list.
That poor take. And then another one I had earlier this week, I said that C.J. Stroud and sound rhyme.
They share some letters. There's an OU there. There's an S. Yeah, but they don't rhyme. They don't rhyme.
No. What was the word that it whenever there's words in the middle that sound the
I
same?
don't know. I thought you said it the other day, and I actually hadn't heard of the word, so I don't know where you're going. I don't remember it now from a few days ago.
You talked for a little bit.
You actually, I know you said the word that you're trying to think
I
of.
Googled it.
Oh, you Googled it. Okay.
It's an assonance.
Assonance. Okay.
Assonance. Whenever words sound the same in the middle of the word, not at the end of the word, it's an assonance. So Stroud and sound are assonances, not rhymes. But I said they rhymed, so I made the list.
Yeah, you don't have bars.
You just made the list.
You don't know what rhymes.
No one's ever accused me of having bars or swag or drip or any ounce of my body that's cool.
Lots of
Very
emoting, though.
uncool. Lots of emotion, though. I wear my heart on my sleeve. Did you put Dell on Swarm, or did I do this?
This was me. This was
Okay,
me. So
you
this
set
was
it up then.
This was the second time I heard this from Dell this week. The clip I'm about to play. So this has obviously been on Dell's mind anytime the phrase, the slogan for the Texans come up. That being, of course, Swarm. He thinks they messed up the acronym, and I know you're going to have a take on this.
Walter Nolan, the A&M prospect, is the guy that Lance loves talent-wise, but doesn't exactly fit the Swarm mindset, which is really Swarm, but Swarm isn't something that sounds good, so we go with Swarm.
Yeah,
no.
sound,
Yeah.
no.
Trying to figure out, is the A in Swarm for and?
I think so.
Because it's ethic.
That's exactly
where
it.
the word A, where they're saying the A would be, there's an E, but whatever.
Swarm. Yeah, it doesn't sound.
See,
yeah, it doesn't sound.
Paul, and with Joe when he was part of the show, and certainly with Sean still, they say Swarm. Imagine them saying at one time Swarm.
And like I said, this was the second time it came up for Dell this week. So he doesn't. he's missing, as I'm sure you're about to lay out, that
Yeah.
work ethic is one word.
Yeah, let's sit back and let Professor Branham take everybody to school here about the English language, coming from an ESL guy. So that's kind of scary.
And
Work
I'm Mexican.
ethic. Work ethic is one word. It is a compound word. A compound word is a word. You know another compound word? Football. What is a compound word, you say? A compound word is formed when two or more words are combined to create a new word with a distinct meaning, often different from the individual words. So work ethic is a compound word. Why? Because it is a distinct meaning. Work ethic has nothing to do with work. Has a little bit to do with ethic, but no, it doesn't. Work ethic is a completely different word. Thus, it's a compound word. That's why it counts as one letter in the acronym. Swarm is smart for the S, work ethic for the W, compound word rules here, one word, and for the A, R for the relentless, M for the mindset. Swarm works. It is not swerm.
I thought it was obviously fitting for the segment regardless, but I knew that might rile you up a bit, so I definitely wanted to get to it.
You made the list, still.
You just made the list.
Lance said that there was one second-round quarterback in the last 5 years taken. There's been 3.
Aiming at my ass.
Will Levis. I can't remember the 2 off the top of my head, though. There was a third. Will Levis was the most recent. Jalen Hurts was the most non-recent. He went back in 2020. I can't remember the third one, but there's been 3. I looked it up the other day. So, Lance, you make the list.
You just made the list.
So there's some baseball, like regional networks that are doing like the a la carte thing where you can buy the package and like get it streamed on your phone or whatever.
Oh,
Astros
nice.
can't do it because of like contracts or stuff.
Boo.
But MASN Plus, Mid-Atlantic Sports Network, they're charged. You can get 2 actually with the MASN Plus. You can get the Nats and the Orioles because they're kind of in the same area. It's $19.99 a month, and it's $89.89 a year. You can download it on the App Store. You get all the MASN Plus content, all of it. So it sounds like a pretty good deal, right?
Absolutely.
Just one problem. They moved the decimal like on Office Space, and instead of giving the people the $89.99 charge, some people woke up to an $8,999 mistake.
Wow. So they were taking 8,000 plus from people's
One-time
bank
fee.
accounts.
That was the yearly option.
Sure.
So they hit them with that whenever it registered. I'm sure they fixed it. But that one day you look into your account thinking, I just bought it for $90 yesterday, and it's $9,000. $9,000. This is Office Space, but like in reverse and a few less decimals.
Yeah, I hope for the people who that would have put them under zero. They also, because sometimes, there's like fees that go along with that. If a bank has to basically float you what more than what you actually have in your account. So I hope they refunded that part as well for those people.
Yeah, I never keep that much money in my checking account ever.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Like they might have, for a lot of people, I don't know if a lot of people, but definitely some portion of the people that would have put them below zero. So they got to refund whatever that charge is for going below zero also.
Yeah, that's rough.
That's rough.
So we had a texture the other day. I'm not sold on the Hunter Brown hype train. I say deal him now while people still think he's going to be an ace. We have the smartest listeners on the Hive. He is not one. He made the list.
You just made the list.
And the last one.
Terrible take.
Nico Harrison. He did that little thing with the media or whatever. Like I think he was forced to by the owner. Nico Harrison on Luka Doncic via Tim Cato. I did know Luka was important to the fan base. I didn't know quite to this level. Tell me you lack Phil without telling me you lack Phil.
I heard the quote, and again, Nico stopped talking. Like I feel like he's done too many press conferences at this point. Like what is he going to do at this point? He has no chance to actually explain to people why he did what he did to the point of bringing them over to his side. There's no benefit of him talking. But to go out there and tell the reporters and tell the world, like, yeah, I didn't really see this reaction coming. Yeah, it's such a bad take that I believe he's lying to me. Like I can't believe he actually didn't know this sort of reaction was coming.
All right, 713-780-ESPN, HRNP listener line, 713-780-3776. Let's get to the other draft stuff from yesterday. Some big news at the top of the draft with Cleveland trading down, Jacksonville trading up, and then the AFC South had a night as well. It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. One of the things that is very beneficial in life is HR&P. They're very beneficial to your business as well. If you have a business, you need to get HR&P in your life. It's Cougar owned by my colleague, Go Cougs. Chris Fisher over there, some great people over at HR&P. And business owners, let HR&P help you. They can help you in HR compliance, benefits administration, payroll, onboarding. HR&P can help in any or all of these facets. There's no boxes with HR&P. Doesn't matter how small or how big the job, HR&P completely customizes a plan for what you and your business needs. You have a problem, you have an issue, you want to take a little bit off your plate, HR&P will find a way to help. They do it in a way that's unique. Technology meets service. They have the best tech. You'll love that. But you're going to fall in love with that service. Guaranteed fulfillment. You'll never talk to a stranger. You'll be talking to someone who knows you and they know your business needs. Give them a call right now to help you out. 281-880-6525. Allow them to take a little bit off your plate. That way you can spend time doing the stuff you want to do, whether it's in your business or outside of your business. 281-880-6525 or check them out online at hrp.net. That's hrp.net.
You're listening to the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5, being taken to task on a couple of things here. Gary on Twitter. Webster says that work ethic is 2 words. You pull it up. No, it doesn't. It says work ethic, and it has it as a single definition. Google says, yes, work ethic is considered a compound word. It is formed by combining 2 smaller words, work and ethic, to create a new word with a specific meaning. Just because you have 2 words within the compound word doesn't mean it's 2 different words. I know that sounds confusing. It hurt my head the first time I looked it up. Yes, a compound word is considered 1 word, even though it's formed from 2 or more words combined. It's a single unit that functions as a single word in a sentence and is typically written either as 1 word with a hyphen or with a space. 1 word, sunshine, baseball, football, hyphen, up to date. That's a compound word. There might be 3 words in that compound word, but it's 1 word or with a space, like healthcare, or in this case, like work ethic.
I love how riled up you got about it. That was entirely my intention by putting this take from Dell in
Well,
there.
the textures are riling me up.
Yeah, no, I wasn't expecting it to go that far because I thought we'd all heard of compound words. But you know what? Whatever. The language, no matter what language it is, was made up entirely by humans at some point. So it's all an opinion.
I think you might want to look that up again, man. Work ethic is 2 words. Texans can try to make it whatever they want, but it is not like football. Okay, it's not like football because it's not separated by the space. But as I just proved to you, there are other compound words that have spaces in them, or they have hyphens in them. Like what was the other one I just mentioned? I pulled out
healthcare. I think you said?
healthcare. Yeah, healthcare. That would be a compound word. That would count as 1 word, even though there's 2 words within the compound word. All right. I hope we're all on the same level there. How do you have less decimals, Branham? There's only 1, no matter how big the number is. Touche. You got me there. You knew what I meant, though. They moved some numbers around the decimals. There were supposed to be some numbers to the right of that decimal, and then all of a sudden they woke up and all the numbers were to the left of the decimal.
I mean, yeah, come on.
But yes, there's only 1 decimal. You're right, Texter.
You're a math major for 1 semester. I could cut you some slack.
Yeah.
They're going to cover that in the next semester. That's the problem.
The texter, are we in English class or talking, or are we in English class or talk radio class? Get a grip. Let's move on. I'm not the one texting about it, texter, and I'm not the one texting about me responding to the text. You're the one listening to us, and we appreciate that you are.
I will say, as much grief as we gave MLA Paul, I think you guys have something in common.
No, we definitely do. We definitely do. But to appease you, texter, we'll move on now. All right, a lot of stuff happening in the draft yesterday. The biggest thing was the trade for Travis Hunter. Jacksonville moving up 3 spots. They gave up a second. They gave up their next year first. There's some sweeteners on the back end of that trade as well. What did you think of this massive haul that Cleveland was able to get?
Yeah, I thought it was too much by the Jaguars. Like, I get Travis Hunter was one of the few, like, truly special, maybe generational talents in this draft. Obviously, how many there were exactly could be up for debate. I heard people say as few as 3. But they gave up. I mean, maybe this rings hollow because I'm okay with the Will Anderson trade. But I thought they gave up too much. I didn't think they were a Travis Hunter away from competing. That was a roster still with a ton of holes. So I would have rather them, if I'm a Jaguars fan, hold on to my picks and address more needs.
Yeah, look, it was a lot. I'm not going to undersell that it was a lot. It was a ton. They gave up that's a. I thought that the trade was fair even without the next year first round pick. Like, if you just gave up a second to move up 3 spots in the draft, like, that's a pretty big pick. So the additional first is like, oh man, that is a hefty price. Now, I don't hate it. I don't hate what they did. Like, they have a new coach, they have a new GM. Like, let's make the mark. Travis Hunter is widely considered the best player in this draft. Now, not a quarterback. That's why Cam Ward went 1 and Travis Hunter went 2. But every big board, Travis Hunter is very clearly at the very, very top of everybody's big board. So you are trading up for the best player in the draft. Secondly, and I'm not saying it's going to happen, but what if he is generational? What if he's a top 10 receiver and a top 3 corner? That makes the trade worth it. Now, that's asking a lot, right? Like, that's asking a lot to say, okay, Travis Hunter, you need to go be a top 10 receiver and a top 3 corner to make this trade good. But if you were like, I think I read this on ESPN. People thought that the trade that Caserio traded up for Will Anderson was more than what Cleveland traded, or what Jacksonville traded up to get Travis Hunter, which Texans gave up 12, 32, and a future first. The Jags gave up 5, their first pick of the second round, a future first, but then they also got some other picks like in the middle round. So I think it's pretty much on par for what Caserio gave up for Will Anderson. You agree with that, or think it's slanted one way or the other?
Yeah, especially since the swap involved was going from 3 to 12 or 2 to 5. There's you're not falling back as far. So I guess I would lean the Jaguars gave up slightly more, but I mean I think it's a fairly comparable swap.
I think it's close. I think it's close to what the Texans gave up for Will Anderson, and we're all comfortable with the Texans making that trade for Will Anderson. Now, Travis Hunter has to be really, really stinking good, and the Jags also have to be good. Like, the Jags have to be good next year, so this future first that they gave Cleveland isn't a top 5 pick. Because now if it's like a top 5 pick, top 10 pick, then it's a major, major swing towards Cleveland. But if the Jags can have a good year, like 9 wins, 8, 9, 10 wins or more, and Travis Hunter is the generational talent, I don't hate it. And I kind of like the swing for what could be a unicorn player.
Yeah, and I kind of talking myself into it, even though I'm still leaning slightly to the side of it being too much and not liking it. But even though I wouldn't have invested in Trevor Lawrence to the degree they did, that deal's done. Like there's no going back, at least for a few years, on that deal. So if you're going to have Trevor Lawrence as your quarterback, who I think we can all agree, even though he has probably bigger upside than he's shown so far, he's also shown just as many limitations. Like if you're invested that heavily into Trevor Lawrence, you might as well try to make him the best possible quarterback he can be. And obviously getting Travis Hunter to then pair with Brian Thomas Jr. I mean, if he can't succeed with those two guys, especially if Travis Hunter hits, and I think most of us, think he will, if you can't succeed with those two guys, then at least you've had your answer on Trevor Lawrence.
Yeah. I like courage and I like bravado from GMs. And if Hunter's a unicorn, then this trade makes sense at some point. I kind of like their general manager. He gives me Theo Epstein vibes a bit, which it's like, okay, he was ahead of his time, very young, took over for a cursed franchise, won a World Series. Jacksonville feels cursed in a way. It makes it very entertaining from an AFC South perspective. Like the Texans are going to see this guy twice a year.
That part of it.
I actually thought it was if you were just looking at the AFC South as like an entertainment product, I thought it was a really good night for the AFC South as an entertainment product, because you add Travis Hunter, who's going to try to do this two-way thing, unlike anybody has ever done since like modern football has existed. The Titans had the number 1 pick in Cam Ward, so that's going to be entertaining because he's the number 1 pick, number 1 quarterback. And then the Colts were able to get Tyler Warren, too, who's like this tight end that does a bunch of different things. Now, it is kind of sad that the Colts drafted a tight end, and he's immediately their best quarterback. Like, that kind of stinks for them. But the AFC South got a lot more entertaining last night.
Yeah, not that I'm afraid of anything for this year, because Tyler Warren's a great prospect. Well, he still has Anthony Richardson or Daniel Jones thrown to him, so maybe it doesn't matter this year. And Travis Hunter's great, but I'm not super – I'm not all in on Trevor Lawrence. And then Cam Ward, obviously first overall pick, but it's probably going to take him a year or two to get to the point where you're worrying about him beating you routinely. So I'm not really afraid of any of it for 2025. But there is a part of me that looks at 2026 and beyond. It's like, all right, well, the Titans got their quarterback. The Jaguars might have the best wide receiver duo in the league in a year or two. And then the Colts, if they ever do figure out quarterback, have a lot around that quarterback with Jonathan Taylor and Michael Pittman, now Tyler Warren, Josh Downs. Like the AFC South, there's a lot of things that have to fall in place, a lot of question marks that have to be answered for some of these. But it potentially got a whole lot better yesterday.
Yeah, it's pretty fun from that point of view. Texture says it'll work out for Jax just because it was Cleveland that traded. They're horrible with trade luck. Both sides of the ball equals 2 times injury risk. Yeah, it's gonna be. I mean, Hunter's career is gonna be fascinating to follow, and that does exist.
What do you think he? I mean, he said, and I don't think anyone actually believes him, that if he can't play both ways 100%, that he's going to retire. Obviously, that's not true. But where do you land? Like if you're the Jaguars, do you make him a full-time receiver, part-time corner, full-time corner, part-time receiver, some divided package between the two? Where would, if he was a Texan, where would you want to do with him?
I'd want him to play offense. It's different though, because the Texans have Stingley and Lassiter. Like, there's no need for corner.
Yeah, I was kind of looking at it, independent of who you had on the roster. But you're right with Stingley and Lassiter.
Well, the Jags have said what they're going to do. They said they're going to start him in the receiver room. He's going to be there. He's going to be a full-time receiver, and then they're going to start introducing him to the defensive side of the ball in the corners room, like during camp and stuff. So I think I believe that they're going to give him a shot to play both ways. Now, there's no way he can play like 120 snaps of NFL football. No. I don't think. But can he play 40 snaps offensively and 40 snaps defensively? I think he's capable of doing it. Like, every time we've doubted Travis Hunter, he's done more than we thought. Like, oh, he's going to Colorado. He can't possibly be a two-way guy and play every single snap, and he did. Oh, he can't. Like, he's limited on what he can do and wins the Heisman. Like, it wouldn't shock me if Travis Hunter plays both sides of the ball mostly full-time at a very high level.
It does feel a little reversed, though, what the Jaguars' plan would be. I mean, it feels like it would be easier to learn or play wide receiver part-time than it would be to play corner part-time. I don't know if you agree with that, but it would feel like, and maybe this is, I'm just going off of what we've seen in the past with guys like Charles Woodson or Champ Bailey or some others who have dabbled on both sides of the ball. But it would feel easier to work in a few packages as a part-time wide receiver than it would be to just randomly throw the guy out there on third down as a corner.
Yeah, it's hard to do, like especially as a boundary corner. Like when do boundary corners come off the field?
Right.
They don't. They stay on the field every single snap. It's going to be fun to watch it. Now, I do think that he'll be more of a receiver, more of an offensive guy than a defensive guy. But how they deploy that's going to be very difficult. Maybe they can do a thing where like he plays like every other series, or he plays 2 series out of every 3, just to kind of load manage them and work them up to it. But it'll be fascinating to see how it all works out. That Jags pick will likely be top 5, but almost guaranteed to be top 10. If it does, then the Browns hit a home run. But if the Jags go 9-8, then I think we sing a different tune when we look at this trade. It's kind of like the Texans trade. Like everybody, when the Texans traded up for Will Anderson, not only did they give up 12, not only did they give up 32, but they gave up a future first that everybody thought would be a top 10 pick. And then they went to the playoffs, and it lightened the load of that trade. So we'll see what happens. Why do the Packers select their 100th receiver? Because they don't have a wide receiver 1, but I don't know if they drafted a wide receiver 1.
I don't think they did either. Like I like Matthew Golden, but it was funny some of the stats that NFL Network decided to put up there. And like I say this as someone who rooted for Matthew Golden last year, but they brought up like, oh well, he had 800 yards in 2 or 3 seasons, and he had 6 touchdowns. Like I think he's a better receiver than the stats showed, but the stats they were putting up for him to make the case for why he was being drafted there weren't all that impressive. I think he's better than those stats showed, but yeah, I don't think he steps in as their wide receiver 1. I think he's a guy that works into that, but I still think that they're probably going to give Christian Watson a chance, although Christian Watson can't stay healthy, but they'll give Christian Watson a chance to be that guy. I think Jaden Reed is still ahead of him in the pecking order, probably Romeo Doubs as well. I think he's ahead of Dontavian Wicks, but I don't think he starts any higher than the third receiver.
Last one for me. I think the Atlanta Falcons are officially incompetent.
Yeah,
I thought this last year. Like I thought last year that they were on the border of being incompetent, but I wasn't going to go all the way there. Like you give Kirk Cousins this unbelievable free agent deal, and then you spend a very high draft pick on Michael Penix. It's like, okay, well, I can kind of talk my way into it, like Cousins for a year. Penix eventually takes over. You trade Cousins. Okay, like I can kind of talk into it, but it feels incompetent. And they still have Cousins. They went to Penix before the end of the year, so that still feels incompetent. And then the second part of it, they trade away a future first to draft their second edge rusher of the night.
I know.
I would be livid if I'm a Falcon fan.
I'm still searching for the logic. Like I think some people thought the flaw last year in their theory was the drafting of Penix. To me, it was the reverse of that. Like, I mean, if you had gotten to the point of liking Michael Penix that much, I'm not sure where in the process they made that decision, but clearly they liked him at a point where just don't sign Cousins. Like if you think you're going to like, in the scouts are telling you like, we really like Michael Penix this much, we think he's our guy, your coaches are looking at him, the coordinators look at him, they like him, then why go out and give Kirk Cousins that much money guaranteed? Because I mean, there's rumors now maybe he gets traded to the Browns, maybe it's the Steelers. I've heard both, but you're gonna have to eat a lot of dead cap money. And to add that onto what they did last night for, like you said, giving up a future first for their second pass rusher of the evening. I know they needed pass rush, but man, it was an inexplicable move from the Falcons.
Yeah, I think they're incompetent. The second year in a row where I thought that. So like, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. I'm not being fooled the second time. The Falcons are incompetent as a front office. Okay, 713-780-ESPN. Let's talk about the Texans. They're going to be picking here second here in a little while. We'll be carrying the draft right here on ESPN 97.5. What do you want the Texans to do tonight? Second round, third round. And Nick, when he was talking to us earlier, we had him on HRMP guest line. He said that there is still a player that is available that was on their board to pick at 25. Who could that guy be? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. If you're in the market for a new vehicle, listen to me right now. You need to buy that vehicle from Monument Chevrolet. They're the dealer that you can trust. We know it's annoying going to a car dealership, and do I trust these people? Are they trying to upcharge me? Are they trying to add on all this stuff I don't need? Monument Chevrolet is the dealership that you can trust. They're transparent. They're not going to hassle you with all this stuff, and it's great. It's fantastic. It's a very good feeling. Monument Chevrolet has been serving the Houston area for 50 years. They've helped generations of families get into new vehicles, and these families keep coming back. Why? Because of what I just told you. They trust them. They feel at home with Monument Chevrolet. They don't feel like they're getting screwed over. It's a family feel at Monument Chevrolet. It's a friendly atmosphere. They have a great culture. They hire good people, which leads to that fantastic culture. Salesperson of the week this week, Melissa. She's been working there for more than a year. Spanish speaker, really knowledgeable, friendly. The customers love Melissa. You asked, Monument Chevrolet, listen, truck month has been extended through April, but that's running out soon, and their stock is running out soon too. So if you're looking for employee pricing on the new Chevy Silverado 1500s, you better get over there, and you better get over there quick. Monument Chevrolet's selling record numbers of Silverados. So if you're looking for that truck, the time is now. Get a fair deal, an easy transaction without wasting your time in these aggravating, stressful negotiations that we all hate. No tricks, no time wasting, no hidden charges. If you've been waiting to upgrade your ride, now is the time to do it. Get employee pricing right now. Visit them online, monumentchevrolet.com, monumentchevrolet.com, or just visit them in person, 225 Beltway 8 at Monument Chevrolet. Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
Live in the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees. Now back to Joel and Jeremy.
713-780-ESPN Killer Bees. We'll get to the Texans draft in a moment. But first, let's go out to the HRP listener line. Stafford, we put him on car wreck last week, and he's calling to argue it today, I guess. Stafford, you're in the Hive. What's up?
Hey, what's going on, man?
Chilling.
It's crazy. And so I'm driving home, and like I'm a teacher, so I leave. Every day I leave, like it's about this time. I'm listening to y'all, and the call record of the day, y'all usually do that right before the show go off. And I'm listening, and I'm listening, and I'm like, did he just say me? Was he just talking about me? And I completely forgot that because I was on call with John. I was on hold with John and Lance, but my son had to have surgery, so I got another call, and I guess I was on that call for so long, I hung up and I forgot I was on the phone. So man, I'm listening to y'all, and I'm like, y'all talking about me? I didn't even know I had elevator music when I called. Like I didn't know there was hold music. I did not know that, but that was crazy.
That's funny. That's hilarious.
But I did.
Go ahead.
Man, I wanted to ask y'all, and I'll be quick. If there's this sentiment that around the country that Nico Collins just traded Luka and the owners had nothing to do with it. Now, Nico Collins keep putting his foot in his mouth because he keep talking about it. I get that. And that's the point y'all were making earlier. But I feel like the owners are getting a pass on this because they hired him to do that. But do we really think that the owners of the Dallas Mavericks were had no say-so in trading Luka? I think Luka was giving them kind of the James Harden vibes that we had here in Houston when James Harden forced his way out. And I just don't think they wanted him.
Gotcha, Stafford. Appreciate it. Well, appreciate it. We got a couple calls here and we're up against it a little bit. But just to answer your question, no, I think you're right. I think you're onto something there. I think ownership has to at least sign off on the deal. We heard that they didn't want to pay him big money and supermax money because they didn't believe in his work ethic, compound word, one word, and his eating habits and his practice habits. So I think you're onto something there, Stafford. Now we do have to put you as a nominee for car wreck of the day again today because it's Nico Harrison. You're calling on Nico Collins. Hate to do it to you, Stafford, but we just made the list. We got to. And Nico Harrison, honest mistake, and hopefully your kid's okay and recovering from surgery just fine. Appreciate the call. Thank you for clearing up that last car wreck of the week. So he did it accidentally, not on purpose. I thought he was trolling on purpose, but it was accidental.
Yeah, but we don't let honest mistakes go. We make fun of them on the show, so don't take it personal. But yeah, you say Nico Collins twice.
Honest mistake, but
we're gonna have to put you on car wreck.
We like to need those honest mistakes. All right, let's go back out to the HRP listener line. Wood, you're in the Hive. What's up, Wood?
Man, Nick Caserio is killing me. He thinks he's so smart. I mean, I don't know what he got against number one draft picks. It's just like earlier during the day, he gonna sit up there and give up a fifth round for a 6 or 7. I ain't worried about no 6 or 7. Then why you got to be just trading just to be trading? And then last year, you give up a first round to get a second round. You go get a second round to go get Diggs. Diggs on a 3-year contract. You renegotiate. Now Diggs is gone. Then this year, we got a first round. I'm looking forward to maybe something special happening, bringing somebody in here because number one draft picks are valuable. I mean, those are starters in the league that you can use. But for some reason, Nick Caserio thinks he's so smart. But he ain't that smart, and he ain't got no common sense. Just because you got book sense, I mean you got common sense. And these GMs across the league, they love when they get a call from the Texans because they sitting up there. Here come Nick Caserio. Here come the Texans call. Oh, let's take that. Oh, we're going to get a number one draft pick, and you don't have to give a number one back. Because everybody who give up a number one draft pick at least get a number one draft pick back. But not the Texans. Well, we'll give up a number one and get a number 3 or a number 2 back. I think we willing and dealing. And then next thing you know, we still don't have the player that we need to help this team take us to the next level because you keep giving up our number one draft pick. Somebody needs to tell Nick Caserio, quit trying to be so smart.
Because you getting fleeced out there by the other GMs. They smart too. And they realize that they can take advantage of you because you think you're smarter than what you are.
Rack 'em. Rack 'em.
Rack 'em.
That was strong,
I
Wood.
think that gets a tongue.
I was gonna ask. I think it's tongue worthy. I
think
don't agree with everything he said, but he came strong. And like I don't have to agree with everything you say. That's not how you get tongues. You don't get tongues by agreeing with us. You get tongues by coming hard and bringing it strong.
Okay. All right. Phrasing.
And
Okay.
Wood brought it strong.
Yeah.
That's a tongue. That's a tongue. I just put him in the tongue list.
We need to add that to
I
the
just
Google
I just
Doc.
added one on
You
my
did?
notepad here.
Okay. Yeah,
But,
we need to put that
you-
in the Google Doc. The people who've
okay.
gotten tongues from us.
Yeah, you have to go find out the one from
Yeah, I can
And
go
Wood
look
just
for it.
Wood just got himself a tongue. Well done, Wood. Well done. All right, let's talk more about this. We're going to bang car wreck of the day because this is more pertinent, more pressing. What do you want the Texans to do with all of their picks today? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Here's what I want you to do with your property taxes. Let Ownwell fight the battle for you. They're here to help you do so. Let them take that off your plate and in the process, save you money. A lot of homeowners are overpaying on property taxes, and I do not want it to be you. Head to Ownwell.com, sign up in less than 3 minutes. Their experts will be fighting for you. Their cutting-edge technology can start saving you money with no upfront cost. Put your property tax savings back in your pocket. Ownwell handles it all from start to finish, delivers top results with no upfront costs. Only pay if you save. That's right. You're only paying if you save. That's all reward, no risk. 86% of Ownwell's customers receive a reduction. What are you waiting for? The average customer receives savings of over $1,100. You got a comma there. What are you waiting for? Head to Ownwell.com right now. Deadline to protest May 15. Don't run out of time. Save money on your property taxes with Ownwell. Sign up in less than 3 minutes. Start that protest today at Ownwell.com. OWNWELL.com. Ownwell.com.
You're locked in with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Tony says Caserio would do what this show would do. Bad worded up. Oof. Man. It's not nice. Not a nice thing to say at all. We had a texter earlier that said something nice. You guys are the best show at 97.5 by far, says a texter. Stop kissing our tails. We're not giving you anything.
Yeah, we're not going to read that. 713-780-3776.
Don't send us nice things. 713-780-ESPN. We're not going to read nice things on the air. So what do you want the Texans to do here today?
I think because the value really isn't at 34. I'd like to see them, for offensive guard, that is. I'd like to see them go, if I had to pick one specific player, Luther Burden at 34, because I don't think the Browns are taking him. So I go Luther Burden at 34 with the remaining picks, assuming you keep all of them. Maybe hit the offensive line twice plus a running back. Maybe defensive tackle, depending on the value.
Some of these texts are funny. I don't hate what you said. I think there's three different things that you can do. I love how Nick Caserio said yesterday that he's like, we were sitting at 25 and there was three things we could do. We could have traded up, we could have stayed and picked, and we could have traded down. Thank you, Nick.
Yeah,
Appreciate
those
that.
are the three options no matter where you're picking, Nick. Thank you.
Yeah, it's weird where the Texans are second pick of the second and then like one of the last picks of the second, because I feel like the real value's in the middle of the second.
Right.
So like what you said earlier, the trade down and then potentially trade ups and all that gets confusing, but we know Nick Caserio is a willing Dylan son of a gun, so it's possible. Travion Henderson being in there at 34 would have my attention. He's currently the betting favorite to go 33. He passed Shadur like while we were on the air, so it's probably off the table, at least according to Vegas. So if we take him off the board, like it's also not my top option. So whatever. I think that Caserio should pick whoever he thinks has the best chance to start either at receiver or offensive line. Like put those two positions combined together on your board and take the one that you have the most conviction with. And then I would actually like him to use his surplus of picks and trade up into the middle of the second round instead of the end of the second round and draft the opposite of what you didn't pick at 34. So if you have the most conviction, let's say on a receiver, okay, cool. Take that receiver at 34 that you have the most conviction with, let him be your wide receiver 3. And then you use that second pick with the surplus of picks that you had from trading down and moving around yesterday with the Cleveland trade and trade back into the middle of the second and take the offensive lineman you have the most conviction with. I want him to leave the second round with one starting offensive lineman and wide receiver number 3.
Yeah, I completely agree. Now, Now that is drafting for need. What you
I know
what you laid out there.
Well,
which
not necessarily. Yeah, you're probably right. At 34, it is because 30. I mean, could Luther Burden be the top receiver on the Texans' big board?
I mean, yeah. I mean, the thing I'm looking at well, actually, no, he's the second best player. The thing I'm looking at right now,
that's close enough.
Yeah, Mike Green, the edge player for Marshall's listed as the best overall player according to this list. But Burden is close enough to where you could make the argument he's also best player available. But making sure to trade up then for an offensive lineman would definitely be drafted. Look for need, but I'm not against that. I know I fought my battle with what Nick Caserio said. I'm not going to replay that. But, yeah, I think I'd be fine with that strategy and then letting running back fall to you in the third round because there's so much depth there.
Yeah. I think we're simpatico, which is a dangerous place to be.
Yeah, I don't want group thing, but
yeah, this makes me feel really uncomfortable. What's happening right now?
You should be thrilled. I have excellent opinions. Align yourself.
See, the problem with that is I know that you don't.
I have many great takes, like RBI, no matter what.
Texter, tell this idiot, I think he's referring to Wood, that 25 is not much different than 34, especially if you get more picks. So he disagrees with Wood. I disagree with Wood, too. I just love the passion that he brought.
Yeah, the giving him the tongue was more about the passion which he brought his take than the take itself.
Yeah, that was good. At the end of the third, I'd like the Texans to have 2 offensive linemen, 1 wide receiver, and 2 best available. No particular order. Okay. That's kind of simpatico too. Like it's not necessarily in the order that we had it, but maybe it doesn't need to be in the order that we had it. Now they have 5 picks today. Do you think the Texans have 5 guys that they draft by the end of the day? I think they have 4.
I don't, because when you look at what comes after this for the Texans, they don't have a 4th round pick or a 5th round pick. So I could see them taking one of those thirds, trading down into the 4th or the 5th, and then picking up an extra pick for next year.
See, I think they're going to use one of the thirds. Maybe they do both, but I think they're going to use one of the thirds to attach it to their 26th pick of the second round to move into the middle.
Yeah, I could see that being.
But maybe they could do both. Have one third because they have 3 thirds. So if you use one of them to trade up, 10 spots, and then you use the other third to trade out of it to get more in the middle, that seems like something Caserio would do.
Oh, he would love to. Yeah, that has him written all over it.
Yeah, it really does. BMAC, you can't trade down if you have the last pick. Come on, man.
Okay, yes, okay. You're right. There's literally 2 spots in the entire draft where all 3 aren't available. Thank you. Jesus.
Oso, Texans must draft another game breaker on offense with take situation, wide receiver, or even running back. After that, O-line, D-tackle, CB. See, I think there's a lot of skill that is still really good in this draft, which might need to be why they go offensive line at 34, because you can still get the skill in the middle here. We'll see what happens. Burden with the first pick and Tate Rutledge with the second pick. I wouldn't hate that.
No, that's kind of when I said a minute ago I would go Burden at 34, the guard that I was hoping would either fall to them with their next pick in the second round or in a trade-up scenario was Rutledge. So if they left the second round with Burden and Rutledge, I think that would be a best-case scenario from where they stand currently.
Another texture, I say draft Mason Taylor. I like the idea of Taylor, but not at 34. If they could get him like late second, and I don't expect him to fall late second, but I would really be intrigued with Mason Taylor late second. I don't want to spend pick 34 on him, though.
Yeah.
Tight end from LSU.
Yeah, I liked – it's weird because tight end is definitely a position where I think they could improve, and I know we had that conversation as it related to, like, what if, Loveland or Tyler Warren fell, and obviously they didn't get anywhere close. But they need an improvement because none of the guys they have are good enough, but they also have guys that are good enough to where I don't think they're going to lose playing time because they know the system, the coaches love them, whatever.
Right.
So it's a weird thing where
everybody's learning a new system.
They are. There's some similarities though. I just would hate to waste an early pick on someone who might not come in and get a lot of playing time. It's my fear of taking tight end.
Yeah, and plus, like, part of it again goes back to what formations are Nick Caley going to be favoring? Is he going to be favoring 11 or is he going to be favoring 12? I think he's going to be favoring 11 because if you're favoring 11, it puts way more emphasis on a third receiver than it does a second tight end. They could use help at both, obviously, but if you're going to play 75% of your snaps in 3 receiver sets and only 25% in 2 tight end, why are you drafting a tight end at 34 when you should be drafting a receiver at 34? If he drafts Mason Taylor at pick 34, it's a huge tell. As to what formations Caley prefers. But my guess is he prefers 3 receiver sets. Running back, receiver, O-line, tight end. Schultz was bad last year. I don't have a problem with tight end, just not early second round. Harold Fannon's one of my draft favorites. He's somebody who runs really well after the ball. Not much of a blocker, but a good pass catcher. So he would intrigue me as well if he's the
I think
later, not pick 34.
I think we're missing out on one need that we haven't talked a whole lot about because it's not the most glaring and it's not the sexiest. But defensive tackle, I wouldn't mind. Like if they left the third round after their 5 picks with, let's say, a wide receiver, a running back, maybe a couple offensive linemen, and a defensive tackle, I'd be happy with that.
Yeah, I think they will be drafting defensive tackle at some point. What if he's the pick at 34?
I'd still rather have Burden. I wouldn't hate it, though, because it is a need. They got some older vets that are solid, but I think they could use an upgrade at D-tackle.
See, I would hate it at 34. I would hate it at 34. Who do you think the player was? Because Nick Caserio was asked yesterday. I think he was caught off guard a little bit, which is why it was a great question. I think it was from Jonathan Alexander. He asked him, like, is there anybody still available that could have been picked at 25, something along those lines? And Caserio said, yeah, there's actually one. Who do you think that guy could have been?
Burden?
You think he would have taken Burden at 25? Nick Caserio's not really a first-round receiver kind of guy.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think of position of need and also someone thought of highly enough to be at 25, and Burden's kind of the only one that checks both boxes. There's other guys, defensive side, but I don't think they're considering defense there. So
what if it was like defensive end?
That would be surprising.
Yeah, it'd be really funny. All right, it's going to do it for us. We'll have the NFL right here. It's going to do it all for us. Thanks to BMAC for doing engineering and co-hosting. I'm Branham. We'll talk to you next week. NFL Draft on ESPN 97.5 coming up right now.